and just nothing. Ooh, what are you? People talk loud, I get what they're telling me. I fucked up, but I didn't give a bit. Ooh, what a true. Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong, and everything's upside down. I'm falling. Hey, I gotta say, I'm always on a run. I'm getting closer to the light. By the time I'm changing my remedy, blowing up, I get sick and tired of this. Ooh, what a truth. No one talk now, I'm feeling lost on it. Silence is loud, I get it safe from it. Ooh, what a truth. Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong, and everything's upside down. I'm falling. Hey, I gotta say, I'm always on a run. talking mine. I've been working all year, getting by. Looking for the high, taking all my time. Breathing in new life, feeling fine. Like I don't gotta be something society wants me to strive to be. Got my own energy. So magnetic in the spotlight. Shaping my own world with my own mind. Don't talk about me unless you alright. You gon' see I'm finna real free, protecting my energy. Gotta protect my mind. I'm breathing in new life. It's time that I realize what feels good ain't always right. Making changes, I got me a new strut. No more settling, I'm running out of good luck. Never chasing, I attract, I'm busy going up. If you see me, come correct and keep it on the book. Get it, how I live it, that's the motto, how it goes. No more reaching in it, distance, hit the lotto, I'm the one. Not denying myself anymore, I'm done with it. Sky is the limit, I'm living like widow. Energy, energy, energy. Feeling free. Energy. Gotta protect my mind. I'm breathing in new life. It's time that I realize what feels good ain't always right. I'm feeling good, feeling free. Feeling good, feeling free. All I need is me and my new energy. Feeling good, feeling free. Serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, love, take it higher. Serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, love, take it higher. Serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, love, take it higher. Serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, love, take it higher. Secret in the light, empowering your energy. Riding through the night. Serotonin slide, 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 slide. Serotonin slide, 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 slide. Serotonin slide. Yeah. Far from me. Girl, what's this shit about? You told me I was different than them. Now you got yourself another man. I hate to see you out with him. I guess I'm a little sad about it. I can't let you go. Losing control of me. A little sad about it. I'm sad about it. Taste the You ain't gotta act like that. Just leave it alone for me. Taste the So we should be floating to wherever we're going. 'Cause if the sky is in ocean, then we're going slow motion. So we should be floating to wherever we're going. 'Cause if the sky is in ocean, then we're going slow motion. You'll be free when I set you free. I breathe you in, but all your sins won't disappear. You can see it's true that I want only you when we'll break free. Together, you and me. Take me in your arms and let us rise high up to the stars where we can fly. So come with me and break only need your body. So I'm saying I'm in love with you, but I don't care much about you. When you've gone, I would find someone new. I cannot lose. Fall into my arms and let us rise high up to the stars where we can fly. So come with me and pray. I want you to play my games and fulfill my black desires. I'm playing in a hidden world. Forbidden love will be observed by you to reveal my black desires. So come with me and pray. I want you to play my games and fulfill my black desires. I'm playing in a hidden world. Forbidden love will be observed by you to reveal my black desires. Learn to let it go sometimes. Don't let it stay on your mind. Don't let it stay inside. Gotta let it out with the sunshine. Maybe walk it out. Sometimes gotta scream and shout. Let them know that you're here, no doubt. Took a long time, but we here now. I know you're ready for the hardships. Know you're ready for the progress. I know you living your truth, but don't forget to always stay honest. So do a little dance, do a little wiggle. Yeah, it's your turn. Yeah, learn how the universe works. Yeah, come on. We can't control the world, but I'm trying to control myself. Yeah, I'm trying to control myself. Yeah, we can't control the world. Yeah, but baby, I just can't hold it. I'm just trying to control it, control it. We gon' celebrate like we never had. Slow wine with your better half. Never hesitate to get the bag. Money talks and we always chat. That's why hard work and dedication can get you to a better place, better space. You ain't got time to be wasting. But don't chase it. You can't control the world, but I'm trying to control myself. I'm trying to control myself. Yeah. We can't control the world. What we doing? But baby, I just can't hold it. I'm just trying to control it, control it. Yeah. Just trying to control it. Hey, just trying to control it. Yeah. Let it out, let it out, la 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 la.
I don't know how to put it together. Ever since I found you, my life just got better. Better than this.
ESL One Bangkok is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back to day 2 of the playoffs here at the Royal Paragon Hall for ESL One Bangkok. I'm joined by Michael Phoenix. What the hell are we doing outside in the Ogre Magi cutout, Mike?
Well, we're SCA Dota 2 fans, John, so we've got zero intelligence. That's why we're here.
Can you clarify why we have no in?
Because we don't win any Dota, John. That's why.
Hopefully the crowd's a little bit more upbeat than Michael Phoenix here. I've got some members right here. Hello, good morning. How are you feeling?
Yeah, pretty good today.
What are you looking forward to today in day 2?
Yeah, rooting for Liquid and Bad Boom, I guess.
All right, that's going to be a good one once we see it. Yeah. How about you, good sir? Good morning. What are you looking for?
Another Liquid fan, and yes, the day 1 was so hype. It was so good here at Bangkok ESL One. Yeah, I'm hoping to see Nisha Spark, but I don't know whether we'll get it.
Hopefully we do. And you, good sir, you're hiding in the back. Good morning. How are you feeling? Who are you looking forward to?
I'm like OG fan, but my Nicola came here, so now I'm supporting Team Spirit, you know. But yesterday, I really wish Liquid to beat Falcon, but today, if they meet again, I want Spirit to, go through the stage. Okay.
All right. Well, there's first series coming up. Hopefully that's going to be a good one. We'll head to the show real soon.
Good morning, Bangkok! How y'all doing here today? Yes. Morning, my friends. It is so good to see you all here. Whoa! That is the excitement. Who just did that? Yeah, there he is! He's screaming all day. Welcome, everybody, to our day 2 of ESL One Bangkok. I can see that the crowd here this morning is very, very hype indeed, because we have some hype games for you, of course. Our first series in particular is looking extremely exciting. So many of our fans out there around the world, hello out there in the world of Twitch. Hello to our wonderful people in the arena. Come on here, you crazy. I want you right here, you crazy man. Yell for our camera, please. This man's been yelling for the last 2 days. How you doing? Hello. Can you get the people at home hype and tell them that they should be here? Let's go! Okay. Good morning. Thank you very much. All right. Well, before we get into the action, let's go ahead and remind you of all the fun that we had yesterday in this daily recap. Let's go ahead and bring out one of our favorites here, our boy, Japoy, and his boys. Let's welcome Shopify Rebellion, Team Liquid.
A lot of gold going the way of Yopaj, but here comes Team Liquid. They want to punish Shopify Rebellion, trying to back off, but Yopaj being left behind, does go down. Yamato still trying to fight back. Nisha, he'll get roared up. Amaterasu's there. Do they have the damage? No, they don't. Nisha will survive, at least for now.
As per usual, got carried by Boxy and Nisha. I just clicked some buttons.
Nigma Galaxy Team Spirit!
Maybe could have gone for a play, and actually, wait a minute, heat grab. GA's keeping everybody alive. Miracle! He lives through it, and the turn on to Laurel. They get the kill.
Oh, so much follow-up here as well. And Sumail, can I get some galvanized?
A couple more hits. Can they get one more charge? Yes, indeed.
Still looking for a fight. Fuels up from Boxy onto Amaterasu. Meanwhile, Sableye, he got caught at the backside. Maybe they can burst him down, but a very nice terrorize, making sure he can walk away. As now the big silence. Yopaj is gone. Oh, what a start from Liquid. They'll find Sableye, but it'll be at the cost of Hellstream's life. His skin will be left behind.
Team Liquid! Team Falcons!
But Mickey gets the... Oh, Sableye just jumped in and dropped the high ground. What an absolute madman! pops the BKB, pops the ultimate, and starts laying into the Viper. Mars in trouble, has to force out down to low ground. Falcons on full retreat now. Crit with the team away. No shot, he just did that. Just what the Liquid supposedly want to be able to see, but again, they're disengaging. Again, the force steps, the hop away. Oh, they're chasing after an Enchantress and not even able to get that. Meanwhile, they're going to go for the throne. Skaters pushing for it. Oh, there goes Crit. Mulray's going after it as well. They've got no clips. There's nothing to stop them now. Falcons will end it and take game 1. Coming through, Saber like Instagram, taking underneath. Meanwhile, the toss together, Allies with the supernova up top. Wham, bam, you're done. Falcons are out of this team fight. Meanwhile, Saber like chasing after Amar, waiting at the shameless. He might just be able to get him. He needs a little bit more, but he's dead. Got him. Saber like Tyson return and roll it from Nisha going after. Oh, Timber size is trouble. Bushwhack, what a grab. Nisha in trouble. Enchantment, he's trying to kick himself away, trying to get the rollout rolls into them. Remagnetizes, but he will not be able to stay alive. Falcons. It's going to be confused. They need the Morphling. They need him now. Morphling, he's got to put the damage in now, or Falcons is going to win it. Wait for it. Going for it. Last little bit. Can he do it? He has got it. It's over. Liquid are taking it.
Can I just say, I am so impressed that this morning when we saw Actress Lex coming out here, there were loud cheers coming from the crowd. I did not think that anybody still had any voice left after the series we had in front of a crowd yesterday. That was quite something. I feel like we're going to be talking about that Liquid versus Falcons a lot today, because that was probably one of the better series we've seen in front of a crowd in a very long time. I'm hoping, of course, today we're gonna have at least a couple of series that live up to that hype. But welcome, this is indeed day number 2, as Lex said, in front of a crowd for Paragon Hall. Here you're watching ESL One Bangkok, powered by Intel. And I'm Shiva, I'll be your host this morning, and I'm joined by 3 fantastic people. Winter is with me, as well as Spear and Jenkins and a hand. Does it have a name?
There's 4 of us. There's 4 of us on this panel.
4 of us on the panel.
And the analysts.
Whose
5.
hand is that?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Wonderful. How are you doing, Jenkins?
I'm good. I was paneling the last series yesterday. It went very late, so I imagine that we will have a lot of the audience is indeed sleeping in after such a hype match. Because for me, it was also like I couldn't sleep. I don't know how you can watch
It's just adrenaline.
You can't watch a series like that and then just like, okay, it's 1 a.m. I'm going to bed. It doesn't work like that. It's a few hours of kind of winding down there, Winter.
Yeah, I fell off my chair countless times. I was watching in the talent lounge, back in the hotel, chilling. I just couldn't believe the amount of back and forth we saw, in that game.
Yeah, that was insane, the energy. I bet, Fear, you had, I mean, obviously you were there on the panel yesterday as well. You had a similar vibe as Jenkins here.
I mean, I slept just fine, but game 1 and 2 were absolutely amazing games overall. Like, even in the games where the teams lost, they still played incredibly well. We saw some great strategy as well from, the game 1 with Liquid, they had the Oracle and the Undying. Yes, that strategy. Like, I don't know where they came up with this, but it looks so good, and it could have won that game very easily. It just came down to, as you saw in the highlight package there, that they had to avoid fighting them because it was so strong and just go straight for the buildings. So a lot of cool and new strategies are coming out even this late in the tournament, which is really nice to see.
It's fantastic to see. It also had big ramifications for our EPT points. Now, there's a couple of things we need to talk about. First of all, we of course only have 5 teams left in the competition, with Falcons just being eliminated there. That means that there are less, or a lot of points are already handed out, less spots left. But as you can see, the jumps between every single one of those spots is 500, 600. It's big jumps. They will mean big impact. Now, we can take a look at our EPT standings at the moment as well, all updated up to this very point. And there's 2 things you need to note about this. Falcons and Betboom, both in the top 2, they have so many points right now that regardless of what happens here the rest of these 2 days, they will be invited to the next Dream League and the next Relay. I'm gonna have to. I say that right? Relay.
Why are you looking at me? I don't know.
Raleigh.
He's American.
North American.
Is that right?
Raleigh.
Okay.
Okay. Good enough.
He didn't know this was a city before, by the way. Before this was a LAN. Just so you know.
I mean, it's in North Carolina, and I've never been. So
Pierce from Oklahoma.
I'm really not.
North Carolina. That's where Falcons and Bedboom are going regardless.
Yeah.
Now, this is important to note because Falcons is, of course, already out. I want you guys to look mostly at the, let's say, the top 6 because Spirit, Liquid, and Avalus, all 3 still in. And Paravision there still as well. Paravision is a little bit more comfortable because they are already guaranteed top 3 here, and of course they have a lot of points, and if you wish to get them out of the top 4, you need to straight up win this event, which is gonna be a tough one because Bedboom and Paravision already secured top 3. So for Spirit, Liquid, and Avalus, they are fighting hard to not have to play in any qualifiers, Fear. I think that's a very important motivator for a player.
Yeah, for sure. The qualifiers are going to get harder and harder as the year goes on. We did see earlier on these team spirits weren't doing so well. These gaming gladiators, they're making roster changes, and it's going to get harder when they get their stuff together, right? So you want to get as many points as you can right now so you can be in a comfortable position.
Yeah, you really do. And of course, 2 invites riding off the back of this ESL One Bangkok is a lot. We can take a look at what's happening here in Bangkok so far as we take a look at the bracket. Let's focus our attention on the upper bracket first. We've let the upper bracket sit for a little bit, Winter. It's been 2 days since we've seen well, the majority of these teams in action, exception being Falcon, of course, that we saw getting eliminated yesterday. But today we got that upper bracket finals. You hyped for it?
Yeah, very, very hyped. You know, Eastern Europe has proven to be a strong powerhouse, last year and this year. And I mean, this is going to be a very, very exciting match. However, I would find it hard that it might top, the series we had yesterday, between Liquid and Falcons. That was probably the best, one of the best BO3 series throughout the year.
I mean, you never know. I think between these 2 teams, Bedboom has had Parivision's number throughout this year in particular, but Parivision has been improving at a rapid rate. Yeah. So if there is a time that they're going to overtake Bedboom, it's going to be in a high-stakes match like the upper bracket final.
For sure. We can take a look at the lower bracket, Jenkins, because I feel like that's normally where most of the magic happens.
Yeah, this is a really interesting lower bracket because I feel like the remaining teams are all teams that have a lot of momentum, and even when they were first put into the lower bracket, I would have said that about these 3 teams in particular. Avalus, in their series that they lost and they got knocked down, it was a 2-1, and they looked like they could have won that at any point. Spirit, this team is known for losing the early game, looking like they're going to lose the game, and they'd say Tanik is top net worth, and then they just win the game off the back of him. I talked to Maposhka about this, and he seemed really stressed out when I was asking him about this. I'm like, why is it that you guys are always losing, but then you win? And he's like, I don't know, man. This is just what happens. I don't question it. Because winning is winning, right? He doesn't care, but the stress is getting to him over the years.
It really is, as we see the schedule for today as well. 3 series, 2 in the lower bracket, 1 in the upper bracket, with the upper bracket finals coming your way as the 2nd series of today. Now, there's a lot happening here in Paragon Hall, apart from the Dota 2, as, well, you guys have been sharing some stories about what's been happening over the course of not just yesterday, but you've been sharing stuff the whole week, and that's fantastic. We did look at some things that were shared yesterday. I think the majority of the things you've shared that we are going to show you guys is from yesterday. I mean, this one, it was absolute cinema. I think, again, I will say it again, we're going to talk about this a lot because this was just insane, and I totally agree with Arai. That was absolute cinema. As we look at our next one, I believe this is something that you guys should be aware of. So if you're here in Paragon Hall, I know, Jenkins, you were here earlier today. There are signing sessions. And yesterday was Team Spirits. And they're going to play again today. So I have a couple of teams' names that are going to do their signing sessions today. And I think you guys should be aware of that because these are all teams that are eliminated. And therefore, this is your last chance, if you're here in Thailand, to come see these teams. At noon, Shopify Rebellion. At 2:30, Nigma Galaxy. At 6 p.m., Team Falcons. So make sure you check that out. Mark that, set an alarm, making sure it's really loud, otherwise you can't hear it over the screaming that's happening in this hall as well. Which signing session would you go to, Jenkins, other than your own?
I would go to Shopify Rebellions because it's very rare that a North American team makes it to a LAN, so those are going to be extremely rare signatures, Shiver.
That's true. I mean, I'd go to all of them because I'm such a big fan of all the players.
Yeah, I'm also going to go to the Shopify. You know, I don't want to feel left out, and it's a NA plus SEA love child.
That's right, brother.
Well,
you're NA too, man. I'd hate to break it to you.
NA, yeah, very NA. I mean, Shopify, there's something for everyone, you know? They're from Europe, they're from South America, they're from Southeast Asia, and they're an NA org.
Yeah,
so
it's exciting.
They're the most global team.
Yep. Can't wait to see them in a year from now when they qualify for the...
That's so depressing. What?
It's North America. You know what? It's just...
But you're just wrong. They're going to do qualifiers.
There's no competition for them.
There's no competition. They are going to smash it.
Excuse me, Fart Studios is a very prestigious
I was
NA
saying
organization.
there's no competition. They'll smash it.
There's no competition.
My carry player.
I'm not showing up.
Sometimes he doesn't. He's feeding his lizard. That's accurate.
Oh no. I'm sure we're going to see them again as we will start focusing our attention on the two teams. We'll definitely see very soon because we are about 15 minutes away from getting our first series underway. It is a lower bracket match. It is Spirit who was able to 2-0 Enigma Galaxy yesterday. So they come off a hot victory. And they're going up against Avalos. And Avalos, they come from the upper bracket. They have lost their most recent series up against Paravision. Winter, I want to know how big of a difference it is to come from an upper bracket, so to come from a loss versus coming from a win, because we talk about momentum pretty frequently. And you'd think that the momentum in this case would lie in the hands of the lower bracket squad.
Yeah, I think the lower bracket team coming off a win, you definitely feel a lot better, whereas the team that just lost, you know, kind of down, you know, you need to figure out what's wrong, but they had time, you know, so they went back to the hotel. So I would say it's not really that big of a difference when you have some time off, but if you're playing directly on the same day, you lose and you have to play again, I would say that then that's a pretty big deal.
Cheever, I have insider information on this team, as of course I was the reporter for the first half of this event, so I was sneaking around the hotel doing some reporting, and this team they're probably the biggest group of friends that exists right now. And maybe it's a honeymoon period.
You mean among the teams?
Among the teams. And,
yes.
And we got some friendship teams here. We got Liquid. Like, this is the friendship team. And Avalos might even be apexing Liquid in terms of friendship. These guys are going to the gym together every night. They're going to the sauna every night. They're doing powwows in the bathtub. They're doing all sorts of team bonding experiences. And last night, same thing. They're chilling. They're talking about things. Like,
I hope they're talking about Dota.
They're talking about Dota, but they're also, you know, there's memes and stuff going on as well. Like, they're always joking with each other. But genuinely, these guys have a really good support structure and like social structure, I think, for resetting. And that's why in the Paravision series, we saw that they got crushed game 1, and then game 2, they turned it around, looked like an entirely different team, and then game 3 was fairly close. So I think that this team is more than capable of coming from the upper bracket and still looking like they have momentum because it's based on their safety net, their social safety net.
And I think as a whole, the guys in general, like, you can't really tilt them. They're untiltable, and they're really just happy to be here type of vibe, right? And those are the teams that, you know, they have strengths and weaknesses, of course, but their biggest strength is no matter what happens in game 1, they're going to come swinging in game 2.
Yeah. They will come swinging, and they might swing extra hard on the offlane, Winter.
Yeah, for Avalos side, we've seen like a couple of like very different strategies and hero combinations, you know, like particularly the Darkseer Nyx, that was one that caught everyone's eye, but Dawnbreaker was, I think, one of the most picked offlaner for them with Shaman, Lion, and Tusk, you know. And in their previous series against Spirit, they picked the Darkseer and Nyx against them twice. They won 1 game, they lost 1 game, you know. So that's going to be like a very important thing to see, you know, what does Spirit do against this combination from Avalos again today.
I really like how Dawn's coming into the meta. I feel like people are just learning how to use this hero, and they're using it in a way which a lot of people don't notice. You're playing around your innate more than anything, actually, where you're already pre-smoked, and as it turns daytime, you move immediately and get a kill. And this is something that's really cool that has recently been discovered with the hero. Of course, the laning stage and all that other stuff is great, but the fact you can abuse that daytime vision immediately and make plays off it is why this hero is coming back into the meta.
Yeah, I just can't take my eyes off the Darkseer Nyx Assassin combination. I really hope we're going to see that on the main stage. It has created some fantastic moments, both positive and negative, but overall I think it's just incredibly entertaining. And I also think, Jenkins, it's an incredibly good sign that the teams keep going back to that, even if it sometimes looks a little bit comical.
Yeah, I actually want to quote Mira here because she said something about Eki that I thought was very interesting, which is basically that Like, he has those games where you're like, dude, what is this guy doing? You know, where he's like dying to the Malrine Sandstorm Sand King from Invis.
I can't take you serious, that hand.
And it looks really, relax, man. And it looks really goofy, right? But he has an idea. He has an identity of how he plays Dota. Like, when he's playing Shadow Shaman, he's really annoying. He's just standing in the trees, dropping Serpent Wards on creep waves. Like, he's doing... This kid has an identity in Dota. And if he can hone that, if he can polish the gameplay so that the Nyx Assassin plays don't happen every now and then this kid's going to be a beast.
I mean, that's more towards like the nerves, right? I think like the mistakes that he's been making. I think overall he's an excellent hunter in the game. He like hides in the trees, just waits. I think he's really patient.
He's annoying.
Yeah, sometimes you feel like, okay, you don't really understand what he's doing. I'm pretty sure he probably has an idea on what he wants, but he just kind of like, in the last moment, kind of has doubts, you know. And sometimes, you know, it takes a lot of games to, you do the right thing and you do the wrong thing sometimes, and then finally you figure out when you are supposed to do what, you know. So it takes some time.
Sure.
There's a team that did not show any nerves on the stage yesterday, and that's their opponents, Team Spirits. They had a good run. They struggled a little bit in the first like 15 minutes in both of their games, but then never really felt like they were under too much pressure and just came smashing down on the Galaxy. 20 minutes, it was Team Spirit show all the way. And I do believe that, Fear, you have something regarding Satanic, who is the Wonder Kid. We talk a lot about him already, but we want to talk a little bit more about him.
Yeah, I mean, he needs to be the Wonder Kid as well, and let's ignore the bottom 3 heroes he picked there in the group stage. These are not really his style, but what he is really good at, better than anyone at this tournament, is last-hitting creeps. He has the highest last hits per minute. He also translates that into tower damage. So him playing heroes like Medusa, TA, Alchemist, these are really great heroes that they're succeeding with because they are giving a lot of farm to him, and he's playing more of like that traditional 4 protect 1, you get all the farm, go hit Roche and go end the game for us, and he's been doing a really good job. And for me, Team Spirit is the most improved team from group stage, maybe next to Liquid, and how they're playing right now, because they look so good. I had a lot of questions about Ruin Satanic, the youngins going into this one. They're making a lot of mistakes early on, but now I'm not seeing any mistakes from them, and that's very promising.
It is incredibly promising. Now, one difference between these two teams, Winter, is going to be how they move across the map. And for that, we also have a US Air Force Wisdom rune, because we have to look at the smokes used before 35 minutes. And there is a little bit of a difference, which is not very common. Why do you feel this difference is there?
I think from on paper, Avlos is a more aggressive team when they like to pick their Monkey King carry. So maybe you see that reflecting on the smoke, and so they are using more smokes in general. But the stats could be also like a bit based on how long your games last, you know. But for Spirit, because they have, I think, overall on average longer games, so they are more on the defensive side. They are waiting for their opponents to come. They are hugging their wards, so they don't usually use as many smokes. But the difference is not really that big, you know, just one smoke, you know, at minute 35. Because sometimes you want to keep them towards the late game, and you use it, you know, in the late game fights. You know,
Yeah,
like,
you want to save them up?
like in the game you saw yesterday, you know, the Liquid Falcons game, a lot of very crucial late game smokes.
Yeah, crucial late game smokes. I'm sure we're going to see some of those in our upcoming series. We're also going to see plenty of the players starting right now as we're checking in backstage with Slacks.
Thanks so much. Yes, again, we're here with our teams before they head in, doing our little face-to-face talk here. Have a moment before the action to have speak to each other, you know, maybe get each other's heads, maybe compliment each other. Hello, anything to say to Team Avalos?
Nothing.
Nothing? That is extremely rude. We brought you all out here to say something, and that is your response. That is probably the most toxic thing you could do. Absolutely nothing for them?
Yeah.
Damn! Do you have anything to say about that? They think you're irrelevant. They don't even know who you guys are. He thought of nothing. We gave him all night to think of something, and he came and he just said nothing. Anything for them?
No, I do respect it. I mean, he's a humble person. Satanic, you're very humble, rank 1, not much to say. You know, no, we are just the plebs. No. But I'm looking forward to this match. I really respect this team. But I think the stage will show who is the better team, and it will be a great match.
Oh, wow. This is the most respectful one we've had so far. Why don't you two shake hands here? I mean, geez. That's... Whoa, okay. We got oi here. All right. I'm turning your own team against you. I'm sorry. Well, you guys are going to put in a heck of a match. Congratulations to both of you for making this far, but we'll see which one of them survives as we throw it back to our panel.
Thank you very much. Everybody just too polite. They're trying to throw shots, but I don't know. They're just too happy, Jason.
It's the first game in the morning, you know.
First game of the day.
Yeah, it's unusual for Dota players. I mean, asking Satanic is just the worst, the worst possible. This kid doesn't speak.
He does.
Well, barely.
He talks about Dota a lot.
He does talk about Dota. Yeah, there's a couple of players on the two teams I think you could have asked if you wanted something on the spicier side.
What is spicy is that these two teams have actually played before in the group stages, and that was a tie. Now, I do know that we've seen both teams develop a lot since then. So I want to hear from my panel. I want to hear from you guys. Do we have a favorite going into this? Because it would be so easy to say Team Spirit because they are more of a household name. Avalus coming in as a little bit of an underdog that people weren't expecting to even be in the upper bracket to begin with. Winter, let's start with you. Do you like going into this, is there any play style from these two teams that you favor?
I probably would favor Spirit. I think in their group stage game, even though it was 1-1, but in the game that Spirit lost, they were kind of winning and they threw the game. So I think overall they should have come out on top in that series. So. And their playstyle wise, because they are a bit more towards skill, and Avalus is more towards speed, you know. But I think Spirit has the defense to hold the game, draw out the game, and get to their timings and win eventually.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely have to go with Spirit as well. It feels like they found their style of Dota to play, and all they have to do is make tweaks to play against the best and win. And they've improved, as I mentioned, on Satanic Law and on Rue. Whereas Avalus, like, they're good, don't get me wrong, but I feel like I don't really see their identity every single game, and they're still figuring each other out. Sorry, his hand fell off his shoulder in the middle of that one. Very distracting.
My hand fell asleep because you wouldn't stop talking. I'm going to be devil's advocate. I'm going to say Avalus. I feel like this is a team that people doubt, and the more that you doubt them, the more power they're going to have.
Yeah, they are going to have a lot of power. I think also we heard yesterday that if the players are hearing that there's someone that is cheered for more than them, they get fired up. So I'm thinking that's going to happen with Avalus as well, although potentially the fans are in their favor. We're going to find out, though, because our match is moments away. And to get it properly started, we're heading over to Slacks on stage.
That's right. Good morning, ESL One Bangkok, my friends. Hello, everybody. Welcome to our first series of the day. We have got some early risers here today, and we are ready to make some noise. Since the last time I was out on stage, we are already filling up even more. Get out of bed, everybody, and come over to our stadium here. And you watching at home, get ready for an action-packed game as well. So, without further ado, I suppose we should introduce our first teams. Our first team here today is dressed up like a Christmas present because they are a gift to this tournament. They are the Dark Horses, rising above teams such as OG and Tundra to make their way here to the top of their group. But we will find out if they will make it through this series. It is elimination. Let's go ahead and get ready to let it loose for Team Avalus! And their opponents, a team with a lot of soul, if I may. A few of their players, it was their first time in front of a crowd yesterday, and boy, did y'all deliver. They soon became crowd favorites, making more noise than almost any other team in the building. Ladies and gentlemen, I know you know them, I know you love them, but we'll see if they'll be surviving. Let's go ahead and bring out Team Spirit! Both of these Dark Horse teams coming head-to-head here today. Only one will survive for your viewing pleasure. Ladies and gentlemen, before they get into that booth, let's wake these players up. Can we get some noise? Yeah, baby! All right, let's start things off, and I'll put it back to our very noisy panel with Shaver.
Noisy panel. Thank you very much, Lex. That's, I think, the first time I've been told that I'm on a noisy panel here, but I want to be extra noisy because I've heard the crowd be noisy. They're definitely more noisy for Team Spirit than Avalos. I think that's the case. And as you heard my panel earlier, they might have been a little bit biased for Team Spirit to do better in this series as well than Avalos. So I want to focus on Avalos' playstyle first. What are the things that they do very well, and what are the things that Spirit will most likely target, because those are the strongest points of them, Fear?
I definitely think Smiling Knight and Snako are very solid in the safe lane. I think they're really good at that. I think, yeah, Stormstormer, if he has a good hero, especially the Invoker, that is something you have to focus on and make sure, ideally, he doesn't get it, because I think that that's by far has been his best hero, and it's in the meta right now. So I think you try and shut down Smiling Knight, you try and shut down Stormstormer, that might be the approach to go for.
Do you think Smiling Knight is the focus, though? Like, I feel like no matter how their games have gone, he's always had like a solid game, even if they're losing. Like maybe the play is to just let him have a good game and try to like entirely ban out Stormstormer's heroes or get him into that last pick sort of scenario where it doesn't look that great because there's just not that many heroes that are available that also he can play and are very good. Like there's a few approaches that you can take here. I do think Avalos has some holes in their armor which can be abused, but
yeah. I mean, they did try banning out Eki, in the first game, but they lost the game. But they were kind of like in control, and they removed, if I'm not mistaken, they removed the Nyx and Lion, and they picked Bat, so they kind of forced him into a very awkward situation where he had to play something else. Maybe that's something that could work, but now he has Shadow Shaman, so you have to consider that. I think he's a player which has a limited hero pool, and maybe you could, use it as an idea in a draft to kind of abuse it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you're going to ban out Smiling Knight, but I think what you need to do is make sure you don't put a weak lane against Snako and Smiling Knight. As far as like banning out potentially Stormstormer, well, that's going to be a little harder, and I think the game they did lose where they give him last pick, they don't look great, but that is kind of up to Avulus to put him.
Mistake,
yeah,
sure.
Spirit can't really force that one necessarily.
Yep, the draft would just kind of have to naturally pan out that way.
I mean, they also did make some adjustments, like throughout the group stages, they haven't really been opening with Malik's hero here. I think in the last two games, they've opened with Beastmaster, and they've kind of really changed the prioritization where, we are just going to pick our off-lane hero, we decide what we're going to play around, and the draft is going to begin with that, and I kind of like that a lot more compared to how they started their drafts in the group stages.
Well, they start this time around by banning out Beastmaster and the Dawnbreaker that we mentioned earlier themselves. It will be Team Spirit with Dire and overall first pick. And therefore, Avalos gets Radiant second pick and therefore overall last pick, which we've seen being brought a little bit more into favor yesterday, I'd like to say. I think we had been quite critical on the picks that were available for the overall last pick, not being that diverse, but I think yesterday proved that it can still be very strong. Let's focus on the start of this draft, though, because all the usual suspects out. I guess Dawnbreaker is the one specifically tailored towards Avalos?
Yeah, I think this one makes sense. It's Zbe's best hero from this tournament, I would say.
Yeah,
and
I'd agree.
It plays really well into a lot of the offlaners that Malik likes to play, which are like the summons-based heroes. Like Dawn can counter-initiate on these heroes. You can kind of sit in the lane and play in the area that the summons guy is like trying to control. So I feel like it makes a lot of sense to ban this out.
I mean, in theory, do you think that it's good into Magnus? Could this mean that they want Magnus as an opener as well? If you ban the Dawn, it's kind of like RP.
Yeah, I mean, Spirit's 100% taking Mag if you leave it.
100%.
What is very interesting to me, though, is the fact that Spirit actually banned Beastmaster when Zbe hasn't played it even once this tournament. So they were afraid of the potential. Of course, anyone can play it, but in the first phase, there's a team that hasn't picked it yet. It's a little unusual. I do think Spirit is probably eyeballing the Magnus. This has been a very staple hero for them ever since this new squad. Even the old squad has been around. Very comfortable playing around this one. But they left the Monkey King instead. They banned the Batrider. I thought it would be Monkey ban into Mag pick, but they banned the Batrider to kind of secure themselves the Monkey King.
I mean, this was also the story in the group stage series where the Monkey King was a really contested hero there. Like we briefly mentioned as well for Smiling. Like, this is one of his best heroes in the game, so maybe Team Spirit kind of doesn't want to give away it to Avalos. And we have the Stormstormer Invoker, which probably one of the best Invokers around. Very good in the patch right now.
Very good versus Monkey King as well.
Yep.
So I think in general, you're pretty happy if you're Ovulus on this one.
Yeah, they get Stormstormer, his early pick hero as well, which is really nice. And we talked about yesterday, I don't remember who brought it up, but the theory of like, because Invoker can play into almost any lane and do fine, you should probably pick it early. It gives you more options later in the draft for some of your players that have the deeper hero pool.
Yeah, I mean, there's no lane where Invoker just can't play. Like, these TAs and stuff of old, they don't destroy Invoker anymore. He can still play the laning stage just fine here. And I feel like Spirit, they're kind of playing to Avulus's tempo right now by taking away their Monkey King, giving them the Invoker. Feels like Avulus is going to be in the driver's seat for this particular draft. And we're going to see Spirit just kind of responding and trying to limit what Avulus can play.
Yep, so they're trying to remove support heroes that kind of work really well with the Invoker. Another support that's still really good with Invoker and very good into Monkey's Shadow Demon. We saw Soneko play it a couple of times. I'm not the biggest fan of Shadow Demon on position 5. I kind of like it on 4. But if you have like a direct purpose in a game of countering specific hero, then that should be fine, you know, to use it.
I will say, if Spirit wants to play Satanic Monkey King, it does well against all of Zbe's offlaners that he's played so far. Legitimately all of them. He's only played melee guys in the offlane.
I don't like it though. It's just because like Satanic is young. He's new. His hero pool for this team, Monkey King doesn't really fit like what I was kind of describing what he's best at. He loves being highest GPM. He loves translating that into a Roche, into just hitting the buildings, farming incredibly quick. He's like always 2K head net worth above everyone at like 10 minutes in the game. Not really going to happen with Monkey King. Well, it can happen with it, but then it's going to be like that Mickey style Monkey King where you're rotating, taking twin gates, not particularly his play style. While I will say Laurel, his mid Monkey King is phenomenal in any situation. He's one of the few players that will play in any situation and find a way to make things happen by just going around the map with the Samian stride.
I think the only situation we probably would see the Monkey King carries a sniper mid, you know, which has already gotten removed, you know. That was probably the only way I see Spirit running the Monkey King mid. But overall, I agree with Fear that Monkey King is probably more suitable for Lau because of how Satanic plays the game. You want to give him like the hard carry in the game.
I mean, this is always going to be the hardest part about being on any team right now, right? Because like I'm saying what I think is best for them, but they could be in the draft and like Satanic could be like, no, I can do it. No, but he goes for his classic. They're going to pick TA right away. It's really good versus Invoker throughout the game.
Against Pugna as well with the shard, and you can you know, hit your traps to go through the D-Crab. Clockwork also another hero that's really, really good against Pugna. So immediately they are choosing heroes that can deal with the Pugna. And this is also a setup with which they used, I think, in the second game against Shopify yesterday. Clockwork T8, which worked really well.
This is a crazy strong lane, the Clock TA. There's very little that can beat this in lane. There is a world where you're tempted to pick Darkseer because you're against the TA. Enigma, I feel like, does make more sense.
Hold up. Last time they picked this, Soneko played
it was a 5,
right?
Yeah, it was a 5.
This does not mean it's an off lane. It could be either way. And if they pick their carry here, which if they want to keep this flex going, they kind of have to. But how badly do you want to keep this flex going? The Enigma 5, it didn't win. Didn't look terrible, but doesn't look good either.
Would you prefer that? Because Pugna has been played mostly as a 5 as well, right?
Yeah.
Rather than as a 4. Because if you put Enigma 5, then the Pugna turns into a 4, and then that doesn't look like the greatest support duo that has ever lived.
No, that's a cursed support duo. But honestly, Avalus will run cursed support duos, though. That's what they do. They don't really care.
Oh, there we go.
Okay, so it is the offlane. Yeah, I think this makes sense against the TA. You have the Eidolons to peel through the refraction charges. It's very hard to, you know, battery assault in Enigma when he's got the summons to play with him in lane. You've got the double ranged versus Clockwork. That's one way that you can beat that hero in lane. He runs at you, just double hit him, double hit the cog as well.
Yeah, sure. It's very difficult to catch them when you have Lion in the lane. You want to like trap them in the cogs and try to harass them against Lion. It's very, very difficult.
So I will say, I play both TA and I play Enigma, and I prefer to be TA just throughout the entirety of the game. It is very difficult for Enigma to find and black hole you just because you can blink so quickly.
Yeah, with the refraction.
Later on in the game, it doesn't really get any easier. You have the traps as well that can instantly silence you if you're not BKB'd, so you can just play really far back in the fights. Later at level 25, you can bash them through BKB too. There's so many play options where you can do well in the laning stage though for Avalus. Like, this is a lane that could go really bad for the TA, but then again, if TA gets good farms, she can sideblade kill all your Eidolons too.
Yeah.
So it's a very risky pick here. And I think that's just how Ovilus likes to play. They want to play high tempo. They want to destroy the laning stage. And we're going to have another classic Spirit game where they're probably going to be in the driver's seat in the late game here with the more scale. And a lot of teams have had a hard time just breaking Team Spirit's spirit, right? And getting into that early game and taking the Aegises and closing out the game. So it's a risky style for Ovilus to play. They're even going to cement the fact that we're going to take even more of that late game scale with the Magnus here, making going high ground even more difficult, making hitting black holes even more difficult now too.
For the side of Team Spirit, that means we are looking for position 4 on our final pick, no?
Most likely. Something like, maybe like a Rubik though. I kind of like Rubik here against Enigma, Lion. Kind of could work. Yeah. Could work, you know. It's
I
not
like Rubik.
It's not the most popular hero right now.
I mean, Rubik Mag is one of the strongest lanes you can imagine. Like, you lift into Skewer, into Tower, and you've the double nuke as well. If the lane is tough, you just double nuke the wave.
Yeah, there's just so many useful spells to steal this game.
Well, they'll remove the Muerta first, where Team Spirit removed the Slark, but the Rubik still gets banned out in the end.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So the other options are like...
It's like a Hoodwink or something he's been playing.
Yeah.
Not too bad. Yeah, Lion was taken, Muerta's out, Gyrocopter, but I think...
kind of also like Snapfire maybe, and I know it's not the best hero right now, but it has a lot of purpose here with the Clockwork and Magnus setting up for you, and you can have the Shredder to kill the Pugna ward. You're always able to target the Pugna when he's standing behind, life draining or healing his teammates, and you can kill him.
Yeah.
That is a bold prediction.
I think
Snapfire, huh?
I think that's an amazing suggestion, though.
They're just going to go for the Hoodwink.
It's like the better Snapfire right now, unfortunately.
Yeah. It is. I mean, there wasn't many heroes left unless you were going to go really outside of the box, right? But most of these teams, we're on land. We're not going to go outside of the box.
I mean, Ovilus needs... They have 4 ranged heroes. These heroes are kind of squishy. They need a carry that...
Can fight, right?
Like,
you want something that can fight.
Bristle?
They had picked Bristle, Carry, and Slug, you know, previously.
I would not like the Bristle against like Monkey, Hoodwink,
and Magnus.
You
get turned.
You're gonna die, for sure. I mean, the Medusa ban was really good. I think that would have been the best possible hero for them. Morph obviously ban too. Those are by far the best 2 heroes. So now you have to find a hero that's good in lane versus Magnus, but can also scale against Monkey TA. That's definitely not easy, and I think this is where Spirit gets a lot of teams with the carry picks, because you kind of want to play a ranged hero against this Monkey King, but at the same time, you don't want to play these ranged heroes like Drow versus a Magnus, because you are going to get skewered back.
What about carry Naga and you set up for the black hole with the song?
I mean,
it could work against RP
it
as
could
well.
work, but
initiation.
The illusions and what Naga's good at isn't going to really be great versus Monkey Mag.
Yeah, Monkey's one of the harder matchups, actually.
But
just gets a Maelstrom.
It does give you the team fight, which is kind of nice, where I don't think there's a perfect carry. There too many carries are banned right now. And I think they're going to use like all the reserve time here talking about it, because there is no hero that's going to pop out and be the best hero. There's going to be one that is strong in a certain situation, and they're just going to lean into that. And I think the laning stage is what you lean into the most here. Yeah. There we go. I mean, this hero actually is good versus all 3 of them. It's just very rarely do we see a troll in a game of Dota, because there's so many issues with the hero, but good versus Mag in lane, good versus TA in the matchup. Does hard counter the Monkey King as well, so it's a good game for the troll. They found the perfect hero for the game, but is this hero good? That's what we're going to find out.
Is this hero good is the question. The draft is done. Jenkins, final thoughts on what's going to happen on this stage?
I like the troll. I think it's a bold pick.
It's a good troll game.
It's like what Fear said. It counters all of the cores of Team Spirit. So I'm a believer in Ovilus's tenacity.
Okay.
I think
fearlessness.
I think it's very, very slow. We're better for a hero with Enigma and Invoker on your team. I feel like if you make like 1 or 2 mistakes in the early game, this draft is going to be very, very slow. And Team Spirit, they don't have a slow draft, you know, this time around. They have a pretty fast draft with the TA. Good timings, get Roshan, siege your high ground. So I feel like I like Spirits more.
The place where we saw Spirit lacking a little bit in yesterday were those first 15 or so minutes. Do we feel like they fixed that?
Probably not, but they don't. Those first 15 minutes don't matter anyway.
That's just how they play.
Yeah.
All right, well, we're going to find out. Definitely a lot of energy already coming from the players, but from the Paragon Hall as well, and even more energy brought by MLP and Jonix Fire.
Thank you so much, Shiva. We do get into it. Game number 1 between Avulus and Team Spirit. Jonathan, there's a lot of Spirit fans in the crowd right now. What are you thinking?
I think this is going to be an exciting one. I think Avulus has drafted themselves a very unique way of challenging Team Spirit here. Mind you, a lot of people will be looking at Spirit as the favorites, but I don't think you can count Avulus out. Again, maybe a little bit rockier, dropping to the lower bracket after an upper bracket start, but we've seen them take games off of really big teams. We saw their group stages be really tight, a lot of draws across the board. When it comes down to starting to warm into those best of threes, again, upper bracket start didn't work out, into the lower bracket they go. But they did manage to rush Spirit last time around, so I'm keen on seeing if there's anything they picked up here going into this game.
I wonder. We'll have to wait and see. Of course, one of these teams is going to have to go home today, sadly, John, but we've got hopefully 3 games before that does happen. Yeah,
again, this is one of those series where I expect 3 games to come out. You get some specials coming out here in Game 1. Stormer and the Invoker has looked phenomenal as of late, and I'm keen on seeing whether or not they can play off that tempo, because it does feel like you will want to tie into this early Invoker timing. You've got great rotations that can come in, and some pretty big level spikes if your supports manage to snag, say, an extra Wisdom Rune at the 7-minute mark. That can make a very big difference here.
Yeah, Satanic already prepared as well, just in case they want to come for the bounty. See if Avulus do move in. But for now, Eki getting some deep wards in that dire jungle. We'll find Miposhka, but the rotations will income. Eki still trying to walk away. Miposhka closing the gap, but seeing the Eidolons, that'll be enough to force them back. And they're not going to fight either. It should be a 2-for-2 even. Oh, I say that. Stormer does get caught out. The bait was laying, and Satanic does get it. You'd love to see.
Great to get the caster curse out early. Still
sure
looking for
is.
more.
Zibe also caught. Rue still going with Miposhka, trying to find this Enigma. Satanic even joining in, but they'll settle for the Eidolons instead. Still a fantastic start already for Spirit.
I mean, you have to appreciate that movement out from Satanic. They saw the 2 running around on that top jungle. That just opens up the opportunity for the TA to go all in. And the punishment's great. Again, we were just talking about how important it is for Stormer to have a strong start. You don't lose much dying that way, but it doesn't set the tone you'd want, and you end up losing out on the bounty as well, going 2 for 1 with 1 deny out from Stormer at the least. Still, this mid matchup, it is manageable for the Invoker. This is one of those where the Monkey King can still play around, but there's a lot of utility out on Stormer to try to outplay, to at least create some gap spacing here. And again, there's some great support potential for rotations here if you do manage to get some space out in the side lanes down the line.
Speaking of support, Miposhka and Eki going at it here up at the top lane, of course, trying to support their TA Satanic. And you're also going to have the off lane of the Enigma here as well from Zibe. What do you think about this lane, John? Do you feel like there's any problems for the TA in this top lane?
It's not the most threatening. There is a kill threat, of course, but it's kind of hard to try to gap close onto the TA when you've got this Clockwork cutting you off. Great movement out from Miposhka. Battery Assault. It's going to be a challenge for him to play aggressively as well into the Enigma with the Eidolons around, but you're already seeing Satanic get some good side blades out, and that makes things extra awkward there for Zibe. Like, this is one of those things, it's a range matchup for TA. It's a little bit easier to try to line your shots up. And once the levels go up, it can be a lot of damage that the Enigma has to be very wary about. It's all about lane management, utilizing those Eidolons. Can be a bit tough.
Yeah, it gets scary as well because Miposhka does hit level 2 now, so you've got the cogs up, so you don't want to get caught in that as either hero. Could be very, very scary. Of course, bottom lane, you're going to see Seneko and Smiling Knight against Malik and Rue. Another lane where the Troll shouldn't have too many issues, I do not believe. Obviously, you've always got the skill back plays here from Malik to play with, but apart from that, the Troll should be perfectly fine.
That it should be. It's not the highest kill threat lane either for Avulus, but it should be a steady farm lane at the least. Most of this is really down to how much spacing Seneko can create. You do have good reach and poke from Smiling Knight. And for Malik and Rue, it's going to be a little bit awkward. I mean, there's some bushwhack, skewer back plays you can get done, but the Troll being a semi-ranged hero, switching stances, not the easiest one to isolate away that way.
No, certainly not. Seems like it should be a pretty free time here for both carries on either side. Of course, Malik won't mind too much as long as he can secure his own farm, and that he is doing. They aren't able to shut him down too much either. Malik will be forced to back off for now. Eki, meanwhile, top lane has been caught, and Satanic might have another kill on his hands. In fact, Miposhka will take it. But Spirit, they'll be very happy seeing that.
I mean, that's the one thing, right? Like, they were talking a lot in the panel about how this Enigma kind of ruins the Clockwork lane. If you don't drag the Eidolons around with your 4, then it's still an easy target for Miposhka to clear out. And Satanic, he does miss out on a couple of creeps there, leaves the creep wave just a bit, but he's already ahead anyhow. It's not going to hurt the TA. You're already getting that tempo out for Team Spirit very early on. This is going to make it a little bit tough for Eki to start to look for, say, that 4 to maybe 6 minute rotation, maybe wanting to get some spacing out. You already have some great board coverage as well from Spirit to catch some of that sneakiness from Avalos early.
Absolutely. So that mid lane has been a bit more of an even affair. Just one CS between Lal and Stormstormer for now. Of course, Stormstormer have been playing a lot of great Invoker here, and Lal on the Monkey King, nothing to scoff at either. Lal, they're not struggling whatsoever. Stormstorm trying to get aggressive, but there's not really too much he can do, as Lal can always just start stacking up those Jingu Mastery stacks. Stormstormer, in fact, cops the Boundless. Jingu will be there for Lal, but of course he's not going to be able to follow up.
No, but this is the scary timing for the Monkey King on almost any matchup. Double rate bands up, you've got the Boots of Speed up as well, so you can just gap close, keep that pressure up. And Stormstormer is starting to run low on mana, so it's not the comfiest point for the Invoker to try to have some defensive utility on. We'll at least get a Water Rune top up. Again, nothing too exciting yet. Coming out from the side lanes onto mid, likely looking at 6 minutes if they want to try to secure those power runes. And again, the Wisdom runes are going to play a big part. Like, levels are so important for the Avalos supports and the Team Spirit supports. Anyone that can get away with maybe a double, it's going to feel good.
Yeah, Eki's going to be so careful trying to contest these pools, because Maposhka's looking for a Cox every single time he can find it. And of course, you saw how fast Eki can drop if Satanic is around. They are going to try and make a jump in onto the TA, but it's just going to be a bit of harassment. Not really too much you can do right now against this hero.
No, not quite. At least, you know, the side lanes don't connect onto Eki. If he was in the firing line there, you might have just been able to commit onto Miposhka to run down. He does have ground beats as well, but things do stay stable. Laning phase for Spirit is starting to look a lot sharper though. Satanic and Laurel are getting just a little bit more than you'd expect them to, perhaps. I think Laurel less so. Still, some aggression.
Yeah, they're going to try again. Maposhka's still just right around the corner. We'll move in, but the Hex is out. They want to try Maposhka instead. Blood Grenade even thrown out, but they did not have the follow-up stun. It was on cooldown for Eki. So both heroes are going to be perfectly fine from Spirit, but I do appreciate Aviolus that they're trying to get aggressive.
Yeah, look, they want to pressure this TA early. It's like the panel said, the Eidolons are really strong. You don't have the best clear. It protects you from battery assault. They need to apply that laning pressure early, because the timing for Satanic is going to buy some space out later on for Laurel. It will connect nicely once Laurel's rotating around. You know, you work yourself into Blink Dragonlance, Desolator, Roshan becomes a major threat. There's a lot of huge tempo from Satanic if he does get a free lane. And so far, despite that pressure, he's still finding that edge in CS.
You saw Maposhka did rotate through the Twin Gate, but doesn't seem like he's found an opening yet. Meanwhile, mid lane, Rue did rotate for the 6-minute power route, but it looks like he may just go down as Rue eventually will drop. Lal's going to try and trade. Boundless Strike is there, but Eki now showing up. Lal's in huge trouble. And with that, it might just be another death coming out here for Team Spirit, though Lal is going to be all right. The TP rotation proving to be enough to force them back.
Yeah, not even a full commitment out from TP, a quick cancellation coming out there, because there's no real opportunity, but you got to love that idea from Avalos.
They are still trying. Lal is not safe. He thought he had a moment, but that was not the case, and Lal is going to go down. Aviolus keeping the supports around, ensuring they still find that kill.
I mean, they saw the TP cancel, right? Like, it was right within Fog. It was a little bit more forward on the TP, and they get that opportunity. This is the time we were talking about. This is that great support potential when you have a line, when you have a Pugnant. There's a lot of damage that both of these supports play into with the Invoker, setting up for a bit of a Wisdom Rune steal here.
Well, that was the one loss, right? With that rotation in mid, you kind of gave up both Wisdom Runes here against Team Spirit. But Poshka, he'll happily die for this. It's well worth his life. Even he gets a deny as well. Oh, you could not ask for any more than that. That is perfect.
That's that splash damage from the Ancient Black Dragon. Cleans up, makes it very worthwhile. You're hurting a little bit. We talked about the importance of those Wisdom Runes. Both supports do want to hit fast 6. And just having a way to equalize after that rotation mid into having around the same timing into hookshot with, say, Finger and Life Drain does boost the chances for Spirits to also start to find their own aggressive timings, as Laurel does hit 6. It doesn't feel like he's got the most comfy time to try to rotate, but at the very least, they're keeping Rue around now, leaving that bot lane free for Malik and for Smiling Knight to just poke each other, where Smiling Knight's just going to be able to slowly build up. I would say you are still getting more on Team Spirit. Like, this top lane for Satanic is just a little bit much. And again, the panel talked about this, but this guy can always find himself a 1 to 2k lead very early on.
Bushwhack is out. Double Boundless Strike as well from Lal. At the very least, Eki should drop, but a nice tornado buying a bit of time as Seneko is also going to rotate in, and Lal now needing to back off them. Maposhka just running right in like a Giga Chat, trying to get it done himself, but he's going to feed his life away. He could not reach the Lion. Eki will survive, and Team Spirit, they'll lose the support. Seneko still trying. They're going to give it another crack. In fact, Boundless does kill Eki this time around. Seneko was still trying to move forward with the backup of Stormer, but he's seen enough.
Just a little bit greedy on the tail end there for Avalos, but some nice plays coming in. Good saves coming out from Seneko, getting that decrep in time to increase the gap spacing for a Lion. And again, the disruptiveness of Storm in the middle of these fights is not to be underestimated. That is one of the stronger points, of course, of the Invoker early on, even with just the Quas Wax. It is a highly disruptive hero. For the most part here on Team Spirit, though, you're still very happy. Again, Satanic's free farming. You've got this Magnus that is just jungling with some big stacks now for Malik. Does have level 3 in power, so he's free to clear it, hit this timing into Blink, and then start to connect with the Monkey King. The early timings for Team Spirit are still lining up despite all this aggression so far.
Eki's still hanging around this dire triangle. It seems like they really want to intervene with these stacks being taken. Is Eki now going to run right into Ru, but Lal is behind him still. Lal not feeling confident enough to try and jump in. Will let Ru die. So once again, Avulus proving to be quite aggressive here with the support duo off the back of Stormer. I don't think you're quite ready to pressure this mid-tier 1 tower yet, but they are going to try and at least chip away with this Nether Blast spam.
I mean, you do have the capability, right? We always talk about with Pugna, low committal push. Yeah, this is even them taking it without Zibe and, say, the Eidolons to speed this process up. Just these 3 heroes alone, already enough to force the first Fortify out and a couple of TPs in to hold that spot. Again, opening up the side lanes just a bit, which Team Spirit doesn't mind quite. Still lacking the levels to really look for the burst plays. I think if you had the double wisdoms, you could be into your level 6s at this point, or at least level 5 for Eki. And then you can really consider that burst.
They're going to get away with it as well. Ru backed off for a moment. The T1 tower is down. Avulus finding a very important objective here in game 1. And you mentioned that though, while this is happening, Satanic is free farm. He's all the way at the top of the net worth board and completely uncontested. And I think even with that mid-tier 1 tower going down, Team Spirit will be very happy knowing that nobody's really messing with their carry yet.
Yeah, it's already quite fast here for Satanic. Dragonlance up straight into the Desolator. Trying to go for a smoke play out in Avulus. This is the target they need to find, but Miposhka has his body forward to break this if they're not careful.
I mean, he's very good at just tanking all the ganks here in this clockwork. It's very hard to catch out Satanic when Miposhka's around, though they are going to wrap around and avoid Miposhka altogether. Satanic, though, still right by the tier 1 tower. It's not easy with the TP rotations that could come in at any moment. Even Smiling Knight now going to join his team. At the very least, they could pressure this top T1, but they really want the TA, but the Earth Spike not going to land. They did land the Dust at the least. Tornadic MP is out. Here comes Lala, try and help out with the Wukong's come out of the bushwhack. Going to lock them down. Oh boy. Stormer in big trouble. The Black Hole committed, but Zibe, is there enough backup? Smiling Knight's going to give it a crack, but it's not enough. They'll stop chasing for now, though. They'll back out of Seneko, still in trouble. Miposhka wants his kill. Does he have it? Eki does go down in the meantime. Cogs will miss. Miposhka's going to try with the Cogs pushback, but it's not enough. Seneca's still running. Rocket Flare to give the vision, but they don't have the stun. At least they'll get another one out of there, but it's still a great fight here for the side of Spirit.
That it is, and all those threats you mentioned there, Mike, came into play. They forced that movement up top quite hard. They were set up on Satanic to just try to dodge. The combination coming out from Stormer is great, and the Black Hole to try to break it up was nice, but the damage was done. You're not that durable yet in Stormer. He's still trying to go in.
Peak committed. They've got the Invoker. It's a huge pick-off now for Spirit. They'll take Stormer down. Malik, of course, zero hesitation with that initiation.
And that's what they need to kind of clean up. They already won top. They already forced out Black Hole as well. They managed to get the cherry on top, which is Stormer. Again, this Invoker is such a key part for Avulus in finding that tempo. The supports aren't quite at 6 yet, trying to soak into that point now. But they've got a great game state lined up for themselves on Team Spirit. You still have all the space in the world coming out for Satanic. You've got that blink up and running on Malik. You've got free control of your triangle. No forward vision, no wards, no nothing to stop this constant flash farming on the stacks. And that's just accelerating Laurel and Malik after a little bit more of a back and forth lane early on.
Yeah, you question what they do about it now as Avulus, right? Like, it's not like the Troll's not farming, but it's never safe against a TA who's just going to out-farm you every single time. And of course, the mid-game timing of this TA, Monkey King Mag, could be a real nuisance to try and deal with as Avulus. Top lane, they're going to start pressuring again. Miposhka is around to try and defend this slowly but surely. They'll bring Stormer over as well. The question is, do Team Spirit want to commit more bodies for this defense? It seems like the answer is going to be no.
Now, this is pretty much the strength of Avalos' draft in comparison to Spirit. They've got Eidolons, they've got Alacrity that can come in, Netherblast, they've got a Troll who, once Smiling Knight's comfy enough to join in these sieges, does speed it up quite a fair bit. So that's where Avalos needs to play with her strength. If they don't have teamfight, try to look for at least an opportunity to shove in. Spirit just using the space nicely to farm up. They've already got the Diffusal Blade up on Laurel. And again, everything's kind of tying in together. Free space for Satanic. Just having Miposhka kind of babysit at the moment. Level 6 still on its way. Again, with Hookshot, with all of the mobility you have on Team Spirit, that's where things get relatively exciting. They should have a lot of angles to try to start to punish Scout. King and Simeon Stride. Things can go southbound for Avalos if they're not too careful once that momentum starts in Spirit.
Oh, absolutely. You're getting close to that mark as well. Like, Desolator's about to be built up on this TA. Malik's got his Blink up working towards a BKB. Like, the core items are up if they want to try and start moving, but if Team Spirit are allowed to just keep free farming like this, they'll happily take it. There's just no need to try and rush. Avila's taking their own time as well, just giving their own space to Smiling Knight. Of course, he is almost at that Battle Fury timing, but it is a bit maybe on the slower end here, John, for the Troll Warlord, especially considering you are up against a TA. Never going to be fun to play that slower style of game. Especially once these BKBs are up on Spirit, you know they're going to want to go.
Yeah, it's just, it's already at that point, but at Deso up, as you mentioned there. Slowly poking down bot, no defense to come out from Avalos so far. They're still waiting for their own timings as well. I mean, Siba is trying to go into the aura play as the Enigma has the drums to try to sustain a teamfight siege straight into the Crimson Guard, which can mitigate quite a fair bit of the damage coming in from, say, Laurel, from Satanic, of course. I'm not sure if you have really the highest HP to make the best barriers yet, but it does help to try to sustain through a prolonged engagement and maybe try to save down your squishier support who you're relying on, right? Like the big strength of that Pugna is just managing to get the decrypt off, managing to get that life drain off, and we can see here just how well Satanic has been dodging the ganks. Like every single move up top has not worked out. He has not died whatsoever. His team's ready to back him up, and just beautiful use of coordinating his team and just great reading of the map.
Oh god, I love this technology. Fantastic stuff. Satanic's certainly doing a fantastic job of just avoiding everything so far, except maybe this fight, because you don't want to give up Roshan like this. Avilos will get it started. The question is, do Team Spirit know and do they want to fight? It won't be a long Roshan either. Smiling Knight's going to move in to ensure they get it done quick enough. Team Spirit, for now, the way they're positioned, it does not seem like they're interested in trying to contest, if they even know.
No. And they do have the flare at least scouting out, but it's already at a very low point. Smiling Knight's going to be able to clean up nicely here. And the side of Team Spirit, they get the second best thing. Siege onto mid, take a tier 1, but Eki's already TPing in into a Monkey King is a little bit risky.
Well, Roshan will go down. Smiling Knight to pick up the Aegis. First Roshan of the game to go the way of Avilos. Meanwhile, mid lane, they are looking to see if they can pounce on anybody. Stormstorm are going to show up. Lyle gets a Boundless Strike. Slows him down with the Diffusal Blade as well, but nothing really to come out of it. Just poking and prodding. A few warning shots here from the Spirit.
Yeah, the response from Avalos, again, is a little bit scattered. Some disconnect in the movement across. Eki's forced to cancel TP because he's going for the tier 1 def when the rest of his team just wanted Roshan back off. Now they're just kind of scattered around the map. Team Spirit, despite playing into Aegis, they still have this 5k advantage. We'll see how much Avalos can get out if they can start to farm and get a lot of value out from this Aegis on a Smiling Knight. With the Battle Fury up, it certainly should have a faster farm space here for our Troll. It's just, it's still not comparing to Satanic. This guy just keeps finding all the farm. Every single game we've watched, he's at least 2k up.
Yeah, he's about 400 gold away from having the full blink up as well. And again, Malik's still getting closer to that BKB. Is now Smiling Knight. Going to run into Miposhka. You've got a trap to help out. Hook shot away from Miposhka is going to create the space. And Smiling Knight could not secure the kill.
I mean, it's such a small thing, but even missing out on the Clockwork kill.
Stormer. This will be a big one if they can get it. And they've caught it. Oh, that's a great pick-off here for Spirit.
It's just down to just, again, a little bit of that vision game Monkey King, Clockwork, and TA can provide forward scouting. They'll try to smoke off the back of that.
This would be a great pickup as well. Malik has been called out, and immediate battle transfer to skewer away. Malik's still going to be perfectly fine. They even use battle trans for this. Smiling Knight, he might be a sitting duck now. Look at the damage from Satanic. Meanwhile, a Black Hole committed. They do at least kill off Carl, but how do you save this troll Warlord? Malik's coming in. RP committed. They've got Smiling Knight. It's too easy. It's too easy for Team Spirit.
It gets scary for Avalos if this is the kind of team fights you're getting. They tried to capitalize on thinking that the monkey can split apart.
How do you find your way out of this one? Storm around the corner. Maposhka just going to cogs him up here. And the Enigma can go absolutely nowhere as the Melt Strike going to connect. Zibe is down. Can they at least pick up Maposhka? The answer is absolutely not.
Yeah, and again, like we were talking about early, if this game goes either way early on, like a slight advantage snowballing, it becomes very hard to recover. Avalos, their key thing with this draft is like high push potential, early timing on a troll who has a relatively good lane, sieging into tier 2s after a team fight. None of that's lining up. You've got a 9k lead now for Team Spirit. They take care of the Aegis, they have no cares. Blinks up now, like you mentioned there, on Satanic, straight for the Daedalus into the BKB. And it doesn't even feel like Satanic needs to rush the BKB over the damage. There's just no threat right now from the side of Avalos. They need to find a way to get their initiation lined up. So far, they've got Eki with a blink. They're going to have to rely a lot in this line to try to look for an opening somehow.
Smiling Knight, is he going to defend the T1? He's going to show himself. The Team Spirit, they were around, but they decide better of it. They're not quite interested in diving this T1 tower for a kill attempt onto the troll. And you saw last team fight, they really had absolutely zero issues dealing with him. The Smiling Knight now without the Aegis, more of a sitting duck.
It gets really scary. You've got that full BKB up and running now on Malik. So your counterplay in Lion just instantly hexing up. Not going to be there. Very quick for Malik. Again, he had all the room in the triangle. They shared farm with Laurel nicely. They'll at least find themselves a Tormentor here on the side of Avalos. A free one for Eki with the Essence Eater. It can be nice getting a little bit of that drain off. It's not been a fun game for Eki so far. I don't think you're going to be able to sustain through something like that to just slow down the side of Team Spirit. And for Team Spirit, this game is just simplifying in a very fast pace. Now, RP is there. It doesn't feel necessary for the most part. Malik's been getting 1-man, 2-mans. No pressure to land the big ones. You've got a lot of ways of backing you up. Again, the vision game just gets worse and worse as the game goes on.
He's going to try and swipe away the Wisdom Rune at the 21-minute mark. This could work against him if he's not too careful. Team Spirit, not quite around the area, so he might just get away with this freely. He'll give it a crack, and it seems like nobody's going to come in and try to intervene. So no problems here for Stormer. Keep in mind, Malik did pick up that very quick BKB now on the Magnus. I'm kind of expecting at any moment for Team Spirit to want to group up and smoke. They even got a Chrysalis up now on the TA to boot, so plenty of damage to come in, and there's your smoke coming out. It's the perfect time to go. You've hit so many spikes now on Spirit, and you see Smiling Knight, they'll move in. RP out immediately, he is just gone. Absolutely disappears as Seneko. Not going to be so lucky either, I don't think.
I mean, I love this vision game out from Team Spirit. We were talking about all the things they could use. Even just the warding is on point. Miposhka with that deep ward behind the tier 1, enabling them to make that aggressive play with knowing there's no backup. And they've got so much damage right now on the side of Team Spirit. Avalos, again, it's almost feeling that like that timing starting to slip away from them. This is an Enigma that has no blink, no BKB, no way of trying to turn these fights around easily. And this is a troll that's just constantly getting picked off. All you have is Battle Fury, SNY. It's nice to sustain up front. It isn't the best damage in the world yet.
I mean, even if it without the damage, it's just so much control from Team Spirit. It makes it so hard for him to actually get any right clicks off here as Avulus. They're going to smoke up as 3 now, trying to move back into their own triangle. Malik is there. They'll make the jump in with the Hex out. Eki's setting up perfectly. Do they have enough follow-up damage? Malik, he'll get the BKB up in time and still skewer away. Zibe, does he want to maybe throw a black hole out to secure the kill?
Oh, no! No!
Not like that! Not like that! Satanic now moving in. Seneko is down. Stormer still in a bit of danger. Oh, the 4-star pin was still to the low ground. Do they want to keep going? But Posh is at a hook shot if he does make his way over. Eki's going to get caught. Lol, he'll finish off one, and now Smiling Knight. Smiling Knight is not smiling, John. He's a very unhappy man. On the cliff he goes. He'll take at least Malik down, but he is going to drop to boot. Stormer trying to get away. Satanic will just chase him up
and eventually Lol's going to find him.
Lord.
Balance a little bit off the mark, but it doesn't matter. Do they have the dust? Yes, they do. It's domination here from Team Spirit, Jonathan. Domination.
That is just demoralizing. Mind you, it's again a difficult game for Ziba to even consider anything like a big black hole. He just got his blink now and didn't quite have an angle to go into, was forced to just try on the low ground.
He waited too long.
Misses out, and man, I mean, that's exactly how you should react. It's getting very demoralizing if you're an Avalos fan, or even just the team. Again, it feels like your timings are all off. You couldn't siege with your Enigma. You couldn't siege with your Pugna past the tier 1s. And your Troll is just nowhere near online. Like, this is a long way to go for Smiling Light to have that impact. At the least, again, Sibe with the blink now shouldn't miss out in black holes in the next few fights once that black hole is back up.
Yeah.
The issue is, can he actually channel that black hole when they've got hookshot, when they've got RP, when they've got so many ways to manage him pre-BKB and post-BKB? It's still not a simple game.
Well, in a game like this, you really can't hesitate to black hole either. Like, we saw RP without hesitation from Malik, and that's exactly what you need to see from Zibe, right? Like, even if it's just a one-man, you've just got to get it done. Take someone out of the team fight and give yourself the advantage in numbers. As they are hunting Lal, gonna find a nice boundless. We'll catch Seneko mid-TP, and that'll be another kill to go the way of Team Spirit. The very least, they'll get Sipe out of there. But Avulus now seeing... Oh, RP! Oh. Malik from the high ground will drag Smiling Knight right into the loving arms of Lal. And Smiling Knight
couldn't even ult.
Still has nothing to smile about this game one.
It's just been disastrous for Avalos in the safe lane. This Troll, we haven't felt its impact. We heard the panel. It looked like a good Troll game.
Oh, poor old Eki. He's not out either. Lal chasing him down. Eki gonna get caught. I'll see you later, mate.
Oh, it's rough. It's rough for Avalos. I don't know how you find the space. I don't know how you play into all of this vision. Look at all these traps from Team Spirit. All across the map, keeping good vision. They've got great wards up front. Keeping track of everything, very sneaky, hard to play into.
Oh no, not again.
Oh, no.
Satanic moving in. Oh. Stormer! Gets out. Satanic, he'll pay respect. He'll hand him a tip. But he got lucky.
Oh yeah, very lucky. If only there was a ward, or if only there was a support nearby with some dust, would have been able to hammer in that kill right before. But you take these small wins in Avalos. No, you waste a little bit of time. You're trying to get space down bot, trying to farm up. The issue is they are also very aware on Team Spirit with all of the vision they have, where exactly you have room to try to build up. And
Malik looking to skewer away, doesn't want to borrow it anymore. There's just too many numbers here. Seneco's still trying to get within range for a decrep, but never really gets there. In the meantime, you did see Satanic, he just took a free T2 tower. Just by himself, just quickly takes it. Nobody there to defend. 20k advantage now for Team Spirit. And Avulus, they're not out of the game yet. There's certainly a chance for them to make a big comeback. And really, it only takes one big team fight, but that team fight just has not shown itself at all.
No. And again, we were looking through all of the wards that Team Spirit set up for themselves. If you want to make a move in Avulus, it has to be off the back of a big smoke play, and you really have to smoke all the way back on your high ground. You are not finding free room around in these side spots where you normally start to smoke gank from to find success. Just again, there's traps, there's wards, there's the flare flying around, there's this Monkey King just jumping through the tree line from Laurel. Roshan is spawning up as well, and it is a quick one as Laurel's already camping up top. Not going to take long for Team Spirit to clear it. Again, they've got the vision advantage, they've got the map control advantage, they've got a TA. It is not going to take long for Satanic to have the safety net up.
No, absolutely not. And keep in mind, the first Roshan went the way of Avulus, and they really weren't able to get anything done with that Aegis that was picked up. But Poshka, hookshot off the mark, just barely. Zeki does manage to blink south. Maybe they can move at least into this clockwork, but they're even afraid of that. They just don't know who else is there. They seem to have no idea Roshan was happening this whole time. And so Team Spirit, they'll get away with the secondary Roshan. Nice and easy.
That Rosh for Avulus works against them. Because Team Spirit doesn't clear it, you don't hear the roar because it's not the same team damaging it. And again, because the map is so dark for Avulus across the river, they just don't know where the rest of Team Spirit are. They're starting to respect this mobility that they have with the blinks, with the Monkey King up. Maybe respect it a little bit too much, but you know, you don't want to take a risk for just a clockwork kill. You can't fault them for that safe play, but At this point, some risk is required for Avalos to try to reel things back because Team Spirit are in cruise control. 6-20, 19k lead, an insane lead for Satanic once again. Your answers are starting to shrink down here.
They might go high ground right now. There's really nothing in the way of stopping them, and of course Malik can always have a look around, see if he can find a nice skill back play to the low ground. Satanic basically just two-shots everybody right now, so there's just no fear that you're lacking anything here from Team Spirit. Glyph will be forced. Satanic, though, will not be backing off anytime soon. You've got to give us more than that. Roshan man down. There's your skill play. Malik with the new axe up. Who will reveal the horn toss? Eki down with buyback.
Eki's a big kill. Again, they need to... He's one of their only 2 Blink initiations right now outside of Sibit with the Blink. And with the Lion gone, a buyback to commit in the line isn't the biggest, but it's just a free take on the racks, just like that.
Nice and easy. Again, Team Spirit, they came to play today. No messing around. Maybe get the top racks gone. Avula's still not looking like they want to defend. They've got to get everyone else back to the base. I mean, Team Spirit, they're not stopping. BKB's now up on the Enigma, on the Troll, and on Satanic. The Satanic has his on the Courier. Here we go. We'll see if they can make use of these BKBs and win a team fight here. Satanic is the big target. They'll Tornado up first. Smiling Knight looking to try and move in. Meanwhile, Malik, keep in mind, he does have the RP up whenever. They've got to be careful. RP not coming out yet. They'll get the Hex off in time. Eki may have saved the day. Malik, though, has not died yet. Stormstorm, in the meantime, just trying to get away from this team fight. They need a reset, but he's down. The Rocket Flare will take him out. He's got buyback available. Meanwhile, Smiling Knight trying to move in, losing half his HP. Satanic, he'll still hold on to the Aegis. They want to hold the black hole for that secondary life of the TA.
It could have been a little bit rougher for Avalos. Forced to buy back only on the line or holding back on Stormer. Big thing for Team Spirit, they actually hold on to the Roche banner. It's still alive, it's enabling them to take these other axes.
Jump in again, and they've got Eki. That's a dieback immediately on the Lion. A big kill. Stormstormer, he'll buy back. Spirit still looking to move in. Avula's still looking for a way to start this fight. They want that Aegis gone first. But Satanic, just look at that damage output. RP committed. Malik, he'll drag them right to the TA. They'll at least get the Aegis. They've lost Smiling Knight. They have lost their carry. Zippy's gone a boot, they call it. GG, game 1 to go the way of Team Spirit. And Avulus, they've got to get back to the drawing board here, John. It just wasn't even close.
No, it certainly wasn't. There was an idea with this strat. Again, a lot of good siege potential. The mid lane matchup, you know what? It wasn't too bad for Stormstormer. They had a lot of good rotations in. It felt like the side lanes just weren't applying enough pressure. We saw that spacing out from Miposhka. Eki was walking so far out as a line into a clockwork without the Eidolons. It's just free pickings for Team Spirit. And when you give Team Spirit these tools to start to snowball early on, you lose your tempo. This was a almost very heavy tempo draft from Avalos. They took some tier 1s. Beyond that point, they couldn't cross the river.
Yeah, absolutely. As you can see, the crowd very, very happy to see Spirit pulling off game 1. I wonder what Avulus change up, though. I mean, obviously, you and I, we want a close game here in the arena. John, what do you think really needs to be changed here going into game 2?
I think their laning ideas have to come out a little bit stronger. Like, say, for example, the Pugna Troll lane isn't the most synergetic. Maybe it's just a little bit more defensive, but it doesn't really apply pressure onto Malik. It's a solo farming lane. They couldn't invade Triangle. You want some more early activity for Avalos, not just in the concept of pushing objectives, but also applying pressure in the laning phase early on.
And absolutely. We'll see if they are going to indeed change that up. Again, it was a very one-sided match. Satanic, props to him, John. He had all the space in the world, but my goodness, this man, when he wants to farm, he farms quick. Nobody's holding him back. And nobody's holding our panel back either, John, who are ready to speak to us about this game 1.
We're ready to talk about this game. Number 1, this was a pretty one-sided affair. A lot of working out there behind the chairs, but we needed them to work out in the chairs. As Avalos, they fall here in, I would say, quite spectacular fashion. I'm here with Winterfear and Jenkins. Jenkins, this was not pretty for Avalos.
Yeah, this was quite devastating. I will say it was not the highest degree of devastation which we have seen in this tournament, but this late into a tournament, you don't expect for a match to look this one-sided. Avalos did pick Troll Warlord, which I believe is a very questionable hero in the eyes of a lot of people. And you can kind of see why. He had decent farm. We'll go ahead and ignore this black hole that's happening right now. I want to shout out to Satanic. He just did the typical, this guy is impossible to gank. He is the true 1v5 carry of Dota right now, and the only way that you can do this and be on a team that's doing 4 Protect 1 is to have the game sense that he has.
Yeah, and I definitely think if Satanic and the rest of Spirit stick to just picking his heroes, it's like the Medusa, the TA, the Alchemist, and a Morphling, this team is going to be very scary, and I'm glad that they didn't switch this Monkey King to the position 1 role, because like what Satanic does for this team is so invaluable. Like, he always does well in the laning stage. He's always 2 to 3k net worth above everyone else in the game by 10 minutes as well, and it's very hard to shut down, and that allows you to hit this timing where you can just group up as a team, and then you're almost unstoppable because your carry is just online so quickly.
Well, the good news for Arvelous is probably next game they're going to be on the first pick side. You know,
Yes.
second pick side, a lot of teams have trouble, you know, solving the problem. You know, how do you pick heroes? Well, what heroes to pick, you know, on the second pick
It was a
side?
perfect troll game, Winter.
Yeah, sure. Fear, you know, troll. But next game they're not going to have to worry about that because they have the first pick, most likely.
Yeah.
And they're going to be able to plan their draft accordingly around that. So I'm going to probably see something more stable, you know, from Arvelous in that regard. So they have to just, you know, let the first game go, forget about it, and just focus on the next game.
Yeah, and I do know that Satanic obviously had a fantastic game, never died. But I also want to focus on the other lanes that happened, because I thought Troll Pugna was supposed to be doing pretty okay against Mag Hoodwink Fear, or was that already in the books as a lane that Troll would not win?
I don't know if you're gonna like win it hard. Like, the synergy between Pugna and Troll aren't really the best. Like, sure, they're okay, they're strong. You shouldn't really shut down the Troll's farm whatsoever. But I also don't think they're gonna crush a Hoodwink Magnus lane. That lane is incredibly strong. So I think overall, like, it should have been like a draw, I suppose. But the biggest issue that Troll had in this game is like, you don't have any power spike on this hero that is before like 3 or 4 items. And we saw that throughout the entirety of the game. Like, these traps are at least helping out. These TA can do a little bit of burst damage. Troll, until he has like BKB, SNY, Battle Fury, he can't really enter the fights, and he never got those items.
Here's a question. Name a good Battle Fury carry.
Dragon Knight.
That doesn't count. That's built in.
Maybe Ursa is the only one.
Ursa is okay, and only in, like, we have to last pick counter Alchemist sort of situations, where it's like the perfect Ursa game. It doesn't feel like perfect hero games exist right now. There's just all the last pick heroes that used to be really imba, like the Broods and the Huskars of the world, Meepo as well, like, there just exist counters to them. They've been nerfed to the point where they're more on the normal side of heroes. There's like no perfect games anymore.
Yeah. That's why I brought up the second pick phase. You know, the second pick phase just doesn't feel like when you are at 24 pick, like you have anything really, really good, you know.
Yeah.
Maybe it has something to do with having too many bans, or just teams are just really, really good at utilizing the bans, you know. So it's just much easier to plan your draft around the first pick side.
Well, then Avalus is definitely preparing for that game number two. In game number 1, though, Fear, there was one moment in this game that you thought was particularly interesting.
Yeah, this is when Avalus actually managed to get Roshan. Things are looking up for them, but I kind of just want to point out like the gameplay here. You do have Invoker, he's dead. You're trying to make a play. It felt like a bit like desperation here. You could reset with the Aegis, but you go for a play here, and this is typical Troll gameplay. You just press R, hope they die within that duration. Now you're just chasing them halfway across the map, and now Smiling Might is in a World of Trouble Rue with a great bushwhack there. Managed to stop him. Of course, you do kill the Monkey King, but at what cost was it? You lose your Aegis, you lose your tempo, you lose your timing, all of that, and it's just sad to see. It feels like, kind of shows the pressure that Avalus is feeling. Like, they're trying to play faster than they should. They should use that Aegis to farm up, because Troll is a good late game hero. You just have to get there, you gotta chill, and you can't really make these plays with this hero.
Yeah, there were no plays to be made also of being that far behind in a game of Dota. And they were behind from a point in the game that brings us to our Kitty Award of the game, I believe, Winter, because there was a pivotal moment about 11 minutes into the game.
Yeah, we saw how the vision, you know, is going to play a really pivotal role here. In the game, we knew that there's a ward here in the gate that saw Smiling Knight trying to gate over, and they kind of gave Spirit a lot of ample time to react with the TA. He doesn't really die here, and his team is also smoking and trying to connect over. He dodges the stun, he gets tornadoed, but here comes Poshka trying to save the day here, and Lau just arrives just in the nick of time, you know, with the stun to save the TA. He gets out, and they get like 2 kills here, and yeah, this is just the first turning point of the game, you know.
Yeah, and I hope that it's going to be something that Avalos will not underestimate in game number 2, the vision of Team Spirit. We're going to see the two teams again after a break.
Takes more than money to force a change. Takes more than time to heal the pain. Heart break will light the fire. Heart break will light the fire. Fire will light the fire. isn't enough to wish for change. You either give in or pull away. We have the will to choose our fate. Whether it's wrong or right, I'm holding on for life, for the ride.
When we came into this tournament, we had a really rough series of scrims, and our confidence as a team was honestly quite low. But yeah, we made it into the upper bracket. For us, it's the first time on like a tier 1 tournament, really. There's definitely a big sense of improving, yeah. Working really hard to look at replays, see what we really did wrong, and we're not really sugarcoating anything. If you feel like somebody messed up, then that person is being directed. So yeah, absolutely. There's definitely improvement all over the place. Definitely everybody has a strong work ethic, yeah. Like this team, when I already joined it, I understood it's very try-hardy, even more try than any other team I've been to. Because even when I joined on the first week of this team, we just played qualifiers for, it was another tournament. And I already realized between 2 games, it was an official game, 1 and 2, my team on Discord was opening the stream already looking at the replay. They were not resetting. I was like, holy, okay, this team is serious. And honestly, yeah, that didn't change too much. Like, we are really critical about things, and I think everybody is working really hard. So yeah, absolutely. I do think it's important to keep a balance, and I think everybody individually can still do what they want. It's just that I think everybody, after we lose a special, is already thinking, okay, what can they communicate to the teammates, or what can they improve themselves to win that game? Everybody's looking at the replays. Nobody's like lazy about it or something. Nobody's saying like, whatever, let's just go next. That really doesn't happen. We're looking at every single replay, so I absolutely love it. Like, I'm really looking forward to playing in front of the arena with this team for the first time. I think actually for Xille and Eki, it's going to be the first time to play in front of a crowd for Dota. So I'm really looking forward to it. It's been also a while for me. Yeah, I'm really thrilled to play on stage.
If they want to extend their stay here for ESL One Bangkok, they need to strike back against Team Spirit. We're close to heading into game number 2 between Avilis and Team Spirit, as it is 1 game up for Team Spirit in this elimination series. A lot of pressure, but you heard it from Stormstormer, and also earlier this tournament, we heard it from the team as well, that even after a loss, if their mental is high, if they're in good spirits, they will have what it takes to strike back. And you heard it from my panel as well, Jenkins. It's just as simple as this time their first pick. So they're better.
Yeah, I don't doubt these boys and their ability to strike back. You know, they've got a very good ability to speak about the games, and whatever system they have, which I'm not entirely privy to, it's clearly working, because they've had other series where game 1 looks really bad, and then people are like, oh, who are these new guys? Like, they're bad, or they shouldn't be here, or whatever. And then game 2, it's like, oh, that's who they are. And I do agree that this team looks a lot better with first pick, just based on their play style and their hero pools.
Yeah, I think most teams do look better on first pick, because second pick is incredibly hard to just use in general, but I definitely agree with that, and they will get it this time around, which is nice for them for all the reasons we did mention. I do want to say like how they are talking about improvement, and I feel like that's the case for a lot of teams right now. It's more of a question of who's improving the fastest, right?
Yeah.
I feel like Spirit's improving really quick. We saw Liquid, they have like incredible improvement this tournament as well. Ovilus, yeah, they've been improving, but every team is improving so fast, you just have to keep up. And Spirit, I wonder what your plan is this type of game around. You did ban the Magnus, I like that adjustment, but are you going to be able to deal with the TA again?
Yeah, they open up straight away on the side of Avilis with the Invoker again. This time the Monkey King that was first picked by Spirit against it in the previous game has already been banned out by themselves, so they'll come up with a different answer to it. And it will be that Templar Assassin. And you could, in theory, just even put it mid, so even that is still flex pick.
Yeah, I think the lane, you know, is something that they have to really think about it, how did the Enigma Lion accomplish what they were supposed to do in the last game. I felt like it wasn't really good enough, you know. Maybe they have to try to get something like a Dawnbreaker this time, you know. But I'm sure that there's a high chance that Spirit's gonna ban it in the second phase with their 1 ban. So if you don't get the Dawn, what is the other hero that could actually lane into the TA? There's a lot of strength heroes which doesn't really do so well in the lane.
Yeah, I mean, TA's biggest strength is you don't really beat this hero in the laning stage.
Yeah.
It's pretty difficult to do. I think they tried to go for that route with Enigma, but if you do overcompensate by trying to beat the lane really hard and you fail, it gets really ugly, as we saw last game there. So just any of the strength heroes is fine with me. I think the position 4 is the big answer. I'd love to see Hoodwink against the TA. Like, whatever it might be, it can be paired with a Centaur. I honestly don't care, but anything that can reposition the TA so the strength hero can trade and be aggressive and you're not just getting melded without trading whatsoever.
I would say just generally a strong lane. I don't necessarily think you try to beat the TA. I think you pick 2 laners which will trade farm with the TA. Because the heroes that would beat TA is like Venomancer, Viper, heroes that just aren't good. We saw Falcons try the Viper yesterday.
That's a bad thing.
It didn't work. Yeah, Batrider. Eki, if Eki is feeling like playing Batrider, which he has not played once in this tournament. I mean, you can do some Nyx Darkseer and like cut the wave and just play to farm. That's also an option. But I think, yeah, the overcompensation is where you run into issues. You're not going to beat it, especially Satanic on TA.
I'm not really feeling the Nyx Darkseer so much because Nyx is not a really good hero into TA because there's Carapace. He doesn't really care about Carapace. The Shard on the TA is in fact very, very good into the Nyx. So I'm not so sure about that route even. But the Nyx Darkseer does give you like a very good team fight later, and you have Invoker, so you have Sunstrike when you're going for those pickoffs. So there's that going for the Nyx Darkseer in this game.
I feel like this Darkseer TA matchup is so much different than what it used to be, right? Like now all of a sudden you are this TA, you have like this facet where you can meld strike cleave through everything. The refraction changed a long time ago where it doesn't just burn it right away.
No,
it still has to burn. It still has to eat through all of that, which I feel like doesn't hard counter it. And then of course, Darkseer itself as a hero, you want to play a lot around your wall, where wall against a TA illusion is really not that powerful. But they're going to go ahead and pick up the Batrider on side of Team Spirit. Team Spirit has been showing for the last couple tournaments I've watched them in, they put a high value in repositioning heroes. They really like the Magnus, they really like their Batrider as well. They try to get these in every single draft, and they want to play, and this is why they look so good late game too. It's because they always find that pick on that really important core, and then get that kill and get them back into games that might be difficult.
There's that Nyx Assassin, Darkseer. They run this a lot.
Yeah.
This is something that Spirit also knows was coming.
I'm definitely already played against this in the group stage.
Mm-hmm.
So they definitely have a lot of experience to how to deal with this. I mean, I feel like early game this is not very scary. You know? So the way they abuse it is the Iron Shell on the Nyx, and somehow the creeps don't, like you stack Ancients and the creeps don't run around. So the Nyx gets a very early level 6, and I think this is a very sensible solution to it. So you can use the Spirit to scout, and if there's a big stack, you get a lot of damage. So maybe you can go over and kill the Nyx. This could be the idea of dealing with the stacking shenanigans.
Mm-hmm. I agree. So whatever pick they have here for Team Spirit, I think some early game hero that will be able to go contest the stacks.
Yeah.
Or more repositioning.
Yeah, that always works. I mean, this hero does fine against Invoker mid. You can definitely kill the Invoker with like a bat rotation and a toss back. Also a hero that will pick up the runes, get an early Blink Dagger, and be able to fight like that kind of 10 to 15 minute mark where there will be the Ancient stacks for Avalus.
He doesn't care about the Carapace as much because your stun has multiple instances, and he works really well with the ET Aura, the burst, you know. Your crash landing with the ET Aura, it's going to deal so much damage.
Yeah, and I really like the ET pick a lot here as well, because if you do look how Darkseer plays, he typically will use all his spells in a small area, and you have to commit to it, and the ET's not in there, he can just stomp and reset the fights very easily. Ovilus, like, what do they want to pick here now?
I suppose
their first pick, this is your 18 pick, right? Yeah. This is where you're going to have the most value that you possibly can. Right. And I think like Morph being so popular right now is one of the reasons why they did pick ET, just to kind of like block pick that as well.
I think so too. And Morph with a Darkseer surging and the Alacrity from Invoker, like you need a Giga carry here for Avalus, I think. And Morph like fits the bill for that.
There he is.
But I think Spirit did see this coming as well by picking heroes like Tiny and Elder Titan that do have that early burst through magical damage. So it is still like, as I mentioned time and time again, there's only like 4 to 5 good carries in the patch right now. And then there's like these troll warlords that you don't want to go into that territory. So it's good to see that Avalus did pick one of the premier carries instead of reaching into their back pocket and trying to find something weird that might work. And that is the advantage of first pick.
Tiny versus Morph is an interesting matchup because on one hand, Morph really likes turning into Tiny and stealing the Avatos, but on the other hand, Tiny can insta-burst the Morphling if he's not high enough strength.
Yeah.
So it can kind of go both ways.
So you need a defensive support like Oracle.
And there's also keep in mind, the Crag exterior from Tiny.
Yeah.
If you hit him, you take percentage of base damage removed from Morph. So if he ever just hits Tiny, he's not going to kill him. And then that debuff lasts longer than it should, in my opinion. And it will make you do not much damage there. So they've got some options for it. I don't think this Morph has a free game whatsoever, but you know, it is Morph. This hero always looked pretty good. I think they need to put together a little bit more stun, I think, on Ovilus. I think the vacuum into Nyx Impel is not going to be enough. I want to see something a bit more reliable.
What do you think about Disruptor? Does that count as a stun in your eyes?
Jakiro is
I was thinking, yeah, Jakiro Disruptor, like the vac into team fight
Disruptor
combo.
is like a lot weaker in the lane though, so and
Disruptor is incredibly good versus TA, so I don't actually hate that one.
And Batrider.
Yeah, and Batrider, so it could work.
It does leave them lacking a little bit in the like hard stun department. That's the only problem.
And I believe they did try Disruptor at some point,
Yeah,
and it just
they
means
tried
that
one
if
time.
you get behind the lanes, it's like over.
yeah, they got a hard time in the lanes, you know, so the game kind of snowballed. And I'm not really like liking picking too many weak supports because Nyx is not really that strong in the early levels, you know. So you kind of want something like an Edge in this case to kind of be that bodyguard in the early game. It's pretty good into the ET. You can dispel his spirit. They're probably not gonna interact much with each other, but just a
That
useful.
kind of covers against like the Nigma too a little bit as well. If Team Spirit did want to pick that up.
They have Primal, I guess, if you want to deal with the Edge.
Well, I think you want to deal with the Morph more than anything, right? Because that is a strong laner, and heroes like Beast and Enigma are incredibly good versus Morph in the lane. But you can't pick those versus Ench very reliably. And they banned out the Doom, which would have been great as well. So they really covered like the 4 heroes that would have been tough for Morph by not only this Ench pick, but the 2 bans they used.
Yeah, and the Beast was also already banned out by Spirit themselves.
Yeah.
This is one of the rare drafts that we see Dawnbreaker make it all the way through as well.
Yeah, Spirit, they're less inclined to pick it because of the Nyx Assassin.
Yeah.
But it is good against the Ench in lane, and with the Batrider, I feel like it'd probably be fine against Morph. But picking it into the hard counter of Nyx, it feels really bad as a last pick.
Yeah, the choices they have right now is either they go Dawn or they go Primal. It's mainly to answer the support, the Ench, or they go for like what Fear mentioned, Enigma to answer that Morphling, you know. So which is more important? They have to really decide.
Underlord's pretty decent here too. I don't know what happened to that hero, but
Well, will be that Enigma you mentioned.
they're going to pick the Enigma anyway, but the reason why they left it in the pool, because like Enigma is the hardest counter to Morph in the game, like laning stage and throughout the entirety of the game. However, Ench, you can kind of steal these Eidolons, which deals with the laning stage pretty well. They're a little tankier, and even if they kill it back, you're not getting as many to help deny. They still think it's good enough, but yeah, it's still a good hero. Just the laning stage, I'm a little worried for Spirit on it actually working. We'll see.
Yeah, this time we have a much better, you know, setup for Ovilus here. I think if they can, you know, weather the storm in the laning phase, figure out how the Nyx is gonna get his level 6, and make sure the Enchantress deals with the Enigma, they're gonna have a very good chances of, you know, getting that Morphling to where he wants to be to carry the game.
Yeah, I agree. I think they do have a better draft. I will say though, I don't feel like the TA first pick was really answered that well.
Okay.
It's Satanic still in just about the same position that he was in the first game, and we all saw how that went.
We're going to find out, will this be a 2-0 to start the day, or will Ovilus push to a 3rd game of this best-of-3 elimination series? We're heading over to MLP and John Expire for the answer.
Thank you so much, Shaver. We will get into it. Game number 2 here between Team Spirit and Ovilus. Jonathan, you've seen the drafts. Do you think we have what it takes here to drag this to a game 3?
I think they did course correct on Ovilus quite well. The lanes look a lot better. Their support activity with their partnerships on the cores should work out a lot better. My main concern now for Ovilus is, can their movements kind of clean up? We saw it in the last game. We saw Team Spirit take over on... they did manage to try to contest on the Wisdoms quite nicely, although I think Ovilus did manage to claim at least the first 2, but they couldn't really snowball off of that. We did have a good lane for Stormer last time around as well, and I think that's one thing I'd want to see maintained as well. Like, Stormer's Invoker was doing a lot of good work early on. This time around, your support rotations with the Invoker isn't as clean, but your potential down the line for this team fight is looking sharp, especially into what you have here from Team Spirit. Team Spirit has a lot of threats early on, especially once their timings are hit. You have the Enigma coming in with not much of a clear answer in comparison to Game 1 when Avalos had to pick that up, right? Like you had hookshot answers, you had a lot of things that would pierce through debuff immunity. If that even became a factor, it wasn't really at the end of the game. So I would say this is actually maybe a clearer path for Team Spirit, but Avalos, again, they've got the tools early on to try to reel things up early. And it's not as tempo heavy here from Avalos. It does feel like they can try to look for a scaling game. It does get riskier to scale into that point as, you know, you are playing into a TA with high tempo. You've got the Enigma on as well, which can threaten these team fights. So I'm keen on seeing whether or not what kind of timings Avalos will want to gun for.
I mean, I can't wait to see it. I mean, again, we want to see a Game 3 here, but Team Spirit, they're one game away from being able to proceed straight through the lower bracket semi-final, where Team Liquid is currently waiting. Because winner of this matchup will be versing them tonight. Seneko already getting kind of caught out there for a second, but he'll be okay to walk out of there. We saw this earlier from Satanic. I don't think Avilos will fall for this again, but we'll have to wait and see.
He changed position, right? He's on the other side. That's a difference.
That is a difference. See if it makes the difference here for Avilos at the least. Stormstorm in the meantime trying to scout out some wards, but I do not believe found anything. Was just the Tiny keeping tabs on the Invoker. And I'm very curious to see if anyone's going to bother trying for this this bottom banner in again, because Satanic last time around with the Meld Strike, of course, sets up a very easy kill. But it seems like they're going to go up top instead. This time, they won't have to deal with the pesky TA. Just Malik. And Malik will leave anyway. A nice 2-for-2 start on the bounties this time. No first blood to be drawn.
Yeah, Stormstormer doesn't get greedy. He doesn't run down. And they play it safe. So you're more than happy on the side of Avalos this time around. You trade 2-for-2, very even on the bounty. Still a little bit of a chase out up top, but nothing to really work out here. It's going to be interesting to see, again, how Avalos works out these lanes. This Morphling plus Ench lane is pretty nice defensively. It's not going to be easy to try to pressure out the Morphling despite having the Enigma on hand. Right, as long as the Neko plays his cards right, steal a couple of Eidolons or get the slow off, chances are you're not going to be able to chase down Smiling Knight. Whether or not Smiling Knight can find a safe amount of farm without too much pressure here is another question, though.
We will find out. I mean, last game around, Smiling Knight had a pretty rough time on that Troll Warlord. This time in the Morphling, hopefully a better performance. I mean, he does have the offlane Enigma he has to play up against, along with the Bat Rider. So it's not the most fun of lanes here for the Morphling. Obviously, Malik can deny a lot of creeps away with these Eidolons. But hopefully a better time at the very least for the Morphers. Now, bottom lane, of course, you are looking at Maposhka and Satanic trying to chase down Eki and Sibe. You are seeing the early creep pools coming out here from Eki to ensure Sibe can get those initial levels up. And obviously wants the level 3 mark to really feel quite strong.
Yeah, and you're doing a great job of just pulling away. You are equalizing nicely on the side of Team Spirit while all of that happens. Satanic does manage to intercept at the least and still find his farm, so it's not too much pressure coming in. The level spikes are still going to be big there into that level 3, of course. Down on mid, you've got Stormstormer again on that Invoker up against Laurel. This one's a little bit more touch and go. It's looking all right for Stormstormer. Again, some poking and prodding down bot, just trying to get some good lane control up. We are inching slowly into that level 3.
Lol and Stormstormer mid lane, pretty even affair thus far. Top lane, you see Smiling Knight getting very low again. It's just so hard to contest in this style of lane, and already Malik finding 7 denies, even more than his CS at the moment. So a lot of priority being given to just ensuring that Smiling Knight is not hitting creeps whatsoever. Seneko, he can only do so much in this lane as well. It's not a very fun one for the end.
No, all Seneko can really do is just ensure that Rue isn't lining up to play off of, say, the Malefice, to play off of the Eidolon chase. He's just constantly enchanting up that Bat Rider to ensure, he's not going to be in position to throw a Flame Break onto the Morphling itself. But it is still giving a very free time for Malik. There's not much the Morphling can really do to clear out early Eidolons. There's not much you can really do to try to poke the Morphling, to poke the Enigma away. You are really just going defensive here on Avalos very early on.
I mean, they're trying to enchant the Eidolons as well, but you just end up giving free gold away, it feels like, to Team Spirit every time you do it. So there's just no point in it. Not for now, at least. Again, Malik having a very free time on this Enigma, and well, there you go, another Eidolon. This time will survive. It seems like Rue is trying to chase it down. Smiling Knight does at least get a Lotus timing for himself as Seneko, being chased a little bit, but doesn't seem like they're going to really carry out too much more damage. Bottom lane, however, they do secure first blood. Satanic securing that first blood bonus, and that's going to be a scary sign already for Avilos.
Yeah, you really can't afford to have this Nyx Assassin separate too far off from the Darkseer. You need to try to play with the Iron Shell. You need to play this lane a little bit slower. Just go for these pulls that Sibe is going back for. This lane for Satanic has been a free ride so far. Again, top of the CS board, finding first blood for himself. He's set for another great tempo. I don't see those solutions coming out yet from Avalos. The levels are starting to ramp up, but you're starting to lose early tempo already. You just have to, again, play very defensive for Avalos. That's the story for both of these lanes so far.
Top lane, Seneko dropping low, does end up going down. Smiling Knight trying to fight back, but he's going to be so cautious not to go down himself. He'll be able to strength morph and walk out of there, but it really does feel like at every stage, Smiling Knight is just having to play on extremely low HP to try and even salvage this lane. And it's not getting too much better. He's still just stuck on 14 CS at the moment.
No, again, it's a very hard lane for the Morphling into the Enigma. All you're hoping for from Seneko is that he cops it, and he is copying it. He's creating some space. Smiling Knight does have the Magic Wand charges at the very least to reset. It will try a little bit.
They're going to try onto Satanic bottom lane. Rue will get away top lane. Problem is the Echo Stomp's going to come in from a Poshka, and this is always going to be an issue against the Auto Titan as they still try to move in. But Satanic easily able to walk out as now the Meld Strike and the Psyblade's just doing so much towards poor old Eki and Sibe. And even now the Satanic constantly harassing away with the Psyblades, knowing how to push the limit of his hero. Props to Avulus for trying, but it certainly has not been easy trying to slow this TA down.
No, and we were talking a lot about just how much this Darkseer and Nyx lane combination is something that Avulus has fallen back to, maybe goes off to a rougher start. Once you do get going into level 3 is when it starts to smooth out. It's certainly not in this game yet, so maybe you're looking for a little bit of later timing. We'll see if they can secure Wisdom Runes. That's going to be a big part as well to hit those level 6 for those supports, especially the Nyx. That you really want to see Eki try to kind of be the connection, because the connections out from an inch is mildly awkward, trying to drag your creep army in. And again, Laurel is having a decent enough time mid, although it has been a lot better for Stormstormer. He is managing this tiny matchup. The blink timing to expect here for Laurel is going to be a lot slower, and that's going to hold him back just a tad bit here.
Well, rotations into the mid lane. 6-mana Power Rune's just about to spawn up in about 10 seconds from now. More support's coming in. Rue's even going to be around, but he is being chased by an inch creep at the moment from Seneko. They really want to ensure Lal does not get this bottle refill and the Power Rune. He might get lucky down at bottom though if it does spawn around that area, but it does not. It does go top. It will be an invis, and Rue actually just denies it off, ensuring that Eki can't pick it up for free. Meanwhile, top lane, can they catch Malik? They've started. Smiling Knight in. Malik, already quite low in HP, surely has no way out. He'll try for a courier, but it will go down. A very nice kill now for Smiling Knight.
Yeah, just getting that isolation they'd want. You've got some damage pouring in now on Smiling Knight.
Oh, Stormstormer. It's a pretty big kill if they can catch it. The Echo Stop will be there, the toss back into Rue. He's got help incoming from Seneko, but is it really going to prove to be enough? I don't think so. Stormstormer, he cannot survive. It's kind of the weakness of this support duo from Avulus. Like, you can make these TP rotations, but as an Ench, it doesn't really mean too much.
No, it certainly doesn't. Very reliant on the creeps you find. Eki.
He does at least get a stun onto the Eidolons, but here comes Rue to push it back, and Eki will drop to boot. Malik to pick up another kill for his side.
That is a little bit awkward out from Eki. Maybe he's trying to set up for the Wisdom Rune, not going to be able to find it. So you're going to be happy again on the side of Team Spirit. Just getting a little bit more going for yourself into finding your own level 6s up. The one big thing Avulus has done outside of these rotations not quite panning out is at the least they've disrupted the triangle stacks, right? Like Rue's not able to stack up. They've been very consistent with Seneko, sending some creeps to disrupt the pulse. So there are no massive stacks for, say, the Batrider to accelerate into his own blink to help Laurel try to recover as well. Those tools are not available for Team Spirit, so there is a little bit of a window open, at least for Avulus, in terms of having some flash farm for themselves.
You are seeing Eki just try to help out here with this Iron Shell on the Nyx Assassin. I mean, he's getting a bit of XP and just handing a bit of free gold here to the Darkseer, so it's a very nice way of kind of just making both people happy. I'm going to see a bit of a scan out in the mid lane onto Rue. Won't mean too much. Meanwhile, Satanic going to show up, trying to take a double stack away from Sibe. Sibe's still hanging around, but Poshka's moving into boot. Stormstormer now going to intervene. Still, they will try for the children, and they do get it on Rue, and now Stormstormer might just be dead, and he is down. Oh, another huge kill onto this mid Invoker. Rue in the meantime in a bit of danger, but it's just fire flying out of there. In fact, no, they do stun him up. They will at least pick off a Batrider, but it's not a good trade as they do lose their mid-invoker once again.
Now, Rue does get overly aggressive, but again, Stormer, after a pretty great time in terms of managing the lane, when it comes down to these rotations, it's down to what you said, Mike. It's Enchantress, it's Nyx. Nyx can be nice with Spike Carapace, and especially when Vendetta's up, we're not at that point yet. Seneko hasn't had the biggest creep armies that has been useful. Again, he's been very focused on stopping stacks and building up their own stacks, but it just doesn't help the cause for Stormer to try to build a foundation up. And Team Spirit, they're off to a great start once more. Again, look at Satanic CS. 84-14 on this TA. 5k gold already at 9 minutes in. Dragonlance power treads up. Like, this is an issue for Avalus. This is exactly what happened in game 1 here. And again, it doesn't feel like anything's changed for a TA here.
On the brighter side, the cause of Avalus, they aren't struggling quite as much as they were last game. So you do have that going for you, but certainly Satanic is still being able to freely do exactly what he wants to do. And they're just kind of running back the TA game he had last time around, as now you're seeing Maposhka just being an absolute nuisance here, helping take these ancient stacks once again. And this is all the farm being denied away from Sibe, who's trying to intervene. But Maposhka being a nuisance is now top lane. Smiling Knight trying to get aggressive. Lal's going to move in. No toss-back play yet. They'll use the Flame Break first. Smiling Knight, though, able to waveform away as now Eki does intervene, but they don't want to stick around for the fight. They just want to make sure their Morphling remains alive.
Yeah, that he does. They do manage to bail out Smiling Knight. They don't really commit anything big on the side of Team Spirit, to be fair. Black Hole still ready on Malik. They didn't have Lasso on Rue, which would have been the big tool to kind of go for. But they are applying pressure. Again, look at the difference in that TA and the Morphling. It's just so much faster right now.
The Tornado misses mid lane. They would have loved that to connect on Maposhka. Stormstormer had an amp damage rune going, so it would have been a pretty easy kill had he landed that. Lal still playing games with Seneko, but we'll just toss the creep back in and get the hell out of there, as now Rue's going to show up. No lasso available yet on the Batrider, though, so can't hope to grab Seneko and drag him back.
I mean, you're very happy about this on Team Spirit, right? Like, off this attention to respond to the top movement, to try to make a play onto mid, means bot is just completely alone. Again, Satanic is just free farming, one part away from the full Deso, 10 minutes in, going for the Blink Shard next, just to have a little bit more control with the silence up on the traps. Avalus has still not found an answer for that. At the least, they've got level 6s up on these supports. They've got to smoke out. Eki can try for a Vendetta play on someone.
They are going to give it a crack up the top, it seems like. They might rotate with the smoke, but Satanic is just casually taking the bottom tier 1 tower. I mean, this is the thing, right? Like, you try to make these rotations, but Satanic's always finding some kind of objective for his side, even without the Deso. Still, they are going to finally spot out Malik, but Malik backing back towards his tier 2 tower is still not getting jumped yet. Eki needs some help. Seneko's moving in, but you need more than that, I think. Are they going to try? They will give it a crack. Malik, he'll get jumped. Sunstrike to come in. Stormstormer helping out, and Malik might finally go down and dust. They'll set up nicely, but here comes Lal to try and trade, and he will very easily do so. Still a good team, a good trade, though, for the side of Avalus.
That it is an important one to get from your first Vendetta. If you're Laurel, you're not too upset about that. Again, he's had a little bit of a rougher lane, a little bit behind net worth, so a kill helps to recover into that blink timing you're looking for. Again, it's been highly disruptive from Avalus in terms of taking over of that triangle, but Team Spirit has been repaying the favor down bottom.
Sibe, lasso's out. They've caught a very, very nice target here on the Dark Seer, and Sibe's just going to go down as Satanic. You just see how much easier it is for Team Spirit to find these big pickoffs, though. Here come Avalus. They want to try and at least trade once again, and they will find something. Rue to go down out of Stormstormer.
I mean, again, you'll take this trade every single time on Team Spirit. Satanic has enough gold to fly out the full Desolator. Would have been happy if he had enough gold as they were finding that kill. But his damage outputs is insane. Again, he's miles away of any other core. 8.2k in comparison to 5.9 from Smiling Knight. This guy's just crazy. He is so efficient across the map. And again, Avalus has been leaving him alone. They're forced to respond to Team Spirit making plays top. They want to try to take mid to take over the jungle fully and try to play into the bot jungle. None of it has panned out. It's not a massive lead by any means from the side of Team Spirit, of course. Only about 1k. There is still room to play here on the side of Avalus. They've got some of their initial timings. They've got some aura play up on Sibe. See if they can start to line up for maybe a quick push. Some of these tier 1 still standing is hurting their in-ways onto the Radiant side.
This is the big one. This is the big one. If Eki can scout out this TA, Satanic, they'll see him, I do believe. Eki They're not going to rotate. They're going to go for the bottom tier 1 tower instead. I mean, Eki is right by the tier 2 bottom, so it's not too easy to make that jump. In fact, now they're going to smoke up by the looks of them, trying to defend this bottom tier 1 tower. Titanic will be there along with Maposhka. Tier 1 still dropping rather quickly. Meanwhile, mid lane, they're trying to set up onto Rue. Eki, he's going to see the opening. Rue, oh, he jukes out the stun.
Oh, no.
The impel does not land. Unfortunate for old Eki is now bottom lane. They know they can make the jump in. Lal's going to find Seneko, and it's just a one-shot from Satanic.
Oh.
Here comes Stormstormer. They're going to try and help Maposhka. Going to get caught in that ice wall, but is it really enough? Echo Stomp out, going to be cancelled. EMP to come in, and Maposhka will go down.
It's not the worst trade in the world for Avalos, a support for a support. You did manage to at least clear the bot tier 1. Missed opportunity in Rue, of course, but the map is opening up slowly. That's the one silver lining. Stormstormer, though.
It's another big pickoff on Stormstormer. They've got him. Lal with the avalanche, but where's the dust? There it is. Rue's going to come in. Lasso out. Black Hole committed. Drag him right into it. We'll call that a 2-man for Malik.
That it is. They set up for it. And again, this tempo coming out from Team Spirit, it's starting to get a little bit dangerous for Avalos. They're buying space out for Smiling Knight to farm, but this network gap is just growing. Like, this TA is active on the map. Satanic's worked across the map, already at 4 charges on a very fresh Desolator. Still playing aggressively across the river. No threat onto his life whatsoever. And for Avalos, going for this aura play in Sibe, it does feel like you're going to need much more than just the mech. The pipe can certainly help just a tad bit, but it does feel like that physical burst on Satanic is going to do a lot of work anyhow. Like Laurel, his own burst starts to fade away, sure, with a pipe, but where's your answer for the TA? You have to look for some good angles, maybe even consider something like the blink down the line for Sibe just to try to play make off the back of perhaps Eki finding an opening later on.
Team Spirit, they're going to sit back and relax for a little bit again. I mean, Satanic's still well and truly just getting way too far ahead. Small Knight's going to see Maposhka, but rather Maposhka sees him. They'll know the Morphling not having the greatest of times at the moment. Mid lane, Seneko looking at Lal, but he can't do too much about the Tiny apart from maybe denying another power rune away. Eki's going to show up. They've got Sibe there as well. Lal going to jump in, but Avalanche only connects onto Seneko, and they lost vision. They'll still get the regen rune though, it's no problem.
Yeah. Again, every gank you dodge out in Avalos is more time to try to build up. The side of Team Spirit, also very happy to build up, of course. You've got your shard out on Malik flying out. You've got, again, this Crystalist to come in for Satanic. No need for anything defensive, as we can see. The movement out from Satanic, how efficient this guy is on the map. And he's been stuck in that area for so long. He's been there 3 minutes ago. He was there for almost the majority of the game until he started rotating. And you can see, all farm, kill across the gate, into more farm, into that top jungle, just all across the map. And Avalos just can't stop that. It's such a wide movement.
Oh boy, they caught the Morphling.
Oh no.
Smiling Knight disappears. A magic trick from Team Spirit is now Eki going to move in. They're going to try and fight back. The wall has been dropped, but Satanic's still alive. They'll drag him back once again. The refraction is there, but they'll finally take him out. It'll be a 2-for-1 trade, still in the favor of Team Spirit, but you've got to be happy with that. Avulus finally catching this TA.
And finally put a dent in. All back again to just having to try to execute with this team fight combination they have on hand. With how formed Satanic is, one of his own replicates is going to be dangerous. And that is the one thing when you have such a farmed core. This wall is going to be very impactful from Sibe every single time he finds the angle. And again, there's nothing defensive for Satanic. He has gone all in on offense. He's switching up to a Hurricane Pike to at least reposition.
Well, Sibe gonna get caught. Avalanche is out from Lal. Toss back into Rue. He's got the search going, but the chase is still on. Rue wants to commit for this. Problem is the rest of the team is here. They'll try onto Lal to boot. Rue is already gone. It's a great fight now for Avio. Gonna try and move in. Malik, he's got a black hole. It's on the 2 targets, and they even found Smiling Knight. Can they kill him off? Smiling Knight still running. Maposhka, he can't get it done. Stormstormer though gonna drop. Satanic looking for more. We'll move on to Eki. Eki with the spike carapace. It's not gonna be enough. He's still caught. He will drop. At least they get Smiling Knight out. But my God, he was one shot away from dying from a Poshka.
Yeah, it was such a close call there for Avalos. You have to give props on how both sides are playing. Like, Avalos are starting to find their groove. They're getting some good angles out with Eki. The spike carapaces on all of this AoE is finding them some opportunities. But the last fight they took before that, Malik still had Black Hole waiting. Like, was still coming off cooldown. He sees the angle back in. It times itself nicely with a respawn on Satanic. And it's just devastating after knowing that spike carapace is down, knowing that the easy cancel isn't there. It's a simple process for Malik to try to set up for his team to recover.
Yeah, very strong performance again from Team Spirit. Eki gonna get run into again. Spike Carapace is there, gets a double impale off, and he will go into the Vendetta. Meanwhile, Lal trying with the Smiling Knight, the Morphling dropping low. Lasso out, they caught Stormstormer and the Invoker, so at least he should go down. Smiling Knight is trying to run out of there. Malik though on the chase, the Flamebreaker and Atlanta Salt is out, they've got him. Smiling Knight down another time as Team Spirit will get a double kill for Ru, and they're looking right towards that top tier 2 tower.
You at least still have your Dark Zero up. There is an opportunity for a Vac Wall later on, but Team Spirit, every single spell they need to land just connects. The Flame Break to catch out, the Split Earth coming out right on time to burst down. Their spacing and their spell utilization is just so on point, and Avalos...
Oh, Lal, this will be a nice one. This will be a nice kill, at least for Avulus, if Lal does go down, and he will. A great setup here from Avulus.
It does cost them wall though, right? Like that's their big team fight tool taken away. It gives some time for you to have a window on, say, Malik to wait for Black Hole to be up while wall is down. A small window for sure, but we've seen some fights kind of make or break on those small margins. So you have to be very well aware of what you had to expend to find that kill on Laurel, to be aware that Satanic is still free farming. Like, he's got his full Hurricane Pike up. He is going back for that full Daedalus. Next, Roshan is up, and it's on Radiant side. There isn't forward vision from Avulus. That is going to be the next big objective for Team Spirit after taking one of these tier 2s. And once they commit with the damage in Satanic, it really won't take too long for them to just get that secondary life to look for more objectives.
We'll see when Roshan does begin. For now, neither side's made their move in yet, but of course, Team Spirit probably the first ones to look towards it as Satanic. Just go for a quick Torment to pick off for himself. Nice and easy. Maposhka will get a free shot. And Avulus, it does feel like you're in this position where you really don't want to give a free Roshan away if you can avoid it. They've even smoked up as 4. Snake are already around this bottom lane, around the Roshan pit. They might start it themselves. But there's no way Team Spirit allow that to go for free. Maposhka already scouting out with the Astral Spirit, just making sure nobody's in the pit. And he won't see anyone yet.
Yeah. I like these wards from Avulus. Yeah, nice and sneaky. It's a spot that's very hard to de-ward, away from the cliff, in front of that outpost. But they go for the long flank here, Spirit.
Very long wraparound from Team Spirit. Maposhka looking for the perfect initiation.
Oh, the smoke's faded on Avulus as well.
That it has. Avulus will have to show themselves Satanic. We'll move in with some traps, get a bit of vision on Smiling Knight. Team Spirit still wrapping the very far long way around. Lal looking to jump in, has found an avalanche toss. He's right on the Morphling. Smiling Knight immediately waveforming out of there. Meanwhile, Ru, he misses out on a lasso opportunity. He won't catch one yet. Everyone's still alive. Of course, Roshan still just standing there waiting. Team Spirit looks like they'll reset and come back another time.
Yeah, you're also not in the position to really go for Roshan on Avulus, considering your own damage issues. So you are fine giving up this position on the side of Team Spirit, looking for a bit of a shove, maybe cutting some creep waves, which they will get done. And they find themselves a Wisdom Rune on Malik, always a nice little bonus. I love that Malik now is just going back for the BKB, just wants to be able to channel up that Black Hole. Avulus will try onto the Roche.
Sunstrike. It's going to be out as well. Looks like they haven't really... They've got the Astral Spirit now to scout this out. So they know Roshan's happening, but it doesn't seem like they can really get there in time to try and contest. They're trying, though. Smiling Knight desperately trying to get rid of this Roshan ASAP. And, well, it seems like Team Spirit, they have accepted the fact that they are out of position to try and contest this Roshan. So that'll be another first Roshan of the game to go the way of Avulus.
And it is. They are making use of the space, though, shoving in mid just a tad. not really finding the tier 2s yet, but they have set up some good aggressive vision off the back of that time spent in the triangle. They're getting some coverage in that farming area. They've got Satanic just playing forward once again. And the secondary life on Smiling Knight is pretty damn big, but again, this Morphling is relatively underfarmed. I don't think it's fair to say he's completely underfarmed. It's just Satanic is outperforming everyone by a massive degree once more.
Wait, absolutely. 17k net worth, almost on the TA. Just a fantastic performance here. Once again from Satanic. He's been good pretty much all tournament, I want to say, on his core heroes. As now Team Spirit looking to just try and smoke up again. Eki does move into that Vendetta form. Instead, Stormstormer also in the Ghost form, but they do make the jump in. The dust is out immediately. And Stormstormer, just no chance of survival once Lal jumps on top.
Yeah, they were ready. They had the dust for that forward jump. They've got an Arcane Rune as well to sustain Laurel. And that just takes the edge off of his Aegis.
Eki's not out of the woods either. He'll get caught. Maleficus will be enough to lock him down. Eki eventually should fall. And does. It just takes a bit of time.
I appreciate him trying to waste some time here from the side of Team Spirit. It's just awkward when you have to kind of play stall when you have the Aegis. You're not able to clump up around it. Look at Team Spirit. It's like there's no Aegis whatsoever. There's nothing to be concerned about from Smiling Knight. He does have the full Manta style up to help weave in and out of these fights, but damage doesn't feel amazing yet. Maybe a tiny form would be nice, but how effective that is with the items he has on hand remains to be seen. Their big key factor right now in Avalos on any sort of play right now is still on that big vac wall. It's been off the back of CB.
Oh, he's going to blink away. He's all right. So Avilas, they're coming. They want to fight. Lal waiting in the wake. Seneko already losing most of his HP. Stormstormer going to get a tornado off onto Lal, but where's the follow-up to it? Stormstormer losing half his HP now to the toss. Now the jump in. Lasso is out from Rue. Satanic is here. Stormstormer is gone. They do at least pick up the Tiny. Lal is gone a boot. 1-for-1 on both mid laners. Satanic, though, still looking to fight. Almost dealing with Eki. Is now the Spike Carapace catching out the TA. Can they take down Satanic? He'll continue to run. Smiling Knight with the Avalanche not actually connecting Satanic in trouble, but now the Black Hole.
Only
Malik,
one.
he only caught one of them. Eki not even dropping yet. Finally goes down. Here comes the side blades, though. Satanic finding Seneko. Does he want to keep going? Yes, he does. He's on a Zippe now. Zippe almost dropping, does finally go down. And Satanic walks away, taking so many lives with him. The Smiling Knight will try to continue to run, but I don't think he can. The slows are there. The chase is on. He's got no mana. Smiling Knight, he is down once again. The Aegis is gone. Can they get him a secondary time? Silence is out once again. Smiling Knight, he can't react fast enough. Oh, Satanic. This man, he's farming too fast, he's hitting too hard. I don't know what you do about this TA anymore.
Look, that fight looked like a good start for Avalos. The issue is Stormstormer got the tornado off, got silenced by the trap right after, couldn't get the combination off, gave a little bit of a window for the side of Team Spirit to start to get that lasso in, get the turnaround going. Finding that kill on Laurel is still good, but it's not good enough. You need so much more to happen for Avalos. And again, this Aegis on Morphling is just not a threat. They ignore Smiling Knight till the end. They have bigger concerns. They have to care about Eki a little bit more. They have to care about Sibe a little bit more. Stormstormer even might have been a little bit of a higher priority. The Morphling's just not a threat yet. And again, relative to everyone else, Smiling Knight isn't poor. It's just Satanic is too rich.
Say that again. It's unbelievable how much farm this man's found, and of course, working towards the BKB now, just hasn't really felt the need for it whatsoever. But once the BKB's up, he just has a free run for a solid 9 seconds in the next team fight. There's just nothing you can do about it. No real answers towards it. Team Spirit starting to pressure that mid lane once again. It doesn't really quite feel like they're ready to go high ground, but they could do with another pickoff if they find one. I'm going to see a quick pause coming out from Eki here. I mean, Avios is just... It's such a desperate situation now for Avilos. Like, you've got to pull off at least the next fight. Because if you don't win the next fight, chances are high ground is easily going to Spirit.
That it is. Again, the key tools for Avalos on the high ground, their hold is pretty decent. You've got Tornado with all of his, or Invoker with all of his AoE. You've got the Darkseer as well with the Vac Wall combos, the follow-up from the Nyx. There is a lot of good for Avalos on a high ground defense, and that is tempering back this aggression from the side of Team Spirit. it's just taking these fights outside just feels impossible. I like the ideas. They're trying to play off the back of a Nick scouting forward, of playing with the Spike Carapace into all of that AoE damage. It's just a little bit messy. There's so many angles they have to worry about. It's the vision game again from the side of Team Spirit, utilizing even just the traps, right? Especially with a shard up for Satanic. It's just ruining some of this initiation that they're looking for in Avalos.
Yeah, I mean, it's been an unbelievable performance here from Spirit already. Just so dominant in these 2 games thus far. Now, Avalos, they're getting quite close to being knocked out of ESL One Bangkok here, and of course, Team Spirit, if they can pull off this win, lower bracket semi-finals against Liquid is secured. We will see. For now, it looks like they'll retreat. They'll just take it easy. 14k advantage still standing. Just buying more time for Satanic, who's actually moved on to the tier 3 bottom tower. BKB's on the courier to boot, so Satanic's going to be feeling quite safe to try and force this. Avalos trying to get back towards the high ground. Prepared for the defense. It's only 3 of them in the base for now. There's your BKB now on Satanic. Lal's looking for a toss back. Eki gonna reveal himself in an illusion. He'll be okay. Maposhka will just keep tabs on him with the Astral Spirit. Stormstormer gonna reveal himself. Lal's right around the corner. This could be very, very dangerous for Stormstormer.
Oh.
The jump is there. Lasso is out. They've caught the Invoker.
Oh, no.
Stormstormer trying to get some D wards, but he's dead without buyback.
And that was cheeky of him, trying to go for a Tornado EMP on top of himself, anticipating that jump forward from Rue. But he was patient. He saw that spell cast, and you have half a minute without all of that control, all of that counterplay that they've been banking on from the side of Avalos. Free reign here for the side of Team Spirit if they do want to take that risk, slowly poking on the high ground. And it just doesn't feel like you have that same threat. Again, back wall is great, but you don't have repositioning spells.
They're going to try again, back, but Satanic's still able to blink out with the refraction. They'll buy 10 more seconds for Stormstormer to respawn and give them an even fight. The Satanic, he is not waiting. Onto the racks he'll go. Jump in. Lal, it's just an illusion. There goes your range racks. Satanic has no reason to back off, but he will. He's had enough seeing the Invoker is available. But it doesn't really seem like they're going to completely back, does it? Like, you could just continue committing. Seems like they'll hold the Dire Triangle for now. And Avalos, they'll have a bit more time in this game too, to find a way to try and fight back.
That they will. Again, high ground hold is there. You're starting to work your way into a blink for Sibe. So you will have a much better time to try to find that back.
Okay. Seneko. Oh boy. Well, I mean, what are you meant to do against that? I think that was even just a null strike with the side blades catching him.
Nothing. You just die. Bambi again. Copping shots every single time, and another set of racks to go for the side of Team Spirit, feeling confident. There is at least buyback available.
It's the crit with the Tailors is proving to be a bit too much for these supports to handle. Oh, Smiling Knight,
no,
not him! Not the Morphling! Not the Morphling! He's got buyback at the very least. He can come back into the fight, but he really doesn't want to commit right now. He can't really afford to commit. He needs some items. Tier 3 tower down. EMP will drain all the mana of Lal. They'll lock him down. Echo Stomp is out. Eki almost dying to the tree throw. Satanic jumping in, but the Spike Carapace is going to make it hard to finish him off. Another black hole. Malik, he found 2 targets underneath the tier 4 towers. Stormstormer and Eki both down already. A Smiling Knight, he's going to try and jump in. He'll try to fight by himself. The wall is down. Zippe, can they at least catch anyone? It doesn't really feel like it. Smiling Knight, he's still trying. But nobody's left. They just don't have the lockdown.
Maybe Malik?
Maybe Malik. They'll at least find an Enigma. Forced up away with the Arcane. Does he really get away? Oh, he does, Malik. He finally goes down. Nice attempt. The Psychic Headband almost finding his way out.
Oh man, I mean, he gets the perfect black hole in that scenario, catching out Stormstormer once again, preventing off the big follow-through from connecting, which makes that back wall feel less threatening. Yes, it's still big. They're forced to run away on the side of Team Spirit, but they're also forced to buy back a massive amount here on the side of Avalos. At the least, they've got an opening for the Roshan. So they go into that pit, Banner plus Aegis on hand, But the side of Spirit, they're just poking high ground. They don't care.
And they try and Satanic again. I mean, Avulus, they're trying to Roshan while their racks are going down. They're just trying to get anything they possibly can while they still can, but they've got a TP back. Smiling, boy, they got stomped in the Roshan pit.
Oh no.
Law's going to show up onto the Darkseer.
Oh god.
Zip Ace down. Seneko trying to run, but Maposhka could not give a crap. Meanwhile, Smiling Knight also in danger by the looks of it. He'll be able to walk away. Seneko's still being chased down. Smiling Knight at least able to get out as Law gets a double kill down the Tiny. They've got buyback on Seneko, but here comes Malik. Smiling Knight. Trouble again. We'll wait for him out of there, but the silencers are there. Satanic on top. That's a dieback. That's got to be it. That has to be it, and they call it. Team Spirit will secure their run to the lower bracket semi-final. They'll have a date with Team Liquid later on tonight.
They're playing just absolutely clean Dota right now on the side of Team Spirit, and we really have to hand it. All parts of this machine is just melding together nicely on the side of Team Spirit, but really just how efficient they can be on the map, just how well they know they have to play these lineups, how much Satanic farms is just unbelievable. Like, how does this TA get away in a Darkseer Nyx lane, left alone for like 10 minutes, entirely alone, just farming up to a 2k advantage, into an 8k advantage down the line? All this investment on Satanic, all this space created for him, always pays off for Team Spirit.
Well, this is a very happy crowd right now, John. A lot of Team Spirit fans in the crowd, and they're very happy to see their boys proceeding through to the lower bracket into the semi-finals. Talk to me, John, about the matchup later, though. Liquid versus Team Spirit. I mean, Team Spirit made this look easy. Liquid had an absolute slugfest with Falcons yesterday. Who do you have as the favorites going to the next match?
It's so hard to tell. I think the uniqueness in Liquid's draft, some of these ideas they brought out in the playoffs, that's something to watch out for Team Spirit. I think that's where things can go a little bit sideways, and it's going to be very interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. Fantastic game here between these two teams. We do have Slacks on stage. Let's throw to him and see what he has to say.
Absolutely. I grab a player. Laura, I'm going to grab you if you don't mind. Thank you so much. Incredible series. Well done. And great overall. Let's talk first, before we talk about the game, about these fans. These guys are right here screaming your name the entire time. Anything you want to say to these Giga Chad Team Spirit fans in the front row?
Thank for support us, of course. I like it. I feel it. It's good.
Glad to hear that you're feeling and they're motivating you. All right, let's talk about the series a little bit. Very easy feeling series to you. How do you feel about that? What's your review of that one?
I mean, just clean games. Like, we don't make mistakes that we can lose the game. So just clean game by us. I mean, by Satanic also, TA. Good performance, and also my teammates. So I guess it's just clean game from us.
Yeah, on that note, I was going to ask you who you thought the MVP was. I thought you were very good in the first game as your Monkey King. Who do you think was the MVP for each game?
I don't know, of course. Maybe Satanic, TA. Show a real performance.
Absolutely. Which was better performance, game 1 or game 2?
Yeah, game 2, solo.
Game 2, yeah, the TA.
Yeah, solo game.
Oh, okay. What makes him so good on TA? Does he practice a lot? Where'd that come from?
I don't know. He's just good at Dota, maybe.
Very good at Dota indeed. All right, well, you guys did a great job surviving this elimination game, but you have more work to do. Of course, Team Liquid is next. Scary team. You guys prepared for that? What are you going to do leading up to your next series today?
I'm going to win the game, that's all.
There we go. We're going to win. That's what I like to hear. All right, well, I wish you the best of luck against Team Liquid later today. Get some rest, get some practice. Great series. Thank you so much. And we'll pass it back to you guys on the panel to see if they do win that game.
Thank you very much, Slacks. A lot to break down in this game, too. A lot to talk about with Avulus getting eliminated by Team Spirit here, who are on a tear in this lower bracket. We'll see how they do later today up against Team Liquid. But first, this game, first pick, Templar Assassin Jenkins. Again, it works out. This guy is unstoppable.
Yeah, he's really good at this hero. I think Spirit also was comfortable first facing this because they knew the sort of heroes that Avulus were going to play in the off lane. I think that the drafting of Spirit definitely figured out Avulus, but I do want to shout out also Rue on Batrider was amazing. Like every single highlight that we have, pretty much every highlight is starting with him lassoing Stormstormer or lassoing somebody. Like this guy was absolutely carrying his team this game. It's just he wasn't the one doing the damage.
Yeah, they definitely got a lot more done with the supports. I think if you are looking at the Eng and the Nyx, you probably wanted the Eng to do a lot more in the early game. I felt like Stormstormer kind of got bullied in the, I think from minute 6 onwards, he died twice. He was doing so well in the lane, you know, and 2 back-to-back deaths, he got ganked, 3 heroes came, his supports couldn't save him, and he TPs back to the lane, he dies again, and that kind of set the whole draft, you know, of others back by a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely have to agree. Satanic, he obviously played a really good game so far. We're getting used to that, but the supports, in my opinion, really kind of like showed a night and day difference of like what they could achieve in this game. On Avulus, it's kind of like not necessarily their fault, it's the way they're drafting, and still all these teams are choosing to draft these early game centric single target supports. You've got like Inch and Nyx as your support duo, very single target, not much team fight added, and now you're playing versus a Batrider and ET who are doing so much more. And plus, add on top of that, you've got Enigma as well to add to it. So they're just getting outscaled every single team that tries to play against Team Spirit.
Yeah, this Mapushka Elder Titan 0-124. That's quite the stat line there.
He's really good at this hero. You can go back and watch all of the replays where he's playing Elder Titan, and he did something in a fight where he stomped a hero that would have probably won the team fight if he didn't like perfectly clutch a stomp. And it's just never on camera because he just has these like, it's always subtle plays from Mapushka on this hero. It's not like his Ench where he's like hurricane piking and doing a ton of damage and he's the DPS. Nah, but he does carry the game.
I mean, he was also being really sneaky. How does the ET steal stacks, you know? Like, how often do you see an ET taking a stack, you know?
Yeah, these little details.
He took away so much fun from the dark side. That was crazy.
Yeah, I did feel like for this game, and it felt fairly even. We did see Satanic, you know, he was hitting creeps really well. Don't get me wrong, and he was top of the net worth for a long time. But Avulus was able to have their game plan be put into action a little bit, Winter. How come they weren't able to do anything later on when all their heroes had their items? Why couldn't they stop Satanic and his Temper Assassin?
I think Fear kind of already nailed it, you know. He talked about how they were supposed to do well in the early game with the single target, but once it came down to the team fights, you're up against the Enigma, you're up against the, I think ET and Bat are the very, very big reasons why they were winning most of the team fights. You gotta jump with a lasso, ET follows up with a stomp, sometimes he doesn't even need to use the ulti, and the fights are like basically over, because once Invoker dies, he's your main source of like lockdown and damage, and the rest of the heroes don't really provide that much, and if the Invoker dies, you're relying solely on the vacuum into stun from the Nyx.
Yeah, and this is going to show exactly what Rue did this game as well. Like, this Invoker, there was one job for Rue. He just had to find Stormer with this bat, and every single time, this is what Team Spirit excels at. Finding these cores with these Magnus, with these Batriders, pulling them into your team, being in a very uncomfortable spot. They're so good at it, and they already have so many heroes that can do it. It's either the Magnus, it's the Tiny, it's the Batrider. This is how this team likes to play, and Rue single-handedly, as a support, just shut down Stormer's game. That's the enemy mid laner. He just made it so he couldn't play the game whatsoever. If you look at the impact of the supports that Avulus had, they weren't shutting down any cores whatsoever. They were just trying to survive in this game, and it's just a nice montage of Rue just like completely just and Stormer's feeling it. It's like, come on, man, this is the 6th last of on me, but it's good. It's winning them the game, and that's why this bat is so good for this team.
Yeah, it is a fantastic hero, but it also makes you wonder, like, what did Avulus ban in that second phase? Because it were supports. They banned out the Clockwork and the Ogre Magi, Jenkins. On hindsight, it may be easy to say, but would, for example, Clock would also have found that Invoker every time, probably. But the Ogre leaves a little bit question mark.
Yeah, Bat's a little different. I feel like Bat in general is a hero where if you play up against it and it has a really good game, that you question not banning it. That's just like the nature of the hero. Yeah. He completely breaks team fights. You are pretty much not fighting, right? You get a pick off, then is when the fight starts. So when you have a game like this where you identify that one player or one hero is going to be a problem, he's the #1 guy for just clicking, you know, you're out of the fight. You know, it's like him and Doom. Those are the 2 heroes.
Yeah, I will say for Avulus, this is the end of the road. We are going to hopefully hear from them in a little bit. Before we do so, though, let's take a look at 2 players in particular with our Acer Predator head-to-heads. We have to highlight this carry difference. This is quite punishing, Jenkins. Devastating, some might say.
I think it's quite devastating. I think it's hard to have a Team Spirit series and not want to highlight Satanic in a head-to-head, because when you're looking at net worth, when you're looking at any stat, we bring it up every single time on the panel. This guy is breaking world records, and they have an entire team that is based upon playing around him. And the thing is, you can have all these this high net worth and these high stats, and then you can't handle the pressure, but he could.
Yeah. I mean, he's making all the plays on the map, which is really nice to see as a carry, and he's not making mistakes. That's the big thing. I do want to also have to give a shout out to Maposhka. He's making sure that his lane is good every single game.
Yeah.
Like, that's a big reason why he's getting ahead in the farming department. It's because Maposhka is one of the best supports, one of the most experienced position 5s, and will help you with that laning stage. But this fight in particular, for example, like, every single button he is clicking is the right button to be clicking in that exact moment every single time. He's one-shotting heroes like that by just knowing the game mechanics. His TA, his Medusa, his Alchemist, they're just so damn good right now. I don't know how you can give these heroes to him, but it's going to be difficult to ban out just him because he still has more heroes than that. But if he sticks to his 4 to 5 heroes going this tournament, this Team Spirit is a real contender.
It's difficult to stop someone from farming when you can't gank him. He's probably one of the hardest carry players to gank right now. Always have the right intuition about the gank coming, sometimes thanks to the wards, sometimes thanks to the teammates, blocking the gank. But if you want to stop him, you have to find a way to kill him.
The funny thing about this team is, like, the other carry player I think that's hard to really gank is Yatoro. Like, they've somehow replaced Yatoro with a guy that has
the younger Yatoro,
the exact same archetype of the same vibe, which is really interesting.
It is really interesting, and we're gonna see Team Spirit again later today. As mentioned, they'll go up against Team Liquid. For Avalos, it's the end of the road, and for some words from the squad, we're heading over to Slack, so standing by with Stormstormer.
Yes, indeed. We are here with Stormstormer. Stormstormer, heck of a series. You guys impressed a lot of people on your run on this one, I have to say. Please don't take that the wrong way, but a lot of people, thought you were a new team, had some stuff to do, had some stuff to work out, but went pretty far, in my opinion. How are you feeling about how far you guys have made it?
Well, in the big picture, I'm really proud of my team and what we achieved. We really grew as a team and as a family, and I'm really proud of what, how the team stepped up and everybody individually and also as a unit. I think we grew incredibly high, and over the course of the tournament, at least I was feeling very proud, and I hope my teammates did the same or feel the same. Nonetheless, of course, it is really sad to lose the tournament this way. We did not expect it to, end this way, because with the increasing confidence in our skill, we thought we could get further in this tournament, but as truth tells, other teams are also very good, and in the end, I think when you lose a tournament, you always end where you belong to. Sometimes it's only a small margin. For example, in the series that was before this one to Parivision, we almost had the game, but we lost the game due to 2 small moments. But I think in reality, it would be stupid to say, if these small moments change, we would be there, because these small moments happened. So these mistakes that you do, they play a role in this tournament finish, so I think we got where we belong.
All right, well, that's good to hear that you're looking at it in that positive light, even though it didn't make it as far. What are you guys up to now after this?
Well, we'll never know the answer to that question, but I think one thing is very sure. For Avalos and for Spirit as well, and we talked about this before the series began, every single team that we see here in Paragon Hall in Bangkok has improved tremendously. Goes for Team Spirit, goes for Avalos as well, and it's just a question of who improves the most. And I feel like Avalos' improvement, I kind of feel, Jenkins, we're definitely going to see them more often showing up at big lands like this.
For sure, and I do want to go back to their mental state. This is a team that recently they described, I was talking to Stormstormer at Dacha, you can add the check mark to the box, and he said that that's when they really became friends. They started doing things together, they started enjoying each other's company, and it does not surprise me that that is the exact timing where they start winning, they win the tournament, right? And then they do well in the next one, and then they make it to upper bracket in this one, in a major tournament, a tournament which is on essentially the Dota circuit, right? This is the really, really important one for them to do.
You're saying Avalos won Dacha?
No, not Dacha, the other one.
Oh, okay.
The one that was happening during Dacha.
Yeah, okay, fair.
The other Serbia land. There were two happening at once. So they won that, and that's the land where they actually became the boys, and that's something that'll give them strength going forward.
Yeah, they beat Paravision there. Was a big result for them.
Yep.
It is a big result for them, but for now, we will see them again another time in some qualifiers as we continue here with our top 4 teams. That's right. You just have to count for a second, You got Team Spirit, you got Liquid, and the other 2 teams, they're still flying high and mighty.
We have
they're still chilling.
3 Eastern European teams.
We do. Yeah, it's very impressive.
Strong region.
It is a strong region. So there's 2 teams still in that upper bracket, and those are the 2 teams we are going to show you guys next. So get ready. Still some time to get your snacks in. Bedboom team versus Paravision after this.
Waking up, playing some Dota. It's just been part of my life for 20 years, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
Where we are in the history of this game and where it's come from and how much has been accomplished, I think compared to basically any other esport, it's the best. So
I'm grateful for Dota 2 as a game because Dota as a culture supersedes where we come from. You are a Dota player first, and I love that.
Welcome back. Next, we're going to be talking to Avalis. They have just lost their upper bracket match here, but we're going to go find them and see what they're up to now. Hello. Hello. Thank you. You know, I really appreciate that you're here after losing, but, you know, it's upper bracket. It's okay, right? You guys had a good start. How are you feeling to now be sitting in this nice, relaxing hotel lobby and makeup room?
Relaxing, I would not call it, but, you know, it's... I'm in the feels right now, but it's okay.
It's good. It's
ready
good.
to give you the best interview ever.
Really? You're ready?
Go for it.
I very much appreciate that right now. Well, we don't have to talk about Dota though, because you know you have to talk about Dota a lot, and you just lost, so probably not exactly what you're going for at this moment, I'm guessing. In terms of your stay here, Thailand, you know, coming to Southeast Asia, how has it been for you?
Actually, SEA food, yeah. I rate SEA food very high. We went to like this Korean place in the mall yesterday. It was it was a Korean barbecue. It was the first time I've had it, and that shit was really good.
Okay, yes, this is very important. You're also doing a good job of working the fans because they love it whenever you talk about their food, saying that it's the best food in the world. That is absolutely what the C fans are looking to hear. So tomorrow, would you like any of the C fans to maybe bring you some food at the arena?
Bring me food at the arena. Maybe after we win, but yeah, before it's a bit dangerous. I don't like to, but if we win, I'll try anything.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen,
anything within that's edible. You know, I need to disclaimer that shit.
That was a very good idea. You never know what a Dota fan is going to bring, so that was a very good decision here. I was wondering, you know, will I get to see your precious, sorry to go back to Dota, but Lyrical and I don't know if you know, we're actually big fans of your Nyx Assassin. So I'm going to need to see it again. Can the fans in Paragon Hall count on seeing your Nyx Assassin?
Yeah, it's a pretty high chance.
All right. Thank you. I really needed that. Bless you. All right. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
You're so welcome. Hello, everyone. Welcome. I've already bothered Eki. I'm now here to bother Seneko. We don't have to talk about Dota here. I know you guys are coming off the loss here, upper bracket stuff. Still upper bracket, though. It's all right. Tomorrow, you're off to Paragon Hall. Going to be playing, the next 3 days, obviously, going to be playing in front of the fans. How are you feeling about that?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm ready for everything.
Ready to be back for the LAN? Okay. I've brought us in here. I thought maybe just to remind you the stakes here. We're gonna head over here. Because obviously, you know, being a very smart and wise player, if you do lose again, I'm going to bring you on the panel. So I hope this will serve as motivation for you.
Okay, yeah, I'm motivated. I hope we come in last day with win. Only with trophy, very trophy, just to know for what I'm playing.
The trophy? You know what? I don't have it here. It's already at the arena. If you'd like, we could maybe give you one of those.
One of those. Okay, at least for this I am aiming for. Yeah.
Okay, there's also been a lot of argument amongst the talent about who gets that Anti-Mage picture, the way up there. So, you know, if you win, I could get you that.
Okay, no problem. Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
That's pretty good. Okay, so winning means you don't have to panel, so that's really good. You get cool pictures and a trophy. Does that sound pretty good?
Actually, more motivating these pictures than trophy. Yeah, I'm just excited to see that. Yeah.
This is all very good.
Yeah.
Very hype. Thank you very much, Sneko.
Who you got beef with?
Where is fucking Amar? As always.
What's up, guys? We got Parivision here. We've got Chrysalis as well as Ducalis, and we are going to play a game of Pimp My Profile. They've gotten onto each other's accounts, and they are going to create a Dota profile for the other person. Oh, I get what you mean. You're talking about.
If you play any pubs with Duka, you'll know exactly what I'm doing. I don't even have to put any words on it, so people just understand what's going on. Okay, here we go. That's where it starts.
So when you're drafting, are you one of those just snap pick the
left to right,
left to right,
left to right?
Yep.
I don't want to deal with this shit.
I'm the person who press status, who click every guy.
Yes.
I put
You do your
nicknames,
research?
like buyers, yeah.
Who should I flame by putting it on the low-rank Toby team?
Who you got beef with?
Where is fucking Amar?
There you go.
Yeah, there you go. Another offlaner, because Duke will always force you to pick several offlaners to fuck your draft even more. Sorry, Chalice, you're ancient.
Oh, you got another offlaner in Moon. Oh yes.
I can put Scam there too.
True.
That one's personal, so.
Take a look at the profile that Remco made for you.
This is every pub.
All right, so explain the profile to the audience here.
I mean, it's easy. So left team, me was drafting. I take best mid lane, best carry, best offlane, and second best 4, because first best 4 is 9 class. Right? And right team, it's Toby drafting for plus 40. As usually it should be different. It should be left Toby and me right? Okay, but it's fine.
Good enough.
And he took just everyone from left. And but I give him Amar because Amar said he will game ruin. As always.
All right, Remco, come check out the profile.
I just choose worst cosmetics for Razor. You can see, yeah, it's like worst. On Bloodseeker as well. On Monkey there was no bad cosmetics, so I just put normal.
Okay.
So there is Hamster.
Why the hamster?
Because it was the weirdest courier he has.
Okay.
I also put the weirdest creep. That ever existed. Dota, just crocodile. Crocodile. Also worst phrases, like the most cringe. And of course he's carry player, so he.
I need my stats showing, of course.
He opens his profile. He wants to see that Hellbear is not happy that he's hitting him every game. And here it's just Amar.
Which profile do you like more?
I mean Remco for sure, because he has better idea. I mean, I'm sure with Pipe it would be best. It would be best out of best whoever made in this.
All right, well, Chrysalis wins, congratulations.
Easy.
Thank you guys for watching another episode of Pimp My Profile. Goodbye. I mean, you're kind of close. Okay, maybe not that close. What? What's up?
Hello, welcome. I'm Trent here, in the hotel lobby right now. And I've got no one, Chrysalis and DM getting some makeup on. I think we're gonna make our way over. I believe that's part of our plan here. Hello, no one.
Hello.
I see you're getting ready for us here. Yeah. Do you really feel like you really need the makeup? Because I think you look pretty good.
I don't know. It's not for me to decide. They told me I need. I am doing.
Okay, all right. I guess it's the harsh lighting. I understand. You know, being in the professionalness of our scene here, we gotta make sure that we look very good all the time. Oh yeah. Oh, that's the good stuff.
I like it a lot.
Do you need me to do it? Should I
No, thank you. No.
No?
Too complicated.
Yeah, that's a fair point. It is pretty complicated, actually. Okay. Well, it looks very good. Make sure really good with the lips there. Really, you know.
Me make sure it's his.
How does that feel?
Refreshing.
Feels very refreshing, he says. That's very good. Okay, thank you, no one. He's doing a great job. Thank you. Okay, part 1 done. DM. How did that make-upping look?
Looks fine. I actually guess I have to go there. So can we change the position?
You can go. Yeah, that'll work. That actually works pretty well for me here. This is good. It's good that you guys are here, seeing behind the scenes what happens. Oh, Chrysalis! You're breaking the wall here. He did that on purpose. Can you believe that? Here, in the makeup room, where you're expected to be professional all the time? Okay. We're just gonna all join in on this here. You just tell me, how many times have you gotten your makeup done?
I only do it on tournaments.
So not at home. This isn't something you're not doing this before the games. Like when we get the webcam on you guys, you're not making sure you look your absolute best.
I mean, you see how I look. It's like shit. So obviously no makeup usually.
I don't think you look like shit, DM. I'm gonna be real with you. I think you're a pretty handsome fella. All right. I can see those young years on you. You're gonna do very well. Yeah. Yeah.
Thanks for your kind words.
Oh, you're very welcome.
You up my self-opinion.
Yeah, I don't need to up your self-esteem or anything right now. You know, you guys are playing great. You're now top 3. Feels pretty good. And now you get to do a little bit of media day. Would you say media day is more fun than playing the games?
To be honest, playing games were more fun to me, but I think it's good that we go media not after losing, but after winning. This is a big diff, yeah.
Okay, so you're saying that when I start doing things with Avalus in a second, it's not going to be as easy?
Can you repeat again, actually?
Oh, I'm sorry. When I have to do this with Avalus in a second here after they lost, probably not as easy then, I'm guessing.
Yes, if you would have to do it, it would be a very, very sad story.
It would be really, really sad, especially if Eki was listening while I'm asking these questions right now. That probably would be pretty sad.
Yes.
Yes, that's right. Hi, Eki. He's doing great.
I was actually told that whoever, like, no matter which team, like, we're gonna go do media. But then they said, like, okay, no media.
At least they knew. That's good. That's good to know. All right. Well, and Paravision now gonna move on with their media day. So thank you very much for talking to us there. And good luck for them in the tournament.
Pierre has given up on the base race and decided his only chance.
Good job, you.
Hello and welcome to another round of base race, where I am joined by BetBoom's Pure and Kiyotaka, and we're gonna see who can kill the other person's ancient first. And we're different. We've got a Pugna versus Huskar matchup, right? Got our boy Pugna here, the meteor hammer from the trees. Into that. You know, this is a pretty good idea. Let's check in on the Huskar idea over here. Pretty solid battle. Well, we'll see who's stronger, Mr. Pugna or Mr. Armlet Toggles. And the first tower falls. Oh, we've got the Octarine core queued up on Pugna.
No, it's not gonna work.
I don't know if you'll get it in time. And the second tower has already fallen. Have you ever lost to a tower when you were toggling? There might be danger coming your way.
It's fine, it's fine.
Pugna has given up on throning.
It's fine.
Who wins the battle? Oh no, he ate in the trees.
It's not a rush base race right now, but it's fine.
Pierre has given up on the base race and decided his only chance. Oh no, the battle continues. Oh no.
Really?
Do you give up on this round? First round goes to Kiyotaka in that Huskar for round 1. But luckily for you, Pierre, there's more rounds. Okay, that's different. We've already seen a lot of new heroes coming out of BetBoom today. Alright, don't forget your glyphs, guys.
Creeps down faster. Maybe I can like this. Oh, I can like
Wow, right?
this. Actually cannot.
And the tower is dead already. Right, going high ground. On the side of Kiyotaka. Into another glyph. Damn, that tower beat you up.
You know, but
Ooh, the toggles. Tower is down. And it's crunch time here in this round 2. As the tier 4s are open. This is a lot closer than I thought, actually, looking at these heroes. Actually ridiculously close. Oof. And both of the ancients are exposed almost in a minute here. And Arc Warden's live.
I have no belief.
It looks like the conventional Arc Warden idea went out.
Yes, guys, I'm not first time in this game.
It's not his first time playing.
Yes.
But, you know,
have a glyph for some reason.
Kiyotaka wins this round 2, making him the winner of this BO3 in base race. Thank you for joining us here, as we saw, you know, a little bit of odd ideas, but at the end, the victor is here.
Welcome, everybody. We are here again in the players area. I'm joined by the lovely folks of Bet Boom. My guys, how are you doing? Katomi Save. You guys just had some brilliant performances here today. We're going to ask you a couple questions. We might meme it up a little bit, and we're going to have fun. Does that sound good? Thumbs up, yeah? Yeah. So excited. We're ready. All right, and we're here. We're at this little line of lovely teams, and we're going to get these guys to point out there's a lot of C Dota happening and a lot of pubs that you guys have been playing, I'm sure, amongst the scrims. So I want you to point to the team that you most like playing with and then the team that you least like playing with when you're in your pubs. Kat, tell me, you want to go first?
Yeah, let's go. So the most annoying team in pubs is this one. They always make my pubs like shit. Like a normal Ryan, they always troll game, and it's not enjoyable.
Wow, strong words. I gave him the option to point somewhere else, but he's willing to say that. Okay, Save, you're a kind, gentle fellow. How about you? For you, the team that you least like to play with in your pubs?
I know one team that I don't want to play with in pubs. I can show you.
He's gonna point. Oh, I think I know what's happening right here.
This one, you know, like this team in pub is like we have some rules even when we play on bootcamp or something, you know. We just say if we queue with more than 2 guys, like this game is like trash, you know, because we sit in one room and we play like the same pub, and it's kind of weird, you know, because sometimes someone is calling in mic and you hear it and you get some more information. So usually you don't want to play with your teammates if you're in one room, you know.
So one person flames every other team, the other person flames his own team. This is the way that you win in Dota. So there is one other question that we got to ask. Your favorite people to play with. We're not going to make you walk all over and point with Kazama. You want to tell us first person?
I will already hear these boys right here.
Wow.
I like playing with my team in pubs and in official teams, games. I like playing with my friend Pure on same lane in pub and winning without chance. I enjoy getting free MMR.
Free MMR, that's all you got to know. And Pure, do you also love playing with Katomi? Is he your favorite person?
Yeah, I mean, why not? If we're not queuing like 4 people like in the same pub, I'm fine with playing with my own teammates. But overall, I don't know. I just like playing with some guys that don't really call, you know, just play silent like me. Like some guys like Miracle, you know. You just play a pub, you enjoy it.
Bat chest. That's all I got to say. Good stuff. Back to you.
You need a foot on the gas, or put my name on the line. Main character energy, I'm just taking what's mine. And it's written in the stars, I'm a king like my sign, yeah. Reasonable, the jaws drop like a surprise. Don't be mad about it. Don't be mad, don't be mad about it. Don't be mad, I don't play the game, nah, I make the rules. Cards close to the chest, and I don't play no fool. Don't be mad about it. Look, yeah, my name stay in the mouth. Legs got broke, they said cast her. I'm the 911 response in a disaster. I don't ask, I just take. Treat the world like a man, I just blow them away. Yeah, I'm a #1 fan. Don't need a bark, I'm a bite. Switch me on, dark need light. Don't need pity, don't need spite. I just plop, plop, plop on sight. Could take your girl in 2 seconds. I just flash her a smile. I make petty look pretty. They run an inch, I run 3 miles. You need a foot on the gas, I'll put my name on the line. Main character energy, I'm just taking what's mine. And it's written in the stars, I'm a king like my sign, yeah. Raising the bar, the jaws drop like a surprise. Don't be mad about it. Don't be mad about it. Don't be mad about it. Don't be mad about it.
maybe walk it out. Sometimes gotta scream and shout. Let them know that you're here, no doubt. Took a long time, but we here now. I know you're ready for the hardships. Know you're ready for the progress. I know you living your truth, but don't forget to always stay honest. So do a little dance, do a little wiggle, yeah. It's your turn. Learn how the universe works. Yeah, come on. We can't control the world, but I'm trying to control myself. Yeah, I'm trying to control myself. Yeah, we can't control the world. Yeah. But baby, I just can't hold it. I'm just trying to control it, control it. Yeah. We gon' celebrate like we never have. Slow wine with your better half. Never hesitate to get the bag. Money talks and we always chat. That's why hard work and dedication can get you to a better place, better space. You ain't got time to be wasting, but don't chase it. You can't control the world, but I'm trying to control myself. Yeah, I'm trying to control myself. Yeah. We can't control the world. What we doing? But baby, I just can't hold it. I'm just trying to control it, control it. Yeah. Just trying to control it. Hey, just trying to control it. Yeah. Let it out, let it out, let it out, let it out.
Ooh, that day that boy walked my way. Don't forget his pretty face. It was like we both had something to say. Yeah, but as soon as I saw him, his fine ass was gone. Think I should have followed him home. I'll put my number into his phone. A moment in time, so divine. Hope I see you again. Hope I see you again. A moment in time, so divine. Hope I see you again. Hope I see you again. You looking so good, made me wanna know you. Feeling the groove, and I got to show you. Come back, better come back. Want you to know that you're looking so fly. I wanna get to know you, but you're missing me by in just a moment in time. Oh my, boy, you better come back. A moment in time, so divine. Hope I see you again. Hope I see you again. A moment in time, so divine. Hope I see you again. Hope I see you again. You're looking so good, made me wanna know you. Feeling the groove, and I got to show you. Come back, better come back. Want you to know that you're looking so fly. I wanna get to know you, but you're missing me by in just a moment in time. Oh my, boy, you better come back.
Takes more than money to force a change. Takes more than time to heal the pain. Heartbreak will light the fire. Heartbreak will light the fire. Fire will light the fire. Takes more than money to boss a change. Takes more than time to heal pain. Heartbreak will light the fire. Heartbreak will light the
ESL One Bangkok 2024. And for today, we are in day 2, right? And of course, we are here with a special someone. Please introduce yourself and of course, your pride.
Okay. Hello, my name is Andy. Andy How, IGN on Steam. Legend 5, Pinoy Pride, Sea Pride.
Yeah, let's go. We are in Bangkok, but of course, Southeast Asia, we are together here. And of course, after the match just ended, we can't help but saw his energy in front of the stage. He's cheering so loud, and of course, I can't help but notice the sign. Let's see what it is. And please tell us a little bit about who you support and how was your yesterday. It doesn't go as smooth as you like, isn't it?
Okay, I'm gonna say the truth, right? Initially, I was hoping for Shopify Rebellion because of Yopaj and Scam, Pinoy Pride. So, but sadly, they drop out. So, right now, ta-da!
Let's go, Spirit, right?
Spirit!
Yeah, of course. But as as a Dota fan would, we have a lot of love for maybe every team, maybe not, of course, but you have a lot of love for the game itself. So any team that play well, you're can't help but root for them, right? So I want you to show your support to the Dota community, to the team, and of course, your own community. Can you give us a lot of energy in this one?
All right. To all the Dota fans out there, I know you guys are hoping for your best team to win. Initially, we have a favorite team in our mind, so mine is Spirit. But I'm also cheering for all the remaining teams to play in ESL One. This is my first ESL One, and my first travel in Bangkok. So this is a very special occasion for me, and event. So, I've traded our company Christmas party for this event, so sorry, boss.
But
stuck unemployed.
Okay. I heard nothing. I heard nothing. All right.
Can you cut that?
Maybe, I don't know. Let's see. But of course, I've heard a little bit of something that you tell me before this. You want to shout out to your friends, right? Right. Okay, let's go.
Yeah, I'm gonna shout out to my legit gaming friends in the Philippines. So they're composed of my brother. They're all immortal. I'm the only legend. So, Smurf. I'm the Smurf. I'm the Smurf. I'm the original immortal. So shout out to them, Jorwin, RJ, Ken, Ading, back in the Philippines.
Let's see what we can put in and what we have to cut, okay? Of course, but with this guy, with his energy and all his story to tell, right? We can't just leave him empty-handed because today we are sponsored by our beloved Acer Predator, and this, oh my God, it is so heavy, oh my God. Please help me, please help me. Yeah, thank you. Oh, please hold it for me forever because it's yours. We are giving away our Acer Predator X27U model monitor to this lucky guy. Please give him a round of applause. Are you okay? It's pretty heavy, right?
No, it's okay. It's okay.
You can do it.
Hold it. I don't know.
Okay, so a lot of fun to be had here still in ESL One. Are you okay for sure? Because today we still have plenty of matches to play. And let's go see it after this break. Be right back.
makes me feel better. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had.
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door. I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home. A couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
Miles past, turning back, found my track, face the fact, she a core one. Never gonna settle for none. Stay up every night till I won. Don't want a slow rise now. I'm confident opulence isn't a long ride out. When I look back now, I'm astounded. A quiet boy from old age, but always felt the world was a stage, yeah. I celebrate one last late night. My old life ain't staying.
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door. I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home. A couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
I'm headed to LA. Headed on my way. I'm headed on my way to LA. Headed on my way soon.
Couple thousand miles, throw it on the dash. Shit, 10,000 hours, can't let them pass. Yeah, well, I was putting time in, you was pulled up wildin'. You always had shit to say, now when I see you, it's silence. Thought I have a Grammy by 25. Commas after commas next to dollar sign, yeah. Had to remind myself why I'm living this life. Look at all the late nights, it'll all come in due time, yeah.
Made for the fight, for the pain and the climb. Tied to the life I chose. Stay through the night.
Hey everybody, yes, we are here for a little venue tour to show you guys at home what is going on around the arena. And if you have been in the arena the entire time, just so absorbed with the games you haven't explored, I show you a bit. We'll start things off at a DHL booth where you can pick up your DHL drop signs. Don't forget, we are doing a DHL drop after the first game of this upcoming series, so make sure that you write something funny so I can pick you and you can win prizes tomorrow. But anyway, lots to do at the DHL booth. You can win a bunch of stuff. You can get some signatures. You can look at my ugly face if that interests you. I hope not. But yes, DHL booth's pretty fun. Let's go see what other adventures we have here around the arena. Face painting over here if you want. Oh, Moodang! That's my boy right there. We got face painting over here. There's a balloon guy somewhere. I know that they're still cooking. But the most important thing happening right now is the signing session. Now, I know that we all love Team Nigma. It's so sad that they got knocked out. But there are silver linings because they got knocked out. We get to have them at a signing session. So very, very exciting stuff. Look at this line of Team Nigma. Sumail got a lot of signing his ass has to do today, so very, very excited. Hello. Let's do some interviews. Hello. Interviews. Hello. Would anyone like to talk? Anyone? I don't want. Oh, okay, here we go. Sir. Whoa, don't hurt anybody. He's started jumping over. What are you going to ask Nigma when you get your stuff signed? What do you want to talk about?
Okay. First of all, hello, Miracle. What's up?
You're about to meet Miracle, dude. He's not going to watch this, trust me. But what do you want to say to Miracle when you go and see him?
I love you.
Woo! Well, that's good. I'm sure Miracle will have a very deep conversation about that with you. Thank you very much. Anybody else? Hello. You're filming me. I'm filming you. Hello. Film this man who's filming us right now. Yeah. Thank you very much. Hello. Anybody else want to talk, sir? What do you? What? What are you back there? Pass this man the microphone. Hello. What are you going to talk to Nigma about today?
Today, I'm going to talk your opinion on Malik specifically.
Okay, this guy's actually got interview questions. Don't steal my job, young man. Just get your signature and move on, okay? Okay. Oh, wow. Okay. Hello. What do you want to ask Nigma about when you see him?
I not good English. Good luck. Yeah.
Good job, Nick. Good work, Nigma. That was perfect. You did good. Don't worry about it.
Chat, hey, Twitch.
Hello, chat. That's something that goes through every language. Hello. Do you want to be on camera, young man? All right. How old are you, young man?
I'm 12 years old.
12 years old. Do you play Dota?
No. I came with my friend.
You're with your friend. Hello.
I'm from Russia.
Oh, very good, very good. Are you enjoying the event?
Yes.
Will you play Dota now?
Maybe yes.
Maybe yes. Come on, young man. Just lie to the camera for us. Just give us a yes. I love Dota.
I love Dota.
And he won't play Dota. Stop playing.
If Spirit win, I'll play.
Okay, Team Spirit, it's up to you, my friends. You better get that going. That's the next generation of Dota player right there. Do it for him. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you very much. All right, guys, let's see. Does anyone actually have a...
Banner on the crib.
What?
Yeah, they should put Roshan banner on the crib. I don't know who said that. Must be.
That was me. All right, nobody looked at my thread. Okay, you downvoted it. I know you did. Sorry, I made a suggestion. This guy's actually. Is this a Team Nigma shirt?
No.
No.
It's ESL.
Oh, it's just an ESL one. I thought that was an official merch. Oh, we got a Sumail one. There we go. Evil Genius says we got an actual fan there, Mr. Sumail fan. Hello, can I speak to you? What are you gonna say to Sumail when you see him?
I'm just gonna ask him where's Universe.
Where is Universe? That is living a better life, my friend. He's free. What? Okay, take it easy, young man. No advertising. Oh, there's one guy in an Enigma shirt all the way in the back. Hello, you two. They're way in the back. Are you excited? We are, yes. He said we are, yes. Who do you want to talk to? What? Miracle? Okay, Miracle. What are you going to ask? How he's feeling. Well, I hope he's feeling great. Thank you, the true Nigma fans who bought the jerseys. All right, well, we're going to close this thing out. Team Nigma lovers, can we get one more yell for the camera? How you guys doing out there? You ready for Team Nigma? Dang, that's louder than the damn arena. All right, thank you very much. Good luck in your signing session. And don't forget to leave the arena once in a while and explore these holes because there's a lot to do. Back to you.
Are all in. Can you hear the voices calling? Do you feel how they are dragging, waiting for a second to push you to your limits, growing stronger, feeling better? But do you feel them? Can you hear them say? Welcome to the other side. Welcome to the other side.
All right, we're here outside the Paragon Hall at the Intel booth. There's a lot going on here. I've got some friends joining me. Can you tell me what's going on with these PCs here? What are they up to?
So they are doing one-on-one Dota Shadowfiend mid lane.
A classic 1v1 mid for what are they playing for?
Like someone asked me, can I do auto hero? I say you cannot. You need to do like Shadowfiend only, right? Right?
What do they stand to win playing here if you're down here?
Let Mikasa talk about that.
So we are running an event. If you play and you win, you get a T-shirt and you have like one gacha roll. You can get a random stuff, and then the loser get nothing. It's Dota 2-way, you know. Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. Now I want to introduce everyone as well. This is Mikasa, a legend in the Thai scene. I casted you many times before. I want to ask you real quick. How does it feel to have a big LAN back here in Bangkok?
It's such a pleasure experience here. It's nice to see a lot of people here roaming around, eating good food, watching good Dota. Like yesterday, such a great match, you know, Falcon Liquid. Yeah, nice to see you guys here.
It's great to be here as well. And if you are at the area, make sure to check out all the activities we have. Again, we have a 1v1 here, SF, a classic matchup. We'll head back to the stage.
It's late at night, I feel you on my skin, you're all that's on my mind, it's finally sinking in, you're it, I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out, cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. Way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy, it's electricity. Electricity. Oh, it's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity. All the time I wasted on something, growing up, I dreamed just nothing. Ooh, what are you? People talk loud, I get what they're telling me. I fucked up, but I didn't care of it. Ooh, what did you? Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong. And everything's upside down, I'm falling. Hey, I gotta say, I'm always on a run. I'm getting closer to the light. By the time I'm changing my remedy, blowing up, I get sick and tired of this. What a truth. No one talk now, I'm feeling lost on it. Silence is loud, I get it safe from it. What a truth. Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong. And everything's upside down, I'm falling. Hey,
ball. My desire to be greatest days coming in waves. And no, I ain't no stranger to the fire, burning up all my desire to be great. I gotta just open the gate. All I need is saving from hitting the pavement, understand it when I'm impatient, that only I give to me. All I need is a little love in lonely places, the strength to stare fear in the face, that only I give to me.
I'll forget the first time with you, and baby you make a moment. Every time I lay eyes on you, but do we care? Do we dare? Keeping this going, let's live in the moment. Yeah, now if you know, keep this on the low between the two of us. Every time I try to find, try to avoid it, but I was stuck. You turn up the heat when you back it up. Try to stop the flame, but this has been melts away. It isn't enough to wish for change. You either give in or pull away. We have the will to choose our fate. Whether it's wrong or right, I'm holding on for life, for the ride. Today we woke up, lying in a pool of shame. Tears and makeup printed on the pillowcase. It's hard to apply restraint. I'm trying to stay away. It's so magnetic. Ooh, I gotta have it now. Let's keep it a private thing. I'll give you a secret name. Let's build a life on a lie. Every time I try to find, try to avoid it, but I was stuck. You turn up the heat when you back it up. Try to stop the flame, but this has been melts away. It isn't enough to wish for change. You either give in or pull away. We have the will to choose our fate. Whether it's wrong or right, I'm holding on for life, for the ride.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are getting ready for our upper bracket finals. You are watching ESL One Bangkok, and we are live from the Paragon Hall, where we will see BetBoom taking on Paravision in a best of 3 to decide which one of these two teams will have a straight route to the grand finals tomorrow to try and claim a victory. I'm joined this afternoon by Kezu, Effie, and Jenkins, and we're gonna have a good on our hands. We're gonna have a good series on our hands. It might not be a Liquid versus Falcons Jenkins, but I think these two teams can definitely hold their own against that kind of aggression.
I think so too. I don't think this is going to be a particularly one-sided affair.
No.
Paravision has shown some exponential growth, I would say, in the last week of this tournament. BetBoom team has shown the same growth, except over the year, over the season, since the last iteration of BetBoom. This is the dream team for the CIS region, so to speak, where they have the really high-skill, high-rated players, but also the flair of the young guys bringing like the crazy picks and stuff like that.
Yeah, it feels like we've come full circle. Like in Dota, there are always reigns of dominance for certain regions. Sometimes it's Europe, sometimes it's China. But before the Europe-China showdowns of the days of old, there was also the EU dominance that we saw for the first 3-4 years of Dota. So it feels like we've just come full circle back to that. And it was a matter of time, honestly. We missed them. We missed these players. We missed this kind of style of Dota.
I mean, it's like all the new generation players, they're now getting old enough to help each other, or even you bring in more new ones with Satanic. This guy looks insane. And I will say the last series, yeah, it wasn't as close, but the one we have coming up, it's going to be a banger. No way this is not going to be a 3-gamer.
No, we're going to dive right into it as well. When we're looking at these two teams, we want to compare the carry players as we look at our Acer Predator head-to-head, because these two guys have got amazing stories to how they got here to begin with, but also I think if we're starting on Pure Jenkins, he has been called the best carry. Period.
Right.
Recently.
Of course, other than Nightfall, Pure is definitely he's a really strong carry, and he's a very versatile player. He can play the draw rangers of the world and play for timings. He can play the 1v5 for protect 1 type carry. He's extremely versatile, and we've also seen him play multiple roles on different teams as well and slot in just fine. Yeah. Crystallis, on the other hand, is a hero spammer, hero specialist, but the heroes that he does play, he is the best at. He is the best Razor, period.
He might also be the best Monkey King, period, at least from the carry role as well. And Pure, this guy is honestly insane for all the reasons you mentioned. He can take over games, he can help other people take over the game when he plays a carry Dawnbreaker. They're both just phenomenal carries.
Yeah, but not only that, but Pure, he brings something special to Dota that we haven't seen in a while, which is a player that leaves you on the edge of your seat. We did see remnants of that with Parker when he won a recent tournament with Heroic, but Pure is always playing on the edge of his HP, on the edge of the fights. He's often buying these Divine Rapiers and 1v5ing these games, and it's been such a long time since the carry player has made that kind of impact in Dota.
Yeah, very much true. As we dive into BetBoom as our first team here in this upper bracket finals, BetBoom is a team that come off hot of a tournament victory with the Blast Slam, where we saw Pure perform exactly the way that Effie is describing. And they have not dropped a beat, Jenkins.
Who was it in the interview that...
It was Save.
No, it was somebody called... I didn't even ask the question. You're good, Cheever.
She's real good.
You're good.
Save is the one that normally takes all the interviews, so
he
it's
does.
easy.
He tanks. No, they called Kiyotaka. They said that he's chaotic, or he's unscripted. That was the phrasing that I really liked, the description of Kiyotaka. Some other player we were interviewing, and they said that he's unscripted. You have no idea what this guy is going to do. He makes a ton of space for his team. He's at your tier 3 when there's still a tier 1 up, ganking you behind and killing your courier. It's what is this guy doing? And sometimes it can look really goofy, but other times it looks amazing. And lately it's looked really good. At the very least, it's made a lot of space for his team.
He's got that eternal envy energy, right? Of you don't know what you're going to get out of him, but when you do get him playing well, Kazu, he's just on top of it.
I mean, this guy is really, really good. I've heard like a lot of trash talk, or maybe not trash talk, but like doubts, you know, during like the season. But this guy is so good. He does like all this crazy stuff, and you need that, especially in top-level Dota, especially when you're young. This does so much, and you have a carry like Pure who will always use this type of space, and look at their results. Like, it just keeps getting better. They swap their roster. I don't blame them. I saw they're unmuted in terms of how they talk to each other.
I was gonna say,
guys,
yeah,
that is not normal.
It all makes sense now.
Yeah.
What was happening before?
I can't even count the amount of times we said, "Oh, guys, this is the tournament where they're gonna turn it around." But it did change. It did take a roster change in order for them to get a title. I will have to put an asterisk to the number first place though, because Kiyotaka was not with the squad. They did so with GPK indeed. So Kiyotaka has maybe a little bit of extra fire burning in this upcoming series. But I do think that they have also, Effie, leveled up over these last couple of days, just like everybody else, and they seem to be on the grade level.
They really have. I mean, they've had a lot of really nail-biting series too that have gone to 3 games that could have looked like they've gone either way. And if you're going on to playoffs on this stage after already playing such intense types of series, that experience is going to be invaluable at a moment like this.
It is going to be invaluable. And let's see what kind of experience they've had in the group stages and how they feel about it.
For me, like my personal performance, I think I'm playing quite well. I mean, I can do way better, but for sure we're improving with every single game. I mean, there is not that many games that are helping you to improve, honestly, but we're still trying to find some solutions to our problems. We got some stuff to fix, and we are working on that. I mean, got to fix some crazy dives, got to fix some crazy plays, and I should be one of the best for sure.
Doesn't feel great for old Pure, but the wraparound coming in, trying to take him down. Pure is gone though. Buys back immediately. They find the backlines, kill crit. This is the best fight that's looked for so far, but they get out. Kiyotaka, now the control of the save, trying to bring them down. The double salvo. Fissures all over the map.
I don't think that we consider it to be the favorite team in this tournament by a lot of people. I think we're pretty much confident for the playoffs, and there is not that many teams that can beat us. I think we're gonna have a fun series against some Parivision, and I think we are the best at the moment. I think we're gonna win this one. Yeah, it's time to make it on the LAN event with the viewers, and I mean, we're just gonna have fun for sure. The time has come, guys. What can I say?
It's time to do it in front of the viewers here against Paravision, where he seems pretty confident. I will say though, his whole event, ESL One Bangkok, for them started with them facing up against Paravision, and that series was a tie. It was also the only game that Paravision ended up losing the entire group stage. So let's focus our attention on them, because they have been on top. They got those extra points that you get from getting on top of the group, and they have looked, well, almost, as you can see, unstoppable, Kazu.
I mean, I would say that looking at this team, not many people had them like on the radar or expected them to do this well, myself included. I expected this team to be good, but not like a, you know, top 3 team, just straight up cruising through like the groups and through the bracket as well. They just seem like they know exactly what they want to do. Their supports play really well together. No one is back. This guy is like incredible in terms of how he performs in the lane. And yeah, honestly, I can't find any flaws in his team so far.
How much, Jenkins, do you feel like, I feel like this is the time to bring it up, is the Estini factor here for Paravision?
I think he's really proven himself to be an excellent coach.
Yes.
A lot of these players who are consistently very high rated, players like Crystalis, even when people were giving him shit and he's on Team Secret and not doing so well, the guy was like rank 3. So he's got the skill. He's always had the skill.
Yep.
And I feel like getting one of these coaches that can just pick the right heroes for you, give you good matchups, tell you a little bit of strategy, that's oftentimes all some of these players need. So I would say that he's done a lot for this team. I know that he's really close with DM as well, and I think that level of like synergy and comfort with the team and being able to talk to them is very important. So yeah, Estini, he deserves his medals for sure.
He definitely does. And when we're talking about Paravision, you already heard Kazu talk about it. We have to talk about No One. I feel like we sing his praises pretty frequently recently, Effie, and that is with good reason, I'd say.
Yeah, I just wanted to remind you, if you're watching at home, who this guy is. Because even though we haven't seen him in the scene for a few years, no one was part of the very, very dominant roster of Virtus.pro in that 2018 period, where they were winning everything. You know, not quite TI, because this is what happens when you're the dominant team. We've seen it, but they were just crushing everybody. Every single major was theirs in 2018, and it wasn't like, oh, close series. No, they were like 3-0ing every single finals. And a big part of this reason was No One, was his mid lane play. He was the most feared mid next to Sumail. People would often talk about which one was better, but in case you guys forgot who he is, you're seeing it.
I think it's incredibly impressive. There's not that often where you have a mid laner taking a break and then coming back to the actual mid lane, Jenkins, and do the same thing again, because normally that's reserved for the young kids.
Yeah, it's very impressive. I mean, this is really a good sign for all the old guys out there, which Dota's an old game, so that's a lot of us. So thank you, No One, for that, for representing your people. But this guy is not only just coming back and being dominant, he's playing completely different archetypes of heroes from the mid lane. That's the thing that I was really impressed with watching the replays, was that he could play safe and carry the game. He could play really aggressive, and he's the first hero that's going in. He could play the counter initiators. Like, no matter what you put him on mid, there's just no typecast for him. And he wins the lane. Yeah, I saw him win as a Puck versus Monkey King. This is a dog shit matchup. This is like one of the worst matchups in Dota, and he picked it knowing that this was going to be a matchup, and he's fine because he's that confident. So he's good, he's confident, he can play a ton of heroes. I don't know how he does it.
You know who that was against? The Puck versus Monkey King, where he spanked the Monkey King? It was against Kiyotaka.
There you go.
Oh, that's not good. That's not good for this series.
That is something to look out for when the game indeed is underway. Now, the rest of Paravision, I mean, No One, we can talk about him for a very long time, but the rest of Paravision, Kazu, has not had the greatest success.
No, they really have not, and that's why, you know, I was kind of looking like, okay, what did their past look like? Just to show people that it's not always, you know, like super easy in terms of how you do make it into the top tier team. Let's just think of Crystallis, like even when he was in Secret, everyone was shitting on this guy, that he's not good. He didn't qualify to a single LAN in 2024 with Secret up until coming to this team. Ducalis, you know, his best team was kind of like Quest. He was also rumored to be the backbone tryout for this current squad. Turned out not to be true. For No One as well, you know, he was last place at TI 13. He kind of came back. People were also like, oh, this guy's washed. He should quit. You know, moving on. 9 class, he played Team Sexy. Like, I don't even know who was on that team. You know, then he is in Tundra. He gets kicked for Saxa.
And he's the toxic pub guy.
Yeah, like people, you know, like straight up hate him. And then most importantly to me, DM. So of course, like he played in OG, but most importantly, he literally laned with someone who was griefing on purpose, sabotaging your gameplay. Stuff like this can ruin your confidence. And then it's also like, you know, Reddit, oh, this guy, what the hell is he doing? What is this? But moving on. Like these guys, you know, like outcasts, people who got kicked from their teams, who had so much hardship, come together, build this team, and then the results, they just straight up show. You put like Estini in the mix as well, and suddenly all these people who, like, you know, didn't really have what it takes, suddenly it's like, wow, look at this team, phenomenal.
Estini was also hated because he doesn't play a lot of Dota, so he's low ranked.
So he has to be trash, right?
He's an unranked player.
That's what people say.
That's actually true. He's a coach that like just grinds in terms of analysis, studying replays, like putting together spreadsheets, but not actually Dota gameplay.
Yeah.
And a lot of teams wouldn't take a chance on a coach like that. There are a lot of teams that have this like elitist idea that your coaches and analysts can only be extremely high rated the way you are. And Estini has proved that this isn't the case, because every team that Estini has joined has performed online.
They become top tier.
Yeah. And the players keep saying, oh, I want to play with Estini as a coach because he's helped. Like that's what DM said. He helped me improve so much.
Yeah.
No One, when he first joined, I think it was Cloud9, then like half a year ago, he's like, yeah, he joined and he made the team straight up better. Like, that's incredible praise.
Yeah, I mean, if a player like No One says it like straight off the bat, like I feel like he's the type of guy you need to be real good and
you need
stern.
to win him over. Yeah, stern and stoic.
Exactly. Like then you really know that you've kind of made it.
Yeah, you'd be nervous as a coach at first.
Absolutely.
But I really like seeing the graphic that Kazu like spelled out for us for each of these players, because it's so hard to not root for a team with this kind of story, where this is personal redemption for every player. And even No One, who we saw his dominant reign, he disappeared off the face of Dota for a very long time. And people didn't think he could come back and compete with like the younger mid players. So all of them have something to prove, and us as an audience, it's so hard not to connect with that.
Yeah, they have an incredible story. They also have an incredible opponent, of course. They had an incredible opponent also a couple of days ago when they were playing in that upper bracket semifinals. They were able to 2-1 Avalus, so that must have felt very good. But to find out exactly what they thought, we're going to find out from their side.
I would say we're happy with the level of gameplay so far. Yeah, I think we play very well. I think we're improving a lot, clearly, in our own eyes. And maybe even others' eyes as well. Being number 1 in groups always feels really good. It's just a very good start to like the playoff, obviously.
Surge away, but oh my god. He's just doing so much work. The call down connects. A beautiful roll in from no one. It catches on to Sumail as well. And that is a dead Drow Ranger. She's got nowhere to go.
We're like the top team now as well, because, you know, 3 tournaments in a row already. We're like top 4, which is a very good placement, honestly. But obviously also, it hasn't been top 1. It can always improve. I think we're always getting better. We can be better. We're already, I think, very good.
Be fine to just continue fighting through this as they'll go after the Lich. A 1-for-1 thus far. Snake in the meantime also caught out, and so is Stormstormer. It's a 3-for-1 trade in the favor of Paravision.
We have the worst carry player, the worst offlaner, no one mid, Nineclass and Duka. No, the other 3 are not negatives, but me and DM always get flamed. So when both of us join together, both worst offlaner and the worst carry player, suddenly we're amazing. It's no idea how. So why are we good? I don't know. We just are. What can you do?
Why are we good? I don't know. We just are. That's good confidence.
I like that quote.
I love it. And I will also say that is very down-to-earth Dutch mentality. Speaking there from Chrysalis. I do wanna find out before we continue talking about these 2 teams. I want to know how my panel thinks about it, because on one side you've got the team that a lot of people are rooting for in Paravision because they got the underdog story. You know, they're breaking high ground here with the tournament, so to speak. And on the other side is Bedboom, is the winner of the most recent tournament. Do we have a favorite going into this best of 3? I know I'm putting you on the spot.
Can I go last? I want to hear your opinion
Okay,
first. I'll just take Kezu's opinion.
I can go first. I will slightly favor Bedboom. I mean, like maybe looking at recent results and like maybe their individual skill.
That's a bad opinion. Can I go first?
Okay, whatever. Go.
This is definitely Paravision favorite. They've got the momentum. This is 2-0 for Paravision.
3-0.
That's impossible.
You're the tiebreaker here, Mira. Please be the voice of reason.
I don't know. I don't
Be
really,
normal.
Okay, I'll be normal. Nobody wins here, Shiver, except
No
us,
kidding.
the audience.
That was normal. That was good.
Actually normal. Okay.
That's it. That's her opinion.
I was just checking. Okay, that was the normal opinion. That's fine. One thing that we keep a good eye on during the games is also always going to be how the teams are going to be able to play with the vision they have on the map, and that's where our US Air Force Wisdom Rune comes into play as we look at how many sentries are used to kill the wards, or rather percentage of sentries that killed wards, which is actually quite a big difference, I feel like, Kezu.
Yeah, I know for Paravision, like there's like a meme in pubs, the Ducalis 101, the Dota 101. Like this guy will tell you how to smoke, where to be in nighttime, which watchers to take and whatnot. His warding game is really, really on point. So I will just say straight up, this has to be highly attributed to him. Maybe their preparation as well with like wards. Oh, where does the enemy team go? Level 1, what do we do? So, you know, just skill.
How many wards for a team generally are, you know, habit, where you always place it in the same time? Because I would imagine that if I'm a support player on a pro team, I would try to study where the enemy teams normally places their wards, so I will place the sentry. But then again, I would also think that if I am the warder, I would also think they're going to study my wards, so I'm going to place them in other places, but then maybe I'll place them in exactly the same time and mind game it out. I don't know how much teams think about this. It's such a thing that you never hear about.
There's a lot that goes on, and you definitely study ward placements when you're preparing for a series. So a lot of teams do end up next leveling themselves, but I mean, that's what you see Paravision buy more sentries. Like, I just want to say that Ducalis is probably the most true 5 remaining in the tournament when you look at all of these other teams. Like, you have Falcons with the Snake Kings of the world who want to play Enchantress and have 30k net worth. they're out net worthing everybody. You have, like, Kataomi, who was a 4-player who switched to 5. Like, a lot of these 5 players are playing, like, greedier. But when you look at Ducalis, he's always just been the very sacrificial type of player. So I'm not surprised that he buys the most sentries, too. He doesn't care about his net worth.
It doesn't even matter if they buy more sentries because it's percentage based.
Yeah, those
right?
were successful sentries, so he could even have
more
D wards.
Less sentries with
Or he could have more D wards and then just more sentries as well. The percentage.
Yes.
would-
It could be both. Yes, it could be both.
Yeah, so he could be even better than we're giving him credit for.
It could be indeed, and as we feel like it's a fairly even matchup here, I do think. Well, actually, I wanna know, what do you guys think? Who's the crowd favorite? Do we have a crowd favorite? Because it was so easy.
I saw a lot of Bet Boom jerseys today. I saw a lot of Bet Boom out there. Should we test?
Should we ask?
Should we test it?
We can try. But okay, one of you needs to take their headphones off so that you can actually check who is loudest.
Okay, checking.
All right,
Okay.
all right. Paragon Hall, Bangkok, we're gonna need you for this one. We want to know who the favorite is. So make some noise if you are a Bet Boom fan.
Okay.
Pretty good.
Okay.
Not bad.
Pretty good. Paragon Hall, make some noise if you are a Paravision fan. Okay. It's got to be Paravision.
I mean, Paravision is straight up.
I think it's Paravision. It's close though. That's like a 60-40 right there.
A lot of people are also eating lunch.
This is true. I know. They
We
know
should
the
revisit.
start time. They know
Wait.
the start time.
Can we get
Production?
if shout out anybody cheer if you like eating lunch?
No,
because
You're
they're all
asking
gone.
the wrong
Because
squad.
cheer if you don't like eating lunch.
What the Jenkins? Come on.
This
no.
is great.
What a good use of your powers.
This is really great.
All right, guys. We're going to have our
Send
upper
it.
bracket finals very soon. Stick around. Make sure if you get your lunch right now, you still have a little bit of time to get yourself settled in. We'll be right back with some top tier Dota 2 here in Bangkok.
Waking up, playing some Dota, it's just been part of my life for 20 years, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
Where we are in the history of this game and where it's come from and how much has been accomplished, I think compared to basically any other esport, it's the best. So
I'm grateful for Dota 2 as a game because Dota as a culture supersedes where we come from. You are a Dota player first, and I love that.
We are getting ready. Our upper bracket finals coming your way here live from Bangkok in the Paragon Hall. You're watching ESL One, and it's BetBoom and Paravision 1, best of 3. And if you win that, you're in the grand finals. I am joined by Kezu, Effie, and Jenkins, and we have heard a lot from you guys already. We even know who their favorite team is, or not is. That's okay as well. But Jenkins, I just want to have a quick word, because I would like to know how you would describe BetBoom's playstyle.
That depends on the tournament. I would say for a long while, BetBoom's playstyle, this iteration of it was they win fights. Like, they just outplay you in team fights. And this was when Kiyotaka was playing a lot of like mid-Earth Spirit. You would see these like roll-ins and then kicks onto high ground, things like that. He's still doing that sort of chaos factor. It's just he's more playing like the Invokers of the world. But I would say they're a team fight team. They'll win in the mid-game team fights.
Team fight team and chaos team. They do that in the game. Are they also like that outside the game? Let's have a backstage check with Slacks or Tsunami.
That's right, friends. It's time for Parivision versus a BetBoom team. Now, these two teams already have a little bit of history, and I'm sure you can feel the intensity between both these teams. Now, I know that these guys knocked you out last tournament, DM. I mean, I can imagine the emotions after that blast slam. You got anything that you'd like to share with these gentlemen?
How father told Arthas once, kings don't rule forever. So I'm gonna do my best to end your reign soon, Pure.
Directly to Pure! Kings don't rule forever. Now, you've been making this third place journey to second place journey, and now you're a champion, my man. But he's saying that the reign is gonna end. Do you think that's true?
Okay, this is just gonna be casual knockout to the lower. No offense.
Casual! But no offense, of course, because you're a very mannered player now. You were chuckling whenever I was saying that things are a little bit intense. You were like, do you not feel the tension right now? You think that this is just a walk in the park, no one?
No, I don't. I mean, they win only once, so doesn't even matter.
It doesn't even matter! Well, let's let the gameplay do the talking as we get ready for this game number 1.
Oh, we are definitely ready for this game number 1. We had a casual knockout on one side and Kings don't rule forever. They rule for one tournament, DM. Calm down. We're going to find out. We're going to have that battle played out on that Dota 2 battlefield. Now, we know that BetBoom likes to play aggressive. How would you describe, Effie, the playstyle of Paravision?
I'd say it's also very aggressive. They like to play tempo. They're playing different strats this tournament, but last Dream League, they had Ducalis' Chen that was just a nightmare to play against. It went like 8-1 that entire tournament, and when they won, they would win in 25 minutes. They've slowed down a little bit more since they're not running Chen as much, but they have a very aggressive offlane. They'll often play tempo 3 DM on his Beastmaster, on his Enigma, and then of course no one from that mid lane also playing very high tempo.
All right, love it. I can't wait for this series to happen. Before this series happens, there's a very important thing that needs to be done, and that is to get the players on stage, Paragon Hall. Let's get ready with Tsunami.
How's it going, Bangkok? Happy to see so many faces showing up on this fine Saturday of Dota, where we are not slowing down at all. We got an Eastern European showdown for you guys to find out who's gonna make it to that best of 5 grand final. Now, the first team to come out, they have been making their mark on the Dota scene and already have a trophy to their name. But how long will their reign last? Let's find out as we bring them out. Please welcome BetBoom Team! It's a dangerous mix of players on that side and ones that have been consistently regarded as some of the best in 2024. But now it's time for a new team emerging from the shadows of the Copenhagen TI to see if they are ready to make a claim for the throne. Please welcome their opponents, Parivision! The winner of this is gonna get a direct trip to a best of 5 tomorrow. But I'm worried about what happens now, so let's get this series started.
Thank you very much, Tsunami. We got them both on stage, and we're soon ready to head into the draft of our first game of this best of 3 upper bracket finals. And we heard from my panel already, it's gonna be aggression from both sides, Kezu. I wanna know how this is gonna play out inside the game, because when these two playstyles clash, then what?
I mean, there's just going to be a lot of fighting, in my opinion, like around the mid lane. Both teams, they love bringing their offlaner into the mid, have your 2 supports. If you already also mentioned the Ducalis Chen, I'm not sure if we're going to see that one, because that one is real nasty. Like Bedboom, they better have a response if they're letting that one go.
Yeah, let's start talking about what heroes we can see in this matchup, because yeah, Chen probably banned. I think that is safe to say. Are there any other usual suspects that we are expecting to see here or not see here, Effie, that you think will be an important pivotal hero for the teams?
For sure. So for Paravision, obviously we look at Ducalis' Chen, but not just that. 9 class on his Nyx Assassin, he is the biggest nuisance on that hero. You don't want to give away Nyx to him. It's actually quite horrific what he is able to do for his team with that hero. And on the side of Bedboom, I'm just really looking at Kiyotaka's Invoker. I don't think that will make it through to the first phase. I also think Pure on his first pick TA is horrendous to play against. Like, he first picks TA and is winning games against like 5 counters.
It's also like they love to flex their heroes, like whether it's the Morph, the TA you mentioned. I've also seen like in pubs today, Pure was playing Tiny Carry, so maybe they're gonna pull out like a 1-2 flex there too.
Oh,
and
here we go.
Like, and in the previous series, we saw Satanic on TA. A good Templar Assassin right now is really nasty to play into.
I love it. I love it when Pure is cooking these like weird carries. Remember he pulled out the Dawnbreaker and the Magnus in Dream League, and everybody was very confused, and lo and behold, now we are seeing a lot of Magnus core position, a lot of Dawn core position. Not so much flex to the carry, but it still does happen, and it's good when it does happen.
They actually did play it once already. Only one Dawn, and it was played on Pure this tournament. So he still has that in his pocket if he wants to play it.
Yeah, I do believe it did very well as well, right?
Pretty sure they won that game. It was maybe, I think, in a response to like a Beastmaster. But yeah, it's just all these little things in the draft that can just really help you, that the enemy team maybe doesn't expect, like who goes where. And yeah, Mira also talked about the Kiyotaka Invoker. We looked at it last time. I'm pretty sure it is still undefeated. Like, this is his absolute best hero. He single-handedly dominates the early to mid game and just helps Pure like just then take over later in the game. Some alacrity, good team fight, super solid.
Yeah, he looks world-class on that hero, and he looks a lot more 50-50 on other heroes, right? We've seen a lot of his Queen of Pain come out, and it's either what takes his team to victory or what drags them down. So I am excited to see if that comes through, especially if they let Monkey King through, because Queen of Pain is what Bedboom have responded to Monkey King with. And when we're talking about Monkey King, we have to talk about Crystallis. Like, he is the Monkey King player.
I would be shocked if it went through, because Kiyotaka also plays it, so it feels like something that if we do see it get picked up, it's because there's an entire strategy that's drafted around countering it on either side. And one thing that Paravision does to counter the Monkey is they will run an offlane Phoenix, which is interesting. And I think having that in your arsenal is genuinely something that makes it so that you can let this hero, potentially let this hero through compared to other teams. Because this Phoenix destroys Monkey King.
And you can also always like follow him. Like, if it's a carry, you can put it offline. If it goes mid, you can put it mid, as long as your players can play it. And I will say Paravision, they seem like that they sometimes let a couple of these heroes go through. Like a DK, they'll try playing into it. An Alchemist, they'll try playing into it. So they seem just like very free, I feel like, in terms of how they want to draft, but also how they want to play.
I also think having such a good Razor player on their team makes them a lot less afraid of these Alchemists and these Monkey Kings if they're given away. And that is the last hero that I really wanted to touch on for Paravision. Often when we see people play against this team, Razor will come out once in a series. Okay, one time they'll give it away to Crystallis, and they will win that game on Paravision, and we will never see it again. So I do wonder if Bedboom will follow that formula where they're just not thinking about the Razor until they lose to it.
I would be shocked if that happened with Bedboom.
Like Mira is saying, it happens a lot.
I know, but at some point you need to read the writing that's on the walls, you know?
It's probably one of those situations where it's like, oh, but it's a Razor. How hard can it be? Here is the list of counters, and you play against it, and you're like, oh yeah, okay, never mind.
I mean, it's just like when you have these players like Amar on his Timbers, they're just something different. And Beboom get their hands on one of their best, maybe even most favorite heroes. Parivision, this is upper finals. You know what your enemy team is doing. I'm ready to see their response, because you don't give up Kiyotaka Invoker like for the lulz.
Yeah, you got a plan.
Yeah.
Especially when that puck gets banned in the first phase. I mean, when they did play versus each other in group stage, Paravision did let it through and they picked Ricky mid. Oh, they went for Sniper. Sniper is probably the only hero left in the pool that just completely outlanes Invoker. Invoker is a very, very difficult hero to lane against, and Sniper has no issues whatsoever.
Okay, so they did a 9-pick Sniper in a different draft. I believe it was against Nigma, against Alina. I will say, just like you said, Sniper does very well against the Invoker in the lane. You can get roamed on later on, so that's something that Parivision need to kind of respect and respond to. But yeah, no one on this hero is very, very strong.
And I think the formula of one aggressive support to set up for the Sniper plus one defensive support to bail him out of situations is like the best way to run it. Like something like a Clockwork to be the aggressor, and then something maybe like a Shadow Demon, maybe like a Lich, anything with any kind of defensive tool.
I mean, they really, really, really love their Clockwork. They've done like the clock out of phase many times from second pick, so wouldn't be too surprised to see that come out for Pari.
I like the Batrider as well against Invoker.
Yep.
We've seen this hero get run down mid. A Sniper plus Bat gank, especially if they can get some like melee pause 5 to run with it. Clockwork sounds amazing. They can punish this hero.
But if you take the 4 Batrider, which is a 9-class specialty, then you do risk the Sniper not having any defensive tools.
That's
maybe
true.
you can compensate for that, maybe with like a melee save hero like a Baton. We don't see that hero often, but I really do like the Shadow Demon versus the Invoker in general, too.
It also depends a little bit on how they feel like they want to get like a little bit of catch, because Invoker does suffer against the type of heroes that can get on top of you. I mean, Clock can kind of do both, right? As you mentioned, he can frontline, but he does also give you like the semi-catch in the mid-game or after the lanes.
I think Clock Shadow Demon are probably the best duo that Paravision can look for here, but we'll see how the draft progresses.
Beastmaster is actually still available.
It is still available. They opt to ban out the Doom instead of that Beastmaster, and they pick up the Willow themselves.
I mean, it's a strong laner in general. This is a 9-class specialty. He's one of the best Willows in the world. Really a high Dota Plus level with it. Is he Grandmaster? Doesn't matter. He's very good at it. And they can pick DM like pretty much any of his melee heroes in the off lane, and they'll win the lane just because the Willow is that strong.
What's the reasoning for banning out Doom instead of Beastmaster? Is there any carry repercussions that we can learn from that?
There's always the fear of Morphling coming out, especially when Doom gets taken out. Also, Alchemist. Oh, it's banned out. But Morphling is the big one to look at. I think Willow in particular is strong right now. Not the strongest, but if you pick her, it's because you want the heroes that Jenkins talked about, like DM's melee laners, maybe his Beastmasters, to come through. Because Willow versus Invoker, she dies to that hero a lot. Like, he does a lot of AoE damage, and she doesn't offer that much against him.
I love seeing Save play Muerta. He is one of the best, if not the best, Muerta 4 position player at the moment.
He honestly might be the best. It's also super nice with Invoker. You want like this strong like 3-man ball, like Cold Snap, Tornado, into the Silence, into Deadshot. It's like a super nice combo later. The Doom ban, it's maybe hard to pinpoint. I think like Mira was saying, could look at like a Morphling. Maybe they also are pre-setting up heroes like maybe Tide or Brewmasters. I'm not quite sure. Or maybe they just respect, you know, the Miro Doom. It is definitely up his, you know, comfort list.
I feel like for BetBoom, with the heroes they have right now, it's such a good Mars game for Miro.
I mean, yeah.
It's really good against the Sniper projectiles, catching him out. Willow's not good against Mars either. And then you have all of this stuff to throw in the arena.
They get the Bristle back. They did play it on Crystallis not too long ago.
Okay, so they're gonna pick Bristle and their 5 and then keep the Bristleback open until the very last pick between the 1 and the 3.
Yeah.
I will overall say I'm a bigger fan of Bristle in the offlane as opposed to the carry role. I feel like when you do want it carry, it needs a specific purpose, like offlane Beastmaster, offlane Enigma, but they have played it in both roles a lot.
Don't you guys feel like the Invoker is a pretty good answer to Bristle already? With the, you drain his mana and he can't do much about that. You don't even have to kill him.
I would say yes and no, because you're annoying in terms of like you burn his mana and you can invade, but you also ultimately don't stop him from running you down. Like you delay it, but you're not the reason why he's gonna, I guess, stop running at you.
Okay.
So you need more, but it is a good start.
Don't you guys feel like So Paravision's damage sources, outside of the early game with Shrapnel and all of that, are physical, especially when you have this Bristle on top of the Sniper.
Yep.
And Bedlam already have Lich, and they don't have any dispels for the Frost Shield. Like, Frost Shield is so high value this game.
Yeah,
and
it is.
The only mixed damage you're getting out of Paravision really is your Dark Willow, but you can't throw your Dark Willow melee versus Invoker. He's just throwing spells on the ground and she's gonna die. So I feel like Paravision, while these heroes, they have played very well on them, they don't have a solution for Lich yet. Maybe a Nullifier carry can come out?
Like
That's what I was thinking, yeah.
Like something is missing, right? Or like you need some, because you're already thinking about nullifiers, and I'm totally on board, like offlane, Lycan, you know, build some nullifiers, whatever it is. I think, Jenkins, you already mentioned the Mars, was it for Bedboom or Pari?
For Bedboom.
Yeah, I think it would look crazy. They'll go for something else. This makes offlane Bristleback quite a lot worse. Also, Slark Lich lane is very, very strong. This has got to be one of the best Slark lanes in the entire game.
And he's the Silver Edge buyer. You need that versus Bristleback. We've seen how important it is to be able to kill this hero early. He can take advantage of that Frost Shield, but also there aren't really like disables that scare him. Like if Willow gets on top of him, he can Shadow Dance. If he gets ignited or Fire Blasted, he doesn't care. He Dark Pacts it off, and he can weave in and out of these fights versus Sniper and Bristle. They don't have a means to lock him down.
I think the Enigma ban was very good.
Yeah.
Like Mira's mentioning, if you're Paravision, you don't have any answers to Slark right now. Like this presents such an annoying problem for them to solve with their last pick, and we were already talking about certain things that they need. Right? They need something to dispel the Lich armor. Now they also need something which is going to lock down the Slark, and there's just not that many options.
You know what they do have? Chrysalis is also a Bloodseeker player. How good is that hero? You can Bloodseeker the Slark if you're really worried about him.
That's pure damage. I mean, that's going to work through the Frost Shield, and also pure is on Bedboom.
Yeah, this is
very good.
Thank you.
His second most played hero, actually, the Bloodseeker.
I mean, they will see ultimately what their matchup is. If I'm like looking at Bedboom's draft, I would say that heroes like Mars and Primal Beast are really good. Primal Beast will be the next one I'm looking at. Like, there could be a line of thinking where if you're Bedboom, you're like, okay, this Bristleback, is it still gonna go offlane? Maybe not. Let's also pick a hero that makes it harder for them to ultimately end up putting the Bristle into the safe lane. Primal would work very well. He plays really nicely off Invoker mid. He can go there against the Sniper, doesn't care too much about Ogre.
I like that suggestion a lot, also because he just buys Ags versus Bristle. Very helpful. I do think Willow's Brambles really
is very annoying.
They really stop Primal Beast in his tracks, but that's not enough to be dissuaded from a hero.
I mean, there's some other heroes in the pool that I'm looking at, like maybe Beast, but that's more like for Pari Vision, I would say.
You could also Centaur to disengage because they don't have a lot of stuns. Like you could just
Centaur's
That's a good point.
Centaur's real good.
That's a really good hero.
You could just run away from everybody on Paravision. There's no real lockdown.
And they ended up banning out that Beastmaster.
I would be on board with the Centaur for sure as well. Muerta Centaur, really, really nice lane.
Ooh, wow. How about a Muerta Axe?
Not on my bingo card.
Oh, I don't think it's on anybody's radar. All right, talk to me about it. Why is this a good Axe game?
Axe is like one of the old school counters to Bristleback because when you call him, he faces you. Like, you don't even need to worry about getting a break. You just call this guy and your entire team can kill him. It's really cool.
I mean, a Blade Mail call on Sniper will full to zero him, and also if you call Willow when she uses her W, she just comes out of it because she hits you. So it's a very good counter to all of these heroes, and I don't think Ogre and Lane does particularly well against an Axe, especially an Axe Muerta. These are really strong level, like 2-3 timing heroes, which is when Ogre wants to dominate the lanes.
So how do you deal with that? Because where do they want to put the Bristle elsewhere now?
I think in lane, Bristle will farm just fine against the Axe. Axe will have a game too.
The DM Lycan, I would imagine.
Well, I mean, it's the Nullifier buyer, but I do worry that I think Slark should do fairly well in lane against a Lycan, right? Until he's level 6, like he just gets hit, and there's not much you can do about it.
I like this approach by Paravision because there is no last pick to fix individual problems. So what they want to do is just outpace Bedboom before their Slark gets strong enough. Like, okay, whatever, we'll just hit a timing where we're running at you, your supports can't do that much, your Slark doesn't have enough items, and hopefully we can win off of that. Because when it comes to the late game, when it comes to individual core to core here, it's looking rough for Paravision.
Yeah, like Pari, they need to play off of this tempo that you just touched on, and I will say, it is in their hands. You have Lycan, you have Bristle, you have Sniper, all these heroes can play forward, but if they ever lose the ball or fall behind in this game, I think they're done.
I've thought that before with Paravision, though. Like, there's a lot of times you see them where they have a very cursed lineup, where they just have no stuns.
Wait, you would call this lineup cursed?
Yes, they have no stuns. They have like 3 cores, which all suffer to Axe, but they're also 3 really good scaling cores that can all snowball. So if they can come out of lane snowballing, like, it's going to be a typical Paravision game.
They also have quite a large portion of the Paragon Hall here in Bangkok backing them up. So I would imagine that levels them up a little bit as well. We're ready for game number 1. Give it up for your commentary duo in Trent and Lyrical.
Thank you so much, Sheever. I am as excited as this crowd. We got a fantabulous game for all you fine folks out there. And it seems like they're as excited as watching the game as beating those sticks together, Trent.
Yes, and very much in sync as well. They have been practicing, and it has paid off here. So thank you very much to the fans out there.
Absolutely. So I do have to ask, crowd, we need to get a temperature check. How are you guys feeling about Team Bet Boom?
Oh, okay.
All right, some excitement,
All right, okay. What about Paravision? Any Paravision fans out there? Oh,
wow. Okay. We do have a little bit of excitement for the Paravision squad. We are already into the game, and we are getting ready to hop into it right now. Game number 1, upper bracket finals. Let's see how they do. So, Trent, we did have a crazy couple of last picks. Axe and then Lycan at the end.
Yeah.
What the heck happened?
It's always been a fan favorite, right? You guys like seeing Axe in your games, right? Maybe not when you're playing, but definitely when you're watching Pro Dota, you 100% want to see an Axe because we're going for the dunks and then the next dunk and the dunk after that. That is the plan here. We'll see if we can make it happen.
Absolutely. We'll see if they're able to get off to a hot start there. Of course, obviously, Bet Boom, another team that likes to build up a lot of those stacks, and Axe a great hero at being able to do that. As they will smoke on Paravision, looking for a little bit of a wraparound, and are we already going to have a little bit of a battle? Now they are down there, smoke breaks, and everybody runs away.
Perfect.
That is the classic at level 1. But there still might be a bit of a battle for this bounty rune. And Lycan is set up on the other side. If they're not quick on it, they might also get a deny on the other bounty.
I mean, this is so many heroes bottom. Paravision, like, it's the ogre, you know? He's not that smart at level 1, but he's good at just standing on that.
Absolutely. So it will be a trade-off there, 2 bounty runes apiece, and everybody heading off to their lane. The sniper first picked in response to the Kiyotaka Invoker. That's the mid matchup we get right at the beginning.
Yeah, this was the whole idea in terms of they left it out there. They dangled it a little bit here to see if they take the bait. And, well, they took it wholeheartedly and very excitedly on the side of Bet Boom. So we'll see who was right.
Indeed. And can you deal with the frustration that is a little sniper man punching you in the face over and over again? Always very annoying. You can see Kiyotaka already taking a couple of hits. Just going to be a lot of this throughout this laning stage here in the mid lane.
Yeah, just lots of 1v1 and poking. And the other lanes, I mean, up top here, this is 2 heroes we talked about in the group stage, the Slark and the Lich, as these 2 heroes that were kind of on the come up a little bit here. People searching for the new position 5s with some of the nerfs like Clockwork and Naga Siren, seeing who was still good. And then likewise with Alchemist always being removed, trying to find these other carry heroes. And these 2 have kind of risen up quite a bit. And, well, we'll see if they have found some counters to the Slark in this game, because Pure, he's looked really aggressive so far this tournament, and he's well set up for it in this one.
Right, and in a lot of ways, you know, you think about that switch up that the panel was talking about. Is Chrysalis going to be playing this Bristleback, or do you see some type of a change of him being put over onto, you know, some other more control-oriented hero, whether it's the Bloodseeker, whether you have like a Faceless Void or something like that. But no, they feel like they have enough control, and they're just going to try and powerhouse this down. It's going to be interesting to see if that gamble pays off or not.
Yeah, we'll see what DM can make work with the Lycan in its place there. Obviously, top Pure.
Oh,
there he goes. Man,
9 class.
Those brambles, you know, gets caught a little bit off guard. Blood grenade just to ensure it.
Very well played. Manages to come on in and sneak one away. And, I mean, this is one of the problems with Slark on occasion. This is a hero that does not have a great time in the laning stage.
Yeah, but you got a Lich, man. You got to win your lane when you got a Lich.
I know.
You got to at least survive.
Well,
Has not done that as of yet. Still trading hits with these wolves. Just, I mean, he comes back into the lane and he is already at like 250 HP. This is a very annoying lane to deal with, seems like. And he's also getting denied in his face.
Yeah, the wave is just right up in their face as well, so you can assume that they're not going to be getting over that Lotus pool either. Mid lane, nothing too crazy. Just the shrapnel starting to stack up level 4, so Kiyotaka having to manage the HP pool a little bit here.
And meanwhile, down bottom, Miro gets some decent angle, and Save is going to hit onto Ducalis. That is a kill for the Axe. Basilis needing to sort of survive through this. The Axe with the body blocks, still chasing him down a bit. That is a crazy Axe set, by the way, in the one spin. Needs another one, will he get it? Pops the stick, Deadshot pushes him back. All right, we wanted early action, we're getting it.
A quick coat of blood there added to the Axe is, of course, the permanent scaling. It's always fun, these heroes. And Save on the Muerta. I mean, you see it already. He has definitely got the shots.
Oh, yeah. Able to find those angles. This hero that has had so many different people start to become specialists on him. And again, 9 class feeling himself, getting these kills with DM. This should not be happening. And in fact, Katomi, he's also just going to get completely bullied here.
Yeah, he doesn't have a lot of tools right now.
I mean, he runs back in. There's really not an easy way to escape. And in fact, with the body blocks coming in from the Wolves, they throw down the brambles, find him for the head, and Katomi forced away. Chrysalis is in trouble down bottom. He's going to go down. Do not get the deny out. Multiple actions happening.
Yeah, they at least get something back down there, getting a kill onto the enemy carry. So at least they're miserable together.
Okay.
Yeah, that's both carries thoroughly not enjoying themselves in the laning stage.
This is the Dota way,
yeah,
you know?
Yeah.
Well, it's interesting noting that, like, you know, for both teams, the last pick having high impact already.
Oh, man, they're just right back on Puro with another Shadow Realm. That's half his life.
Yeah. And the root, it comes in. He's forced to back away from this one.
This is where your Slark pings your Lich, and it's like, ability Frost Shield not learned, you know?
I mean...
but I mean, it wouldn't help you that much. Like, it's good versus the Wolf, sure, but these non-stop Shadow Realms not going to be there. Instead, Kataomi's got like this attempt to try and control with the gaze, and then hopes of dissuading them by getting to level 2 in the Frost Blast, which is great, but it has not really achieved anything up here.
Well, and the other thing that I'm thinking about is as this game progresses, Chrysalis can sort of farm back up with stacks. How does Pure get back into this game? I mean,
How does he get back into the lane?
He's screwed. Like, he's already used Leap, in trouble, gonna have to hide off in the Roche pit, but I think he's just dead again. Pure in trouble. Where are you going, sir? 9 class, 4 kills at this point.
Yeah, he is 4-0-0. He's dominating before 6 minutes right now on Dark Willow.
I mean,
he's got the blink queued.
He knows what's up. 9 class is ready to battle.
Cooking.
That is crazy. Going straight in for the Null Talisman. If this Willow really is able to continue to pop off, he is going to be enough of an answer for these heroes. In the meantime, Ducalis will get called, drops down low. Well, he's an ogre. He's an ogre. Wait a minute, Miro has to back away. They do get that finish. Save, hold low, but not low enough.
Yeah, very, very close there for no one.
And that's what they need.
All right, creating some chaos in the other lanes here, pulling away the supports.
Dude, what is happening? There are 8 kills in 6.5 minutes. I think we're getting a little bit of a banger here.
I'd say so. That was definitely the most important one so far, though, for Pure, just to get his mental back in this one. Try and recover something in this top lane.
Top tower is under attack.
9 class comes back in, 4.5 on the levels. And the 7-minute mark coming up. We need to watch for those wisdom runes, what people decide to do. There's already a bit of a wraparound. I'm not sure if Ogre wants to run for it. But they're starting to pressure Cat over here.
Coming in as well, yeah. But 9 class is there. That's going to push him back, so.
Okay. Yeah, just a trade-off there. 1 apiece. And there aren't many heroes that can just, like, stand up to the Slark and start punching him at those early levels. But it seems like Lycan is one.
He does finally miss a Brambles. We'll get him out of there. Yeah, it is going to be interesting to see when they actually start to like pressure towers and stuff, because Jenkins kind of mentioned it's a kind of a cursed looking lineup here.
Right.
Like, how do you initiate a fight as Paravision, other than attacking an objective?
Radiant's middle tower.
Like, you have like and rundown basically as your initiation.
I mean, that is a bit of a strange one. Like, I'm with you there. I guess, honestly, Dark Willow and 9 class is going to need to make a lot happen on this hero.
Just hit raw brambles into terrorize.
I mean,
no
maybe.
big deal. I mean, he's pretty good at it.
He's been, you know, and also he's managed to get into that Blink Dagger. That's one way it can work. Turns onto Kiyotaka, stepping forward with the sniper nearby. They bully him away from the rune spawn, but it's Save that gets it down bottom.
Not scared of the enemy mid here. Kiyotaka Ghost walking his way back mid, but he's not going to find any friends or any enemies here because they're busy taking their stacks.
Okay. Paravision moves in. Gonna hit a hard camp. Miero makes the run over. Can they get some separation?
That's all right. Let them go, no one.
Yeah, it looks like they will leave him behind. So they move in, kill Ducalis. And then we'll head back to their own triangle too. So pretty even in spite of the kind of craziness in the kills. All of the cores only separated by about 400 gold or so.
Miero also up to 5 stacks of the Code of Blood as well.
Hollis passing over the Bloodlust.
Pure knows he's under a ward here. So, of course, the Slark potential coming into play here. See if the Sentry from Kataomi can find it.
Well, and after, like, the early salvo of kills, now that some of the levels are coming up, do you think we're still going to see the same level of aggression coming out from Paravision?
I think aggression towards towers for sure. Once, like, you know, Helm of the Overlord, try and farm into that. Try and take the tier 1 mid. Like, they're on Kiyotaka right now.
Look at moving. Yeah, why not? Chrysalis, he's going to get called now. Pulled back into the calling. Double rounds of it. Dead shot, pushback. Chrysalis in some trouble and dunked. Miero, more than enough, but they get the tower for it.
I think it bears repeating that they are just initiating off of Bramble.
Yeah.
That's not real. Like, he's just hitting Brambles. That's very impressive, because without it, it makes it a lot harder to take these towers seemingly for free.
Kataomi, you can see he's shaking the whole camera right now with how much he's clicking on his mouse. Just a little bit in a scary position because they are taking over this triangle.
Well, he knows that Willow started in his lane, so.
That's true. Moves on in, Kiyotaka, Tornado, lifting, stun there. DM ulti out, wants to run him down. They have the Frost Shield, will be enough to keep Kiyotaka alive. Hell to the no as they kill him. And now immediately run in to finish off this stack.
Oh, they can't contest it right now either. Miero, of course, he's so close to the Blink Dagger. This is like the dream. 4 points counter Helix. Teams running into your stacks, but he doesn't have the Blink. He's not there to farm them. That was his Blink they just took. It looks like he'll get the space to farm these Ancients, but it might cost him his tower.
I mean, this is the thing, right? It's like you pick this hero that does have, you know, some pretty cool stuff in the lane to deal with Chrysalis, but it takes a while to come online, and, well, you do sort of wonder if you're losing out too much on objectives at this point. So, gets the Blink Dagger done. Will they smoke up and try and make a fight happen?
I mean, there has been quite a bit of space for Pure at the very least, too, so, you know, he could maybe try and fish his way on over there. Find part of the engagement. Because when we come back to this idea of their initiation on the side of Paravision, they should not be catching a Slark at this point in the game.
Right.
Even if you manage to hit the Bramble, you know. There's certainly no guarantees happening here.
Yeah, it would take some pretty weird stuff happening.
Oh, Sentry did spot Kiyotaka there.
They see Pure 2. Forcing out the Dark Pact, has the stun to follow it up. More stuns, more damage. Pure forced to pop the ulti early. 9 class walks right in, finds Kataomi. He's dead. Can they get any more? Ducalis still chasing.
Fearless.
Like, he doesn't care. They just run in and battle. Why not?
The Blink mid, though. They're on to no one.
Looking, hunting. Can they get that kill? No one. Pretty tanky. No, it's not quite enough. They get the kill. Chrysalis is going to walk through the calling. Ducalis still running forward. Miero is getting lower and lower. Gets an amp damage. Taunted, pulled in, but the root is there. 9class finds his target. Now Kiyotaka also in trouble. A few more hits is all they'll need for this Invoker as he gets stunned. They have detection. Pari Vision, they lose the sniper, but get some big kills.
Yeah, no one hits him with the tip right at the end there. Thanks for coming to my lane. And of course, the Survivor 9class leaves again. Gonna find Pure farming in his jungle. So he'll be able to get out of there. But man, this is a big old Dark Willow, huh?
Oh yeah. Can hear the crowd getting into it right now, feeling the love for Pari Vision that are making everything happen. It's not an insurmountable lead, but when you see your cores up like this, it feels pretty good.
Oh, there's a desire to keep being aggressive here, though. They still have that blink on the axe. He still wants to keep going with it. There's
Jumps
the catch.
in, call. Ducalis trying to keep his buddy alive. It's not going to happen. Chrysalis gets taken down. And the counter tip coming.
I mean, that's just an overwhelming amount of damage.
All right, we got some alt chat. We got a little alt chat, everybody. Watch out now.
Just a wee bit XD-ing.
Pure going through. He's trying to chase this Dark Willow down. Can they find him on the other side?
Ducalis just trying to not move.
Hide, hide, hide. And yeah, Willow makes the escape. Ducalis is going to just step away from that area. Pretty wise decision.
Pure could maybe try something up here. There's a couple enemies around him, but it's also near the Wisdom Rune.
A lot of damage. The Howl runs away, and they can't manage to find him with any brambles or anything.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to get aggressive here either. It's a little bit too scary. Another sentry down. Spots Kiyotaka moving through. There are sentries all over this Radiant side of the map.
What do you think about this choice of going for the Orchid on Slark? Not something that we always end up seeing.
I think the idea of trying to play with the axe, it makes the most sense. But yeah, definitely more of a Mage Slayer hero when you think of the Oblivion staff lately on these Slarks. But there's not, we hear the panel talk a lot during the draft, it is a lot of physical damage on the side of Paravision. Like, Mage Slayer isn't really going to help you that much. It is really cool versus Bristle, obviously, because it does work versus the Ags and everything, but it's a little bit more situational for that to function. The Ags is more just like, hey, get on top of them and kill them. Especially if you can get that streak off of 9class, that'll make the purchase worth it.
Oh, yeah. No, definitely. That can sort of set your whole game up for success right there. Salve up, there were some pings in the area. Miro still trying to build into his Blade Mail. 9class will run right into Katomi, right into Pure. Shadow Realm wants to find a kill and then get out of there, but I don't know how likely that one is. The turn, the Sunstrike, the damage, but enough for the finish. Pure now, TP's out.
Oh, that's
just
big.
Barely in range, but yeah, that is a good chunk of gold going Pure's way.
That is the best possible situation, I think, right now for BetBoom, is to get that streak onto the Slark. Now, with Helm of the Overlord, DM does take the top tower during that, but at least no one's able to clean up killing Kataomi.
Man, that was very close to getting the Terrorize off, which probably would have kept him alive, but obviously can't do that in the midst of everything. So too much damage too quickly out from the Slark.
Now, the question is, can he chain it again here with this Orchid, now that it's already delivered here? Okay, he is revealing it on the wave, not trying to make it a secret or anything.
Ooh, an Aghanim Scepter done. Chrysalis starting to get online underneath a ward here. They see many members of Pari Vision together and setting up for what looks like could be a smoke, or they just hold their ground, honestly. Farming up here is pretty nice for them. No one takes the farm away from 9class.
Yeah, on the one hand, it would be kind of nice to try and make some plays with your axe, obviously, but it kind of feels like he needs the Blade Mail. He's not super confident that they have the damage to go in and make these plays, so not the most exciting Blink reveal so far in this one. Had to kind of slow the game down a little bit, but now he's up for it again with the Blade Mail and with the help of the damage here from Pierce the Veil.
They would love to catch no one. But Ducalis staying very close to his buddy, wanting to make sure that sniper does not get taken down easily. And 9class, smoke breaks, immediately wanting to run away. Terrorize, already used, no, they break it, he's gone. Chrysalis now also in no man's land, feared, in trouble, Chrysalis dead! Oh, it's falling apart very quickly for Vision. They get the tornado lift up, but they're going to buy back No One 9 class. They need some help for No One, but it's not going to be there.
Oh, the buyback.
Do they have anything at all? Maybe a chance. They already used the Terrorize save now, taking some damage, and does not. Oh, and they get him! The root! Pure goes down! The buyback from 9 class, exactly what they needed.
Oh, man, I was so worried for him. He comes in there as no one's dying, and he still manages to turn that into a kill. Nice aggressive play here from BetBoom, though. Catching 9 class huge at the start of that. You saw the value of the blade mail right away.
Oh, yeah.
Getting the catch into the kill and opening up that space for Pure to just take down Chrysalis.
Well, and the thing, too, for this is we keep on talking about, like, how the Slark shouldn't be dying at this point. It's because they don't have answers on the side of Vision. I mean, we shouldn't be looking ahead to 50 minutes, but it's a BetBoom game, so, like, eventually you can buy answers to deal with that guy via a Hex or something else, if we do indeed get to that late game scenario. So it's going to be interesting to watch how they decide to play this. Call, Miero finds his man, gets the kill.
Yeah, man, he's really just been giving away this game, huh?
Oh, yeah.
6th death now for Ducalis, and that's giving Miero a bonus 4.2 armor.
It's an ogre game, you know?
Yeah, he's doing his job.
You just sit down there, you punch some people, throw out some ignites. It's the way to be.
All right, well, you were just invaded as Paravision. What's the plan now? You're coming out with the dragon, you're crossing the river, no one's up ahead. They're scouting a little bit with their wolves. You got to be thinking, you know, we're getting close to 20 minutes. We got a Lycan lineup. Thinking Roche at a certain point here. We haven't talked about it, but he has gone for the pack leader facet, where you're passing on all the bonuses to you and your multiple units. It's not like the crazy alpha wolves or anything.
Right.
But it does mean that as the game kind of progresses, you're like, he's pretty scary.
Yeah.
Helm, the Overlord, once he's in the shapeshift form.
Some pretty insane damage. Well, it does look like BetBoom deciding to head on up here too. They know that potential for a Roche. Both teams can take it rather rapidly. Are they just gonna walk in here? There's no way. Yeah, they gotta play that a little bit safer. Kiyotaka walking forward, under vision. They see him immediately stunned out. Terrorized the tornado, tries to keep him alive. But Chrysalis on top of that Invoker, he manages to get out. The Manta walk away. And now they're in a little bit far, and DM, he's getting caught there. Chain Frost bouncing between him and his units. Separates from the side. Pure hits a good connection on that leap and save. TP's out, barely gets away.
Everybody out? We're just bailing out.
Can they Roche, though?
I mean, there's still so much vision left here, and they've actually burned so many sentries in the fight. They've only got, one left on Ducalis, so heading to the Roche pit could be troublesome.
It's going to be down bottom now. Okay. Something else to consider.
Yeah, he's going for the summer home. And BetBoom smoking up here, looking to get a bit aggressive.
Interesting.
I mean, they are pinging.
They have an amp damage on Kiyotaka, and maybe a chance to find a good kill here onto Chrysalis. I mean, take down the tower.
They know they're close because the Tormentor.
Right. Miero looking, hunting. Call is there. Gonna keep his buddy alive. In trouble. Push back in. Dead. They need a save. There is no answer to that call coming from Miero. Tornado lift up. Pure hitting the big creep. Manages to find a dead shot onto 9 class. They won't take down the Ancient Thunderhide, but I mean, right now, if you get called, you are dead.
I mean, you can see why Axe has been not super popular, because we do have a lot of popular heroes that could save in those situations, but they're not here in this game.
Right.
They don't really have a great choice. You can buy a Wind Waker. Like, that's where we're at, right?
Pretty much. Like an Aeon Disc Bristle, that ain't happening.
And they actually haven't gotten rid of that ward yet either. That was dropped for the initial jump.
The other thing is that it's like the call, which is 3 seconds long, and then afterwards you have the follow-up dead shot. So it's like 5 seconds of Bristleback not getting active with his passive. It's really rough.
All right, well. Time to smoke up again here. Lots of smokes in the last 5 minutes. As they already had great vision up top from BetBoom, now they're getting some wards surrounding the Radiant Roche pit.
See if they can find anybody for the pick or if they're just going to walk right on into the pit. And you can see 9 Class is very close to that Blink Dagger. He's going to head on in now and try and take it down, the hard camp, and then secure it before this next fight, potentially.
Yeah, it is on its way here. The buyback did send him back, even though it was successful for his team.
Out quick. They're under, there's a ward there.
Well, they have more sentries down, though. The sentries have been key to slowing down Kiyotaka. Right now, not a lot of vision laid out.
They did see them run down here, but they won't be able to get it here in time.
Depending on the jump, though, you might still just go for this.
That boom.
They don't like it.
It has been kind of their MO a little bit, right? They don't want to take fights that could potentially be bad. Just sort of opting to take the safest play possible.
Save's going to find 9 Class here. Atos,
oh my god, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, it is 3 points into the Exort now. We're starting to build up a little bit of damage there to help. And of course, we know Muerta's got that.
I mean, Muerta's looking pretty scary. The combination of being like an answer to solo kill the other supports and then also being able to ensure bristleback kills, it's a scary hero. But Chrysalis does have the Aegis now. Oh, are they gonna bring numbers?
Oh man, he is. I mean, he's like kind of solo. There's not a lot of friends on Bepham's side either here.
I'm just trying to mess with him a little bit, burn through the mana. So they're still fine. I want to see what Parivision do with this. Like, with this Aegis, it feels like you need to take some type of control of this game because they've just been losing Chrysalis over and over again to the one combo. And now, finally, they have a way to, you know, keep him alive after he dies.
Yeah, I imagine they'll probably just make their way through, farm up some of these tier 2s. One thing that's generally nice to do here is try and get down that good vision game. Trying to get some deep wards, try and spot where your enemy's going, but versus a Slark, that's obviously very difficult.
Right.
Because it's better off basically just using your wards in the fights more often.
Well, don't have another creep wave in time before the rest of Bedboom shows up.
Some awkward positioning here. No one makes the call. He says, hey, they're in behind us.
And they were.
And yeah, their scan does connect. Both scans kind of laid down here, so Bedboom on the run. Miro knows that they're on their way.
He has BKB done too now on the Axe.
Miro and Kiyotaka running towards each other. Gonna swap spots here.
Pure. Getting hit, forced out the ulti. Now Miro, he does have that BKB, and he's just gonna BKB TP out. So wise decision, gets him out of trouble.
A lot of running around as a group right now for Paravision.
Oh yeah.
And not getting much for it.
I mean, yeah, you can see, like, with this Aegis, it's, what, 3,000 gold now has been gained by Betboom because Paravision are sticking together so closely. And if you get a tier 2 tower out of this, too, I mean, my goodness.
They're forcing the glyph, and they're going to make a decision here. Kiyotaka's just split pushing up top. Oh, this is not feeling great. Miro's happy to just farm Ancients right now. And I don't think they plan on leaving bottom. Again, the difficulties of killing Pure are still very real. So he is not scared to push this tower. And that's going to force their hand. They just have to hit this mid tier 2.
I mean, this is really the only option that you had. Maybe they can find a pickoff up top. 9 Class is looking for Kiyotaka here. Oh, blinks right over him.
Go where they least suspect, down the lane.
Interesting. So tier 2 tower for tier 2 tower ends up being the exchange. Bottom for mid.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Kiyotaka's going to pass right by Chrysalis up top here with the Ghost Walk as well.
Okay.
Scan confirming that yes, that indeed was Ghost Walk. Not sure what we're going to do about it, but...
Yeah. It's just a little bit of a tough window in the game, I feel like, right now for Parivision. Even though they have that Aegis, they just do not feel confident separating. But you wait till that next item time, and you've got AC now done on Lycan. And you can see if Pure ever feels like at all unsafe, he just pops immediately ulti and then runs away.
Yeah, and he's almost into a BKB. if that's what he wants to go for. I don't even think there's that much pressure for one this game. I can understand if he went something else, but it is the nice, you know, emergency button.
Oh yeah. I mean, that really makes him invincible at that point. So 27-minute mark as Aegis is going to expire. How do BetBoom want to respond to this? A smoke-up play could be an option for them. They could also play it a little bit safe, keep farming.
Yeah, I think they're just chilling.
Yeah.
No worries right now. Finally going to grab the Tormentor.
Easy, taking that one down.
Oh, geez, it just keeps going down.
I know.
The old power play.
I mean, the flip side to that is that if you take enough of these objectives, all PariVision have to do at that point is just win one big fight, and then the base is theirs. They have really strong push with this AC Lycan.
Just win. I like that. Just win a fight.
I mean, one way to do it is play around vision. They have great vision in this area where BetBoom are kind of walking in towards. But they are smoked. 9 class off to the side. Kiyotaka found. Force staff gets him away. The big wraparound happening. Pure.
Really long.
This is dangerous. They feel safe, but they're about to break out of this one in a moment. Miro only finds one, but it's a good one. It's the Lycan. Is it enough for the kill? Yes. They bring him down. BKB reaction. Chrysalis already so low. Key 2 is going to fall. PariVision just having to walk away. They're going to lose another one. 3 dead for nothing.
Yeah, those BKBs are just fight winners right there. The Terrorize comes out, no concern at all. Perfectly in sync there from the Slark and the Axe. And the fight's just over at that point. Jump onto the Lycan, jump onto the Bristle. Either one, these fights are going to look so good for you. Man, what a long wraparound, too, to set this play up.
Oh, yeah.
They were, so, like, again, they're just sitting under vision from PariVision. They have an idea. But you have this safety net there of the Slark to just know, like, okay, can they see me? Are we good here? Playing around vision, that's the key, and they're doing it extremely well. Pure, yeah, a little smile there. He's happy about it.
Feeling good about the way that this game has gone so far. 8,000 gold lead. And they walk right on in, find their man Orchid, and dead. Yeah, that is a problem. That is not the way they were hoping this one would go. But showing, you know, some of the strengths of the BetBoom draft and the weaknesses that you've got on PariVision. They do not really have great avenues of locking down these heroes.
Yeah, the Axe is really just putting that in the forefront. It's kind of been the story of the game. It's just like blink, call, win, fight.
Right.
Other team, no blink, call. No win, fight.
Pure jumps in. The leash is there, trying to juke through the trees. Manages to get away. I'm thinking about chasing a little more, but there's not really anything here for them. So we'll have to call that one off. And Chrysalis's farm is really slowed down, it feels like.
Yeah, I don't think he's getting bitten into a wolf anytime soon either. That's pretty much the point I'm at, trying to figure out a way to win this game.
Yeah. I mean, we're to just past him on the net worth. This is a problem. So we see the way that this game has gone all together for PariVision off to the side. And that big wraparound that eventually came
like
over.
This fight was just made for this feature.
Yeah, exactly.
That really tells it, doesn't it?
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, very well done there from BetBoom. Who are now guarding up near Roche. They have sentries down as well to spot when the wolves come in.
12,000 gold lead. Who do they find?
Oh,
9 class.
Scared.
Orchid, and like as soon as you're caught, it's just.
Wait. They missed the Sunstrike?
Wait a minute, maybe an opportunity here. Pure, oh, he's gonna kill him. Okay, still goes down to the Dark Pact.
Dude, he didn't even pop his BKB. At least force the BKB.
It's not happening. He feels so safe in this game. And look at how slow you are right now on Chrysalis. The Ogre is in trouble. They're gonna lose more. DM nowhere to go. He's getting pulled in by that Axe, caught by Pure. Turns to battle, a couple more punches. DM, he turns and stands his ground. It's enough. Wait a minute, no one's starting to hit kind of hard tier 2. Sunstrike out, trying to get away. No one doing a lot in this fight. He needs to walk away though. Couple more hits. Kiyotaka puts the kibosh on that one. manages to take down the sniper, and a dead shot walk away. 9 Class can't stay on top of save here. No more ways to break that TP. All right, when they're able to just turn and fight, they do hit pretty hard.
They do, if they get the opportunity, but BetBoom have to give it to them.
That's fair.
You know, it's whenever they're comfortable doing the trades. That was nice by DM, though. Choosing to turn and fight there. Pierre went a little bit above his britches on that one, I think. And Sanj and Kaya.
Whoa.
On Miro. That's a nice one.
Is he doing the crazy build? Have we seen like a bloodstone next out of this guy?
It's a good item. We are seeing a scythe. The lockdown continues for BetBoom.
Yeah, that's a problem. I mean, again, you look at the items and you can see like if there's room to grow, Parvision can get like sort of equal on net worth footing. There's a way that they could win this, but it just feels like this is such a big hole to be trying to climb your way out of now.
It feels like they need BetBoom to just ram their heads into the high ground.
Yeah.
And hope that Sniper wins all, you know? Like they go a little bit too deep, the quills stack up, and no one doesn't get jumped on. But Save dancing his way into the roast pit.
Oh, yeah.
This is actually what he's doing live on stage right now as he plays this game. Ignore the
Trent,
the
they
camera.
can see him.
No, that's not real.
So that is going to be Roche going down. Aegis, somebody's got to take it. They give it to Pure. And another, I mean, and you know, to be fair to your point as well, they don't have the best like high ground sieging team in the world on the side of BetBoom. Slark, this has notoriously been a problem for him, but with this much of a net worth lead, you can also just kind of close out the map and make them feel bad.
Yeah, and with their advantage on catch, you just try and snag somebody outside of the base as well here with this axe.
Oh, yeah.
Or inside the base, you know? Maybe you just approach, throw one ward down, and you can just kind of dive on in there.
Right. Denies out that shield rune with the wolves. I will also commend BetBoom. They've done a really good job of like shutting down the vision that you would normally get from these wolves.
Yeah. Yeah, they've caught a lot of them.
Uh-oh. This could be a problem. Chrysalis running away. Kiyotaka. Ooh, finding one. The Hex is there. Still a little ways away for the rest of them. Pure moving in. Silver Edge. Got him caught. He's in some trouble. And the dead shot. Good damage out. Chrysalis is still going to eventually fall here.
There's the catch. Outpost secured as well for Kataomi, so really choking at that right now. Paravision trying to find something inside their jungle. 35 minutes coming into play here. What do we got for no one? The Satanic, okay.
Huh. I mean, Bloodlust Satanic is sick. Does not have a ton of damage, though. This feels to me like, as no one, you're thinking, okay, next item Rapier. Like, you've got at least the lifesteal that you need, but he's got Sanj and Yasha queued up. We'll see what he decides to go for.
Might need to win a few more fights before that one comes into play.
That's fair.
All right, the ward here. Hero tries to take it down quickly with his gem, but driven off by 9 Class.
Didn't quite manage there to catch him with the brambles. Still 2.5 minutes left on this Aegis now. Pump faking the terrorize.
He's ready if they come for that ward. Okay, until he blinks to the high ground. He was ready until then.
DM. Kiyotaka finds his man again, and it's all just too easy. BetBoom taking those kills and now finding another. Does he get it off? He did pop Satanic. He's living through this one on no one. Good damage out on Kataomi. Kataomi in trouble. He's broken it. Now Chrysalis has enough to stay alive, but they still have enough damage out from Pure to take down that sniper. They will lose a 1-for-1 exchange after the DM kill, and Chrysalis, the only core still alive, trying to do anything here.
And remember, he still has Aegis right now.
I mean, this is one way to siege high ground. Just go right on in, and there's the push away, but in trouble. The Orchid is out, finding more. Pure, have mercy. just having no chill at this point, goes for the break, thinks about the fountain. I mean, he's thinking about it. This guy's got an Aegis.
He's dropping items.
Okay, very good. Dropping his items on the ground and decide, you know what, let's just try and end this right now. Pure steps forward, starts hitting the tier 4 towers. Miro not quite able to connect with that call. They're leaving the racks around and alive as Save walks into the fountain, still willing to go for more, trying to find him. Isn't enough damage. Chrysalis in trouble, not dead yet. They jump in with Pure too. The save is gonna be there, but eventually they die.
For the fans.
And they're into the agent, trying to take this one down very, very low. No more glyph available. Isn't enough hits, enough damage. Pure, he's going for it. They end the game. Who needs racks? Who needs kills? I'm coming to your fountain. I'm taking your agent.
They're done with this one. Yeah, they could have played it a little safer, moved around the map, cleaned it up, but they're ready to move on.
They are indeed ready to move on. An unbelievable game number one. You know, and this is one of the things that I'm actually so happy to see from BetBoom. There have been times where they've played it so safe. There's been times when they haven't pushed that extra limit. But this time they saw a chance to end the game and they took it.
Do you know what helps them do those plays? I'm gonna have to say the Kiyotaka Invoker. That's what helps them.
Unbelievable stuff. As we get ready, stay tuned, everybody. We have a little action for you out there in the crowd as we head to a quick little break.
up your DHL drop sign now to be a part of the DHL Super Drop happening this Sunday. You can participate whether you're watching from home or in the arena for a chance to win fantastic prizes. Hold up your sign to get selected or type !DHL drop in the chat to participate. Visit the link on the screen for more information.
That's right, everybody. It's time for another DHL drop, baby. We are looking for the best sign in the crowd to give this coveted golden ticket away so that you can get to the super drop tomorrow, right before the grand finals for our big prizes. So, without further ado, let us go ahead and explore these fantastic crowd signs. All right, we're gonna look around. We're gonna start with this old meme here. That's months ago meme. I respect you.
I'm joined in here. Whatever, just join and be like chill guy.
Thank you, my friend. Well, good effort, but your meme is stale. I must move on. I'm so sorry. Moodang! I always scream out for a Moodang. Looking for a comp sci internship. What are you doing here?
LinkedIn isn't work enough.
Please look him up on LinkedIn as he looks for beautiful art. EGRTZ, #1 carry, okay? No popcorn for me, please. This guy is Harold. This is a child.
He's hello.
Oh, okay, hello. How are you doing, Mr. Harold? Oh, I'd be ashamed to. It's okay, young man. Thank you. All right, Spear, we go. Let's go Liquid. Very good. Marry Me Pudge. Oh, dear. What?
Here, my prediction for today's event.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, the first game is the Team Spirit.
Yes, correct.
The second game gonna be BB Team.
Okay.
And then the last game gonna be Team Liquid.
You should be on the panel. You're much better at this than Jenkins. Thank you very much.
Yeah, shout out to my friends in Philippines, Bacolod, Ninis here at Bangkok 2024.
Hell yeah. Thank you, my friend. Thank you very much. Okay, let's see. We got live Twitch chat there. Very, very good. Is this the actual black hole guy that comes to every one of these sea events? How are you doing?
Yeah, we're doing great. Let me do one black hole.
Okay. You're gonna have to, okay. All right, go ahead, my friend. Here we go.
3, 2, 1. Black hole!
Yeah! Every single time we are anywhere and see you, this guy shows up and does that. Thank you so much. It's always so good to see you. An Alliance fan, I'm so sorry. My God. All right, we're moving on. Very good. Action selects the GOAT, incorrect. Very good. Oh, can we do the voice line, please?
Ooh, can we all do it together, the whole crowd?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. Look, I'm out of time!
Whoa, look at this back here. Give me a 360. Nice Moodang buffs. Nisha God. Very good handwriting.
Nisha God, #1!
Fantastic. And everyone is looking good. I did see somebody with a... Whoa. Jesus, who is that over here? Who's your... Let's go, Team Liquid! That scared the hell out of me. I thought that was an animal. Thank you very much. As we move on, although I did see a story here. All right, tell me. Goodness gracious. Okay, we got a sign here we have to talk about. Dota 2, help me fight cancer and make me live. Let's go, Team Liquid. I mean, come on. What's the story here, my friend?
I just got bone cancer since I was 15, but I play Dota since I was 13, and now I'm 25.
Let's fucking go! Hell yeah!
One more thing. Yeah. I want to shout out to my mother, so she let me play Dota so I can live.
Yes! All right, Mom. Well, guys, we had a lot of great times, but I gotta say, Ma, you made the right choice. I believe I'll be giving it to you, my friend. Congratulations! I'm gonna hold this. There we go. Take it out, my friend. What it is? This is the golden ticket, baby. You're coming tomorrow to fight in the super drop for the big prizes. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mom. I love you so much.
Thank you. I also love you, this guy's mom. We'll see you guys soon. We'll throw it back to the panel with Sheever. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Congratulations on the golden ticket. We got 2 golden ticket holders, I believe, and I think we need 3 total to find out who's going to be winning tomorrow. You got to be staying tuned. Now, we do need to talk about the game that just happened, though, as we are in our upper bracket finals here for ESL One Bangkok 2024, and we did just witness game number 1, where BetBoom was able to be 1 game up now against Paravision. Although, if you were watching those first couple of minutes of the game, Kezu, you would have seen a 9 masterclass.
Yeah, an absolute destruction in the top lane, and I will say the way that they laned was really, really good between Nineclass and DM. But I will say also their draft kind of has it. It's designed to be ahead early on. It's designed to do well in lanes. Because once this 50-minute mark comes by, how do you play the map against this Slark, Axe, Invoker? You have 0 stuns. It's like Nineclass has to bramble everyone and their entire family for you to even get kills around the map, Jenkins.
That's right, Kezu. Really great throw there from you. Honestly, Miro on Axe, he made this hero look really good. I can understand why it was in the meta like 2 to 3 weeks ago in pubs. A lot of people were playing it, going for like the Bloodstone Aghanim Scepter Ag Shard build, and I was honestly surprised to not see it getting picked more in this tournament, because like a lot of people were considering it really overpowered, and you can see why. I think part of it is they picked it as an answer to Bristleback, which it did later on in the game once he had the Blink Blade Mail, but at a certain point, like the hero just, it scales so incredibly well that he can just run around with the Slark and carry the game. Even if it was just Miro having the good game, I think they could have won off of the back of him.
Yeah, I really love Axe as an answer to Bristleback. The issue with Axe is you have to make him work. There's also the downtime where you need a blink. But if you have heroes that can play off of you, if you can win the lane and play with like an Invoker rotation to you, bringing in your Slark through the gate, which they did, and play off of Axe's momentum like that, then you're good to go. I think that we might actually see a little bit more Axe as an answer to Bristleback because of how effective this one, but not early on in the draft.
Yeah.
Overall, that looked just really good from BetBoom, but like Kezu mentioned, Paravision just had no means to fight them. Like, I understand why they went for the Lycan at the very end. That's the only solution that they had, was like, let's try to out-tempo them. Let's try to win before they're strong enough, but that's just a really tall order when you look at BetBoom's draft.
There's too much overlap. Like the Lycan and the Bristleback, they don't help each other like really take the fights or to catch heroes. So ultimately it just shows why BetBoom decided to go with the Slark later on. Pure kind of, even though he goes like 0-4 in the lane, they all have a free game. Save on his Muerte, I'm pretty sure he may have even ended up being deadless or 1 death overall. Like they're all just playing like with so little pressure in this game. So Paravision for me in the next game, I want to see them have more means to take over the map and put pressure on BetBoom's heroes.
But how come they didn't get more out of that top lane? I felt like at that minute 15 mark that you said, it's like that top lane never happened. We still have Lycan and Willow not being dominant in the game, and on the other side, Slark is acting like nothing went wrong on his lane.
The game stagnated for a while, but also BetBoom's offlane did win. Like, if their offlane hadn't won, then the game would have looked different. But Stave and Miro, I never see them lose lanes.
Yep.
And because it went well for Axe, they had a lane that they could connect to and play off of, and they just had to just wait out the Lycan for him, not lose too much, which is what they did. And playing off of that really was all they needed. Also, I want to mention that Willow didn't buy a Euls. I mean, Nineclass played a great game, so I wouldn't say that it would have changed the game if he had, but if there was a game to buy Euls, it was that one. Your team has no disable, you're playing against a Blink Blade Mail Axe.
I agree.
Like, you really needed that one item early on, and maybe you could have had more fighting opportunities.
I guess it's one of those games he was stomping so hard that he's like, I can go for the Blink.
He wants the real big one.
Yeah, he wants the big item. Yeah, that was rough. I mean, that's what I meant when I said that they have like a kind of a cursed lineup. But
you were right.
I do trust Paravision when they pick stuff like this, because they've done this before and they win with it, right? This is normal for them to pick lack of stuns, to pick 3 cores, which don't really work together, but the 3 cores, it's kind of like Falcons-esque, I guess, where the 3 cores are just good on their own. Like, if one of them can scale, if one of them can have a good game, they can carry the game, but it's Crystallis on Bristleback, it's not Crystallis on some Razor, so maybe that's an issue there, but it just didn't work out in this one.
To me, like, there's just a lot of problems. To me, this is not like a winners finals type of draft. There's a lot of pressure on you, very little pressure on BetBoom. Like, you want to try to abuse these emotions and feelings in these types of games. So next game for Pari, I want more catch, more fight, and take it to BetBoom.
Now for Paravision, I think that this game, first game that we had, Paravision had overall last pick, and we've been saying that that's generally not the way you want to be in the draft. So this should be an advantage for them going into game number 2, because I would imagine, Jenkins, that is going to be first pick for them, which is a good thing.
Yeah, it depends on which player you end up with last pick. I do feel like DM can play a lot of heroes in that last pick position. It is just that teams are really good at drafting in a way where like there's so many things that you need to answer with the last pick that's how it becomes impossible, not because the hero pool is necessarily limited for the player.
Yeah, I think the Slark on 18 just really created a lot of problems for them. I think what they thought would come out was what we thought would come out also, is the Morphling on 18, because it was like left in the pool. The Doom ban, Doom bans really telegraphed Morphling, and they thought that their draft would be able to fight into Morphling's timings very easily. They didn't account for the Slark on 18 coming out with absolutely no disable, absolutely no means to shut him down outside of the laning stage.
That's also where the bans from Bedboom come in, like really clutch. Sure, like there's a couple of summon heroes available, but they ban out the Enigma. It is a summon hero that also gives you map play and catch. Same with the Beastmaster.
Yeah.
So sure, then you're left with the Lycan, and it's like probably one of the best picks left in the pool, but it doesn't solve the issue that you still have.
Now, we are moments away from the draft of game number 2, so the time of talking about adjustments for the team is over. It's on to the next game. Now, when we saw these two teams play before, it was a tie in the group stages, so I have good hopes that Paravision will not get swept here. But what do they need to focus on, Effie, in this second game to indeed be able to force out a game number 3?
I think if they give 9 class, like early on, some very hard disable, whether it's through Nyx Assassin, whether it's through Lion, like just any means so that you don't get caught in situations where you have no means to play the map, they should be in a better position, because based on how they played that first 15 minutes, it's not a gameplay issue at all.
Not a gameplay issue. That means drafting issue. That means Astini's got his work cut out for him, I think. I think for these guys, at least, we know that they can be, that they don't really tilt, I think. Jenkins, is that fair to say? They can reset?
I think so, and you mentioned Astini. I know he's the type of coach that will just go into the next game and say, my bad guys. Like, even if these were his team's suggestions in the draft, he will take the full blame for it just to, you know, allow his team to have that mental reset. And I think he saw the same things that we did in the draft. Where they got dismantled by a team the caliber of Betboom. I think that they will be more than capable of making the adjustments mentally.
Adjustments, okay.
I actually wanted to say that I think that the Invoker, like letting him through, like the idea of we'll pick our sniper, we've been doing really well with our sniper, made it so that no one couldn't play control hero as well. So they taking the Invoker out and giving away the Alchemist, it may look tough because you're giving an Alchemist away, but it really did solve the issue of not having Suns, because typically if we don't see no one on the sniper, what do we see him on? We see him on Puck or Earth Spirit, and both of these heroes would have given them what they needed.
I will say that Paravision is second pick and Radiant, so they heavily prioritized Radiant or wanted to be second pick. They will get their hands on their Razor. So this is comfort territory for them, even though they up against an Alchemist, which is considered to be the highest priority hero recently for a lot of teams.
Once the series sheaves, they will get this Razor, and if history tells us anything, this is already one.
Oh, there you go, done.
Like hero to hero wise, maybe, you know, most teams wouldn't want to do this, but yeah, they have the best Razor player in the world in Crystallis. They win nearly all the time when they do get their hands on this Razor. But, I mean, there is an absolutely huge reason why Alchemist is like the most banned hero of the tournament. He's an incredible carry, he has insane tempo, and his laning is super good. Even if you do beat him in the lane, he will farm backwards. So what I'm looking for Pari is tempo, tempo, tempo. Have an offlaner that does good against the Alchemist, but it doesn't just stop there. Make sure you have heroes that can also contest him, like, behind his lane, behind his tower. Dawnbreakers, Primal Beast type heroes. I want to see this and speed.
Yeah, I agree. Primal is actually one of the higher win rate heroes on Dota buff against Alchemist. I think because of that, because of what you just said. You can run at his camps, you can be annoying, you can steal creeps from him, and then you're one of the few heroes that can actually burst him through his ult, and once he gets a BKB, you can ult him and kite his BKB. So I think it makes a lot of sense.
Well, we got some offlaners removed from the pool for Betboom in this second ban phase. They removed the Beastmaster already. In the previous phase, the Doom was eliminated. Anything else that DM would like to have his hands on that is still in the pool? If you want to focus on making this Alchemist be the best Alchemist ever?
I mean, there's also his Enigma that Paravision do like to draft when they can. The nice thing about Alchemist, though, is it covers for these Beastmasters and Enigmas, because you know you're going to have a good lane against it. With that being said, it says a lot about how Betboom respect DM's hero pool, because Beastmaster, which people pick Alchemist versus, is banned out.
Yeah, there's, you mentioned the Enigma, there's like stuff still, he plays Timber a lot. It's a hero, a matchup that I would say goes kind of both ways, but it also gives you a condition. I would still lean more with like the Dawn and the Primal overall for Pari. But Pari also, they need to think a little bit about their support. Do they want to run back an Ogre? Of course, the hero is very good, it's good with Razor, but maybe they want more catch overall. You can go back to your Clockwork if you want. There's no beast in the pool to like abuse it in the lane either. That works for you.
I think you go with the Clock here over the Ogre. The rundown with the Cogs and Battery Assault with the Razor is like unparalleled. It's so hard to deal with that in lane. That's like guaranteed lane win for a Paravision. And then Crystallis can go through the portal with his support, and like they can make moves based off of guaranteed winning that lane, which is exactly how they like to play.
Yeah. I also just really like 9 classes Nyx. I think it's very good. I think when you're playing versus Alchemist, who's going to sit in the jungle for a long time, and you have a hero that can scout out where he is exactly on the map, or you pair it with some kind of presence that can connect to the Nyx and kill the Alchemist early on, that's also a way you can play into him.
Bad is also another hero that has a very high win rate versus Alchemist. And I think part of that is that Alch likes to play these long kiting fights, and he's, you know, a lot of net worth is focused on him, a lot of buffs are going to be focused on the Alch. Bat just chooses one guy, and it's like, okay, we're going to kill him versus Alch and the lasso. It's one of the few heroes that can set that up for you.
The one issue with Bat is that you're still giving Shadow Demon away. Okay, Shadow Demon is banned. Maybe they really can go for the Bat here.
Yeah. Okay, so they will go for the Lich again. I mean, if this is your lane, this is a very, very strong lane. Like, you better have someone that can maybe have some mobility, or like someone that can afford, that can kind of like separate the lane. Wouldn't be too surprised of, you know, maybe a Muerta for safe, just to like gap close or like create this gap for your offlaner to lane more nicely.
Yeah, you can, when the Razor links, you can shoot him back the other direction. That does sound pretty nice.
They're also taking it away from Ducalis.
Yeah.
I mean, he is, they gave him a hero that he plays very comfortably on, and also it mitigates a lot of Alchemist damage. And when you're looking at the last game for Paravision, all they had was physical damage and no solutions to the Lich. So not giving this Lich away to Kataomi, sorry, not Ducalis, makes it so that you don't have to consider banning it out.
I'm really feeling the clock now that it's CM Muerta that come out. Both of these heroes do not like playing into a clock. 9 class can play it on the 4 position.
I mean, it could be, I can still see the Bat we talked about. Maybe the lane isn't amazing, like, because Alt CM has a lot of tempo on you. Also, if you feel like Mira mentioned the Nyx, if you can squeeze it through the lane, there's a lot of value in a potential Carapace in this game as well. Yeah,
and you can one-shot CM and Muerta throughout the game if you get a decent tag in timing. He's 6-0 on Lich. Okay, well...
TB offlane into Alchemist.
It could also be TB 4 position. It is 9 class.
Okay, it is 9 class. This is a flex Terrorblade. It will still be Razor for Crystallis.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that's almost guaranteed.
Well, that's your offlane then. The TB Willow.
Well, the flexes are going. We could still entertain a mid-Razor, potentially.
True.
I'm not saying that that is what's happening.
I'm writing it down because this is set in stone.
I mean,
yeah, okay, you're right.
I would trust no one to be able to play almost anything mid. So if he has to take the Razor, then sure. But you got the best Razor player in the world on your team. You probably want to give it to him.
Can we take a step back and talk about the Terrorblade a little bit? Because the stats did show up for this hero. He's 0-4 at this tournament, hasn't seen a lot of success. Mostly offlane Terrorblade has looked the best when you're reflecting some carry that hits themselves with like an aura, like Luna with her glaives. A lot of people think Terrorblade is great versus Alchemist because you steal the Radiance on the reflection, but I found that it's kind of a bait because Alchemist comfortably pushes out lanes versus Terrorblade. On lane, his reflection doesn't actually hurt him that much. Maybe they supplemented for that with the Willow and her laning strength, but I've still seen Terrorblade off lane fail spectacularly versus Alchemist.
I wonder what the biggest reasoning for it is. The one thing I could see is that you want a fast pipe against the Bedboom heroes. It's like CM, Muerta, Radiance timing, like help push your Razor forward, help push your Lich forward into the fight and go with that. Because I will say, it's not a hero I would have had on my radar on this double pick for them. Bedboom find themselves with a very, very strong closing pick. 18 Lina, there's not much catch. You obliterate these heroes, doesn't matter if there's a Lich shield or whatever. You are dead.
This is a really nasty Lina pick. Like, all of the Paravision heroes don't like to be bursted, and particularly with magic damage. I mean, the one upside is that the TB offlane will always build that first item pipe. It's just too good on him, like, relative to other heroes. However, like, the new magic damage Lina, oftentimes you're bursting people before the pipe hero can even get in range to pipe them.
So I would imagine that this will make you want to pick up a hero against the Lina, so no one does not have a hero yet if you put Terrorblade off lane and Razor for Crystallis. Is there still a hero in the pool that deals with this Kiyotaka Lina in a good way?
The issue is if you pick a hero that can lane against Lina, you don't have gap close. So like what you need is an Earth Spirit, something that gets into the nitty-gritty of the fight. But then if you pick it on lane, it's going to lose. Because typically it's ranged heroes that you would want to throw against Lina. But if that's what you pick, you have no means to start the fight. And Lina is a huge threat when you just don't have anyone who gets on top of her. This is what happens every time somebody goes for offlane Terrorblade. People just pick a mid hero that you need to get on top of. Because you don't have any blink initiation.
I was thinking the same hero. I was thinking Earth Spirit. I was thinking Tiny. But these heroes are not going to do that well against Lina in lane. I mean, I guess you can like push the lane out and hope for the best against her. I mean, one like old hero that people would pick against Lina is a mid bat, and you can kill the Lina.
Oh, I was thinking mid Queen of Pain. She can blink in.
No, you need to like drag her back, or kick her back, or toss her back. I think it has to be.
There's got to be some repositioning tool there.
You cannot find a hero that does both, so I'm pretty sure that we're correct with the assessment. You need to just take a hero that fulfills your draft. You need the Tiny, you need the Earth, you know, take a slight L in the lane if you have to, but it does complete what you need.
Yeah, I agree. I think
they ran it out.
I'm leaning towards the Tiny. I think Earth Spirit would have been no one's like favorite pick there if you ask him what do you want to play, but Tiny's a decent alternative.
I mean, Peppon probably want either a melee team fighter or Enigma into this like Razor Lich lane. Not really sure. Can't fully pinpoint.
No, they just got back for the axe. Why not? It worked out. Why this time around?
They just need someone who can like body for the Lina. She needs heroes to get the distraction away from her. This is their setup. Maybe it's also they think that this is a solution to Razor too later on in the game, even if it loses on lane, because it should lose on lane.
Yeah. Something else I've seen too, like when you play against TB, he will generally, if you full commit on one guy, well, he will sunder him and save, right? But if there's an axe call with all these blade mails and whatnot, I don't think a sunder is going to be enough to save this guy. Also, Willow, you take her out of Shadow Realm, you deal pure damage into Lich. I kind of like what Bepum have cooking here.
I will say this Tiny is their saving grace in Pure Vision, like we mentioned. You need a way to like toss Lina back. You need that person who's going to go in for you. So if no one can play an explosive game, like Tiny does solve their issues. It also makes it so that you can find this Alchemist early on in the jungle, pressure him early. The one issue is the laning stage, but if you can get past that laning stage, like CM plus Muerta are easy pickoffs for him. The Lina tossback is going to be a problem. Like, if no one cooks, he will win this game for his team.
And we talked about no one's laning against Kiyotaka. Like, he won with Puck versus Monkey King. If there's any player-to-player matchup where he's going to win an unfavorable one, it's this one.
But it's Tiny versus Lina.
I don't think that's anywhere near as bad as Monkey versus
Yeah, it's not. I will say, like, Pari, I do prefer the Bepum's draft, but they have holes. They are slow. Like, Lina Axe need time. These two supports coming into mid with no one, he is the playmaker and the X factor in this game, for sure.
I mean, to me, Paravision just doesn't have a cursed draft this time. It's it's like a normal draft. Their heroes do a lot of good stuff. They have a lot of windows of opportunity into this game. At the very least, this one's going to be way closer.
Oh, I love to hear it. I love to have a close game number 2 here in this upper bracket finals. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise, please, Paragon Hall, as we head over to Trent and Lyrical.
That's right, Paragon Hall. We are getting ready for this game number 2. The panel says no longer cursed. The draft, we're ready to get underway. It's a normal draft in Paravision, but it's some big problems that they're battling into. This Lina has so often just been such a bully in the laning stage. Can no one do what he needs to get out of this lane okay?
You gotta shake it off, I guess, right? As this Tiny. That's the whole plan here. And it is not easy, but it's no one. You know, the panel just talked about it, had this matchup versus Kiyotaka where he already has performed and overperformed when he had to. So he's just gonna have to do it again. Just win your lane.
Absolutely, and he's a guy that's been there so many different times. You think about no one putting together really big performances on LAN. He's been able to be that difference maker. Gonna have to do it again here in Bangkok as we get underway. Game number 2, and well, a smoke scouted out there by Parivision. Don't know if that one is going to result in any kills early on here, but of course, Ethanalk would love to get out for some bounty runes.
30 seconds to battle.
Very deep in here. It's the Radiant squad right now. But, I mean, level 1 fighting, right? You got Reflection early. Can be pretty powerful. You got Lich. Get some pretty good spells here. So they're trying to bully them away from these bounties.
Kiyotaka underneath his tower.
Oh, doesn't get an obs. Thought he had one there.
Yeah, nothing gained. And Katomi, it's pretty hard to walk up that hill. So as you can see, the vision game really out and securing that it is going to be just 2 bounty runes apiece here in this one.
And right away up top, they're going to start pressuring onto Pure.
Oh.
As it comes here with the wave. So this is the this is how you start a lane versus Alk, right? Make him
Dun,
sad.
dun,
Get
dun,
some of that
dun,
seed
dun,
money.
dun. Pure in some trouble now. He's trying to count down. The stuns go out. But he might actually just fall as they chase down.
I mean, I think they knew that was
yeah.
Always finish your plate. You gotta commit there. Thankfully, Ducalis gets the last hit. That could have been disastrous. It looked like they knew it was coming too, right?
Oh, yeah.
Like the way Kataomi was shadowing him in the tree line, he's like, yeah, I think they might be coming to kill you there, bud.
Well,
last they did.
We're not able to stop that from happening. Maybe not anticipating how many. Oh, Pure. Already going to take some damage. And this is, of course, like we talk about the Lina versus Tiny matchup, this is the other counter that you immediately were talking about in the draft. You really liked it as an option. What do you like about this matchup?
It's, you know, the TB versus Alk, this used to be a classic when Alk used to be played mid, as people would bust out the mid TB, because the armor is just kind of dumb. I mean, he's got 9 armor to start on Terrorblade. And so when you're chucking this concoction, you're throwing down this acid spray, it really helps with the trades. And then, of course, you've got these plays with Reflection into meta, trying to bully him, slow him down. Then late game, yeah, you can't get these situations where you're stealing the auras and everything, but more than that, I think it's like the tempo that the hero gives you. You can actually try and like push these objectives down with his new form where he's getting this pipe and trying to group the team together. See how much map control you can wrestle away from an Alchemist team before the hero is really ready to engage with you.
Well, and we already saw in the last game, 9 class on this Dark Willow being a real pest and trying to do a similar thing here as DM takes a nice little punch from Pure. And I mean, also we saw on the Slark just immediately going into that Orchid and trying to find kills on 9 class after the laning stage happened. We'll have to see how they decide to play it. And of course, you can take a look at how they made this move to find the Alchemist sticking around this area. And he just was not ready for them to stay tuned. Goes on in, finds the kill. Nice dodge behind the tree there as well from Pure. So mid lane, can see still having an okay time on no one.
Yeah, he's doing his thing. I mean, obviously you have some pretty decent right clicks here with your tree. So coming into the tower is not the worst thing, but he is level 3 now, Kiyotaka. So you're going to get zapped, but this is a survival of the lane. That is the plan here for no one. And it does have some more regen coming out here, but TP actually required here into the mid. See if they can do something for Kiyotaka. This is a tough one, though. He's too good with the footwork.
Yeah.
But, I mean, you can imagine, right? If you get him with the Bramble, that sets up the toss. No one chucks him to the range creep under tower. But instead, you get a Smiley.
Happens. I wouldn't be surprised if we maybe see that type of a play happen again, because the plus side and the reason you can do that is DM fairly comfortable in this lane, even with the stuns being thrown out. They're not really great chances to kill this Terrorblade as of yet.
No, he's a great stick hero for all the same reasons with his crazy armor, so he's willing to just bust that up and suddenly he'll be full HP again.
It's on out, dropping some items right in front of him on Pure, just to get the full regen that he possibly can.
See, I don't just do it when I'm up 12k on your throne. I'll do it in the lane too, you know?
Absolutely. So again, pretty even. The main problem is we're seeing down bottom, Chrysalis not having a great laning stage so far.
Yeah, this is Lich Razor. Hello?
I mean, saves a gamer. That's what it feels like.
Yeah, I mean, one of the problems is that how do you actually like commit for a full kill? It feels like the Muerta basically has to make a mistake, right? You'd have to like miss a dead shot or something. So it just is a battle of attrition at that point. If you're just like spamming out these Frost Blasts or something, and Ducalis wasn't able to do it last game, didn't look very convincing. And now they're just doing plays like this, right? If the Link ever comes out, there's a dead shot. So Miro's just having a fine old time. And you really can't lose a lane with Lich Razor. Like, I feel you got to at least go even.
Yeah, that is a bit of an issue. I mean, again, as the levels start to mount up, it'll probably become better. Pure charging up the stun, but Pure in trouble. The long duration one, need a few more hits along the way, but Katomi keeping his buddy alive.
That's huge.
Gets out.
I think that's supposed to be almost like a guaranteed kill at that point, really. Like, you're kind of aiming to commit, get that kill with the meta, and then just accept the fact that you're not going to get another kill till the next meta comes back up. But missing out on that one, that would have been such a big boon there for DM.
The other problem is that, like, as this game unfolds, we're going to start to see probably pretty early Kiyotaka making some solid moves around here. Miro, they have that dead shot, breaks the link again. Just can't do that much to him. They will be able to get some denies along the way here, but he has to run away from the axe, basically.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the raindrops there, too. He's got 15 charges on the wand and a healing lotus. Like, Miro does not care. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Spam your Frost Blast. You got, like, 2 more. Not concerned about it.
Like I said, Kiyotaka running immediately for the first item bots.
Oh, it's going to be so good with the axe.
Yeah.
Really enable Miro here, do whatever he wants. Dead shot right back into the waiting hands of Miro.
Easy kill. Dude,
All right.
I think you need to take this away from Save.
I think you got to take Lich away from Ducalis.
That too. Okay, fair enough. You're not wrong about that one. 6-minute mark. And 9 Class gets the deny there.
All right, he's coming back down here. Rotation over from no one, but they're too far gone. Can't make a play happen. Then, of course, them stealing the bounty really means no one doesn't get a refill there either. So just a sad Tiny and a sad bottom lane here.
Trent, it's 6 minutes. It's a 3,000 gold lead. This is
no,
already...
this is when we cope and say it's an Alchemist lineup, so it's okay.
Oh, that's a good point. Very true. Chrysalis now... Oh, no. Oh, no. Chrysalis getting lower and lower. He needs to kill a creep. He needs to kill a hero. He needs to do something.
Teammates are coming.
He can't do anything. And Save just going to walk away. Oh, wow. They are doing some real fine stuff here on the side of BetBoom. Clean gameplay.
There's a rolling stone in the river as well who's not going to find anything. A small pebble who was trying to come over and help. They're wondering if no one was running over there trying to pick them off. They actually scanned between their tier 2 and tier 1, but Save safely gets back to the Wisdom Rune here. Whew. All right. BetBoom, commanding lead here. And those Boots of Travel, they're inching ever so close on Kiyotaka as well. So if you think they're ahead now, the real threat is coming soon.
I mean, the 3 lanes is definitely a problem when you lose them.
Kataomi just bravely de-warding in their face on the Twin Gate. Oh, they're just stuck down there.
Pulls them in even closer, and now the Dark Willow trying to do what he can. Pure! He shows up, finds them both! Oh, that one really, really hurt. No one does manage to get a return kill at the very least on the Kataomi. Pure's trying to chase down 9 Class. Save is in the area, and yeah, the dead shot will try and hide.
Let Miro get involved here.
Only for a moment as they finally take down the Willow. Goes for a toss. Not enough to kill off the axe.
Wow, we get a buff crash landing.
Big win.
The lead grows. The Boots of Traveler on the way now to Kiyotaka in that mid lane to keep it moving. And no one is running from a Crystal Maiden.
I mean, this is described as the best Razor in the world by many different people, and they have fully shut him down in this early laning stage. BetBoom, just a masterclass in an off-lane duo.
Yeah, you can really compare and contrast what happened compared to game 1 where the Invoker was given up and they countered, right? And then obviously BetBoom did that extremely well, and they showed that, like, hey, you know, we have our Invoker. You tried to counter, it didn't work. Paravision gets their Razor, and they say, yeah, we're going to give that to you, but we're actually going to win with our counter.
Immediately there, 9 Class gone. The Axe is the answer to Willow, so he cannot just Shadow Realm and walk away. Really showing their stuff as the lead continues to grow, wanting to find something in return. Kataomi goes down. No one able to get a kill.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Very much needed.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Time to try and find a play here, though, on the map right now as Paravision. I mean, your attempts to start a fight are going to be pretty weak until you have the Blink Dagger from no one. That was their main struggle last game, was having a way to actually start a fight. It's obviously better with the Tiny, but unfortunately he's one of these mids who doesn't just like get it at 6 like some other mids do. He has to kind of earn it.
Right. Well, and I will say that, like, again, you look at DM getting towards a pipe or something and, you know, being able to have the blink online for no one, there's a way that that fight can look good. The problem is they're already down 5,000 gold. Like, the timing of when this Alka is going to have Radiance done is coming so much more quickly than I think Pari Vision is ready for.
And if you try and start one of those fights and Miro's anywhere nearby and has this blink dagger, because surely he'll have his at the same or before no one does, he's just going to be looking to match the rotations of the Tiny and just shut it down.
Right, and you're not going to have a carry on the side of Razor. Like, he is out of here for a while on Chrysalis, it feels like.
All right, well, the goals, though, recover this game. All right, we've all been in bad games. We've had comebacks before.
Oh, yeah.
We got to find some levels on these supports. Okay, we got to get some Bedlam going, some Terrorize, right? That can always turn a fight around. We're going to group up around Pipe. Pipe, pretty broken early. Terrorblade. Might need a little help here. That's Alina.
LSA, silence. Laguna done. The silence, so there is no Sunder. Easy bring down.
I mean, they just have so much chain disable.
Yeah.
What a novel concept. Has not been chosen by Paravision in this one, unfortunately.
Man. 11 minutes, and this is going to be a Radiance done very soon for Pure.
Yeah, it's going to be a quick one.
How close are we to that blink? He's, what, 700, 800 gold away from it for the Tiny? They just need to try and buy as much time as they can until that item comes out and is online and dodge as many of these kills as come out.
And you got to all in on that timing. Like, Chrysalis is going for the BKB. He wants to ensure that he's as strong as possible when you're going to link all of this together with the pipe and with the blink dagger. And that will be it. That will be the... It's not even like it's a winning timing. It's just a like, oh, please hold on, don't fall timing.
Right.
We might have a chance in this game.
That's going to... I mean, okay, so Radiance done, Blink done, Boots of Travel done.
Yep, they're very scary.
Oh, God. No one. He sees these camps being stacked up. Can they find a pick-off beforehand?
This Chain Frost time. You know what to do, Ducalis.
Looking. Okay, yeah, they're just going to clear this out.
Just get out, though.
Vision down, Vision down. They get the call immediately there. Saving the Terrorize, backs away with the Lich, who will go for the Chain Frost now. They toss onto Kiyotaka. Good damage.
Oh,
not quite enough.
The split is there. Nicely done. I mean, that was net value, I would say, for Paravision. Got a bunch of gold onto no one. That's going to put him... He basically took gold from Ducalis and gave to no one. That's fine.
Pure shows
and also
up.
They stole a stack.
Oh, God. Oh, no. This is not the way you want this one to go. Jump in. They call. They find one. Dunk number 2.
Come on and slam.
And
welcome to the jam.
Miero is having a hell of a series right now. Showing you guys need to respect this axe.
I mean, I'm all for an axe. If we're going to have a stomp here, at least let it be an axe, so maybe we get more axe.
That's true. This hero is gnarly. You get off to a hot start on him, everything falls apart. D-Ward comes out, save, takes that one away from him. And still off in the jungle is Chrysalis 9 class trying to protect him. 9,000 gold lead at 13.5 minutes.
That's a lot of gold.
Hey, you're not wrong.
They have an alchemist's worth of gold advantage. They have a 1 hero advantage right now.
But Trent.
Yes.
The Blink Dagger, it's almost there for the Tiny. Also, I think Save, yeah, he's a higher level than the Razor.
You know, there's a reason he's got the turtle cosmetic.
Okay.
It's slow and steady, baby.
That's right.
And he's going to win this race.
We'll see if he can do it on no one. They need to get every kill. All of the kills need to come his direction. Because it is starting to get out of control.
The pipe is only 500 gold away. No one is going to show the blink mid. He's not scared. He's going to let him know that it's there.
Yeah,
hoping that that'll hold them back so that DM can just farm his pipe.
I mean, I guess, yeah, that's the problem. You can't even really run with it right now on Tiny because you need to fight with your BKB Razor and your pipe on Terrorblade.
He can try and defend his territory, but yeah, I don't think you're making any fun excursions here.
Right. Save almost has Force Staff underneath this vision.
So what's Pure going to have? Because he's got a Manta done in 400 gold. There's an Ags done for the Lina.
That is true.
The bigger they are, the harder they fall.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. There's a chance.
Which that would be really good with Crash Landing.
You know, they will have reflection for a couple of these heroes. It's a lot of spell damage, which doesn't really, you know, care about the reflection.
Okay, no one thinking about it. I mean, that's a big hero.
If they could get him, they jump in.
The silence.
No, the calling! It was already there. The pipe is delivered. Still good damage out onto Miero, but not enough for the kill. Chain Frost bouncing around back and forth. They get the dunk onto 9 class and everything falling apart here for the side of Parivision. They drop down a ward. Get good call.
Wait, have they gone too far?
An opportunity. Ava, no! Another dead shot with the taunts. That's enough. They take down Pure and now look for more.
Oh, they weren't happy with it.
Don't call them out yet. Parivision still have something to say.
Just keeping him alive was such a big win there. But they get a bit greedy. They want to push their advantage even further.
Oh, stealing.
All right, that was a 3K XP swing going their way towards Paravision, as well as about 3K gold.
I mean, you needed every little bit of this.
It was right here. It's like, should we back? It's like, no. Surely we got this. Pure had no ulti for this whole fight, so he was just like slowly taking down in terms of HP. Do you remember at the start of the fight, they used the calling, they used the frozen field, like everything just got dumped right at the start of that one. So
also,
nothing left for fight 2.
Like Save individually just trying to like keep his team alive that are running it. He almost salvaged that with that dead shot on the Tiny with the toss back, but it wasn't quite enough to slow down the action, and they're ready to go again. I mean, this is the other nice part about this lineup, right? You can just keep going.
Radiant are scanning.
Oh, we'll see.
Dare to dream. Radiant scanning, hoping to find that out. He's going to show in a minute.
I mean, they're following the dragons.
That this could work.
He should have trained those dragons not to follow him.
Pure jumps in. Ava toss back onto him immediately. The fear is there. He did get ulti off. Not going to matter.
Okay, are they going to bring anyone else? Miro, he's backing away.
Hey.
Oh, man. Don't give me hope. Don't do this to me, Paravision.
I mean, again, you find these kills. Before they have BKBs, they are susceptible to the finish, and no one is the one leading the charge.
Look what Save's done, though. He sneaks in there, gets a really deep ward in the Radiant jungle, ignores the couriers, because they want to use it to go and hunt after, to shut down this ball of momentum that they have.
That's a really good ward to get. If they retreat back and farm into this area, they're actually going to be potentially under fire from BetBoom. No, they're going to back away.
In fact, it's 9 class feeling like maybe he can get a bit aggressive.
Right.
All right, BetBoom feeling like, okay, maybe we're going to sit back from you. No one just breathing a sigh of relief that
I know
he managed to make a few connections here because it's gotten into his phylactery. That's oftentimes you see these Tinies that kind of stalled out with the blink if they miss just 1 or 2 jumps. But feeling so much better because of that. Farming through with his crash landing. Unfortunately, the rune was a shield rune, so they can't immediately go again.
The other problem here is that BetBoom can kind of play a dodge-oriented game now, and I think that if you're Parivision, you have to keep being aggressive, right? Like, are they okay just sitting back and resting on their laurels a little bit, or do they need to stay active?
No, they got to keep going. They got a BKB Razor, you know?
Yeah.
He's not a farming hero. Same thing with this offlane TB. They want to keep it moving. And that's where BetBoom are going to be doing this balancing act of just like, how many items do we want on Pure before we just go and fight again? Like, does he want Blink BKB, right? Those are like the 2 next big key items for Alchemist most of the time. I would think even maybe the BKB before the Blink, but...
Right, in a
lot
of
aggression.
In a lot of ways, that fight up their top didn't like put Parivision in a commanding position, but it stopped the bleeding. It put them in a position where they can actually play the game now. So we'll see if they're able to keep up this momentum or not. But Pure is going to keep farming. That we know for sure.
Yeah, there's definitely a 20-minute Roche timing, I think, for Parivision down bottom as well, right? Like if DM can get out of here, try and go for the Roche after. That would be ideal. Get that onto probably Chrysalis.
And Kiyotaka actually gets the TP canceled. His creep died. And that stops any movement up to the north.
They're closing in on no one here, though. There's a dire ward right above this power rune.
And there is no rune there. The lack of rune probably keeps no one alive. If he goes in there to grab it, he might be dead. And it's an illusion rune top that gets taken by the axe. So as you said, 20-minute mark.
Yeah, they're going to go for the Tormentor first. They already got DM shard. Well, that's one down. This one maybe hoping for Ducalis to make some sweet Ice Fire plays on these solo picks. It'll be 9 class though. I mean, he's been good with the Brambles. Now he'll have the Cursed Crown Brambles to go with it.
Yeah, with his no points in Cursed Crown.
Yep.
Very good.
Yeah, it's going to work really nicely.
All right, he'll get it in a second here, surely.
Ta-da! Wow, what timing, this guy. Oh my goodness. Those are bots too.
Whoa!
No more creeps dying.
Yeah.
That's excessive.
That's got to be one of the fastest bots too that we've got like on almost any hero, I feel like. Yeah, 10 minutes faster than average.
He is a one-dimensional playstyle game, and he's basically just Invoker Sunstrike. Right?
Yeah.
Like, he just wants to make it so that Miro can play his hero, because he has 2 jump heroes. He has Blink Call from the Axe and Blink Concoction from the Alchemist, so he just needs to be there. And that's what Boots of Travel 2 are going to do.
Now, there is one interesting thing about this.
Only one?
That might cause some issues, right? Like, if he, let's say that Axe jumps in and calls, right?
Yeah, I'm
now
following.
Lina is TPing on top of the Axe.
Okay, it's getting complicated.
Lina is in the middle of the fight.
That's true.
You know, that there is a little bit of a danger there that if there's any type of a counter initiation play, you've got Avatos, you got Chain Frost. Lina does not have a BKB.
Radiant Scan does connect. They're going to find save.
Finds him there. Avalanche toss. Quick hit. And TP's out. Do they have a way to break it? Anything at all? No.
All right, he's crazy. I can't believe that worked.
That is nuts.
Man, he just let it rip.
Yeah.
He was very confident.
Somehow he gets to like the perfect area where there's no vision. And Chrysalis not going to be able to run down the Axe right there.
Now, Kiyotaka has just TP'd down here. 9 classes behind him.
Kiyotaka in trouble. They throw out the Terra because they think that he has TP. Oh, he's going to get out, I think.
No,
DM?
No.
Hunting?
Yeah.
Walking up this cliff is very dangerous. Blows up one, and now Kiyotaka running away. Dude, is he act? Oh my God, the double kill!
Don't go in there.
Who else wants him? Who else wants him? He gets out! Oh my God! Look at that smile. A little puckish grin. No one does kill Katomi. Gives a high five to the crowd. In the meantime, Miro able to jump onto no one. Pure right there too. The last couple of minutes, it's sort of falling apart. Parivision, they're gonna lose their tiny.
Wait, the Sunder though?
Looking, hunting, saving. Oh, needed.
Back up here as well from Chrysalis. Still under a ward. Pure, he's not done with them.
They decide to go back in. Pure, they have a link already onto the illusion, trying to do what damage they can. No one trying to survive.
Here comes
Save
Lina.
is there. Off to the side. Lina moving in. A couple hits is all they would need. And no one for a second time. Gets close to death. This time he's out of there.
Oh, they have to fight.
Chrysalis, he pops the BKB, but look at the TP away. It's so fast with the bots too. He just gets out of there. Chrysalis turns onto Miro, and Miro also manages to escape.
We gotta nerf the TPs. They're too powerful.
Where are the stuns? They don't got anything to deal with this. Bet boom, perfect reactions here.
Here I was thinking that because, you know, you don't get any stats with bots too, but it's still survivability. And these Dragon Slaves, by the way, with the Shard are just disgusting. He gets hit by 2 Dragon Slaves on poor 9 class for something like 1,200 damage.
That was absolutely disgusting. And then, of course, no way to get out of there. And the bots, too, just mean that there's no chance for a kill.
Well, next up will be the BKB as well, as if the TPs weren't annoying enough. And they don't have an answer for that, Gabe. They got nothing. Other than just raw damage.
A tough situation to deal with. 8-14. And Roche still up if they wanted to go for it. Ducalis. Does Kiyotaka find him?
Well, it is still on cooldown, so he'll survive. All right, the SNYs are coming out here. Chrysalis has got one. DM's got one. Trying to tank up, see if they can survive some of this onslaught of Kiyotaka. And perhaps even just dodge the swift Executioner's axe of Miro.
I mean, again, I'm just thinking about that play bottom. And, like, the fact that Kiyotaka bots into a dangerous area on the verge of getting caught and killed, and then Sten turns it around for 2 kills, that's such a momentum changer in this game. Because Parvision had just been able to sort of right the ship a little bit.
Yep. And they'd gotten themselves their Tormentor, and then the Roche was up and available, and there's this, like, pathway to swooping down there and maybe taking that, planting that on your Razor, and going to hunt again, but all taken away.
And this movement now, a smoke up from both teams. Pure,
he definitely knows.
Thinking about
look at this ward though.
Jumps. Ava, toss, back, Knut, right away onto Miro. He throws out the call, not good enough. No one is dead. Miro might be falling too, but he's getting out of there. Just barely surviving, and Chrysalis cannot stand against all of the magic damage coming from the Fire Lady. Kiyotaka and Pure combo together for a huge win.
It's like they made Amplify Damage rune for this hero. What a time to have it for Kiyotaka coming to that fight.
Oh, disgusting.
Made it super simple there. Just a turret in the middle of the engagement. Firing away the damage.
Look at that.
That's a lot. Oh, now the closeout gem being purchased here from Kataomi. Saying, hey, they had a nice ward there. That almost worked. But now that forward vision that you're relying on to try and set up these tiny plays, it's going to be harder to get. It's going to be a lot like the Slark game. And now Roche being taken by Betboom for a little bit of safety and security here.
I'll even just Laguna Blade this one down, trying to secure Roche for themselves. And I mean, again, Parvision, they've got a lineup that has what it takes to try and defend high ground a bit with toss-back plays and things like that. But this deficit that they're facing down, it just feels so impossible to try and defend against this. We'll see what things they have up their sleeves to run it, but the game is feeling hard.
Well, keys to a comeback. We got repositioning. We got toss plays. We got Chain Frost. That spell's still pretty crazy these days. He's almost level 12. We'll pump that damage up a little bit. It won't be easy, but it's doable.
Fair enough.
A little terrorize action.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Now 16,000 gold lead. And I think, is it all BKBs pretty much coming out? They've got at least a couple of them, I know. Yeah. All the cores right now having BKBs, and Save is sort of working towards a Gleipnir also, because he just wants to become a core.
Yeah, of course.
Dire are scanning.
A game where he might end up eclipsing the Razor in this one. Chrysalis has just not been able to get it done in this one. Ever since that beginning of the laning phase. Collis checking for a Wisdom Rune, but that one already taken away. You're farming up while stacking, clearing through those camps as quickly as possible.
Yeah, really no rush here. Obviously, they can just farm up while the rest are hunting with the axe.
Oh.
And they're almost finding him up top as well. Oh, their boots are traveling in the Chrysalis at the same time.
The Chrysalis pops the BKB, turns. Kiyotaka, do they have enough? Wait a minute, Avatos, but the Force Staff, that gets her away. And now the turn, the hit. Well, the sisters next to each other, Laguna Blade and Freezing Field. Now Chrysalis wants to get out, but the Atos is there. They will find the Razor, lose Kataomi. Kiyotaka low, but not low enough. They need a few more hits.
Try.
LSA, a hit from down high, but it's only into the Aegis.
He's coming in.
And they jump, they find, they control, they kill. 4 dead. For absolutely nothing. Sorry, CM, but
just worthless support heroes. Okay, that's fine.
20,000 gold lead.
That's the walls closing in, if you can hear the crowd right there. That's what it feels like right now for Paravision.
Kiyotaka finds the target. Laguna Blade, Sunder, runs away. Kiyotaka not even a little concerned about that one, though.
Well, they got the Aegis outside of the base.
That's true.
That fight, unfortunately, took place when there was like 500 gold until no one's BKB. And he's getting back towards it now. Again, another like 500 gold or so. So maybe that gives you hope, but they are dealing with the Axe Call, so the BKB is not going to be total safety or anything. But maybe it helps him get one of these scoop plays and send that Lina out of position.
I mean, this is the problem, is that like you're just all-inning on one of these targets, and I feel like they don't have enough damage to kill Betboom.
Here's the play, all right? Blink
Tell me.
Dagger's done for Takalis. The Torment, they're waiting for the Tormentor.
Okay.
It's going to pop back up. Takalis gets Shard.
Yeah, there you go.
He's got Max Sinister Gaze. That seems to be the plan. Unfortunately, the Tormentor's not quite ready yet.
They do also have the BKB done on Tiny. So like you're saying, the follow-up of, you know, being able to jump with the Tiny to start the fight, and then afterwards, like, go immediately in with the Lich Chain Frost does sound nice.
They need this on Lich.
Yeah.
Just help him out here.
Yeah, no one would probably be the worst if they got it on him.
Hey, all right. Time for some Icefire plays.
It's going to be a tough one.
I can only assume that after the laning stage, this is his bread and butter on the Lich.
Right.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
This is what he's been working on.
So 31 minutes, and obviously with Aegis down, they still have 3.5 until Roche is even capable of respawning. Is that a Kaya I think I saw done on somebody too?
I think it was Axe. I think Miro's got another Kaya done.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah, he's hitting big.
Yep.
And Lina also going for...
oh, Pure. He wanted it. Miro didn't go. That's an illusion.
The call. Pops the BKB. Pure onto Chrysalis right at the start. Dual Scepter afterwards. They have the turnaround. Pure taking a lot of damage with the BKB running down low. They will not go for any more there. And Chrysalis held his BKB that entire time.
Yeah, no Eye of the Storm to go, though. Now an overwhelming blink here for Pure. Jeez. That's a tanky Alk.
Maybe a chance to take a fight now. With no BKB on Axe or the Alk, it feels like this is the type of play that you want to find. No one.
So close to save. But they couldn't find him.
The scan connected. That makes them know that they're in this area. No one's still hunting, and he blinks the wrong direction. They're still underneath that tower.
Bailing on out here. They do see Kataomi moving on top of one of their wards. They actually see him place that as well, so... Oh, a little bit off there, unfortunately.
And one of these moments, too, where this is just a testament to Betboom and how good this team is at making sure that they don't give up that extra kill, right? That was a moment where things maybe could have gotten a little bit scary, but they play it safe, retreat back, dodge the danger.
And now they can just set up again here. Same plan, push the lanes out, smoke the Axe, move in. Nothing too crazy. They can also just approach that tier 2 if they want. But, you know, Paravision, they have all the tools up here. Can they find some sort of a wraparound play? Can they find the surprise? Who can they even try and jump? I mean, the Lina would be the dream, but I feel like that's going to be a very tall order. Don't think they're going to give that to him.
No, I mean, he just hits so freaking hard.
He's just so far away, too, on the Lina. Like, how do you even get this jump?
I mean, you need the tossbacks, but it's not feeling like she's presenting herself as a target at any of the points where you would want to go. A minute until Roche is going to be back up, potentially. Kiyotaka gets out of there. Also, of course, the gem. They shut down the vision in the area. Arrow shows for a moment there with save Pure nearby. Again, it's like all of these moments, you feel like you kind of want to smoke and get something done.
He does. He wants to smoke and hunt the Lina. He's circling where she is. He's making the call. had the ward on the lane as well, so they kind of have an idea of which direction he's farming. And he's got that blink gaze.
I don't know if there's a safer place to farm these. Like, oh, that's so good. Like, because think about how different that would be, right? If she was just on the low ground over to the other side, but Kiyotaka knowing they could be running that direction and just gets away from the danger.
35-minute Wisdom Rune coming up here soon. Could commit and just stay for it. Get some vision down.
And for
kind of have to at this point.
That boom is just all about that Roche. They're going to stay up there on the top side of the map.
They'll get their Tormentor. That's a nice one.
That's something. You need to get something here. No doubt about it. And a minute is the timer for Roche. So they head on in.
Quick take.
Easy peasy. Chrysalis going to get the shard for himself. That one's kind of nice for like these couple of moments when, you know, he's been chasing Miro or Lina.
Yeah, or Pure too, actually. He's been close.
Yeah.
Like he barely got out in that mid fight.
Oh, and Pure is actually going to buy Aghanims next. That's cool. So,
I don't even know who's the most worth.
Yeah, there's a lot of different options there. I think even the parting shot is kind of cool in a game like this.
Yeah, I feel like just taking someone out of the fight is kind of nice.
Jumps in, finds no one. Avalanche, Ducalis trying to keep him alive. That is not going to happen. They throw out a Terrorize onto Pure, but that is him dead for a while.
They can't recover the gem either, so they're going to lose that.
Jump
in. Into the base.
I mean, we've seen this before from Pure, and now Miero finds another. The Terrorblade in trouble. BKB has Sunder at the ready, thinking about throwing it. Chrysalis trying to get the link off, how much damage they have. They're starting to fall, a couple of them here. Save both supports, falling low. Pure almost dead, yes! They get that kill too!
All right, Fat Boom. Choosing to make the game interesting.
You didn't have to do that.
there's a Roche.
You really didn't have to.
I mean, he did blow up 9 class, though. That probably felt pretty good.
They were so patient for so long, and Roche is up now, and none of these heroes have buyback.
That was a, like, 7,000 XP swing, 5K gold. That'll do work for you.
That gave Chrysalis a refresher now.
Okay, all right.
Wait, what? What the hell is happening? No one now also manages to find the Lina damage in from 9 class. He goes down also. Trent, what the hell is Bedboom doing?
Entertaining. Listen to the fans. They do it for the people.
Oh my God. This is crazy.
It's always good as a team to challenge yourselves in these matches. You can't let something be too easy.
Oh, wow. What a freaking combo. Pyrovision gifted and take full advantage, execute perfectly there, take down the fight, get the Roche for themselves, and, well, I mean, who knows what's going to happen now?
You know, this is actually where Crystal, like, you think with Razor and how the games go and stuff, he's so good late game.
Yeah.
I feel like that's where his Razor really shines. I feel like whenever I watch it and it's this like BKB rush and they have to force things, it doesn't necessarily feel like this dominating performance, but when he gets going to the late game and he gets all his items and his builds that he knows, that's when I feel like he really pops off and he gets these good plays. So now he can actually play his hero a bit better here with this refresher.
All right, we've got a game. It's still a 20K gold lead, but keep in mind, this is an Alchemist. Like,
call mid.
That's a pretty good call to get.
There's no Lina bots, my friend.
Where is the help?
You're on your own.
Team, they do find Ducalis. He is in trouble and going to dive, and now Chrysalis, he gets the link off onto Pure. That's a fear. That is a lot of damage. That is Pure in trouble with the call to save the day. Oh, Miro comes back in at the clutch moment, but now he might just end up dying instead.
And now they're on a save as well.
Looking for more. Bedboom, they look shook. There has been some failures in communication.
I legitimately think he thought Lina was alive. I cannot come up with another explanation for that.
Like, if he jumps calls there and Lina's there, that is a kill. Lina was not there. The last, I mean, I don't know, 5 minutes or something, we have seen just a huge increase in terms of the gold swing and everything else that's gone on. And I mean, this entire time, they've also, none of the heroes of Bedboom have had buyback. Which obviously...
Well, I mean, why would you need buyback in a game like this? I mean, I don't blame them. Felt like things were going pretty damn well.
I mean, Parivision don't know that, but...
They are solving some problems with these items, too. No one picks up an AC. So not only defensively, but, you know, you keep throwing heroes away, and Tiny's going to be hitting your buildings.
It is a lot of comeback gold.
The Scotty on DM, too.
And here's the other thing.
What is happening?
Like, between... I mean, especially if, like, Razor gets an Aghanims at some point or something like that, the amount of building damage that Parivision has is just insane.
Oh, Kiyotaka's cooking something up in the bottom lane, though. He's hoping someone else shows up.
Nobody doing it.
I think 9 Class knows that he's here again. He has the Yules and the Blink.
I mean, I still, there's no doubt I would rather be playing from Bedboom's position. But momentum is a thing in Dota.
He's doing it again. He's waiting. He's hoping 9 Class is going to wander on down here.
He walks within vision. Chrysalis pops BKB.
He didn't BKB.
Excuse me? Excuse me? Kiyotaka?
Brother. I pressed it.
No.
I promise. I pressed
I've seen that face before.
I pressed BKB. I promise.
Oh, no.
This is a collapse of epic proportions, I have to say.
Oh, jeez. I mean, yeah, momentum is a thing. You can play from a winning position and you're not hitting your buttons right and it will fall apart. 15,000 gold lead now.
It's crazy because there's still a lot of work to do.
Yes,
you know?
they have to do so much right on Parivision to be able to make this work.
But this is the step. They're going high ground right now. There is a buyback this time.
If they could get a buyback out of Kiyotaka here, that would be insane. Miro, they're trying to cut waves.
He's cut the wave in behind.
Oh, and they actually pull the creeps through, so Roche's banner doesn't matter.
They're off the banner now.
Nicely done from Bedboom.
Okay, but they have an AC. They're just going to march high ground and get as much damage as they can.
Yeah, this is still a lot done. Miro running down the lane towards them from behind.
Here comes
the call. Right on in. The call is there. Isn't enough. Pure jump onto Chrysalis. They're stealing damage. Miro starts to fall lower and lower. The buyback Kiyotaka on a target, hoping to kill, but Axe is dead.
Yeah, and he's
DM
just chasing the Lich.
Katomi. They're gone.
He's stuck on the Lich the whole fight. Now Kiyotaka's on the run.
Kiyotaka in trouble. He just popped back. You can't let this happen. Kiyotaka runs away, but the stun, the cursed crowd, they curse them to death. Oh my God, Parivision! Can they do this? Save is gone also.
He's running to the well, he's dying.
They're taking down Pure. Everybody dead. No buyback. Oh my God, they've just lost the game.
It's GG.
Parivision, stand up, Bangkok. They got something to say.
No one, he looks like he can't quite believe it. I mean, I don't blame him. What the hell? What an insane effort from this team. There's so many plays they make, so many mistakes from their opponents that they had to capitalize on over and over and over again to win this match. Man, I know you got to do some work after that game one on Parivision to get back on the medal stage, to come back in this game, and to win this. Imagine the work you have to do on Bedboom right now.
Oh my God, I can't
Don't
even
look at the graph, guys.
imagine.
Don't look, just close it. Don't look.
Just go back to the basics, reset after that game. But oh my God, Parivision, what a freaking performance. Like, it's one thing to obviously be presented with opportunities where they could pull the game back, but to actually execute, that's the mentality of a champion. We're gonna head back to the panel now, let them break this all down.
Oh my gosh! How on earth is Parivision able to pull this one back? But they do. The start of this game, though, it was all Bedboom. Guess what? I do want to start at the start of the game, and I know I want to talk about the ending there, but Bedboom did start very strong, other than the first part.
I mean, at minutes, like here, I'm already thinking, this game, you know, could be a quick one. Like, this could be over fast. Because, like, they're up 4K gold, they come over in the gate, they kill them there. I mean, they're dominating the entire game. Until later, where I don't know what the hell, this is one of the sickest comebacks I've seen in a while.
Dude, there was probably like a 5% chance.
I would think less.
I think
maybe,
lower.
Maybe even lower, but they had to do everything right, and Bedboom had to also crumble in the pressure that happened. Like after that Alchemist space dive into the buybacks where they got the comeback kills, they managed to find Lina on the bot lane. They managed to snowball it into an Aegis. And I just want to say, there was some Dark Willow redemption in this game, because that hero started off looking trash in this game, but then the blind terrorized into finding Kiyotaka at the very end. Chef's kiss. I'm out of breath, by the way, because I ran here.
Don't watch this clip also.
We wanted to continue watching the end of that game without missing a single beat of it. And this was the beginning of the end. And then finding Kiyotaka, who had such an amazing game, Jenkins.
He did. I don't even want to break down the Dota in this game, because I feel like we just need a therapist to break down the psychology of what went on in that game. Like Paravision, you could tell that they could feel the momentum.
Yeah.
And on the flip side, Betboom could also feel the momentum swinging against them. Yeah. Even though the net worth lead was still 15K or something like that, it's like they just had this sense of impending doom that you could feel in their gameplay. Even this,
this
walking
is crazy.
into 3 heroes with the Bramble, this is not something that we would see 10 minutes before in this very game. Like, I'm just speechless. I've not seen a rug pull like that since my unranked stack with Big L. Like, this is...
Yeah. Like, I will say right now, like, these next 10, 15 minutes until the next game are, like, so important, because there are things knocking on your mind right now. If you're Bedboom, it's like, how can we lose this game that's like 99% ours, where it's the complete opposite for Parivision? You're like 1 to 99 against all odds, and you pull out things where you like just make an insane comeback. Like, the momentum is like so incredibly on their side.
If you're Bedboom, you don't even break this down. Is there a point? It's literally just like, guys, we fucked up.
No, there's no
Big
point.
time.
Someone needs to, you take ownership, you take all the good things, and you just move on.
You just
but
GG
this is
go
not
next.
easy. That's not easy to do.
But what if this was the plan all along?
For Paravision, they should come up with a better plan. This is a stressful plan.
They won, though.
There's better ways to win.
The results speak for themselves. We did have a Terrorblade offlane, which you don't see very often, and we can say it won, so, you know, it's a great net point, but maybe we were not going to see that one again.
That wasn't much of a
I
win.
just got the Hot Tour references because the cryptocurrency.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you not
I thought
understand?
you meant because she was popular. That was a good reference, actually. That was a good reference. Yeah, the crypto.
But no,
it just clicked for me.
That wasn't a good plan at all. I mean, I honestly think that they, like, both of their drafts were not good on the side of Paravision for both games. Like, that game's got to make them feel good. It gives them this hope that they can take this game 3, that they can draft better, but you don't want to be in a situation where you're 7K net worth down at minute 8.
Yep.
Like, that's tough.
Not the plan.
Not the plan.
No, absolutely not. But the thing is, now that you did win this game, you feel like you can do anything. You could random all 5 heroes, run it back, and it's easy.
Yeah, I definitely agree that, like, if you're 7K behind at the time that they were 7K behind, I
just want to highlight, guys, it was a joke. It was not the plan. Of course it's not going to be a plan.
No, it wasn't a good plan.
Okay, all I'm saying is that I actually thought that their draft was good.
Okay,
and I'm saying,
we
clearly, I'm an idiot if they're that far behind. There's no way the draft can be good, right?
Yeah, I will say that they are outpicked in this game.
Yeah, back to the drawing board. But back to the drawing board with some positive emotions.
Yeah. I mean, we can look at some positive emotions from Bedboom as well. We had some fantastic play coming out from Kiyotaka. Or, actually, Kezu, was the clip that we want to see, was that fantastic play from Kiyotaka, or maybe less fantastic play from the side of Paravision?
Maybe we just rewatch it and then we decide, because of this, I don't even remember. I mean, so they were chasing him. I mean, I will say, this is like upper bracket finals. It looks like this guy is just clowning on his opponents. He's like flying over the trees, killing one dude, killing the second guy. He has boots of travel level 2, and no stun is here. So he just like gets out. Like, I mean, look.
Exactly.
I mean, obviously they know that this is their game, but in reality, then suddenly it turns out it's not.
He was caught out there. That's like the most classic Kiyotaka thing, turning a catch out into 2 kills.
Yeah.
And look at the snowball of despair that happens for Paravision here. Like, everybody's TPing out with barely any HP. Like, your Tiny just barely dies. Like, nothing is going right for you. And in situations like that where the game just feels so bad and it feels so unwinnable, for them to just have that clutch factor to, like, stay like with their eyes on the prize, that was ridiculous by Paravision.
And there was a very long period of the game where we were complimenting Bedboom Kezu on how well they played, and you're like, yeah, Paravision, they're doing all the smokes and making all the right moves, but Bedboom, they're being so clutch and so controlled.
Yeah, like
very good from them.
Even when they were up like 24,000 gold and Pari were making moves on them, and Bedboom weren't like, oh, we're so far up, we can take any move, we can take any engagement. No, they were moving nicely on the map, dodging all the moves, not giving up network. I don't know, but then suddenly you do 2 minutes of absolute, maybe you call it cringe or nerves, whatever. It just can't happen.
I mean, but how does that happen like this? Or actually, better yet, I mean, we saw it happened. Can you find the reason, and can you reset for game number 3, Jenkins?
Can you find the reason? I have no idea. I feel like we've all been in these Dota games, and I still don't know the reason. Having been in like 1,000 games that go like that in my pubs, I think what Kezu said is absolutely correct. Somebody takes ownership. Astini cannot take ownership of this one. This is the one point where it's one of the players has got to be like, look, guys, I screwed up. Maybe it's Kiyotaka, maybe it's Pure, because he was
Pure
the top network.
the fountain, you know,
Maybe Pure just goes, casual lost, we go next. You know,
Yeah,
like
yeah,
that's something that could happen, but that's got to happen. Otherwise, next game, we're going to see old Bedboom coming back out.
It definitely is not going to be a casual knockdown anymore. I think the casualness of
No,
this
the
series
casual,
is
it's
gone.
gone. Not
so
casual
that
anymore.
one's out. What we are going to do is check in with Kitty Award of the game still, Kezu, because I don't know how much this one impacted the late game. Actually, this one impacted it very much.
It's this bottom lane, the bottom lane ward that I want to show, the one above.
The sentry?
And actually the observer ward in the lane above.
Okay,
That will,
yes.
because what it does later in the game, you know when all this Roshan thing happened? Because like here is like throne number 1, right? They go to the base later and die. But the most important thing is when Kiyotaka dies later on, because the only reason they do end up killing him when he does walk down the lane, and when furthermore then Paravision get Roche, is because they have this lane ward that actually spots him. Then they TP bottom on the outpost. And because it's not only Pure, like sure, this is like step 1 of the comeback. But it gets even more cemented with the ward and the further play that happened right after this.
And that play was kind of the nail in the coffin for Bedboom. I hope that game number 3 will be just as explosive as game number 2. And if you're here for it as well, you got to stick around. We'll be right back.
Dragon, waiting for a second to push you to your limits, growing stronger, feeling better. But do you feel them? Can you hear them say? Welcome to the other side. side.
ESL One Bangkok is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
Upper bracket finals is delivering here in ESL One Bangkok. We are going to a third game between these two teams, Bedboom and Paravision. And I'm sure that both teams did not expect to be here for game number 3 with how a large portion of that second game went. But we're all here for it, and we're all looking forward to seeing what the teams are going to do next and how they will adapt. Jenkins' adaptation is definitely needed. It's in the cards. Where would you like to take this one?
That is such a hard question after a game like that. I think Bedboom, I mean, they could just run it back. They just do the exact same thing.
Oh, okay.
Don't throw, don't grief the game.
Do you think they're going to get Alchemist again?
I
don't know about that.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
I would say no.
What would they? I mean, it depends on who has first pick, who has second pick, I guess.
Going off of the first two games, both times around, it was Paravision on Radiant with second pick.
Yeah.
And that just means that probably Paravision prefers to be Radiant or second pick, but I think that we're going to probably have a similar scenario in game number 3. We'll see, though. We're moments away from the draft, of course.
So what do they leave in? Magnus?
I don't think you give Magnus to Bedboom. No shot. I don't know. For me, I think their solution in this offlane Terrorblade versus Alchemist was really bad. Like, I hope they don't come back to that. But mostly for Paravision, I want this Dark Willow benched for this game 3. Like, putting this hero so early in your draft actually was like ruining it for them. Like, they needed 9 class and some harder disable in both games. And in this game too, like, the redemption did happen with that Terrorize that like resulted in the game ending. But before that, it just contributed nothing. And it changes the way that they drafted so that they think they're going to win lanes that they're not going to win because they have this Willow. I just don't want to see it.
Yeah, what I could see is either A, Pari can obviously take first pick if they have choice. That's like a easy solution. Secondary, if they are second pick, I'm on the board that Dark Willow is not my favorite. I will say Bad Rider is something I would prefer. To me, the biggest problem so far that Pari have from second pick isn't even how they close their first phase. It's what they do in the second phase. Their 16, 17 picks, to me, they're not it. Like this TB Willow, even in game 1, like this Bristle Ogre, like even if you end up flexing this Bristle, it's just not really giving it to me. So I hope that this game around, because we have same scenario again, I'm looking at the double pick stage in their secondary stage.
Well, I'm looking at the moment to see what will be their fourth ban. Previously, it was that Magnus, but if they don't want to face the Alchemist again, then this is the moment they ban it out. But they would have to be okay with playing against the Magnus, assuming Bedboom will pick that up instead. And yeah, the Alchemist is the one that goes out.
So what's the Magnus solution then? Is it an instant Lion or Rasta?
Or you go for the Rubik?
The Rubik would be somewhat bold. It's not really a first phase hero these days.
Oh, I don't mean straight up first phase, but I do mean somewhere in the later stages.
In the later stages,
because it's not going to get banned.
It could be Morphling if you want. Crystallis does play it. You can also flex it on 9 class. At least the ones that are really, really confident, they can do it. Bedboom have shown it to us before. Unless they want to answer like more on a teamfight route, then it can be your Lion, it can be a Phoenix, just some combo break also later, or you craft like a Tidehunter in your secondary phase to just combo break the teamfight of Mag.
I would love Phoenix. I would love Phoenix plus Nyx. I keep talking about Nyx for Paravision,
Yep.
but I think they should capitalize on the psychological damage that they just caused. And there's no hero in Dota that causes as much psychological damage as Nyx Assassin.
That's a good call. I actually like that. That makes
It just changes the way that your opponents have to play against you.
it does. That is one way you can tilt Bedboom and tilt them into the lower bracket. I mean, of course not here. They can pick something safer up earlier in terms of position. Like, what could you, if you're going to later pick the Nyx, then what could you pick here that's good against the Mag?
I mean, do you really not, is Magnus enough to not want to play the Razor? Because
they did just win with Razor.
Yeah, but it was a hard game, and it wasn't a, a straight out win. They'll go for the Gyrocopter for now.
I think it's solid. Like, their gyro has looked very good for them. It makes it so that there are very few lanes that can win against this. And the thing about gyro versus Magnus is even if he gets skewered back, you fight with your rocket barrage. You do so much damage, you overwhelm the Magnus.
Yeah, you're definitely one of the tankier carries later on with just naturally the build you do go for. And a secondary thing for Paravision, they do flex this hero. They have closed the face before with this, then they go for a clock. And on then 16, 17, it makes it easier for them. They can then reveal and still choose maybe Gyro is a 9-class hero, or it can be your Crystallis hero.
Yeah, that's what I like about this. I think they're having a lot of the same thoughts that we are, which is that there are a few things which they can pick that will both answer Magnus or make the game just generally very annoying for a Bedboom, and they don't want to first pick it.
I'm entertained by the Terrorblade, man.
Yeah, you like that?
I do like that, actually. It's like, what was the problem last time? Terrorblade.
DM has been impressive in both of the games. In the Lycan game, he was top net worth, so I do think target banning him makes quite a bit of sense here.
I also really like Enigma conceptually because Magnus's RP is not a counter to Black Hole, and Alchemist is banned out this time around. But also, it just makes me want the Enigma plus Nyx lane. Please pick Nyx.
You have the Gyro. There are not that many overall heroes that dumpster your Beastmasters, your Enigmas. You've already, the TA is out, the Alk is out. You have the Gyro yourself. So there's definitely a world where they can entertain the idea of an Enigma. It's amazing. You want to lock down an area when you play against Magnus, Phoenix Egg, Black Hole, or Tidehunter Rabbit. Just help yourself against this Mag and make this hero's life hard.
I mean, I like the idea of the Clockwork as the next pick for Paravision. It doesn't reveal anything. They still have the flex. At the very least, some. Oh, there's the next.
Dude. I'm not even exaggerating. I think Nyx Assassin is a hero that makes the enemies angry because even if this hero is 0 and 10, it's forcing you to 5-man early. It's forcing you to place sentries everywhere, and it's something that you always have to account for. Also, I think 9 class is just so good at it, and now you could pick the Enigma too.
Yeah. No, I was saying also, you said it now, you want to take advantage of what just happened psychologically. Game 1, I did not feel like Paravision had a upper bracket draft, pressure on the map, be able to do this, you can do this. This time around already with these first 2 picks, so many options, there's going to be pressure, you have Wave Shove, you can pick them off. If you're Bedboom, you better nail your next picks.
And you have scouting for the Magnus. This isn't going to be the easiest RPs if you have a Nyx running around trying to disrupt you.
So another alternative to the Enigma, I agree this is a great pick, but it depends on how Paravision is feeling and how these next picks are for Bedboom. Phoenix, still in the pool for DM. Phoenix, Nyx lane. If Bedboom picks 2 heroes that are just not particularly good at killing the egg, or heroes which are countered by the magic damage.
Can they pick the Phoenix? Do the Nye pick it?
They can. The only problem is Gyro really enjoys playing into Phoenix because you hit the egg and you flack to everybody else. But it's not some crazy hard counter.
I'm just so glad to not see Dark Willow in this game 3. It just makes me very happy. There's nothing wrong with the hero, but I think it just ruined a lot of Paravision's drafts. And now it looks like they're working with something that already doesn't have very many holes.
I assume now, because CM is a bit annoyed by Nyx in the game in terms of your ult and Carapace, but you can abuse the laning stage because he's gonna maybe want to pull. If you double in on the on the enemy offlaner, you can apply a lot of pressure. They do go with SD, which in my opinion is one of Save's best heroes, maybe alongside the Murata. Can stack the triangle for your Mag. It's also very good.
Where do you want to see the Mag?
Probably
Because it's on
Miro.
all three, right? You
Yeah.
you prefer it on the offlane, but all three play it.
They all three play it, but I feel like it's just the most comfort and most stable if it does end up on Miro.
I think you just want a stronger win condition too for Pure in this game 3. Like you don't want to have the discomfort of the lower bracket.
Most likely you do go for your Ducalis hero, like Ducalis plus DM as a combo. You put the gyro into the safe lane. There are worlds where you can... It's hard. I'm trying to... If there's like a world where you can go Phoenix +1 and then it still keeps your draft open.
They go for the Undying.
Okay, I mean...
Okay, I have to ask this question. We saw Undying on the offlane yesterday. How much will other teams take inspiration from Saberlight?
I think that made sense because it was against the Earthshaker carry. So I would say that for here, this is more than likely just the answer to Mag, both in the lane and in the game. We've talked about area control versus Magnus. You drop the zombies, you drop the tombstone. It's it's hard for him to deal with. And these two supports cannot kill the tombstone. Neither can Tiny, honestly. But it's the counter to Puck mid, so I can understand this pick.
It's a great tombstone game, and it also just stops these blink heroes in teamfights, right? Like this Tiny and this Magnus will not have the easiest blink angles to start the game if Paravision are setting up with vision and have their tombstone already planted.
Yeah, and also against the blink heroes, Undying has this interesting new innate where he can die and then respawn. So if you ever pick this hero off first with the blink initiation, he's back.
Let's see. The Puck, of course, is very good. As you guys mentioned, you have the Tiny already in the response with it. Paravision have very, very, very strong teamfight. One thing that I am looking at is that neither of their supports have the best wave clear. Of course, yeah, you have it in Puck, you have it in Gyro, but if you can find like a hero for DM that also helps you like semi-engage, but also helps you with map state, I don't know if that's really left in the pool. Could be... No, I don't even like heroes like Lycan either.
I mean, they could run back their Lycan.
Yeah.
I think when you're looking at this save Shadow Demon, it's such a nuisance. You don't really want to... You don't want to make Nyx the target that's always going on the Shadow Demon because you need him to disrupt the Magnus.
Yeah.
If you have any offlaner that can just like run into CM plus Shadow Demon and make it uncomfortable for them to find angles, it could work. So Lycan is really fine for that.
I guess they do also get to see ultimately what BetBoom show them, as they are the ones that have to pick out of phase with Pure's hero, at least most likely. I don't see a big pivot.
They could also just go for Tight Under.
Yeah, honestly, it's gives you solid lanes. I mean, as long as this like Pure next pick doesn't dissuade it.
Medusa ban always makes me think of Doom, but I don't know if we'll see DM playing that here.
Medusa ban also means could this be offlane Undying?
Oh god.
Because when Liquid ran
Why?
offlane Undying, they got Medusa, and Medusa was a really good solution to it.
Yeah, it's true. I would just ask why. What's the point?
Could this be?
It would be really funny if they do. Let's focus on what BetBoom is going for here first, as they are looking for a hero, most likely for Pure. A lot of carries still in the pool.
I'm actually vibing with it, the offlane Undying so far.
Just to be clear, it could be a carry Tiny still. Pure does play it. He's been playing it in his pubs. He played it in this tournament. But more than likely, this will be the answer to Puck mid.
Well, both offlaners that you guys mentioned for Paravision with the Enigma and the Phoenix have now been removed by BetBoom. And they don't have a lot of time left. They used all their bonus time, so just a couple of seconds left, and then we'll know who's going where with what in terms of the core positions for BetBoom.
I'm really not sure. I have like a vibe of like my body is like telling me Meepo for some reason to like abuse the Nyx lane with the CM Meepo, but it might as well just be an absolute garbage prediction. But I have no other one.
The Juggernaut. I mean, it's an old school matchup. You got two old schools. You got Crystal Maiden Jug.
Yeah.
That's great lane, and you got Jug Mag, which is great for the buffing.
Yeah, I mean, it's good against Gyro and Puck as well. You can spin and break the coil. You can Omni slash the Gyro. He can't turn and Satanic you. And I do think this hero's pretty bad, but any meta where Jug is bad or PA is bad, you can still pick it with the Mag. This is the one way that it does work.
Is there anything that Paravision can do to abuse this pick, as they still have overall last pick, and there is, as we mentioned, a bit of flex potential left?
They could pick Axe.
They could also pick, I mean, this isn't something they would do, but I really like Death Prophet offlane versus Jug. I saw it a lot at Dream League from Team Waska, I think, and it did a lot. Like, it just out-sustains when it gets spun on.
I would actually like it, because it's good like
DM
in the lane
that.
with Nyx.
DM plays that,
Yeah,
for sure.
no, he definitely does play it.
Yeah.
It's also like their damage, like unless they instantly burst you, you're good to go, you can tank through it.
I just hate playing Death Prophet against Shadow Demon. That's the most annoying thing to get purged.
And nobody's touched offlane DP this tournament, but it also is an SA specialty, and Estini is an SA coach, so like it has to have come into his mind at least once or twice.
I mean, Jug has a lot of heroes that do very well against it in lane. Like Slardar is one of them. Venomancer was not what I was thinking.
Not on my bingo card.
DM loves offlane Veno. He loves this hero. I mean, I think Jug is one of the better heroes to spin on him and beat him up, but like it's a really strong lane.
I think they're just gonna dodge the lane. Like surely they go the ward facet and they play with the Nyx hitting creeps, like cutting the wave, and then you kill the first creep wave, right? Like isn't this a cheese lane that we're about to witness? These are the heroes for it.
It could be. I didn't entertain it for now, but they could do that.
I think they could lane though. Like Jug is very exploitable in the early levels, and Crystal Maiden, if she gets scaled into a Nyx Impale early on, that's like free food. You only worry once Jug gets a bit more levels, NCM does, and then this Veno is susceptible to dying. But DM is a specialist in this hero. I'm sure like they understand how to play the lane. I like it. I like the cheese. I think it's also very good versus Magnus in terms of vision. It's very good against Tiny because like that ult really feels bad to play against.
Of all the 3 drafts I've seen, this is the one I like the most from Parivision.
Okay.
Like the other 2 did not impress me. This one I can see it. Like if this Tiny and Mag jump in, I don't see them getting out. You're jumping into a Tombstone, Veno wards, like whatever it is. Obviously they have all the means that they need in order to win the game on Bedboom. But I'm leaning on the Parivision side for the first time here, Jenkins.
If I were Bulk, I would be telling my team like punish this Venomancer. Start the SD top, tri-lane him, kill him once, and then set the Jug CM up for a really good lane.
Well, let's see what's gonna happen. Game 3 coming your way. Bedboom, Paravision, who gets a ticket straight to the grand finals? We're finding out together with Trent and Lyrical.
That's right, Shiver. Grand finals waiting for one of these 2 squads. And wouldn't you know it, Trent, I did not think we were going to be back here. I thought that game was over, I'm going to be honest, but somehow, someway, Parivision able to pull it back, and then they pull out the Venomancer.
Yeah, there were at least 5 other people on that stage who thought this game was going to be over, I would think.
Maybe
as well.
10.
And then it wasn't. Yeah, I don't know, DM, they're letting him cook. He got the call, and he went for a favorite. One of his go-to heroes whenever he can. A Grandmaster, in fact, how disgusting is that? Venomancer player in his pubs.
That's so freaking gross, but also awesome, and I love it. It's awesome
Birds
indeed.
of a feather here.
And look at that. DM Veno says Ducalis right out of the gate. A lot of tips going his way at the beginning of this one because this is just not a hero that you see all that often.
Nope.
But when you do, you kind of remember why it can be disgusting.
Yeah, it's true. In fact, we got a lot of Siggies, as they say, obviously, very commonly when it comes to signature heroes, because Ducalis on the Undying, another one of his go-tos for sure. I'm a little happy about that one. Right? Another big hero. And then no one on the puck, which in his return to form has been one of these heroes where he has really popped off on in some games.
Has made so much stuff happen on that hero, and sort of a similar type of engine for this draft, what we can expect. No one kind of had to do it all last time. This time around, they have another engine to make things work, and that's going to be around the Nyx Assassin. This hero can make some plays go early on to maybe even find some kills onto Juggernaut, depending upon how things work. But I just real quickly want to go back to that last game, and I feel like the most important thing is not the draft even, but where is Bedboom at mentally? Like, after a loss like that, they need to find a way to reset. Legitimately, after they dove high ground, if they would have just sat 5 heroes in their fountain, got up from the table, talked about the problem, what went wrong, and then figured out where to go next, they probably would have won that game. Like, that's all you had to do at that point, it felt like, in a way. And have they had the time they needed to reset? That's what I want to watch for in the early stages of this game.
I mean, we thought Paravision needed the same thing after game 1. They found the reset. They got game 2. See if Bedboom have that same fortitude to bounce back.
Well, and it looks like, at least at the early goings here, we are not going to have any cheese lanes coming out from the side of DM and 9 class.
There's no such thing as an honorable Venomancer lane. I just want to be clear.
Spin on to 9 class, and he is already dead. First blood, Pure, coming out of the gates hot.
Can this hero still do stuff? Is that what I'm just learning here?
I think so.
Obviously, there must have been some lag, as Kiyotaka will throw.
Oh, a couple keybinds.
DM has not been allowed to play Veno in a while.
That's right.
By his teammates. So he's got to check the binds, make sure things are all good. And there's the go call here from Ducalis.
Underway.
Okay, that's a great start for your Jug, right? We talked about this idea of maybe coming up, try laning the lane. Jenkins was saying, didn't even need it. They just chuck a blood grenade, get a little spin action going, 9 class goes down.
Well, and I think some of that too, starting off with the mana burn at the beginning, as Save does get the disruption. This is one downside to this one, is the lanes are going to be a little bit awkward, it feels like. I mean, Gyrocopter Undying, obviously very, very strong, but you can have some sort of counterplays coming in with a Shadow Demon into like a skewer back or something. As 9 class does get a little bit of a pull.
He's trying not to lane here. Doing his best to create a little bit of chaos here.
That should actually eventually push out, though. Oh, Pure is going to connect it.
Yep.
Oh my god, things are getting really weird.
Yeah,
but
now,
they let the range creep through.
They also have a ward spotting what 9 class is doing, because they preempted this, right? They knew that this is the whole idea that you do with the Lich, with the Nyx and the Veno. We had heard the panel talking about it, so they've already got the vision down, watching for these sort of plays off to the side and messing with the creep wave and stacking the Plague Wards. That'll be the plan.
Well, it is interesting, right? Because if they're not doing, like, if they're not playing the lane straight up, there is some possibility that maybe they need more levels in, like, the Plague Wards before they can, like, do any wave cutting, or they just don't feel comfortable with it. But whatever the case is, it's definitely not a normal lane setup right now.
It'll get to the point where it's kind of awkward for the Crystal Maiden, though, because she's obviously a very slow hero, and once those levels get stacked up, if she's ever separated from the Jug too far, like, she's just free food. So have to be very careful about this, the positioning.
Well, out of the mid, we'll watch how this one goes. Kiyotaka dodges away from that orb, and it is going to be a Water Rune picked up, one for each squad, as Kiyotaka tries to redraw aggro on this one, and it's just going to push into him, it looks like. So the counter to the puck in a lot of ways once you get to the later stages, I'm assuming, trying to blow up that hero.
Yeah, the laning stage used to be something that was like pretty tiny favored, but these days it's... We talk more about Monkey King versus Puck than we talk about Tiny versus Puck anymore.
Right. And you can see that no one's just going to try and plink away at him there as much as possible. And of course, going to need to watch for more later. That's nice. You love to see that one.
Yeah, Puck is this tool where you can tank tower shots, dodge it.
Just get little bits of regen through it as that goes on.
But that's what you have to do in return, obviously, is punish Puck when there's no phase shift.
So the lane that we haven't really talked about a ton yet, it's down bottom here. And Chrysalis playing together with Ducalis. Do you think that this is the type of game where Gyrocopter, we haven't seen a ton of him recently, I feel like. It's more often than not been almost support, it feels, sometimes.
That's true. Yeah, we've had quite a bit of support Gyro, but this idea of just like going deeper into the carry pool, the Slarks are coming out, the Gyros are coming out. It's obviously just a very strong hero. Lots of good mixed damage, and when the games get a little bit funky, it never hurts to have a Gyro going late. As Ducalis is going to get pulled way back. Now it isn't Undying.
Yeah.
And he knows it, so he gives him a wave.
Actually taking the 2 points in decay here, too. Does have Tombstone at the ready if they want to try and make something happen. But at least for now, still very slow.
Does 9 class get this?
I think so. He's moving pretty quick. Yeah.
It's the expensive courier, easier to track.
So they managed to get that one. Puck steps on in. Ducalis drops it down. Start to punch away at it, seeing what they can do, but it is going to be enough for a kill.
Yeah,
Miero on the other side, not going to be so lucky.
No, that's a great trade right there. And of course, he actually dies to the Tombstone trying to kill it for save. So
wow.
A 2-for-1.
Very nice.
This guy knows he's Undying.
Yeah, a much better time than he was having on the Lich the last game.
And And up top, I mean, 9 Class continues to just pull the waves into the Veno. DM is in the triangle, throwing down wards and jungling a little bit here. So trying to create a new paradigm up here. And it's just a super uncomfortable place to go as a Crystal Maiden.
Save. Looking.
Good lord, he
Dodges.
is so slow.
Yeah.
No one, nice. Easy.
Yeah, well done. Able to stay away from that.
Pure coming in up top here. He's looking for a play. He's got the treads, feeling beefy. Kadomi does have a blood grenade.
Takes out that healing ward right away.
The crowd is bloodthirsty.
That's right. They want something happening.
But they will not be obliged.
That crowd going crazy. This is all happening independently, too. I'm really impressed with this crowd. Nice job, everybody. Ducalis, level 3. Just trying to secure the rune. It is going to be a haste up top. That's a good one to get.
Yeah, that's a great one for Tiny. Gives you a chance to actually make something happen. And on a Venomancer, that's a very vulnerable hero. He's going, making his move, and he's going the wrong way right now.
DM, yep, you're in some trouble. Oh!
All right, well, that's fine. See a 9 Class. It's
Just
been real.
barely misses that one, but yeah, should be able to get an easy kill here on the 9 Class. So the Nyx is going to also fall off of that rotation. DM dodges.
Yeah, no sweat on that one. That's all right. Ducalis setting up here on the bottom tier 1. I mean, call down already used. Are you trying to make your way to a Wisdom Rune? This would be a bold maneuver.
Well, they know that somebody is over there at the Wisdom Rune, so maybe they can make something happen here on Miero.
It's got Skewer, so you don't want to commit the Tombstone.
There's no way that works. So no, it's just going to be a Wisdom Rune apiece. I am looking at the CS, though, and Nyx has been able to get a fair few while this has been going on. 19 so far, so he's been getting some farming working for himself.
Yeah, it's hurting the Veno a little bit, obviously, but DM can catch up because he's gotten to the point now with 3 points of Plague Ward. He can jungle, and he's currently farming an Ancient stack, so
okay,
that's pretty solid. It's always nice to have an offlaner that can do that right now, especially one that likes these early stats, the Bracer, the Null Talisman. And 9 Class can sort of just chill up top in the lane. Just try not to feed one away for free to the Jug.
Yeah, getting random creeps here and there. And
oh my god.
He's
a great positioning, but I think his luck might have run out here.
Yeah, this is a little bit too much.
Wait,
he forces out the stun. Okay.
Oh, the tree!
And then the juke back.
Oh, he's gaming.
Oh my god,
Oh, he's
9
gaming so
Class.
hard.
What a gamer.
Oh, that was so sick.
In the meantime, Ducalis does go down, but Chrysalis, wait a minute. They jump in, able to cancel that one. Kiyotaka in trouble. Now they drop the Dream Coil, and it's enough for the kill. Double, in fact.
And who remains?
That's right.
The cockroach surviving the nuclear explosion.
Here is over to the side, underneath tower. Now, there is like a stun play from up on high.
I mean, I feel like you just have to throw it out just, just to mess with them.
Yeah?
Yeah, that's correct.
Forcing Pure back, making him feel uncomfortable. And DM pressuring this mid tower with Ducalis and no one nearby.
He has been summoned.
I mean, this looks really good. So far for Parivision.
Oh, in return, though, the RP's used.
This is big. Can they bring him down all the way? Chrysalis, nowhere left to go.
All right, and they're going to turn this into a push of their own here.
Well, so far, so good from BetBoom. I feel like as far as worried about the tilting stuff, they seem to have so far been playing very good Dota.
There is a TP Invis rune here for the puck. Coil in 10 seconds. I mean, there's got to be tempted to go down here. They've got Tombstone in 1 second.
Ducalis,
he wanted it.
Couldn't quite get it in time, but no one with that Invis waiting, thinking about it. A big play.
Oh, man.
They're coming
they
from
know
behind.
something's happening.
They don't see him. They don't see him TPing in. The TP shows now, and there's the jump. Oh, save at the last second with save, but he's still in trouble. Pure goes down. Dude, that tree.
Yeah, it's doing a lot there. The trees are certainly with Paravision in this one. Helping out in a couple of plays, and now a scuttling Nyx Assassin also nearby. Wasn't needed for that one, but wants to set something up here on the Miro. He's going in.
Oh!
Blood grenade?
With the impale. Oh my god. Waited for the empowered punch to get that Spike Carapace off. Nicely done.
He just got Pure's courier as well. Minute and a half there.
And look at this. Just barely out of vision. Such a clutch play and almost a save.
I mean, what a good use of that Invis rune, too. And that's after they got to calls. I mean, that should have been even easier. Now he has the Tombstone, so they can just run up in here, take all of this, and with the threat of Tombstone being dropped, like, you do not want to fight in here. They're coming in smoked. There's an amplified damage here onto Kiyotaka.
Trying to do what they can, but they're running right into all the wards, and now the Tombstone is down. You're in the bog, sir. You've come to the wrong place.
Oh, you can't get out.
Kiyotaka going to drop. They will lose him and save.
Yeah, the Ceaseless Dirge, Mr. Undying, he does not care. He's very happy to die on that one. You can't go into the bog. You're not getting out. It's just quicksand.
My God. Well,
Veno Undying. Ugh. Gross.
Yeah, Veno Undying, if you run into an area, it's
you better
over.
be winning.
Yes.
That's really your only choice at that point.
And the healing ward's just going to be doing nothing. It's feeding DM gold.
That's right. And now no one.
So much handed over. And oh my God, if he catches Pure right here. Has to be careful with his movement. Chrysalis made the run through the twin gate. And they're pinging where they think Pure is. He is over here. They drop down a sentry immediately. Okay.
Yeah, the Ob Sentry combo sees where 9 class is moving right now.
Yeah.
So
they are ready for this right here.
I mean,
Spike and 9 class.
That was so predictable. I've been that CM. I know that feel.
Take that on your way out.
I mean, there's a chance you don't even get that because of the Nyx sense as well. There's a chance you don't even find that counterplay.
An opportunity here. Chrysalis gets hit with the ulti. Ducalis shows up, though, and now Pure, he's somewhat low. RP there onto 2. How much do they have left in the tank? Chrysalis, he lands!
Oh, wait, the poison, the poison.
The poison, it's not quite there! They didn't have enough! How is everything working right now for Parivision and nothing for BetBoom? They finally get the kill onto the puck.
That's a good one. And it's going on to Kiyotaka, too. Desperately trying to get into this game. He's going to get the Blink Dagger, the most important item for this Tiny. Can he find some sort of a play, or will this momentum just keep on moving? Because 9 class, he's back in, he's looking.
Now they know there's a sentry there.
He's done his research.
But does
he care?
Actually, I mean, if he goes over to the other camp, though, there is a chance that they could catch him over there. He's going for the long wraparound. He actually is trying to hunt Pure here.
9 class. I was going for Jaws.
Waiting.
Oh, there's a healing ward.
Waiting. 9 class, the healing ward. You gotta kill him. Another few hits, it's not gonna be there. Oh.
Whew. Good thing it's level 2.
That's right.
Zeus ult now. No more assistance. A noble attempt at a solo play, though, but all right, now, no Nyx Assassin. Kiyotaka, he can move in here with his Blink, perhaps. Try and find something else. Level 6 on the CM. They got a lot of damage right now. Miro, how's his progression going? Oh, never mind.
Yeah.
You see the Ogre Axe first, and it's just okay, I'm not making... I mean, he's got a Tiny with the Blink Dagger, so he's going to count on him to make the moves.
Yes, I mean, that's pretty much your play there. As last time he did hit a skewer into RP, which caught onto 2. Pretty solid if you can get that option. 9 class running through to go get a Wisdom. They will scan it, know what's happening, and now he's got to run. They pop the dust, won't find him.
That's just resources down. Scan down, dust down, beat down. They've taken a little bit of a break here from Paravision, though. Unlike our fans, who never take a break.
The fans ready to keep it going, trying to urge these teams on to more bloodshed. We've already had 22 kills in 14 minutes.
Yeah, that's an Undying Veno game, I'd say, yeah. Trying to find as many fights as you can, and Undying has the Pavise, DM's going for the pipe. We're getting some mixed damage protection here.
If the players were not so, like, absolutely dead focused, they would be freaking out every time the claps start going. Like, there's somebody's near me, surely.
Yeah, it really does feel like it's setting for something up.
Yeah.
But just nothing happening.
So like you said, working towards that Solar Crest on the Undying. And 9 class would love to find a Dagon at some point in the near future here. as Roche heads up to the north side of the map. It's just going to be continuing to farm for these heroes here. But yeah, I think if you're Party Vision, like, this is the best you felt at 15 minutes this entire series.
Yes, that is definitely the case. They also are now feeling like they should be able to make some moves, I would guess, right? I mean, you got a Blink Dagger on the puck. I mean, you are waiting for Ags on Gyro, so I guess there's not a huge rush. He's still 1,000 gold away.
Right.
Maybe you don't want to overcommit or something, but they're strong. Veno's very good at fighting at this part of the game, and obviously you have a Nyx Assassin, so... A little casual push here. DM just kind of showing himself mid, but... I mean, they're going to know this is coming. They can just tell by the way, like, the way he's being pushed out mid with the orb and the puck and everything. I think that this move is kind of telegraphed, especially with all the vision that's around there from Bedboom. They see the DM's running into their jungle. They've got the right read on this.
Yeah, Chrysalis is going to run away from up top. They get some good wards back behind. Miro is under a sentry, so he's going to feel a little bit safe here.
He shouldn't, though.
If he walks into range, just outside of it. So they run away, not able to connect.
Close one there from Miro, who does now have a decent amount of damage with that Echo Saber.
This is a hard hero to kill, but not if you bring numbers like that.
It's good to commit, right?
They just brought everybody.
Throw all the ultis down because you obviously can't have that fight get turned around on you. They're not exactly sure how close his allies are, so they just guarantee the kill. Don't want to opt into some sort of a bad tombstone fight. That Axe is done already?
That is also 3 ultis used, which means this is no great moves to try and shut down the gyrocopter. Like, at least for the next 100 seconds, he should be safe on Chrysalis. Kiyotaka hoping for a jump. They find one. Ava pops ulti and walks away.
Teammates still nearby here, though. No one's backing it. Okay. Back to farming. It's a classic game 3 here. It's been, it's been very tense. There have been some pretty crazy moments.
Oh, yes.
Some people feeling like they were further ahead. Well, you know what? Never mind. They were really far ahead. It wasn't so much about it. They were ahead, and then they weren't.
Yes.
So they're going to try and stay ahead for Paravision this time. Don't want to make the same mistakes their opponents did in the last game. It's not much of a lead, though, obviously.
No. Well, and I think that now you sort of want to play around, if you're going to make any moves as Paravision, around this Venomancer, who's like sort of immobile, but once you get set up in an area, it's pretty hard for you to do much of anything. Like, to fight into it, it feels like, for Bedboom. Well, they take that out.
That's silence.
Oh,
There's no
my
Manta.
God.
He's got no Manta yet.
Easy peasy to take down the Jug, and Katomi, another ulti up, but there's nothing left to do there.
I mean, it's a good read. There was no Carapace, but it doesn't help. Oh, and now no one. He immediately goes bottom. He still has the Dream Coil. Save is here, though.
Thinking.
Save his thing to ditching him.
Yataka sticks around. Meanwhile, the arrow has to pop the RP just to try and stay alive, but he still could be in trouble. Chrysalis on the chase down now.
No one
Arrow will get the skewer away.
No one's still chasing down bottom. It's just a continuous chase.
Finding him, save, hoping to get away, but the chase, blood grenade, couple punches, and save goes down as well.
He did trade his life to make sure that Kiyotaka got out of there, though. So
yes,
net positive there for Bedboom. Now Kiyotaka, he's trying to find something back. He'll just take the wave and get out. As Pure and Chrysalis still fighting over who controls this part of the map. The answer might be 9 class here in 10 seconds. Dire Observer still up on that pillar, just about to disintegrate. And they're going to use that to get DM.
Smoke, immediate Omni slash out and into the kill. I mean, that is the benefit of playing against the Veno, right? If you smoke on him, you can't immediately go for the blow up.
9 class, doing some quick maths here.
Does he really have enough? He's thinking about it. If that would have hit, he was going for it.
I don't know. That's a bit much. All right, into the Roche. Take this with their Tombstone. A little bit of a safety measure here from Paravision.
And that key item that you talked about, Manta style, done for Jug now.
Yeah, no silence into free kill anymore.
And the crowd getting back into it again with some of the claps, those thunder sticks. Feeling good about the opportunity here of Paravision moving on.
I mean, this is kind of the dream right now. Aegis Gyrocopter, 20 minutes, get your Tormentor. Already has the Crystallis, so you don't need that BKB because you have the Aegis. You get to press into the enemy territory. They have some good wards down already, despite the overabundance of sentries that they've been placing down. They still have a good idea of where these Bet Boom heroes are moving, so 9 class can lead the charge here as the Tormentor grants a shard to Callis, who dies, but Cecil Sturge, whatever, he's back up.
Easy. Yeah, just a 2,000 gold lead, still very even. And the other thing that's sort of like crazy about this draft in a lot of ways is that it very much depends upon Bet Boom finding good smokes. If they smoke into killing cores, they're in a really good spot. But otherwise, they can't really make a move into a Venomancer's area.
Now, is Ducalis good enough at Undying to get a save versus RP with Tombstone?
Ooh.
That's what we're going to find out. Why was this spell never called Entomb?
I don't know.
That always bothered me. Grab Ally, that's what we got? Now it's just Tombstone. They even took that away from poor Sunsman. He doesn't even get to say Grab Ally anymore.
He can still say it.
I'm still calling it Entomb.
There you go. Trying to find somebody. They will hunt away with 9 class as he heads up this direction. He is going to go right by a Watcher. Miero, little ways away still. And not finding anybody. Yeah, very much Paravision on the hunt, and you can see Bet Boom just doing such a good job of like staying off map, keeping waves shoved out, not presenting a target.
Yeah, I would be a little concerned, I think, as Paravision, because it feels like you want to be taking these fights, even like without the Aegis, like just the way the Venomancer's playing, you have this Undying.
Right.
It feels like, all right, any fight we get, it's going to be so good for us.
And I mean, I don't necessarily think that like Paravision fall off or whatever either, but when you have these windows where things are feeling good, you want to take advantage of it, because otherwise there are moments where Bet Boom could come in and shut that down.
Look at Kiyotaka. He has 3,000 HP now.
And no one hunting him. 9 class right there. Stun, Dagon, lot of damage out. He's in trouble. Miro is nearby looking for a save possibly here, but he gets self-stunned. But now they jump in. RP turn! On to 2, but oh, never mind.
Yeah, but is he going to pay for that? Can they keep him?
No one. Trying to live. He gets
so close
out. Oh, man. Oh.
Man, that was a big tiny. That took a lot.
Still goes down for the Nyx Assassin, though. Save, stun, Chrysalis, walk up, go in for the finish. Nice ulti there. It does not matter as they are going to lose several, and Pure doesn't have anywhere left to go either. That Gyrocopter is way too strong.
Okay, they found their fight. Point is made. That Aegis gaining them a lot of gold right now.
That is a power play, Trent. Look at this. I mean, they just thought that they could do enough here, but not nearly enough damage. Unreal.
And then Pure's just in the midst of it with nothing left. No friends.
Oh my goodness gracious.
I mean, their best chance of the fight is definitely going to be with Kiyotaka, obviously. I mean, he's huge on this Tiny. He's the biggest on their team, which you don't really expect out of these like mid-Tinies, but he's just been circling around the map, dodging all these fights, waiting for his big moment. And think about how long he survived versus like every spell in Paravision, and then nobody was able to get there in time.
I mean, that is the thing that's weird, right? Is that it feels like it's a bunch of players on BetBoom all independently trying to do things and haven't really been able to make it all work in concert together. Like, that big fight play happening down bottom is as Kiyotaka dies. Tough stuff.
Yeah, now they're in your space, taking up your farm. 9 class right outside the gates. Always threatening something. Poor Katahome scared to leave the tower.
Yeah.
As he should be. Pure moving over. 9 class gonna have vision on him. But no friends nearby. I mean, level 3 Dagon. 1600 HP.
He's thinking about it. He's thinking about it.
he doesn't
have Empower.
He's like, there's no Empower, and he's like, well, the Maelstrom Prog's like, oh wait, I'm Invis.
Yeah, that doesn't work. Well, nonetheless.
I'm a perfect 10 on the pain scale. Wow.
That's
a new one.
Debauchery of Grandmaster Venomancer players, clearly. So 9 class will just farm up after not being gifted kill or any type of action onto the Juggernaut. And you can see that swing.
Dude, Ducalis is gaming. He's inspired from his Lich game.
What's he doing?
He bought a Blink.
A Blink on Undying?
He's blinking. He's like, I got my Solar Crest. I got a Shard. I'm blinking in. I'm making plays.
He can save. Yeah, you blink, you follow whoever gets RP'd and entomb them. Because that's what it's called.
That's right, entomb. Yeah, we'll see if that comes to fruition. That'd be pretty sweet. I mean, you know, they're getting Omni Slashed. Entomb.
That's right. So 19-13, but again, it just feels like BetBoom are sort of holding out, waiting for anything. And
man, he is crazy. He's just Ducalis is just running into enemy territory.
These supports don't care at all. Like they're all the way in on this side of the map and saying, "Come deal with me."
That is such bad news for their opponents that they can play like this.
Yeah. Are BetBoom now going to group up and go for some type of a play together? I mean, just look where they're stuck at.
I mean, Kitog has a lot of damage. He has the Conda finished. Again, I'm still impressed by his farm.
Right.
And Pure's catching up too. It is an 8K lead, but the cores are big on BetBoom.
Right. The big disparity is like this CM that has almost nothing. But with that single target save, something that they haven't had on Paravision throughout this series, they have some answers for the all-in.
Yeah, I mean, it's also important to remember that, you know, this puck does not have a defensive item yet. He's Octarine Core, which, you know, kind of is because it gives you better phase shift and better mobility and everything, but overall, if no one does get caught, there is a chance.
Pure about to step out of the base. 9 class is right there.
He's teasing.
Smoke breaks, I think, on 9 class too, so he knows that they're over in this area. Pure shows for a moment, waiting.
Dude, Pure, you're crazy.
Walking up, finding him. Dagon out, in trouble, dead! That's all it takes. One moment.
I guess he didn't know. I think he didn't know. I thought he knew.
A lapse in concentration, and now no Juggernaut for 40 seconds, and no buyback. Like,
no.
They actually, I think, just have to give up a lane.
I don't know how much. I mean, they can spam a little bit here, make them sweat it a little bit, cut some waves.
Chrysalis has Satanic. Like, they're chilling. Oh, man. BetBoom.
All right, they're just going to get these creeps. They're cutting the mid wave, but no one's on top of Miro, who has the BKB TP to get out of this.
Oh, that is frustrating.
The creeps are almost dead. There's one left.
9 class waiting, takes down a courier too. Your little courier also. All right, so that's not a full lane, but they do get a lot of damage. Tier 3 tower taken down.
Pure's going to TP out to the Tier 2 as well up here. He's moving in.
A smoke out. Hits. I mean, they know. They are so ready for this, but will it matter? All right, well, Pure breaks smoke. And
they look like they're ready to fight here.
I mean, yeah, Paravision ready to run in.
Remember, Miro has no BKB because he had a BKB TP out. And he's kind of expected to make the big play here.
These moves just feel a little bit forced from BetBoom.
And look, they have a ward near the base. It's spotting these couriers. So it just saw the gem come out, the CM.
Know.
So they know exactly where they're all playing right now.
They're still on the hunt. Paravision just getting some slightly better movement.
If they get back into the base, this is a win.
Yeah.
The ward spotting them again here.
Looking, hunting. Oh, he can't go down again. They see him.
No
they
BKB.
See Pure. They see Pure. He gets the spin off, but there's the catch. And as you said, no BKB, in trouble. No one tries to find the backlines. Not quite able to get him. Maybe an opportunity there to go in for more, but they're not going to get it.
9 class doesn't go too crazy. Gonna hold it back. Yeah, they ping that ward. Kiyotaka is correct. There is, in fact, a ward exactly there.
So we're going to see just where Nyx has gone. I am sure, like, following this Juggernaut, being annoying. He's just been on this side of the river the whole freaking time.
Yeah, he can't actually swim, so he just never went back.
That's right.
Yeah, he was too scared.
You put bugs in water, they... Oh,
no,
there it was.
Didn't like it.
Get out of there. Go back over this direction.
Look how perfectly he's mirroring the Juggernaut.
That's 2 kills, yeah. It was just the one, I guess, with the assist, but still. Being annoying. That's what Nyx Assassin does well.
That's true. All right, well, if you're at Paravision right now, you kind of chill out. Yeah, you choked them in for a long time. They got back out of the base, though. They're getting some farm. Now you can go for some some solid objectives on that raiding side, which will be the Roche. Gonna march on through the Twin Gate, get that banner, make your high ground siege a lot easier. Pure shopping, because his courier still dead. Pure. Oh, buddy.
Okay, he gets out.
He's making it out. Not even close.
Yeah, knew what was going on there, understood what he needed to make happen.
Dire Scan does connect. They know they're down the Roche pit. Can they do something about it? They're going to smoke up. They're making their way there. Pure TP'd all the way back to the base, but he can run on down. He's a speedy little samurai. Rest of Paravision making their way to the Twin Gate to try and connect here. Not everyone quite down here yet for Paravision. How fast can they get here? Miro has the blink, has the BKB, has the gem. Who's in first?
This is a really awkward spot for Paravision.
Let him
They
rip.
find him immediately! Oh no! Paravision, but they used everything.
Chrysalis is fighting back.
Are they in too far? There's the BKB, TP out for one. Miro, he's in deep. Also, Katomi going to fall. Can they get any more here? They bought back on DM, ready to continue this fight, and that's going to be Save dead as well. So they get the big important kill, but it wasn't on all of them.
No, I mean, it's kind of a miracle that you even got that started, right? Like, that was a bit of a YOLO RP. Very good. They're coming back in.
Trying to contest.
Yeah, well, they're keeping them away from the Roche pit because of this. And you know, Tiny, no cooldowns
And
other than the
Nyx,
BKB.
I mean, you don't have your two supports. They still have a pretty solid amount of net worth on these heroes to fight, but without RP, it's really hard to imagine it working.
No, you maybe can get a pick with the Tiny or something, but a full-fledged fight into the Roche pit is not going to go well for you. Oh, Kiyotaka. 9 class going to wander on by. Oh, no, never mind. Goes back. No one's coming. No
I mean,
BKB here.
They're getting set up.
Dun, 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 dun.
Kiyotaka. Dude, he has just been on them this entire game.
He has 4,000 HP, buddy. You can leave him alone.
Yeah, there's no way that's going to happen.
But here we go. Aegis onto the Gyrocopter. He's even carrying the Roshan's banner because Chrysalis is a team player. And he's going to start that march down the top lane. That boom, getting the Tormentor. It's on to Miro. Gives him one more tool for defending the high ground. That's actually a pretty nice shard to get. Oh, but will 9 class cancel some TPs, perhaps?
There are two heroes down here that are going to need to go home. And if he cancels these TPs, that is going to be base dead.
Yeah, there is the gem on Miro, though, so his positioning has to be quite perfect here. And he's a little worried because he's running out of Vendetta.
Yeah.
So teammates aren't quite pushing it anyway. They're backing it up. 4 more minutes on the Aegis. No rush here. In fact, they're actually wrapping in behind right now. Pure already out. Miro surely won't get caught. He's going to TP.
Yeah, good decision.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Well,
under
33 minutes in with 3.5 left on the Aegis. Every move that BetBoom makes feels scary with this Nyx in the game. But you still feel like they have to get out on the map. Also, there's such a vision advantage with these Venomancer wards just all over the place. Like, Pure has to do this because he just doesn't feel safe. And they actually don't see that ward with the gem. Could become a big problem later.
There's been a ward there like this whole game.
Yeah.
It is the ceaseless ward. Just keeps on respawning there for some reason. It says 9k lead at the top. It's really not that bad.
Yeah.
To be honest. Like, this does not, to me, feel like a 9k game. This feels like if you hit 1 RP, you could be at a bit of a problem zone here for Paravision. Like, I would be pretty cautious about forcing a high ground here.
I agree. I also feel, though, that just the way that BetBoom have been playing, they're very, very much trying to play to kind of not lose, you know? They're
You call that RP onto the Twin Gate a not lose play? They've changed.
With the exception
Game
of that.
Game 2 knocked them some sense into them.
The exception of that moment.
Just maybe not as risky as Game 2. We're trying to find a happy middle ground. Oh, 30 Plague Wards have been killed. Oh yeah, there you go. Pure, he's getting the most.
Hoping to get into this Scotty as quickly as he can. Help deal with that Gyrocopter. And, you know, as you've talked about, the panel talked about, the Juggernaut, a good matchup against this Gyrocopter if you can get him isolated. But is that actually going to manage to happen in these fights? Definitely a possibility.
Yeah, I was envisioning how Ducalis would use this Blink Dagger, and I was thinking, you know, he just needs a Ghost Scepter, and then it's fine. Now he's got one, so,
yeah,
you know, he blinks, he goes, seeing tombs, and then the Omni Slash is just over.
Right. And then the next answer of the nullifiers start coming out. There's a lot of different things that could happen. But smoke up. Ari Vision heading up to the north. Again, playing towards their ward, which is seeing a lot of these heroes.
Yeah. Oh, man, a support pick would be so nice. There is buyback on Kataomi.
They also
they
see
want to
the
force
jug.
high ground with the Aegis.
Kataomi.
That's fine.
That's a freebie.
Let him go.
And 9 Class looking for more, won't find it. They get the kill onto the Crystal Maiden.
And look at, they're not hiding high ground, they're just moving south.
Yeah.
Just trying to scoop up anything they can, but there's actually just no farm over here right now.
Right.
So Pure, it's a wasted effort. And they're going to start hitting high ground. Now they're not set.
A minute left on this Aegis. Chrysalis starts to beat away at it.
All right, RP's coming home. Yataka, you gonna make your way back home?
Obviously, really good disposition and movement abilities. Miro can find a skewer back if he wants.
All right, everyone's TP'd back.
Have to be careful. 9 Class looking to cover it.
There it
Toss
is.
back.
Oh,
Skewer
the
interrupted.
silence!
The silence out. Perfect reaction. Chrysalis, Satanic, trying to survive through this. He needs to back away. He does manage to get some separation there. And the silence onto the Juggernaut, at least for now, buys them enough time to get out of there.
Yeah, now he's a little bit low, so he's Satanic's up. Doesn't get the most HP, though, but he wants to commit for the racks. It's only 10 more seconds on this Aegis.
Thinking about going. That's an AC2. They're getting big items.
That's just ranged racks.
That's not a huge amount for that Aegis, but they have to back out here.
And, you know, they can kind of feel it here.
I guess that they can keep pushing with Veno wards, but it's not going to happen that quickly. Chrysalis, if you step up, still have to be careful about those tossbacks or just the RP. Lays it down, but trying to save. He can't get him! No Entomb! They got the Avalanche to cover that play, and no one forced to jump away. That's Omni Slash down. Now 9 Class tries to back away. He is also under control, and Bed Boom put the hurt on Paravision. You are not going high ground for nothing.
I haven't seen such a big comeback since 38 minutes ago.
It's definitely a possibility. We might be heading towards it.
It's a good start. It's a high ground defense. I mean, that's what's scary about this. It's the RP and the, well, you know, he's just not a save hero. He tries, but oh no, not quite there. A noble effort, and that's after that first attempt too, right, where they tried to get the skewer on the Aegis, but there was a really quick silence there from no one. That was clutch, because you don't want to burn the BKB's Miro. I definitely understand why he did it that way. But man, that is a fantastic trade for BetBoom. And look at that, like the lead, it was only down to like 8K or so. But what happens is when these cores are dead, you're all out on the map. They're finally getting some farm. That's when the lead really just like finally gets to cut into it a little bit here.
Well, and the other thing there too is like it begs the question: are you just pushing your limits a little bit too far without that Aegis? Gyrocopter has Aegis right there. You feel great about that move. He's coming back to life.
And you know, he actually, before they went to high ground, he had Rapier queued. And then he queued BKB. And now he's queued Rapier again. So he kind of gets the sense that maybe there's a limit to how they're playing, right? Undying, Veno. He is the big dog. And there's a couple of other Mastiffs over there on the side of BetBoom.
That's right.
Irish Wolfhounds even, dare I say.
Okay. Mr. Dogman. Kiyotaka has made so much happen for this squad here. AC done with the Conda Echo Saber, going in for the overwhelming Blink next. And as they retake some amount of map control, the other thing is going to be watching what happens with this next Aegis. Iron Class not wanting to step up that hill, and for good reason.
All right, so we got the 2 toss charges. We got no one about to hit 25 here. The big talents are coming out. Still just level 20 on Miro. He has to play such a sacrificial role here, and probably going to be dying a lot in these next few fights. He's going to be taking himself in there pretty deep. He's been opting for this site for a very long time. He's super close. It's a bit of a risky item to go for on the Magnus. You know, no refresher for the double RP or something, but he just wants to break up these gameplay here from Paravision, and there's no answers still from no one. Like, he is trying to play a flawless game here, and so far, he's been incredible.
Right.
Just as Nocturne Core is currently thinking about a Daedalus, because again, he's trying to cover for the fact that his Gyrocopter is the only other like real sustained damage in these engagements, but if he gets sight, that's a problem.
And that is the thing that we sort
long, Roche.
Yeah, this is
it's so long.
This is interesting. It's still going to be daytime, Roche, but BetBoom getting here early. I mean, we'll see what ends up happening.
If this was a fast Roche, this could be so good for them right now.
Oh yeah, I mean, this would be everything. If BetBoom is here right now as Roche insta spawns, they probably get it.
And here's the question though: do the Radiant now scan, panic, make their way here because they don't want to lose it, right? No one's coming over with the ninja gear. 9 Class is scouting it behind as the Nyx assassin. Do they have any detection now to try and find him?
BetBoom get here first. They hold their ground. Kiyotaka out, but no
Smoke
one.
Pops. Got him. Toss two. Toss two.
No one. Toss ×2 and get the kill.
Dude, he has no buy. He finished the Daedalus.
You know the problem though? For BetBoom, how unlucky can you get? He's going to be back alive by the time Roche respawns.
And Ducalis is just circling mid.
Oh,
he's saying go and push, force them back.
Oh, BetBoom, that one hurts.
That's okay, that's all right. You know, they're still moving out here.
No, it's true. I mean, getting this opportunity, they're hoping that somebody is going to come back and try and defend mid. But things get weird now, right? Because you've got mid pushing in. Meanwhile, BetBoom are trying to take down bottom, but there's also the Roche that they need to contend with. Too many issues, too many things. They move on in. Where's the follow-up? There's nothing. And he might just be dead. 9 Class silence, 9 Class dead. They get the Hex also onto the Undying. Oh, now it's Paravision starting to fall apart as BetBoom make the solid presence of mind to just get where they need to go on the map. Really good stuff coming out from BetBoom here.
I think he's trying to make space, I guess. I thought there was going to be something with like DM maybe, or Chrysalis was running there, but no, it was just farming time. So he did successfully get those BetBoom heroes back to the base. And now Chrysalis, he is farming down here, getting close to Pure. Oh, the buyback for 9 Class. Okay. I mean, he wants to be back in time for the puck. Wants to start making his way over here.
I mean,
20 seconds.
That is the thing, right? Like, from our point of view, we know that Roche isn't up. So all of these counterplays are happening. Yeah. Like, BetBoom think that Roche could be going on. Now they're going to have puck back alive for the fight.
And they have, it's Radiant side, and Ducalis has Ceaseless Dirge, too. So he can immediately come back. It does not matter if he gets burst down at all.
But as we saw, you can kind of cover the save with Tiny.
He also has no TP, so that would kind of matter, I guess.
Yeah.
No one jumps in. He's trying to pop the smoke. He thought they were up to the north.
This fight is going to be weird. This is going to be a really weird one. The wraparound coming from BetBoom.
Dude, it's so hard to fight in these kind of situations, though, versus the Plague Lord.
But they know.
If your smoke ever pops...
They're just going for it. Paravision just wanting to make the play. They step forward with no one.
DM?
Roche low, half HP. They drop it down, breaking TPs. Ducalis
there's no blinks.
doing everything that he can to keep him away from it. Chrysalis, he's low. Roche, it batches and takes it away. He snatches the Aegis. They take down Pure.
Pure went for it all.
They make it happen. Kill him off. No buyback. Can they find more? But toss twice. That's no more puck. Kiyotaka in trouble. RP out. DM trying to keep him alive. They take down the healing ward. And Kiyotaka, where are you going, mister? Paravision, take them both down.
They can't get into the bog. There's just Plague Wards everywhere. Oh, they had no hope. It was only Pure who could run in solo. They managed to get the Roche kill, but the snatch. Well played by Chrysalis. That was pretty much the end of it there once Pure went down. So hard to win the engagement after that.
And so much pressure on these young players.
You know what that means, buddy. You know what happens when a Gyrocopter gets an Aegis.
Tell me what's going on.
It means we're getting a Rapier.
Oh my goodness gracious.
He's going to be infusing that Ags. He just bought it.
Trying to close out this game. Chrysalis heads on in, has the gold for it if he wants to fully invest. 9 Class again on the hunt for kills. And well,
okay.
They
found
were
somebody.
So ready for that one. And now in some trouble, 9 Class gets taken out.
Okay, all right.
Just when you thought it was simple, it gets a little bit more complicated.
That's going to open up quite a window here.
Trent, what is happening in this series?
They're having a great time up on the stage. I think it's just the raw, chaotic energy of these C fans has infected the stage. That's my theory.
That's right. You play enough Southeast Asian pubs, it starts to turn into the pro games as well. Maximum mayhem is what you want to see, what you want to have happen. 26-24, less than 1,000 gold separating these two teams. Parivision, they pick up a couple other big items. The Hex is there. They still have the Aegis on the gyrocopter. But things could get really weird really quickly. You've still got the big RP play.
You can see the faces here too. Every player so focused right now, knowing that any moment, no one ice cold as he's in behind right now, cutting waves with a ninja gear.
You just got to play it so safe. He's queuing up a BKB next himself too. But this is one of those games that could go the distance, because if you're the one that gets caught in the initiations we just saw by 9 class, that can change the entire complexion of the game.
I mean, there's still just this battle of no one having the Dream Coil to pierce the debuff immunity versus the fact that you have this Tiny who can just blow him up still with a little bit of help because he just doesn't have these defensive options.
The other thing that we just saw there too is that Refresher Shard that's actually held by the Mag.
Oh. He managed to get that, did he?
Well, I think Pure did, and then passed it over.
That's a good choice. That's an amplified damage rune on this gyrocopter.
Jeez.
Crystal, by the way, did not commit. He still has the Aghanim Scepter held.
Okay. A minute and a half left on this Aegis for Chrysalis. As the crowd cheering out for Bedboom. A lot of fans of both of these two teams gathered here today to see who's moving through in the upper bracket to be playing in the grand finals. And Paravision with an amp damage on Chrysalis.
This will be gone very fast.
This could be an all-in play, but will they have any response to it in time? Tiny is off to the side. The double jump if they want it, but they're not going for it. At least not yet. They lose the racks, only one remains. Chrysalis, do you feel brave enough?
They're dropping the tombstone.
The tombstone down. Chrysalis already there. The Aegis, it's 55 seconds away. Jumping in, doing good damage. He's hexed, he's falling, he's dead. Can they get him again? Miro off to the side. BKB, the RP, he's ready. Pulls him on in, and the second one too. Do they have enough damage to kill him? They pull him all the way back, but Chrysalis, he turns. Satanic, it's not enough.
Can no one clean it up?
It is not enough.
He's trying.
2 down, looking for more, but no one. He's also in trouble. As he goes into the phase shift to try and get away, we'll have a blink, an escape for only a moment, but the Hex, they catch him. No one caught. Can he get out of here for a second time? Does not look like it. 3 for 1.
The creeps are doing their best. They're beating into that tower as hard as they can.
Oh, man.
The crowd.
I mean, you're throwing bodies to get
There's been
megas.
a lot of throwing.
And it's just not working. They got one set, but they can't get the last.
How many times do we got to queue up Rapier is what I want to know. That wasn't the match for it. That wasn't the fight. Not quite yet. Now thinking about going for the Swift Blink. And now we're going to start looking towards that next Aegis more than likely. Buybacks are there this time, though. It's not a hopeless case here for Paravision. You can't just like YOLO in his Bedboom. Kiyotaka's trying to find something a little bit crazy with this Invis rune and the Empower.
I mean, we talked so much about momentum in the last game, and I think it's, you know, it's been building up for Bedboom over the last little bit here. It's something to be concerned about. Like, Paravision, if things start falling apart, you can rapidly run down lanes for Bedboom.
If there's anything these two teams have learned, it's that nothing is safe. That is what we have found out in this best of 3. So I'm sure Bedboom also not going to take any crazy chances. Surely there's some discussion happening right now of just like, hey, you know, we feel good. Like, I feel like at this point, they have so many good positioning tools versus this gyrocopter. They're consistently hitting them. They've got to feel like they've got the edge in these team fights for the most part.
Right. And well, and I guess the big limiting factor is just like if they're going high ground, you know, that you can get pulled all the way back away from the rest of your team. When the fights are set up and sort of on point, Nyx loses a lot of his value.
Do you think, is Miro going to commit though? I think he's committing. Oh, he's committing. He's bought the full refresher. He wants it all.
Wow.
Miro has no buy.
I mean,
Miro is going for game right now.
You can end the game right here, right now. Buyback status, they do not have it on Gyrocopter. They don't have a buyback on Undyne either, but the wraparound, it's weird. No one is there. They find him. Phase shift, blink away.
That was fast.
And now the wraparound, now the move in. They're trying to find him. The Hex, the reaction. RP, one time. He's dead.
He's gone.
Ducalis, what else do you need? Get some bounty runes. You need your Gyrocopter back. They don't have enough damage here. Wait a minute, maybe they do. Hold on, Pure low. Pure dead. Pure's dead also, and that gives the buyback. Gyrocopter, he's back in this one.
What in the Sam hell? He's down, he's back. Pure's gone. He's got no buyback.
How did they kill Pure?
There's no, the second RP wasn't used yet.
Oh, and no buyback. They know this one.
He just got blown up by no one. The damage from this puck, I mean, he's got so much on the X. We talked about no defensive options.
And
because he's all offense, baby.
Do they sense what's happening? A refresher bought for Tiny.
Yep.
The crowd thinks they can end it. We'll see if they're right or not.
Okay, the RP's ready. The scythe is there.
They're waiting to the side. You go for Megas. You're putting yourself in a dangerous position. They could just go for Throne. Miro, Glimmer Cape, walk forward, finds no one, finds the gyro, interrupted, the save, the Hex, that's what they needed! Get yourself up to that high ground, Paravision, as they take down Kiyotaka! That is so much, it's everything!
Get yourself a buddy like DM with that scythe, making sure the Crystals can stand tall, get the Mega Creeps,
they still need it.
And move
50
for it
seconds, 50 seconds. Looking for a finish. The Avalanche, it's not going to connect. Save is to the side. Chrysalis starts hitting the tier 4 towers. Can they do this?
Chrysalis just standing there. He still has Satanic. They got to find a toss-back play.
They need it. The toss-back, it's not coming. Tier 4 towers start to get hit. 9 class in, finding Kiyotaka, taking him down. 9 class with the ult chat as they know the end is nigh. Carry difference. Get on my level.
Paravision.
They're playing in the grand finals.
Oh, after that game 2, the position they were in, the smiles on these faces, they look like they can't quite believe it. What an incredible performance here. The whole squad together. This could be a moment where they have really forged themselves into a great team.
This is exactly what you need. You take down the team that knocked you out the last time. Paravision up on stage, feeling the love, giving it to Coach Astini as well.
Yeah, DM had a big old pop-off after that game 2. And man, what a Veno performance in game 3 as well. They ask, what do you want? Astini will give it to you. Hands him the Veno, and he clutches.
Unbelievable. Bangkok, give it up for Paravision one more time as they are going to be your team playing in the grand finals. Absolute clutch as we head on over, getting ready. And BetBoom on the other side. But it is, of course, going to be Paravision moving on. Let's hear it from them.
Perfect. Ladies and gentlemen, one more round of applause for this upper bracket final. But I'll be honest, Ducalis, I didn't think that I would be talking to you right now. I was there watching backstage in the middle of that game 2, getting ready. I was like, well, seems like BetBoom has this one in the bag. And then somehow, you guys managed to come back. Can you walk me through that game number 2?
Second game was really hard for us. We lost early game, but we have mentality that we're playing till the end, and we're gonna try hard our best because we have nothing to lose. And at the end, they did a mistake, and we catch them. Yeah.
Was it just one mistake though? Because I saw at least one mistake, and I was like, oh well, whatever. They still have like a 20K net worth advantage. but it seemed like a little bit of chain feeding out of BetBoom team. So you had that resilience. You're like, well, we got one. Maybe we might get some more.
We was having idea that we need to catch them side lanes. After first game, Asini said that we should put more lane vision, and I did it. And because of it, we catch them.
Wards win games, friends. And then as you look towards that game number 3, was it DM's idea for the Venomancer? Was he like, come on, man, I'm Grandmaster, you gotta give it to me?
We was having Undying already, so we have one dead hero. We needed some toxic hero, so we chose from Viper and Veno. Amar lost yesterday on Viper, so we decided to go Veno.
I see, it was a very thematic choice then up against that Juggernaut. But then yet again, even in this game 3, I was like, I still don't know who's gonna win. Did you have basically the same attitude? Because this time, it was coming the other way. You had the advantage for most of the game, and it started to slip out of your hands. Were you ever worried like, oh my god, they might do to us what we did to them in game 2?
I felt like we are winning whole game, because we won early game, and if you win early game against BetBoom, you're playing without pressure. Because you can catch them on map, and then game is gonna be easy.
And you made it look very easy, and now you get an opportunity to make it to grand finals with Party Vision, something that's been, I'm sure you've been looking forward to for quite a while. I gotta ask the typical question. You get 3 different options. You want to face off against Team Spirit, the team that has reinvigorated the Eastern European region. You want to face off against Team Liquid, the reigning TI champions, or do you want to slap BetBoom in the face one more time? Who do you want to see?
I think Spirit should go finals, because they was not in finals all previous tournaments from this roster, and I want to slap Satanic on the stage.
All right then, let's see if we can make it happen. Ducalis, congratulations on making it to grand finals, and we're gonna pass it back to the panel.
We'll see if he gets the chance to face Team Spirit in the Grand Finals. Paravision will be the first team in those Grand Finals, and let's be honest, if they have a matchup against BetBoom again, I don't think anybody's going to be upset, because this was great, Effie.
Oh my god. It's actually ridiculous to think that Paravision won this game, because if you looked at that game 2, they had no business winning that. That was BetBoom's game to lose. From a series that was almost a 2-0 turning into a Paravision win, that was just so incredible. Like the resilience they showed in that game 2, the resilience they showed in this game 3 when BetBoom were turning the tides at the very end there. I guess the play that I just want to talk about really quickly is no one breaking the smoke in the overall very last fight, the GG fight, breaking the smoke into the high ground tombstone by Ducalis, where he completely popped off. Like, Chrysalis died first in that fight, but it didn't matter. Everyone on Paravision just performed so well.
I mean, this is why we love Dota. Like, these type of games, you have high entertainment, you have like good plays from both sides, forcing mistakes from your opponent. Like, this game truly gave me like TI vibes, you know, like last stage of TI, you carry dice first, but everyone else can still win the fight for you. Miro coming through on his Magnus, they pull him a refresher shot so they can still defend. Pure here trying to like take the Aegis, but he fails, so he dies first. Then Kiyotaka still kind of like goes in and like just goes ham squeezy, and like Effie was saying, they were so close to already dropping to the lower bracket like an hour ago in the second game. Honestly, just insanity from Party Vision.
Yeah, this series had everything. It had tiny fountain skewer tosses. It had, we thought maybe BetBoom was gonna win. There was like a bunch of like 3-4-man RPs from Miro. I can understand the look of devastation that's on his face after this game, because oh my god, he tried his best. What a fantastic Magnus performance. And that just goes to show how amazing Paravision played around it. Like, no one had to basically become the carry for his team at certain points throughout this game, where it's like, holy shit, Crystallis is dead. This fight's clearly going to go the way of BetBoom, but then no one actually clutches and carries the fight. And then on the flip side, you have Pure dying, and it's like, okay, well, BetBoom is screwed. Their carry is dead, but then all of a sudden, Kiyotaka on Tiny is the true carry. So, like, everybody in this game had some moment where they completely clutched it, and it just happens that Paravision is the one that clutched more.
Yeah, I love the itemization as well. I know it's not on the winning side, but the fact that Miro went for that all in, I'm going to get Refresher, I'm going to surprise them with another RP, we're going to close the game. I love that mentality, Kezu, because they were definitely playing to win.
Yeah, no, and you need this, especially at this stage of the tournament. Even before the refresher, he goes for the Hex because they need this instant lockdown against no one who's just continuously owning them like on the map in order to catch him. And yeah, this is amazing Dota where two teams clash. Everyone is trying their hardest to win. You're going for all the aggressive items, smokes, moves that you have to do. But Parivision, they just did it so cleanly.
And Paravision, like the Hex on DM as well, is what gave that hero impact. Because we were talking about, oh, Juggernaut, not a good hero. Neither is Venomancer, but they won anyway. Like that Hex pickup made all of the difference towards the leader fights when it was about who got the initiation first. And again, I have to go back to that smoke break by no one at the very end. Because if he hadn't broken the smoke there and they got the first pick, this could have been BetBoom's win.
And the ward here as well. Whoever placed that ward, I imagine it was the supports, of course. That's very important because that's how they know that this smoke is coming in from the left. Like, I actually think this is an incredibly high-skill smoke from BetBoom. Like, you could see that all of Paravision were positioned towards the top because that's where you would expect the smoke to come from. But BetBoom went the long way around because they already took a fight here where BetBoom did the exact smoke from above. So they had to do something different this time.
And that's how good no one is, because this is not the smoke break I was talking about.
Yeah, it's the second one.
This is the one that got them the Aegis, but I'm talking about ultimately the very end, the last fight. He broke the BetBoom GG smoke. What a player! What a player!
Blinked away in time, and here also the Hex will be coming into play so that Miero cannot get his second RP off, and this Jug does not have any business already in this game because he's the one that got picked off earlier at the fight that happened when the smoke broke. And that death that he had allowed the Gyrocopter, Chrysalis, to be able to buy back and to make the full push going towards the high ground because he didn't have buyback before.
Because he got assist gold for the Jug, because he hit the Jug once.
There were so many small, like even the Roche fight earlier without the refresher shard that Pure stole, like then Miro couldn't have defended the base. Now you guys talk about the gold he got from the assist that then allows him to buy back. This game just has everything.
It really also, 9 class on the Nyx. Can we shout him out?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
That was the most annoying Nyx gameplay I've ever seen. I say that every time he plays. He's the most annoying Nyx player. Like, he was constantly forcing BetBoom to react to him. Like, this kill here was great, but that's not it. He was, like, running in 1v2, gets the kill on CM here before dying. Like, he would hunt Juggernaut in the jungle, and he would die, but he would force, like, 3 or 4 TPs in the process of dying. Like, the more 9 class dies on this hero, the more impact he has.
That's strong. I would like to have that in all of my games. I just start feeding and it's like good. But no, for real, that's just like how Prime Nick's gameplay is gonna go. He's gonna go aggressive. They find all these kills. He's in the right places at the right time, and they just have a super easy lead in this game.
I will say, no one was hitting a lot of clutch silences on Jug from trees, right? Like that's I don't think the Puck Jug matchup is that bad for Jug. Not what we just saw, because to hit the silence, like Puck usually has to be on your screen, but every single time he was doing it from like over a cliff or over some sort of tree line where he would hit the silence and then, or after the Manta style, something like that. And it like, he made Jug look like a bad hero. Don't get me wrong, I think Jug is bad.
It is a bad hero.
I think Jug is bad. But when you have 6 items and a Magnus on your team,
you're pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty good, right? Jug is bad in the early game, not in the late game, but no one just played that well.
They played that well. I feel like we normally gloss over it a little bit, but today it's been showing up a little bit more. I feel like Paravision won 3 games in a row with second pick, and normally we say that is a big disadvantage to have. Not for Paravision. They make it work.
Well, you know, the first 2 games, I will say, didn't look that amazing. No, they did win the series. I mean, if I look at their recent drafts, they seem to be on second pick more often than first pick, so they must have something going. But I will say, you know, the first 2 drafts, they need to be looked at. They got to be checked.
All part of the grand plan. Let's take a look at how the plan is playing out so far. This is our bracket, because we have the result in from our upper bracket final. Paravision, your first team in the grand finals, and they will have the luxury of seeing every team still in contention to join them there play series. It will be BetBoom tomorrow up against an opponent that is yet unknown, because we have one more match coming your way tonight, and that will be Team Liquid taking on Team Spirit. We saw Team Spirit this morning 2-0ing Avalis, so they've had a little bit of a rest since then. Team Liquid coming in fresh after yesterday's brutal series. Before that series starts, though, we have got the Cosplay Showcase, so make sure you stay tuned for that one. But boy, am I happy to see this this upper bracket finals deliver the way it did, and I think also I do want to have some final words on this, because I think a lot of people that put in bracket predictions, Jenkins, they would not have Paravision in those grand finals.
No, I don't think so. I think this is a top 6, top 4 contention team. Usually is what people would think, but to make it this far, I mean, we saw this is something they had to claw their way up to get there. They've shown that they have resilience. They've shown that they have tenacity, and that's great to see. We have another extremely dominant Eastern European team in the Dota scene, and this is a great thing.
I had a feeling they will do it. I don't know why, not like this, but for them, this is a series. These are games that you will never forget, no matter, honestly, what happens to them in the grand final, but this will help them so much tomorrow.
Yeah, and it's one thing to win, and it's another thing to clutch games that are nearly impossible to win. Like, we've seen them play in the late game in the last couple of tournaments that they've played in on Paravision, and they've won late game scenarios, but they haven't won them quite like this before. And to have that extra confidence boost going into the grand finals just means so much.
Yeah, this was an absolute treat for everyone watching and all the Dota 2 lovers around the world. We got more treats coming your way, so stick around.
Waking up, playing some Dota, it's just been part of my life for 20 years, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
Where we are in the history of this game and where it's come from and how much has been accomplished, I think compared to basically any other esport, it's the best. So
I'm grateful for Dota 2 as a game, because Dota as a culture supersedes where we come from. You are a Dota player first, and I love that.
Takes more than money to boss a change. Takes more than time to heal pain. Heartbreak will light the fire. Heartbreak will light the
but I got the juice. Taking the lead, that's just what I do. I make mountains move with one hand tied, and still this world ain't satisfied. Everywhere I go, they stop and stare. I tell the truth, I take it there. Call me vicious, persistent, overzealous, that's fine. Main character energy, I stay taking what's mine. You need a foot on the gas, or put my name on the line. Main character energy, I'm just taking what's mine. And it's written in the stars, I'm a king like my sign, yeah. Reasonable, the jaws drop. legs got broke, they said cast her. I'm the 911 response in a disaster. I don't ask, I just take. Treat the world like a man, I just blow him away. Yeah, I'm a #1 fan. Don't need a bark, I'm a bite. Switch me on, dark need light. Don't need pity, don't need spite. I just plop, plop, plop on sight. Could take your girl in 2 seconds. I just flash her a smile. I make petty look pretty. They run an inch, I run 3 miles. You need a foot on the gas, I'll put my name on the line. Main character energy, I'm just taking what's mine. And it's written in the stars, I'm a king like my sign, yeah. Raising the bar that just dropped like a surprise. Don't be mad about it. 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 I don't play the game, now I make the rules. Cards close to the chest and I don't play no fool. Don't be mad about it. Don't be mad. Don't be mad. I can feel it, I can feel it in my blood, through my veins like a melody. I can feel it, I can feel it, so alive, floating high, I can finally breathe. Lately, I've been feeling lonely. Want you to call me, promise me you'll always be there. I've been getting so high, I can feel it. I can feel the gravity pulling me away, pulling me away. I can feel it in my blood, through my veins like a melody. I can feel it, I can feel it, so alive, floating high, I can finally breathe. I can feel the gravity pulling me away, pulling me away.
One Bangkok! How we doing out there? Woo! Yes, indeed. Heck of a series. Heck of a series. However, if there's one thing that Dota events in Southeast Asia are known for, it is first, if I may, the incredible crowd. Hello again, incredible crowd. Loudest crowd in the world. We love it. But Southeast Asia, of course, also known for their incredible cosplays. That's right. We are here once again for a nice cosplay showcase, and it is bound to be one of the best ever. I've been back there. I've seen the cosplays, and let me tell you, pretty darn hype. So, joining us for this cosplay showcase, we have our wonderful panel of Tsunami, Kezu, John, and I believe Jenkins, a terrifying creature who cosplays as a non-psychotic person every single time that he's on a panel. So, welcome, my friends, to the cosplay showcase. We have 14 cosplays for you today, and the best thing you can do for these cosplayers is get loud when you love them, because they are here not only to make the community better, but also to give you one heck of a show. So, to begin things out, hello panel. How you doing, panel? You guys there?
I'm doing good. I'm feeling very, very excited. Southeast Asian cosplay has always been consistently top tier, and I have high expectations for this, Kezu. As a showcase, we're just celebrating everyone.
I'm already celebrating his cosplay of the day. You know, he's got the hand, he's very good at the craftsmanship.
This is just a suit. What are you talking about?
No, you're good at cosplay.
You're not doing like a ringmaster thing right now?
No.
Oh, never mind then.
I saw a Pudge backstage.
Back to you.
It might have just been a big fat guy, but I swear, I'm excited. I'm gonna 10 out of 10 to the Pudge backstage.
10 out of 10. And John, we get the pleasure of getting you on a panel for once. Welcome to the desk.
Yeah, I've never been here. I love the cosplay in the region, you know. Like Slack said, top tier quality. One big thing as well, right? Like as the years go on, we get more and more elaborate sets, so the cosplays go elaborate as well. It's great.
All right then, well let's get this show on the road then, Slacks.
You got Tsunami, all right. Let's go ahead and bring out our first cosplay. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Nasteria as Marana, the Spirit Grove Cash with the mask of Mirtha Crimson Witness set. Bring out that Marana, please, from Nasteria. Woo!
Over 600 games in with Marana. No doubt it's her favorite hero. It's even lighting up. This is awesome.
Which facet do you think she has, Kezu?
This is solar flare.
This is definitely solar flare.
Oh, yeah.
No invisibility here. She is here to shine on stage.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Incredible cosplay there. As we bring out our next one, this is going to be FG Dono as Bloodseeker.
Ooh, this one is good. She's been cosplaying since 2013 already, so this is 11 years. One of her favorite teams, this is a fun fact, Tsunami, is actually OG and Team Secret.
Really?
Wow, we found the one OG fan in the building.
You're right in that Venn diagram, aren't you, Kezu?
Sadly, it is not for the gameplay, it is for the memes and the drama.
I see.
She's about 4,600 MMR. I think with this hero and this type of set, you can go pretty high in those pubs.
And that's real blood, by the way. Somebody was insulting 23 Savage backstage, and she had something to say about it.
Regardless of whatever her MMR is in-game, this is immortal tier cosplay for sure. I love the wig also. Fiery red. This is a Bloodseeker persona I need in my game.
Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if you've seen this, but she was popping blood capsules. There's blood all over the stage now. The first time blood has ever been spilled on a Dota 2 stage, because we're all cowards and nerds. As we move on to our next cosplay, my friends, let's put our hands together for Yokota Kafka for Dark Willow, the Saboteur set. Oh, beautiful.
That's right, Slacks, and some fun facts about her. She's a Game & Gladiators fan, specifically noting Tofu, but the all-time favorite player is Aoi 20,000.
Yeah, it's a great player to be a fan of. Won a TI.
She also has 200 hours of Ability Arena, which I found this out today. And this
Yeah,
is
this
an
is not
actual
even on the
fact.
sheet.
She's an Ability Arena fan, the one Ability Arena fan and the one OG fan in the same building. Very
Is
impressive.
this Dark Willow set in Ability Arena? Because this is by far the best Dark Willow set.
This is the best Dark Willow set.
Thank you so much, Yoda Kafka. Absolutely beautiful. As we move on to our next cosplay, that is going to be LR Hit as Drow Ranger Arcana.
Man, I love this Arcana. I've always liked that styling, and for LR, it's a funny thing. Her biggest hurdle with this one was definitely styling the wig and how to do the makeup. She definitely nailed it here. It really captures the spirit of this Arcana. One of the more recent ones, one of the higher quality ones, just really looks great.
Wow, they've really buffed that silence, Neil.
Dude, the gusto right now. Everyone right now is speechless because of that silence, or maybe it's just seeing this cosplay.
Absolutely got shivers down my spine seeing that one walk by indeed. Let's bring out our next cosplay. That's going to be Bobby as Marcy.
Yeah. All right, everyone. I want you to take a look at this wig because Marcy's hair is not easy to do and replicate in real life. But you see that anime bounce there. She spent a lot of time trying to perfect that wig, and clearly the animations as well.
Absolutely fantastic. Great win. Oh, nice. Sorry. I love the blocking, guys. I'm a big fan. All right. As we move on to our next cosplay, this is going to be On as the Blue Horizons Marcy set.
Oh, this honestly, out of all the Marcy sets, this is my favorite. This took her 2 months overall to finish it up. Her favorite player out of all, get all your badge chests ready in the stadium. It is one and only Mr. Miracle.
Miracle? No way. Does Miracle play Marcy? I don't think I've seen it before.
I mean, he should. If he sees this cosplay, it's time to get it ready.
Dude, she came in ulted, ready to go.
Absolutely. Very, very dangerous Marcy right there, my friends. As we move on to our next one, this is going to be Chocopedia Myanmar as the Queen of Pain.
I'm very impressed that he got the name right there. That is...
Whoa! I'm impressed she got the skin right.
Yeah, this is incredible Arcana on Queen of Pain. This took her 700 to 800 hours to make, which is not surprising. And she has been cosplaying for over 10 years. Every single piece of this was made by her, and she was inspired by her brother, who is also a cosplayer.
It's her first time working with electrical. Oh my god, the Sonic Wave!
And she's Herald, so shout-outs to all the Heralds out there representing.
Dude, she may have been in one of your reviews.
Well, yeah, this is technically true.
This is a Herald review.
Thank you so much. Very, very good cosplay there. As we welcome our next one, it is going to be Maria Ozawa as the Vengeful Spirit Arcana.
Outstanding work. Of course, the Venge Arcana, one of the most recent ones added in the game, and again, one of the higher detailed ones. And Maria chose this because of the ability. She really liked how Magic Missile and Nether Swap work, how that they had that distinct purple glow that's darker and more intense. And she was inspired to bring out our newest Venge here today. She's got the second style unlocked. The first style, which looks awesome, of course, in that golden glow, the living Venge on stage.
The detail on this cosplay is actually incredible.
It is. The feet, the claws, and you guys can't see it, but in the dark, there are a lot of lights on her helmet and wings. But it looks fantastic no matter what the lighting. She's even making sure not to bump our trophy.
Absolutely incredible. Everything is lighting up there. That is so cool. Even the weapon, I don't know what that weapon is. I don't know if it has a name. It's just kind of the circle. But the circle is lighting up there as well. Very, very incredible cosplay. As we move on to our next one, this is going to be Miho as your Hoodwink.
Adorable! I wonder what emote that was imitating right now. As I'm sure you could guess, she loves cute, bubbly characters and was very inspired because of that to pick up Hoodwink. Also, it's not just that, though. She's got a strong personality, protects her loved ones. There's a lot of honor involved in being a hoodwink player. She started playing Dota only a year ago, though, but she's been cosplaying for over a decade.
Good lord, careful where you aim that
Yo, the
thing.
sharpshooters.
Relax, that thing has a long range.
Everyone is getting ulted in the front row right now.
That's right.
That crossbow was absolutely incredible. All those little gears turn every time that she turned the handle. It looks completely just like the model in game. That is so, so cool. Love the actions on that one as well. As we move on to our next cosplay, that's going to be Ijo with the Bloodseeker.
Oh, this one is good.
Look at that.
The pose is on point. This took her over 1 month to create with this entire cosplay. The hardest thing to do was to ultimately look for the materials. I mean, look how amazing it looks, no wonder. Everything is on point. Her favorite role is support, even though, you know, Bloodseeker is right out here. This is looking good.
This Bloodseeker is so ripped. This Bloodseeker is fed on many a support right now.
Yeah, she spent some time at the gym for this cosplay. That is incredible.
Dude, the helmet literally looks like in-game. This is like spinning around in the loadout right now.
Having that close view, you can see the fur on the feet. Oh, the perfect move cycle. Absolutely impressive. That is incredible. As we get ready for our next cosplay, we're going to see Henshun as your Oracle.
Oh my god. Incredible. Tell me where the rune is, Oracle. Is it a double damage? Is it a haste? This took her 2 months to make. And the one problem, the one thing that went wrong during making the cosplay was the weather. The weather was a bit of a problem, which I can understand because you can't see if it's raining when you're in a cosplay like this.
Maybe some Southeast Asian humidity, John. You think that might help?
Makes a lot of sense. One would figure that this high quality cosplay would give you some insight as well, right? Like well, what's the innate call? You see the runes, you maybe see the weather as well.
Nobody knows what Oracle's abilities are called. Maybe she does, but we don't.
They're absolutely incredible there. The eyes light up from the close view here. The movements are perfect. And it's so flowy. Very, very well done. Absolutely incredible cosplay. Well done, Oracle. As we move on to our next cosplay coming up here today, we're going to see B-Walk coming out as your Juggernaut.
Whoa.
God damn.
Right there.
Wow.
Now, the one big thing for B-Walk is that they are a big Bet Boom fan, a big Pure fan, of course. We did just see them bringing out the Jug, maybe not the best success, but very thematic that they would also rep their favorite player here. Been cosplaying since 2017, and you gotta love a good old Jug. This calls you back to the start of Dota. The model hasn't changed much, but certainly the character is coming through quite well.
Yeah, I will say, I'm quite impressed. We've been seeing a lot of default sets, and it's really hard to make default sets look this good, but I have been incredibly impressed. Kess, do you think this was better than Pure's Jug?
Oh, I think this is way better. But even look at all the details. You've got the mask, you know, Pure.
But yeah, well, this Juggernaut is winning.
That's true.
Sorry, too soon.
No, it's good.
They're not eliminated, Jenkins. Don't worry. They'll get a chance for retribution. Right now, we can just celebrate this Juggernaut.
Yeah! Oh, do it! Yeah!
The Blade Fury!
I was waiting for that. I was waiting for the Blade Fury.
Dreams do come true.
Okay, now do Omni Slash.
No, don't do that.
Kill Flax.
I'm on the stage. I'll tank the whole thing. That's not cool.
Oracle, it's fine, right?
Not cool. All right, coming up next, we have Ballet as your anti-mage.
Whoa.
Not just one.
Wow, that's V Scarlet too. They're both out together. Fantastic. That's the anti-mage persona way with V Scarlet and Ballet.
The icons of this event.
Oh, yeah.
Ready to burn some mana, ready to blink all over the stage, and ready to do Bangkok proud because we have been showing them off all of that long, and now you finally get to see them in the flesh.
Which persona do you guys use?
Wait.
I use Wei.
I use Wei as well. I use Wei
I'm a
as
big
well.
Wei fan.
Yeah.
But yet again, I'm telling you, these default sets, this anti-mage, those are the Basher blades,
Look
aren't
at
they?
those blades.
Oh, those are the
expensive.
Basher blades.
Those are expensive.
Dude. Amazing.
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for our fantastic cosplayers. Give me here one more time. These were absolutely amazing. Absolutely fantastic. So realistic. The animations were tight. The cosplays were tight. The weapons were tight. Well done. Our fantastic cosplayers lived up to all expectations. Can we get, oh, come on, guy. One more time for every one of your cosplayers. Give me one more pose. Yeah. Fantastic. Well, guys, that was absolutely incredible. Thank you, cosplayers. Thank you, Dota fans from around the world. And if you are inspired by these cosplays, please get into cosplaying yourselves. We'd love to see you at the next ESL One event. But for now, we will throw it over to a wonderful break before we get back to our fantastic games. We'll see you in a sec.
I try to quit a million times, but it takes me high. A cure so divine. You give me everything. Don't know what's happening. I need you like medicine. You're my everything, everything. And when I think about us, sweet lullabies, I wanna keep this moment here forever. No goodbyes. And when I think about us, sweet lullabies, I wanna keep this moment here forever. No goodbyes. Think about it every night when I close my eyes. You're on my mind. I try to quit a million times, but it takes me high. A cure so divine. You give me everything. Don't know what's happening. I need you like medicine. You're my everything, everything. And when I think about us, sweet lullabies, I wanna keep this moment here forever. No goodbyes. And when I think about us, sweet lullabies, I wanna keep this moment here forever. No goodbyes. No goodbyes. And when I think about us, sweet lullabies, I wanna keep this moment here forever. No goodbyes.
Thank you. Yes, once again, we are here with the teams before they headed to their incredibly important match here. And we're going to give an opportunity for each one of the teams to address the other one. We'll start things with Team Spirit. Mapochka, I know you had something that you wanted to say to Team Liquid. What do you got to say to these boys?
So we came here to let Satanic farm all your camps and after every your teammate.
Okay. Destroy the camps, annoy the teammates. I love it. Insania, what do you think about Team Spirit here?
Respect them a lot. I think they're a great team. Very excited to play them. I think Satanic has slotted in very well in place of Yotoro. And it's going to be very fun to play against them.
Okay, very respectful as well. Very good. Too respectful, I think, for this series. You got anything for me, Saber?
Sure. I'll keep it short so it's not we don't go past Satanic's bedtime. I only have 4 words, okay, guys? Skibidi bliat giat.
Okay, what does that actually mean? Any responses to that? Do you even deem that with a response?
I don't know, I have 0 words, I'm smashed already.
Okay, well, I hope you guys can recuperate after that one as we get into this match. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for what is sure to be a banger as we send these guys on stage. But until then, back to you on the panel. Thank you so much. He really thought that one through. Hey, good luck, guys. Thank you very much. Hello, Bangkok! Are you ready for your last series of the day? Ah, yes, yes, yes. We have quite a banger to end the show on today, my friends. We have 2 of the top teams in Dota, and one of those 2 teams will be going home. Absolutely incredible performances from both these teams over the last 2 days on this main stage. And I, for one, am extremely excited, hoping that we can get a repeat of some games that we have already seen. So, I'm not gonna waste all your time up here. Let's go ahead and get our first team out here. Yesterday's last game was one of the best games, if not the best game that we have seen all year. Is that correct, everybody? That is what I thought. Coming back from that incredible series, let us go ahead and welcome our first team to the stage, Team Liquid! And their opponents, no slouches either. One of the biggest names in Dota 2 and someone who's gone against Liquid many, many times before. Already just cleanly destroyed their opponents earlier today. And we will see if they will do a repeat here today and eliminate Team Liquid. Ladies and gentlemen, bring out, you know them, you love them, you've been screaming for them, Team Spirit! Two teams that are no strangers to winning, but only one can win here today. Ladies and gentlemen, here in Bangkok, are you ready for a match? Yeah, baby! All right, let's get these teams ready to go as we throw it to my boy, Tsunami.
Thank you very much, Slacks. That's right, we are here getting ready for our lower bracket semi-final. Liquid has been making their journey, being the lower bracket Reapers, defeating Shopify Rebellion, defeating Falcons, and seeing if they want to add a third name to that list. Whereas Spirit have also been making a similar journey. They beat Enigma Galaxy, they beat Avalis, and now they're here. One of them, though, has to go home. And we also brought someone else home around here because we have a very special guest for this lower bracket semifinal. It's Mudang! That's what you go by now, right, 23 Savage?
Yeah, but Mudang is kind of grown up a bit now, so I might change my name.
Oh, you like the little baby Mudang?
Yeah, I like a baby Mudang. Now he's an adult Mudang.
A Pygmy Hippo still stays small though, but 23 Savage, you have been big. I cannot tell you how many signs we have been seeing of people excited to see their boy from Thailand over here. Welcome back and thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thank you. I get to join this tournament eventually.
Listen, I'm sure it's only a matter of time before OG comes back, but
yes,
we're happy to have your expertise regardless.
Yep, OG gonna come back.
I believe it.
Yeah, I have been very, very excited because I'm also seeing a lot of carry players are up in the air right now, 23, and I was wondering, given your expertise specifically, I wanted you to know how you've been feeling about the carry pools. Have you been seeing the carry performances at this tournament and how you've been rating them?
I think DK and Alchemist is broken.
Okay.
And the players that are really good right now, I think it's Mickey, Pure,
Okay, yeah.
Crystal is.
How about Satanic? Because once upon a time, you were a young kid on the block. Everyone was like, yo, this 23 kid, I don't know if he's got it. You quickly showed that you have it. I feel some shades of that in Satanic a little bit.
Yeah, I do see that as well. He's really good, he's really talented. He played Morphling like me 5 years ago. So I think he's one of the good player right now, too. Yeah.
Who's the better Morphling, you or him?
Me.
Good question. No hesitation whatsoever.
I mean, he said it more 5 years ago, which means he's only gotten better.
True.
Yeah, I'm getting better. I just lost against Falcons 2 weeks ago. But it's fine.
No shame in that because Liquid actually just beat Falcons, so there are some teams that have a little bit of an advantage. But as I said, Effie, both these teams are making their journey through the lower bracket. Do they have a similar momentum right now, or do you feel like there might be a difference?
I mean, I think it's a bit hard to compare because they've had different journeys. Especially, I mean, I'd say the team that had to face Falcons in the lower bracket has already been through the gauntlet, right? But I mean, Spirit's journey also has been no joke. Avials have looked like an excellent team in the group stages. Beating them to get here today is nothing to be ashamed of.
Yeah, I've been overall very, very impressed, but one of them has to go home, Fear. You think it's entirely dependent on drafts and gameplay? You think that Liquid might have shown too much of their hand? Have Spirit already been spent after their series earlier today?
I think these are the two most improved teams at this tournament by far. Liquid, we looked at them at group stage. They looked like they weren't doing so hot. They weren't actually doing so hot, and they've gotten so much better, so much quickly than the other teams here. I think Saberlight has also made so much improvement, but on the other side as well, I think Rue and Satanic have really stepped to the plate this tournament and really showed what they've got, and that is going to be the story of this particular series. Which of these teams are going to improve the fastest, and which of their strategy is going to be the best? Because I feel like Team Spirit has cemented how they want to play Dota right now, and they've only been improving upon it.
Now, 23, you mentioned you've been liking this DK and this Alk. How have you been feeling on Terrorblade? Because I feel like sometimes we'll see it in the offlane, it'll do pretty well. Sometimes I see it on carry, and I'm like, this is apparently not the best role for Terrorblade anymore.
I think Terrorblade carry is kind of bad.
Yeah.
I've lost with it quite a bit, so I think it should be an offlane, and yeah. If it's offlane, it needs like a strong post 4, so it wins lane. But if it's a carry, so post 5 is not gonna be like as strong. Yeah.
Would you rather have an offlane TV on your team or a regular offlaner? That's the question, because we've seen a lot of offlane TV, and it's lost this tournament.
I would like offlane TV on my side, because I'll ask him to Sunder.
So you don't care if you have a Blink Stun offlaner?
Selfish carry players.
Well, I'm just really confused right now why Team Spirit even banned Terrorblade. Like, Liquid has not played it a single time this tournament, and I went to just look up Saberlight's pubs. He's 0-1 on it in the pubs, so he hasn't even won with it. I'm very curious on what inspired them to ban this right away. As 23 mentioned, this hero as a carry is not very strong, and I'm not sure what the inspiration is here, but maybe they're cooking something we don't know about.
I mean, this could just be scrim information too. It's not like these teams have been sleeping and not playing each other. And maybe the carry pick that they're going to go for here on Team Spirit is just countered by Terrorblade.
Yeah, I mean, it's Liquid too, right? We didn't expect Undying offlane to come out, but it came out, so they must have some information on this one. But nothing to be surprised about when we do see the Phoenix come out. This is a hero that Insania has been playing whenever he can get his hands on it this tournament, and has looked incredibly dominant. And Liquid, this is a team that I think has realized the strength of Spirit, where a lot of teams have not realized. Spirit, they play for the scale. They always have a hard carry, and they always have a lot of team fight, and I think matching a Magnus with a Phoenix is a good start.
Yeah, and it's also just a lot of area control versus Magnus. Like when you look at these Magnus teams, they're looking to get the RP back, get the skewer back. But when you have a hero like Phoenix that can either counter-initiate the RP or deny the ground, that's a really good approach to these teamfight heroes, like you mentioned, Fear.
Yeah. So I'm curious, 23, when you're on your team, how much do you contribute in the draft? And where do you contribute? Is it with your hero only, or where would you contribute at?
I only contribute with my hero. I just stay quiet and maybe play some VI games before. That's what I do.
You don't even comment on your support duo? You don't say like, I would really like to have an Enchantress on my team or something like that? That you only get privilege for carry?
I mean, they'll ask before and I'll decide my post 5, but other than that, I do not think about like mid or anything because I don't know much.
It's not your problem.
Yeah.
You see that here on the screen?
My favorite.
Tell us about it. Why do you think Liquid went for such an early morph?
I think they go on morphling route because of it's really good against Magnus in the lane, and like if you copy him and you get Empower, it's gonna be 100% more. So it's pretty broken for morphling, and it has a good lane against Magnus.
It's been Mikke's specialty, I feel. Whenever all the other carries get banned out, he always goes back to old reliable.
He really does, but you know, Spirit did let a Morphling through the other day. Their solution was having this ET on Miposhka and just outfighting the Morphling. It worked out well. It was definitely a solution for them, but it might be a bit different versus Team Liquid, who are just going to play for such an early tempo that maybe even ET's team fighting doesn't come into play with the natural order.
Yeah, I'm also curious about your opinion on Medusa versus Morph matchup. Was that good for the Morph? Is it good for the Dusa?
I think it's good for Dusa because Morphling now they want to buy like Kanda and it's not good against Dusa, and now Morphling doesn't deal that much damage to Dusa. He's just gonna buy Axe, and you know, like the Stone Gaze is kind of annoying. Yeah, that's what I felt when I played Morph against Dusa.
Because I say that because Satanic, he's been loving some Medusa this tournament, and that is something they might consider on 18. Also pretty decent versus Phoenix as well, so.
I also want to correct, they actually didn't play it versus Morphling. They used it to block pick a Morphling, and it was enough to dissuade the enemy team.
Okay.
Just that natural order versus the armor.
Yeah.
But they get their hands on it regardless, and the duo is going to be a Bat Rider, at least most likely. I don't know if we've been seeing Laurel play any mid-bat, but I'm imagining this is the 4 and 5 from Spirit.
He actually has. Like, even back in the day, Laurel was always a mid-bat player before this hero got changed enough to be a support, so the flex is still open. But overall, I mean, I feel like in the Bat versus Morphling matchup, Morphling is one of the carries that likes to rush Linken's anyway, so he's one of the heroes that isn't as scared of a Bat Rider, like, say, an Alchemist would be.
Yeah, I think Morph doesn't care about the Bat that much because the lane is kind of free, and usually you buy Shard and you cannot burst more. Yeah.
And on the topic for flex, maybe if it was a Bet Boom team, I would say, oh, Morphling could go mid. I could see Kiyotaka playing the flow Morphling. For Liquid, we've been seeing that Nisha really sticks to what he is very comfortable on. Even whenever we'll see like a Monkey King potential flex, he will still go to his favorite pick rather than relying on, we picked this one early, maybe I could flex it.
I'd also add so far the strength Morphling hasn't won or looked very good. I'm not sure.
It looks fun.
How good it is, so to speak, but I mean, we'll have to see there. But I think in general here, you did pick an early Morph. You know that some potential counters are coming. I'm curious on what Liquid's gonna do to try to dissuade a Medusa pick. I don't know if you have any insight on that, 23, because that is Satanic's favorite hero. You did say it's good versus Morph too, so they might be looking at that.
Yeah, I think they pick SD to block the Dusa pick.
Okay.
I think it's really good, and yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't only block the Dusa pick, right? But it has such great, like, contributing factors in this game where you can disrupt save against RP, you can disrupt save against Lasso, you can purge the Spirit buff off of ET with your ulti.
Yeah, it's really good. But I'm not sure about the Mars.
I mean, like, your pick now. What would you pick?
I don't have knowledge on other rules.
You got a Magnus on your team and you're 18. You're laning up against a Mars and a Shadow Demon, and you're not allowed to pick Morphling because it's already on the enemy team. Give me a new hero.
Wait, let me take a
look.
A moment.
Crunch the numbers.
Satanic hero pool is kind of similar to me, so
it is. Many of his are already banned out. No DK, no Alk, no Templar Assassin. He did play Faceless Void earlier in this tournament.
He's also played Meepo. Not sure it's the best game for it.
Meepo is kind of fine, actually. Actually, it's kind of hard because DK, Alk, TB. Wait. Okay.
Well, you were saying that maybe the Shadow Demon would be enough. But clearly Spirit don't think so. They think that you need to present more stuff to shut down this Medusa.
I think it's a good pick from them, yeah. Because Dusa against Mars, kind of free lane for Dusa. He can just hold the tower and Ma doesn't do much. Yeah, it's only like in the late game that the Mars pull is kind of annoying. Yeah.
I mean, we also saw in the Avulus series earlier today, Team Spirit was running this ET Bat Rider versus a Morphling, and every single time they would just lasso him into the ET, and he just kind of blew up immediately. So that's something that they have to be very careful about. And Team Spirit, I feel like for the last 3 tournaments, they have had Mag and Bat Rider in every single draft. Nobody is banning it, and they're always playing for the reposition. They're always playing for the late game. I do like how Liquid have great late game too. They answered that with their own Phoenix plus Mars combination. They've got the scale with the Morphling, which could be really good. I think this is the most competitive draft I've seen so far against Spirit in this lower bracket.
Sometimes I feel like swapping out Collapse and Mira was just a bait, because Malik is just going to play Magnus anyway. Rue is just going to play Bat Rider anyway. It doesn't matter which player it is.
Don't you guys feel like the Shadow Demon is a big problem though for Team Spirit? Like I don't feel like it's very solved. Like the best thing that you can do is maybe use the Spirit to scout out this SD in fights, get the lasso on it, but if you're not jumping this Shadow Demon over and over, you don't really have a good way to take a fight on Team Spirit. I think they need like a secondary jump from the mid lane, something that can control this SD because you can't rely on this Batrider to do it alone.
Yeah, I think they need like Puck or Storm or a Spirit to find the SD. If not, it's kind of free SD game.
You want that backline jumper, and Liquid feel the same way. They ban out that Earth Spirit. And Spirit, meanwhile, they are protecting their Medusa. They ban out Anti-Mage.
That is interesting. Are they thinking about getting a Storm themselves, maybe? Like, is one Anti-Mage enough to dissuade? Because, like, I feel like if you're Medusa in this game, and you're playing versus Morph Anti-Mage, you're just going to hit like some butterfly timing and Aegis, and you probably feel like you can end the game pretty early and not care. But if you do want a Storm or something, they do ban the Storm, so maybe that was the rationale.
I think so though, because every time we've seen offlane Anti-Mage versus Dusa, he always ends up winning the game. Like that is one of the hardest matchups, but you are right that you can play for the early butterfly.
Regardless, they're not willing to take the risk, and now Spirit need to think about what niche hero probably, like I understand the Anti-Mage ban, but you're probably banning out a mid laner next.
They probably should take out the Puck. I mean, it's a really good Puck game. There's not enough reliable disable. He can face shift dodge the RP, and something that they have to deal with. Unless they want to take it for themselves.
Yeah, that's a good option too. They could ban and take it, or ban it and take something else. I think those are some good options. I do look at Nisha's hero pool here, and if you do manage picking Puck here, Tiny's already banned, right? Monkey King might be a decent ban into picking Puck or something.
Already first phase banned.
I'm blind, yeah. So first phase banned already, so it does seem like it's going to be pretty hard to stop a Puck in this game.
Yo, down to the wire here. 1 second left, they ban out a Sniper.
It's Puck for sure. On Spirit. It's a ban for Puck.
Protecting a Laurel Puck, most likely. Good call. Now, what's Nisha's option?
And I think he should go for like maybe Monkey King. Oh,
I will reiterate, he has been first phase banned.
Maybe he's a Tiny, I think.
He's banned too.
Oh my god.
Options getting limited, 23.
Maybe Ember is fine game for Ember.
That one's in the pool.
Batrider hates it, Magnus hates it, and ET hates it. Maybe Ember.
And he did play it. He beat Shopify with Ember Spirit.
Oh. Yeah, it's good.
Okay, but just to make 100% sure, where is the Shaker going? Because I've seen a lot of carry Shakers lose. He's mid. He's mid. Thank God.
I mean, I think conceptually the Shaker is very cool because like you have the instant disable in the Echo Slam versus the Puck. It's like a nice way to catch him. But this Shaker can also suffer in this game because there's a lot of stuff to cancel his blink. There's like a lot of stuff on the ground that he's playing against.
Yep. Fear.
Hello.
Which one you feeling right now?
I mean, I'm on the Satanic train right now. If I feel like he has the carry-to-carry matchup, he has the free lane, he's been delivering.
And my Morphling Specialist, 23 Savage, would you be happy right now if you were Mikke?
Yeah, I think I'm happy. I think it's a really good Morphling game.
You happy with your mid laner being a Shaker?
Yes, I'm really happy.
Okay.
Need Nisha to kill Puck, and then I'm good.
Well, if you got Nisha on your team, there's a pretty good chance of that happening. Bangkok, are you ready for the last series of the night? You know, 23, you always told me that Thai fans, some of the best in the world, and I'm seeing it right now. So let's get into our game number 1 with our casters.
TI-7, TI-10, TI-12, and TI-13. TI winners aplenty here in this matchup between Liquid and Spirit, 2 time winning organizations here, Avery.
And they've got everything in this game 1. You cannot ask for 2 more explosive drafts on every level, from the laning to the massive AoE teamfight to the scaling. Satanic on his signature Medusa. Mikke on his, what is becoming a redemption hero for him. That Morphling from yesterday absolutely put that series on his back. This used to be a hero he got flack for, and all of a sudden he is making it into a signature for this tournament. cannot ask for anything more in this game 1.
No, you certainly can't, and it will be interesting, that carry matchup. I'm glad that you opened up talking about it, because I think despite being a TI winner and being on a top tier 1 team, Mickey has long been disrespected as a carry. He is not the person people talk about. Yatoro, Satanic, right? Those are the names that come forward when you talk about the best carries in the world, but Mickey carried Liquid through that series last night in a very important matchup. And now it's a chance to do it again against the youngest up-and-coming carry coming out in Satanic.
The next generation always on your heels. And I agree. Mickey has been overperforming this event. And you got to remember, this is a guy who took up that leadership mantle and is drafting now for Liquid post-TI.
He's also a guy who moved to carry in the first place to move space for Nisha.
Exactly.
Right? This is a guy who is constantly sacrificing himself for the good of the team and then still manages to pull out the clutch hard carry performances when needed. But Satanic has proven to be perhaps the best in that hard carry specific slot.
And to me, he's looked like the best Medusa in the world. Not only because he executes well in the hero and he understands the timings, it's about how Spirit play around him in a 4-protect-1 situation, right? Yeah, Laurel can carry a game. Yeah, Moloch is going to find his farm and make his presence felt. But this is a team that plays around the carry and wants him to be that 1v5 force. Yatoro-esque, some might say.
Saberlight trying to cut through the trees here. Get out with the bounty rune intact. But slowed down so heavily, it looks like he's going to be the victim of blood grenades, and it is going to be first blood for Rue.
A nice start for the Spirit supports, as Maposhka will also pick up the extra XP. And I do want to highlight his Elder Titan before we start this game. Am I a little biased towards that hero? Sure.
Of course.
He is one of the few 5s in the world still playing this hero at a super high level. He's still taking this momentum. He's playing for the lane domination, and he's not afraid to get into the mix in the late game team fights. That's what I love about his Elder Titan play.
Look at that positioning. Hidden in the trees, pops out behind him, gets a little bit of chip damage on Boxy.
You have to be smart with this hero in the laning phase. It's a reason why Maposhka can make it work so well for the squad, and it is a hero that is extremely scary to play against in those ultra late game situations. On the flip side, we're seeing Insania back on the Phoenix, and to me, that might have been MVP in that third game for Liquid. Because I was talking to some of those Falcon boys today, and they were saying that turnaround on that bottom gate where they got caught going through, that kind of got baited into the Phoenix, that was the turning point in that game 3. It shifted so much momentum, and you have to remember what set that up. It was Insania ratting out the map with this Phoenix, being super annoying, finding way too much farm, and making the big plays in the mid and the late game. So I love that both these teams went for the huge AoE team fighters on their 5s. I think it showcases what they believe is going to push them over the edge in this series. And of course, I mean, big AoE on a C-land.
It's always going to be worth its while. Matchup-wise, is Dusa set up to carry this game? Because it's matched up against Phoenix can be a little annoying with the attack speed slow. We're going to have Shadow Demon Disruption Illusions, which are just going to be obnoxious, constant. And then you've got the Arena that is going to be blocking a lot of your shots.
I think there are a lot of mechanics Liquid can throw into that Medusa, make Satanic's life harder. But I'm still looking at the lineup overall. You have a Puck to pick up some of that scale. You have an Elder Titan to help you out with the Aura. And of course, you have 2 displacement heroes in the Magnus and the Batrider.
Disruption into Spear. Satanic is out of mana already. Liquid looking to run him down. The stomp, it hits the Mars. It doesn't hit Boxy, but that's good enough.
And Maposhka will get a little regen trade in here. There's always the danger of trading versus Medusa. If you can't finish her off, doesn't always work out that well for you. Nice
Maposhka, he might have forced this a little bit too much.
Yeah,
beautiful body blocking from Boxy. Again, another stomp that's going to put the Mars to sleep. And Maposhka will be able to walk it off, but both Team Spirit safe lane members are low.
They're so low on resources here. The chicken's running, but that is a long way away. This could easily be a gate rotation from Insania in this later portion of the laning phase. We've seen Liquid go for these gate plays over and over again. If you can chip these side lanes down, bring the numbers, get those cheeky kills, all of a sudden, they can turn into that mode Liquid that's way too fast for you to deal with. We saw that in their game 2 yesterday. And it could be something that works well against Spirit, because Spirit, I think they're one of the slower teams in general. They play very methodically. They don't give you a lot, but they kind of want to just get to that mid-late game where Satanic's the ultimate raid boss, where their supports start to scale into the later portions. they're not going to be a team that gets hyper-aggressive on your side of the map unless they absolutely dominate the lanes, and we're already seeing this laning phase is going to be very even across the board.
Team Spirit trying to get some pulling in their off lane, but the Phoenix is now level 3. This is a dangerous period of time where the Phoenix is now an actual laning hero and the Morphling is Morphling.
That rotation potential is open to him as well, and maybe the biggest difference in this laning phase, the mid matchup, Nisha getting a lot of denies on this puck. He is using this totem well, up to 19 and 11 versus the 16 and 6. It's a little bit of an XP advantage for this Shaker, and something that could prove fruitful later on.
Does manage to get to a lot of rune before Laurel, and now a hit to Maposhka, but he doesn't want to commit. He's going to let the supports clean up the kill here. Maposhka is only going to be able to run so far, and he dies.
And there's that Phoenix rotation, not into the gate in the top, but Insane happy to make it mid because every time he moves off bottom, that's a solo XP Morphling. You're super happy in that situation when Mickey's not getting pressured, and he just gets the free farm down here against the Magnus. Will lose his Courier. That is boots on the Courier. Big blow for him. But he's surviving down here. He's getting CS, and you're getting stuff off the map. Liquid happy with the exchange.
Managed to get that flag bear. Important creep for Mickey. And he will burn through his magic wand charges.
More
to stay
harassment
healthy.
top. Just going in on Satanic, trying to burn out the stick charges if they can get it.
Yeah, he does have enough of those that I imagine he will survive here.
This lane is just super far up, and it's a little annoying for him. This is a hero that would prefer to just play near the tower, be able to maybe retreat in the jungle occasionally, not get his regen burned as efficiently as Liquid are getting it out of him. And
I mean, it leaves them particularly exposed to that gate rotation, right?
Yes.
The farther forward they are in lane.
I mean, you can just TP to tier 1 if you really want to hear how far up he is. I do like that Maposhka eyed up the triangle there for Liquid. I feel like Maposhka is one of those 5s who always keeps a check on the stacks, more than a lot of other players will.
Sure.
He's not afraid to commit early sentries to block up some camps, get the efficiency into their advantage as Nisha closing in on that 6 mid. Do have some kill threat if you can get another stun in here somewhere. Maybe that's something that Liquid's lineup lacks a little bit, right? The early lockdown for this puck. Where's it going to come from in the team fights? Do you need something like a Yule's on the Mars here to just give you that extra bit of catch and make sure Laurel doesn't have a complete free-for-all?
6-minute power runes coming up. Who is going to get their hands on this all-important rune? It's going to be bottom. It's going to be Spirit, a regen rune for Laurel.
That's a nice one for him to pick up. You'll absolutely take that. This means he could make a side lane rotation off a TP and not have to worry about the resources on the map. So the defensive puck rotation, absolutely in the cards now for Spirit. And it's something they like to see.
And you're probably not going to be counter-rotated too much by Nisha, right? He probably just wants to hang out and farm until he gets his Blink Dagger, because once he does get that Blink Dagger, he could be a menace for that puck.
He's either looking for the kill mid if you somehow cheekily get it, or he's making the rotation to one of the side lanes first, but you don't have Fissure to play with, you don't have that Blink Dagger for a long time. I don't really see that happening too easily here for Liquid. Could just be a quiet early game for both teams as they farm up their carries and maybe look for some ancient stacking,
Do you feel
particularly
like
for this Medusa.
one team is favored more than the other in a slower game?
I mean, Medusa does take huge advantage of that, right? Like, you're running a Medusa Elder Titan safe lane, you have to be happy with a slow game to some degree. This is
With the
not...
Magnus, I mean, this is a
Yeah.
carry that is super enabled by his own lineup, as much as Team Liquid's lineup is very good at shutting it down.
And I generally think Spirit prefer that style of game. They don't need a super hyper-fast early game to run you over. They just want to hit their stride. If anything, I think Liquid prefers to play the early game faster. You know, have Boxy in his beast mode, just making calls, making the rotations, these supports combining, rotate Mickey, have him join the early fights. That's when Liquid look their best. So this type of style can be favorable for Spirit, but they have to extract a better economy on the map, and a lot of that comes down to the stacking and whether Liquid can get in there and take a piece of the pie.
Yeah, they do need to be doing that stacking just because of the fact that Team Liquid are getting so much out of the lanes right now. These static lanes, I mean, look at the number of denies that they have between Nisha and Mickey by themselves, and even then, Saberlight's still gotten 10 denies in.
Power of the CS board for them. Liquid are eyeing this upper part of the map. They're kind of bringing both supports up here. Boxy trying to scout the jungle. There's a lot of stacking going on in this upper part of the jungle, not just the triangle. So there's a lot of gold waiting for Satanic if you can clear through it. And you see Spirit rotating over here to protect their investment right now.
Yeah, it's interesting. Shadow Demon, you think about this hero being good for stacking, but also can take some stacks. And you could see Boxy was threatening that. Team Spirit had to come over and defend. They still have a hard camp, though. And I guess it's not just the Shadow Demon, it's the Phoenix as well. They've got really good ways of just letting the supports go into the jungle and kill stacks.
I like this little move from Liquid. Gonna put some pressure on the Medusa. You steal up this hard camp try. Even Laurel feels a bit pressured to rotate over here. Saberlight getting a bit of extra gold, little extra XP for your supports. And you have some stacks waiting in your own triangle now, set up for Nisha. I fully expect an Echo Slam to go out here and just push you towards that Blink Dagger, though he is actually pretty close since you just kept the brown boots.
Pop the amp damage, pop the Echo Slam, make this efficient.
Yep, it's just too juicy, right?
Yeah.
And you don't need that Echo Slam to make the early moves. The level 4 Enchant Totem with the Blink is enough to gank one of these side lanes.
You still might be able to find a kill here. Disruption, but no level 6 on the supports of Team Liquid.
We are seeing Malik clear through Ancients of his own. Spirit did get that stacking up to some degree. But this is going to be a very fast blink on the mid Earthshaker. And Nisha already on the hunt. He's eyeing up this puck mid. No Echo Slam to convert. But he can still Fissure Blink Totem.
That did not work. And that is in part because of the lack of the Echo Slam.
Yep.
I mean, how... trying to make it with a level 1 Fissure.
I think this is the one here on the map you can't kill without the Echo.
Yeah.
Everybody else, you can kind of make those plays. And Maposhka, he has no fear. He will just take that Haste Rune.
I mean, I guess at this level, are you just kind of expecting Team Spirit to know the timing on the Blink Dagger anyway? Because that was the reveal of the Blink, right? Normally we say that's supposed to be like a big moment, but...
I think that could have caught somebody. It was pretty fast. I think a lot of Shakers don't necessarily just keep raw brown boots in that type of situation, but Nisha, he just felt like his lane was so strong so early with all the extra denies.
Yeah.
Rush the Blink, look for an early kill with it. Still think that potential exists on the map.
The Reyna goes out, trying to get a quick kill on Maposhka. Nice job by Saberlight to hold on to the spear, knowing that Maposhka's only counterplay was the stomp.
Gotta get aggressive in this safe lane. If Spirit are just gonna farm jungle and get the stacks up, start hitting these towers, right? Just lay into them, push past them, cut the wave, pull it into neutrals, get super greedy, and just take these towers through the creeps, killing them. You're gonna force some heroes from Spirit to start to show on the map, and then you can make the rotations and look for the pickoffs. So I like this idea from Saberlight. It's gonna be a decent amount of tier 1 tower damage just from the catapult.
Yeah. Like Rue here.
And Satanic,
taking a risk.
He vacated that upper part of the map pretty early on. Just not a lot of resources that Spirit can put into their own safe lane to defend this tower. So you should be able to reliably chip it down here. And this will be another pretty fast blink for the Mars. Going to be a lot of initiation tools available for Liquid early on in this game.
Rue trying to use the long range, but it's not going to work. He was hoping to be able to pull the creep wave without endangering his life. Liquid not leaving anything up to chance here, sandwiching that Phoenix.
Yeah, no way you let them get away with that.
Nisha, he does have that Echo Slam back up again.
Does get scanned. Spirit playing this super safe.
Laurel, you got to be careful. I'm not sure if he can really go for any power runes right now when that Echo Slam is up. He's going to try. Invis will get there in time before Nisha can close that gap.
Honestly, he might be able to survive an Echo. He's pretty tanky. Took the Seeds of Serenity plus Fairy Fire Wand, Strength Treads. It's a little close.
I mean, you throw in the Invis rune, the damage reduction that it gets,
yeah,
right?
It's not a guaranteed kill for Nisha. It's very close. I'm not sure exactly what that threshold is, but it's around that 11 to 1300 mark.
Spirit smoke behind. They have a coil skewer combination available.
Yeah, this is their blink reveal. Time for them to fish. Look for something on the map with this Magnus who got some of that ancient priority. He's got to pay it back now for the team.
Is awkward because Liquid, they backed up to their own jungle, which means all high ground spots.
They backed off mid just as Nisha comes back in.
Oh, yeah. Rough timing for Malik.
That would have been your skewer.
And he goes back to hit neutrals. That is a smoke wasted. Not an opportunity to use the Blink Dagger just yet. Team Liquid, they're going to go for a smoke. Two-man, Nisha, Boxy into the triangle. Not going to find anything just yet.
They saw the scan latch just before Malik left. And you're going to see Mickey pushing in this bottom tower, trying to force somebody to show. Spirit, they know this move is coming, though.
Oh, yeah, they got the scan on it, too.
Dude, there's so many scans in this game that have already hit.
These
Both
teams reading each other perfectly.
They're going to send the Kobold in for the Wisdom Rune.
Saberlight, is he going to be able to pull this off? Meanwhile, they do kill Maposhka in the mid lane. Saberlight, meanwhile. Arena goes out. RP'd immediately. Malik holding, waiting for the skewer back. He gets speared for now, but he eventually will be able to hit that skewer back into his team, and that is going to be Saberlight surrounded. Wisdom Rune protected. The Kobold didn't get the chance to go for the deny.
Yeah, he actually could have microed it there, but obviously he had bigger things on his mind. Spirit will defend that area of the map, protect their Ancients, get the rune. They do end up losing this offlane tier 1, which I think they would have wanted to defend. They would have wanted to take the fight around there instead of giving that objective to the Morphling for free, because now Mickey is, man, he is big. This early Vlad's build, pushing towers straight into the triangle, farming up Ancients. This Morphling is going to be massive.
And this is a hero that's going to come online a lot faster than the Duce, right?
In terms of damage output in the fights, yes. Mickey can find his mark.
I mean, we've seen the matchup of Morphling versus Puck at this tournament, right? That it's a dangerous matchup where he turns into the Puck.
Yeah,
you hit the Puck with the silence, and he's dead in the water.
Waning Rift is incredibly strong this game for both teams, honestly.
True.
You're looking at supports you want to disrupt on that back line.
Malik gonna go fishing for another one, but the Supernova goes off in an instant. Echo Slam, Nisha with the punish.
Just sends him into the dirt, and that is not a move Spirit wanted to make, as Liquid more than ready, and they find that Echo Slam connection on the Puck. It's not going to take too many of those in this game for them to feel great.
Baited that out perfectly. They had the ward to spot these heroes and called for the rotation of Nisha.
This is the strength of Liquid. They're just so fast at bringing all the numbers, at reading the moves, not giving you easy plays on the map. And then when they hit hard. You cannot give up too many of those bad plays or bad fights before they're in the Roshan with the Vlad's Morphling, before they're taking more towers on your side of the map. You only have this tier 1 mid left to fight around if you're Spirit right now.
Boxy dug up a water rune and denied it. That's a play, I guess.
That's a message.
He's going to be caught here. Disruption goes out first, though. He's going to delay his death a little bit here. Sunray coming out. Insania can't save him.
Nice
but
spear.
maybe with the spear, they can get something better. The Puck is already dead. Earth Splitter's going to go out, and the Phoenix is going to be very low. But Rue, he can't stick around. Fisher perhaps blocking him in. Has to go the other way around, but a spear will finish him off. Saberlight, excellent double kill, but now he's underneath the tower. An RP goes out, but they don't really have much damage here. Satan's coming in, but the damage isn't for much. He activates Stone Gaze and has to run away
Liquid,
now.
one more.
Mickey, meanwhile, driving forward with the skewer forward. Now Waveform getting in front of Malik, and they finish him off with the Enchant Totem.
No damage in the tank for Spirit. You can land all the spells you want. You can hit everybody with the Stomp, with the arrows, with the Earth Splitter, but none of it means a damn if you can't finish off any of these tanky heroes for Liquid. And you're starting to see one of the big gaps in this Spirit draft. The early team fights are just not that good for them. They don't have the damage. It really comes to the 3rd or 4th item on this Medusa. It comes from, you know, 2nd, 3rd item on Puck. And missing Laurel for a lot of that really hurt them. The fact he gets caught by that spear and dies first, that's a majority of your sustained damage in that fight just gone instantly.
Yep.
That's the green light for Liquid to run you down, and boy, this lineup can absolutely run you down.
Yeah, I always feel like when you're matched up against Team Liquid, it's this window, the 15 to 25 minutes, that is always the most dangerous.
They can just win the game here.
Team Spirit perhaps at their weakest at this point in time. So they're going to spot Laurel. Silence instantly. What a response from Laurel with the coil on 2. They snap it with the lasso as well. Nisha has to be protected by the disruption, but when he comes back out, he is in no man's land, and there's no way out.
Echo dodge. Just to send it right back his way, and Spirit find a big pickoff on the map. That was a move that was supposed to put the nail in the coffin for Laurel's early game. Instead, it's a much welcome gold injection.
A beastly reaction from Laurel gets him back in the game.
That's the knife's edge of this Puck. We saw it earlier today. It's a hero that can absolutely win or lose you a fight just purely off the reaction. And it's something Liquid are going to have to think about who jumps who and where those saves are. You can easily bail out that jump from the Shaker with this Echo Stomp. Or an RP. Or
Liquid,
a lasso.
Not to be one down for long. They immediately go for a fight. Satanic disruption into Spear, back into the rest of the team. He's surrounded, and there's nothing Team Spirit can do about it. Oh, nice Fisher. Malik is going to have to skewer his way out of this one. They saw the blinker reveal, and Saberlight got the spear!
The God read, he knew.
An absolute beautiful read from Saberlight that might just net another kill. I mean, Malik is going to have to juke his way out, blink, but where are you going to go? You don't have a TP scroll to get out of this situation. Oh, no way. He just RP skewers. You're still stuck, my friend. There is no way out.
All you get is time. Time that you hope your team is shoving in the other ways and getting something off the map right now, and they are trying to do their best at that. But it's another big team fight win for Liquid. Satanic, he was testing his strength on that front line, but he is nowhere strong enough to sustain through all of what Liquid can propose.
Saberlight trying to get a freebie, but Spear doesn't latch while it's Team Spirit who find the kill instead. Insania gets run down in mid.
Yeah, the two-man split push team in this bat and puck. Elusive on the map, finding a quick pickoff. Getting some breathing room, trying to get this Medusa to butterfly. That's a big difference there, right? Satanic's pushing this tower. He doesn't have his big timing item in that butterfly to say, hey, I'm ready to take this fight if it does come to me. Liquid call the bluff, get the big punish. And this neck and neck race between the Morphling and Medusa is super important in this game. Especially when you're eyeing up that Roshan, who's going to get to this butterfly first, who can win that team fight and go into that objective. It's going to be very close on the timing board.
When do you feel like the Dusa starts evening out the impact difference in fights compared to the Morphling, right? Because right now the Morphling is just stronger through the act of better spells. But at some point in time, the Dusa makes it even.
It's really hard to say here, honestly. I do think the butterfly for the Medusa is a little more impactful relative to where the Medusa is before, right? It's a massive upgrade in terms of the damage, the sustained damage in the fight, whereas I think Mickey's already having a decent amount of impact without it. It's going to make him incredibly strong for sure, but I can still see this Morphling dying to a clutch silence, a clutch RP or lasso, right? It doesn't necessarily change that setup where this Dusa is a hero you're just going to have to commit on if you're Liquid, and if he's tanky enough to survive it, if he's tanky enough to live just long enough for that stomp to come through, that can make a world of difference here.
And that butterfly completed will go a long ways to enabling that tankiness. Team Liquid.
They want Roche here.
Oh, Laurel gets a lot of information here. He doesn't find a pickoff, but... Oh, Boxy. Laurel try and go back through that gate after them. Smoke up.
There's no way.
From the corner, they're going to sweep from this side of the map, but you can see Team Spirit have really good vision in this area. They should have an idea of what's coming their way, but it looks like they don't. A disruption into Spear is going to pick off the Batrider pretty easily, and now Maposhka caught inside the arena as well.
Dude, Saberlight has been absolutely on point this game, getting all the extra catches, all the extra jumps, saving spells for the right target. Liquid are continuing to build the lead off that.
This could be a big pickup. They see an amp damage in the bottom rune area. Nisha is going to pick that one up, and immediately Team Liquid is looking for more fights.
This is an Ag Scepter done on that Shaker, so that amp damage is incredibly good right now. They want the Magnus. They will not get him.
It was close.
That was very close. But this will finish up the butterfly for the Morphling. Mickey will match Satanic. These timings, both these carries are within 100 net worth of each other at the 22-minute mark. And Spirit trying to gear up and take this team fight right now. They want to take the 5-on-5. They don't have the BKB on the Magnus, but they feel like this blink on the puck and the butterfly and the Medusa is strong enough to take a head-on exchange, particularly if they can be the ones finding the initiation. They're going to run head-on into Nisha here. Saw him on the ward.
Managed to get him on the lasso. Pull back into Malik. 2-minute heroes. Nisha. No way out of that one. Now Mickey might get caught as well here.
Yeah,
wait for him a little bit distance. Instant RP. 2 dead on the side of Liquid off of that blunder. And straight into the Roshan pit for Team Spirit.
Dude, what an MVP ward. the vision from Spirit, it has won this team so many big games, so many big lands, and Miposhka, he just sets it all up here. And the second you start pulling heroes back into this lineup, you're absolutely going to get deleted. Until this Morphling has a BKB, if he decides to go for one, that ET gets on top of you, say goodbye to your armor, you are going to get absolutely disintegrated. Mid-game lingered in a situation that there was nothing to linger there for. And that Roshan that I felt was Liquid's almost a position for and try and take, suddenly just completely out the window.
Yeah, this is one of those things, Team Liquid, they're so aggressive in this mid-game window. A lot of times it seems like they feel like going for Roshan is giving the enemy team too much breathing room.
And that's not necessarily wrong. Sometimes that's a negative net worth Roche.
Absolutely. But in a situation like this where they don't control the mid game, it just means Roshan is free for the taking for the enemy team when they do finally get that break.
You were also just neck and neck in these timings, right? You matched the two carry timings, and I think you had a slight advantage with Saberlight getting to his BKB on the Big Mars Initiator compared to Malik on that Magnus, who was still looking for his. Right. So if you had Roche positioning with a Phoenix Egg, with an Arena, you just create a favorable fight for your Shaker to find the initiation. I felt like that would have been pretty good for you. It's not always about the Roche, it's about the fight or forcing your opponent into your position. Liquid are going to miss out on that opportunity, as now they just kind of have to farm into the Shaker BKB. I will say they did pick up a Hex on this Phoenix. It's a Scythe Rush for Insania. This is a build that's found a resurgence in the last few years, and it's pretty cool to see in this game because you're trying to find more solutions for Puck as this game goes later and later, and you just need as many as you can get.
Dude, Larl's game is so hard. Yes. He's going BKB.
He needs it.
He needs it, but it means it's not an answer to the instant initiation that the Scythe is going to be able to provide, or potentially the Echo Slam.
Maybe shifts more emphasis on this Magnus finding ways to start the fight, or the Bat Rider. Start the fight for Team Spirit here and not let Puck be the first one in. Once you're in, though, you have to pop that BKB early. Because otherwise you are getting echoed, you are getting sight, and you're just getting chain stunned into oblivion. There's not really a hard save in this Spirit lineup. There's some small bailout mechanisms in Disruption, but if Liquid just BKB and chain stun you down.
Running into Saberlight here, Team Spirit. Is Saberlight going to be able to react fast enough, or does Team Spirit not even find him? They spot Nisha. Malik instantly blinks away. He wants none of that smoke.
Yeah, that's a BKB Earthshaker. Very, very different target to bring down compared to earlier. And the BKB is just arriving for everybody. This game is so even. We're going to have BKB Puck, BKB Magnus, BKB Earthshaker.
Team Liquid, the ones to be dodging fights now. Boxy managed to take a Power Rune away from Team Spirit, but Team Spirit are still going to force it. They've got 2 minutes for this Aegis, and Satanic wants objectives.
And the script is flipped a little bit from that early game. It's now Spirit grouping up for these objectives, trying to get as much out of this Aegis as they can. These are what Medusa lineups are designed to do. Put him on the front line, force the objective, get the fight out of baiting an opponent onto you. But Liquid want none of it. They're just going to split the lanes, dodge this Aegis timer.
Look at Boxy. He's going to try and cut these waves, but seems like he had a read. The Team Spirit is backing up for him, in part because of that mid-ward.
You're not losing too much gold in this period. Again, Insania is the one finding a lot on these side lanes. So do you just go high ground here if you're Spirit? It's a big question. You have a minute 40 on this Aegis.
They do have the spear push into the base move.
Yes.
That is dangerous to go for the high ground into a Fissure Block, yeah.
I think they wanted to just try and force heroes back or see something there. It's
Yeah.
not a real high ground attempt. Didn't get much though. Liquid didn't really react.
No.
This is going to be an Aegis that you just get a tier 2 out of and you farm the map. You want to keep scaling up this Puck. That's the real X factor for this Team Spirit lineup. Getting Laurel into the 5 or 6 slots, that's going to relieve a lot off the other 2 cores in this game and can be a big threat in that late game. Again, the direct lockdown for Liquid, it's there in the Echo and the Scythe, but BKB Puck with Octarine going into that ultra late, it becomes something different.
They're going to go for Satanic with a minute left on the Aegis. This is a bold move. Now, they're certainly going to be able to kill him once. That's no problem.
Look at the other cores on the map, though. Puck is nowhere near this fight.
Oh, yeah, this is going to be bad. Malik, is he going to be able to do anything to bail out Satanic here? He's stuck inside the arena. There's nothing Team Spirit seemingly can do about this one. The zone gaze goes out the RP. It's a complete whiff. What was that, Malik? There was nobody in the screen. Team Liquid Liquid baited it in, cleared out the area, and Malik off of a whiff on the RP. Not only is Satanic dead, but he will go down as well. And Maposhka, he might be caught up in all this as well as Sableye looks at him and forgets about him, goes back to his team. They actually caught Insania from behind. They want to stop these heroes, but looks like Rue is the only one they maybe could catch just outside of the vision of Nisha.
Can he get this wisdom room?
Oh, no way. He slips past all of this vision, and he gets the wisdom.
Dude, Spirit are so good at finding small victories in the face of defeat. That's a disastrous team fight. You lose to Dusa twice. You're just trying to bail each other out and feeding more kills. At least you find a support pick off and a wisdom rune. Those are consolation prizes. Still, these head-on team fights, you're just so split on the map. Gotta question this decision of pushing again into a Liquid objective with the Medusa on the front line without everybody there. That's just not a fight you were ever gonna win. These Medusa deaths add up.
Oh, that's high. They might just catch Laurel here. He got the disable. No follow-up just yet. But Mickey's closing in. If he gets a chance to turn into the puck, he's going to go for Maposhka instead. Oh, Laurel, he didn't jump to the orb. He was afraid of getting near Mickey. Now the Supernova instantly goes off, trying to scare Laurel back. Laurel goes deeper and deeper into Liquid side of the map. But now here comes Nisha, and he's got the lockdown for him. Surely, wait. Blink not up, no way out.
Big conversion for Liquid. You chase this puck,
oh, look
you
at
need
Boxy.
to get the payoff.
It looks like he wants to convert on this more. He needs to wait a little bit, but his team is on the way.
He's looking for that power rune. He'll find Maposhka
instead. He's going to find that pickoff. They know they have the numbers advantage. He just wants to be able to stall up any hero long enough that his team can get it. Wait, Insania!
Spirit, once more. Guerrilla warfare on the backside.
5 for 5. Sableye does manage to get the arena surround on Satanic. A spear to the wall. Meanwhile, Stone Gaze on Mickey. But this Dusa, once again, doesn't have any help behind him. Nisha's going to come in for the kill. Laurel trying to come in. There's the RP. That's what they needed. A 2-man RP, but Satanic's out of mana. He's gone.
No damage.
It's just not enough for Team Spirit. His Team Liquid are going to be able to find more. Boxy slows down Rue. They catch Malik as well. Once the Dusa is dead, it's just a grab bag of heroes, and Liquid will get a full handful.
Aggressive outpost buyback from Laurel on Puck, who is starting to scale in this game. And Spirit find nothing off it. A massive setback for their Medusa game plan here, as all the timings are just completely out the window. Liquid's teamfight execution has been crisp. It's just been too much for Spirit to handle. You finally find a couple heroes in this RP. You get all your BKBs off, but Satanic's just dead. Does not have the sustain for all the damage Liquid are outputting right now.
He needs more damage, man.
Yes,
he just is not threatening any of these heroes yet. Too many deaths has resulted in an MKB that is not complete. If he had it in that team fight, maybe they could have gone a little bit more even.
That's been the story the entire game, right? If he has that butterfly bottom, if he has more back up top, if he has MKB there, it's a lot of ifs and not a lot of wins right now for the Spirit ball lineup that is probably going to have to go ultra late here if they want to draw this back, especially if Liquid get this next Roshan, which looks very promising. We saw the BKB arrive for the Morphling here. This is a huge item for Mickey, being committed in the fight with a lot of confidence now, not worry about this ETR on top of him or getting bursted. He can be a pseudo frontliner for Liquid. It's giving you a lot more to play with. Gem on top of Nisha as well. So they're going to start to deward the whole map if you give them control. This is setting up for that next Roshan, which is being pinged out right now. Yeah, you'd love to contest this if you're Spirit.
Nisha, he is set up. He's baiting out this ancient camp. We don't go for it, though. Oh, I thought for sure he was going to jump down and get some sort of Fisher block, but
that was juicy, especially with heroes showing top.
And maybe part of the call being the fact that Roshan is coming up and they figure, it's ours. We've got control of the pit. We just need to make sure we don't throw away any team fights right now.
Absolutely part of the equation. Why go for a risky play when you can just secure Roshan and then make all the smoke moves you want? You need this MKB on the Medusa. It will arrive for Satanic. Does have that Elven Tunic as well, so there's a decent amount of evasion on the Medusa. But we've just been seeing him get chunked down by a lot of the spell damage on the side of Liquid.
Yeah.
They can also just play a game where they ignore him. Lock him in the arena, go for the supports, get a numbers advantage, right?
I mean, there's even little things like just activate Bulwark, right?
Sure.
Mars can just soak up a lot of that damage.
Disrupt him, turn the illusions against Team Spirit. All that evasion, it can backfire real quick.
Yeah, Team Spirit, they don't want that like really chaotic, messy fight that's all over the place, right? That's where Liquid is gonna, I feel like they're gonna thrive a lot more with the mobility of the Earthshaker, with the Morphling, right? They're just gonna be able to pick their targets, these squishier heroes like the Elder Titan, the opportunity to pick up the puck or the Bat Rider when they can.
They just need that small opening. And once they find that jump, they can lock that hero down, burst him, commit the BKBs. That team fight looks solid for them, especially if the Phoenix is still alive to give you the Supernova AoE control. That's been a big factor, though. Spirit have done a decent job finding Insania on the backside of some of these fights.
Yeah.
And that gives you a decent chance to go long if you can survive the initial burst. That they have not been able to do yet, but in theory, you might be able to get there.
Insania joining in on the Liquid chance as we wait for a quick reconnect from Bonksy. We'll say, though, it does feel like Team Liquid, they've had the advantage for a lot of these fights, but it's only a 5K lead.
Yeah, that's the crazy part.
As soon as this Aegis goes away, we're still talking about a game that's going later and later, which, you know, that is what Team Spirit, that's kind of their MO.
It's the satanic effect.
Yeah.
You pull a lot into this guy, he's going to find a lot of farm, he's going to be up there in the net worth. This just doesn't look like the position Spirit wanted this Medusa to be in. Yeah, it's even, but this is a hero that we've seen them close games out where the Medusa's 5 or 6K ahead of his counterpart, right? Yeah. That is an ideal situation. So I think if you're Liquid, you're pretty happy with the game state right now. You're pretty confident in the impact Mickey can have in the fight, and particularly Saberlight. Honestly, he has been really impressive this game. He's found a lot of really good arena spears, slowing the Medusa's teamfight impact down, isolating heroes, getting that extra catch. It's creating a lot of space and havoc on that front line, and Spirit don't have a great answer to this Mars, honestly. He just picked up a Halberd. You got a Craggy Coat as well. It's a lot of extra armor, a lot of extra survivability here. Who is going to take this Mars down if you don't get some crazy start with a lasso or a skewer?
Yeah.
You do have this double displacement combo, though.
They do.
And, I mean, we are talking about Team Spirit. There's a team in the history of Dota 2 who has won a lot of, you know, pretty big tournaments off of using some displacement strats. They're very familiar with it.
So we'll see what kind of vision Team Spirit can play around to offset Team Liquid's team fight advantage.
It's huge. Absolutely key. But Poshka needs to continue to find those high ground wards, continue to set the vision up so that this Magnus and Bat Rider can find those openings, because you can't go blind. There's absolutely no way.
You can see Laurel, he feels like he needs to help out on the damage department. He went Parasma. It does mean that he is still exposed to that Scythe of Ice pickup, that early pickup from Insania.
Yeah, no Lincoln's Octarine type build, so he is more susceptible to getting chain stunned or initiated on, but he does have that BKB to just commit in the fight and deal the DPS, and that's what he's probably going to go for here with, you know, Parasma into the Ags buildup, into what looks like Mjolnir.
I do think it's the right build. I think that the Dusa can't carry the damage alone, not from the team fights that we've been watching.
I agree. You need another big damage dealer in this game. That's been your biggest issue, because honestly, Spirit have done a reasonable job at landing pretty big stomps, some okay RPs. It's been hit or miss, but you got 2 cores in that last fight. The Stone Gazes have caught the Morphling here or there.
They're going to try and catch Malik in the bottom lane, and got him on the Echo Slam. Follow-up spear, chain stun, he's gone.
Another big pickoff, another big catch. Some of the side effects of this gem being on the map so long for Liquid. Not a lot of deep vision for Spirit right now, not a lot to play around.
Oh, no way. Insania! What was that kind of read? He's going to get Rue to use his BKB. Did he know that Rue was going to be cutting the waves like that?
He's been sneaking up here for a while. Insania's been doing his own fair bit of ratting, so just force Spirit back to their base, corral the map. Again, you look at the vision on the map right now. There's this dire ward up by the outpost, which isn't doing much, and one on your triangle, but the Spirit just don't see anything else right now. And it's such a hard position to play around. They're getting clumped, they're getting corralled, have to play behind the Medusa once again, which, by the way, every time you send these Medusa illusions out, Boxy has been disrupting them and pushing the lane straight back in. So they're not really giving you any map control. If anything, it's just giving this Shadow Demon a lot of extra gold. And that is the MKB done for the Morphling. This is a massive power spike for Liquid right now, and they know it. 230 left on the Aegis. Evasion Pierce in the hands of the Morphling to go through that Butterfly plus Element Tunic on the Medusa.
They do have that displacement, though. And Malik, he's going to put it to use. Immediately, a Horn Toss, pull back in, but Mickey immediately activates the BKB. There was the interception on the side. They still went for the lasso. Oh, that's not going to work out for you, Rue, at all.
Oh, way too aggressive. That's just a forced play. Especially when you have things like Disruption Save, Arena like we saw there, and that BKB on cooldown. That's the big factor, right? That side play top puts the bad BKB on cooldown. You don't get out of that situation if you're Rue. You're just fishing there. You get the BKB out of the Morphling, which I guess stalls his high ground a little bit here.
Yeah, I thought that was going to be good enough. Like, okay, you Horn Toss skewered. You got a BKB charge for it. I would say that's good enough. But Rue really trying to force it there. Malik will continue to fish for heroes to drag into the base. So the question is Team Liquid bold enough to use this Aegis to fight into that play? And it seems like they're not.
Not without the Morphling BKB. Even then, and that's a big question. How do you break this Spirit high ground? And this is a team that's happy to just defend their base and play for the ultra late. Particularly when they have Puck. It's a hero they have a lot of confidence in going the distance. They still have a lot of room to grow, and dude, I am just always surprised by how much farm Satanic finds, even in these situations where it feels like your map's closing in. He's still top net worth. He finishes at full save. Eye of Scotty plus BKB from the last time we talked about him. He's a lot tankier than those previous fights, even if you have the Evasion Pierce. This Aegis will expire without a full team fight for Liquid. They do build that net worth lead a little bit, but I do wonder how much it's enabling you to end this game. Enabling you to go the high ground.
Oh, Insania. He Glimmer Capes, but they have the dust for him. Very defensive ward. He's certainly going to know that that area of the map is warded.
It'll expire by the time you ever get to de-warded. And just when I was saying Spirit didn't have a lot of vision on the map, they somehow find a way to make their one obs work.
Yep.
So another nice pickoff. He's high level. That's a long death timer. And that means more time to split push the map. More time to find farm on this Puck. As we see an Abyssal fly in for Saberlight. Interesting choice here. Another item to stall up Medusa in the fight. Another mini lockdown for the Puck. It's pretty instantaneous.
Yeah, I guess so.
Not an item we see a lot on this hero, but could make some big plays with it. I mean, you can even do cheeky
if you
things.
wanted more lockdown, what? Don't you just go Scythe and go the Refresher build?
Well,
I mean, the Refresher build is really good against Dusa, too.
Yeah, but you're playing against BKB Puck, not Lincoln's Puck. So if this Puck blinks in BKB, you just blink Abyssal and maybe you burst him down with a Morphling.
I don't know.
There's also this cheeky play where you can blink Abyssal, the BKB Batrider, who's trying to drag your team out.
Okay.
There are some small things I could see making a difference here. It's a lot more expensive. It's also just more damage, more survivability than Scythe.
Yeah. That part I could maybe get along with.
But you are right. It is very unconventional here, and he has to make it work. Whereas Scythe is just very straightforward, right?
Yeah.
You blink Scythe the dude. You later on get Refresher. You have double Scythe, double Spear, double Arena. It's a late game monster, and you're sacrificing a lot right now for a more expensive item with maybe higher ceiling, but a lot lower floor.
And we'll just have to see what Saberlight manages to accomplish with this. He's obviously got an idea for it.
Spirit high ground ward, defending their triangle right now, trying to bait Liquid in.
Liquid doing the same. The same triangle being played around, just two different kinds of high ground vision. Boxy, he sets up and just gonna get some Dusa illusions here. No follow-up to this one.
Rue's looking.
He's gonna go for it, but he is going to go underneath the vision. Saberlight tried to catch him, misses on the spear. It was right as Rue blinked. Rough timing there for Saberlight as they went blink for blink.
That is so close.
And Liquid immediately smoke up off of that.
Channel the Spirit of Collapse right now. Find that big horn toss, skewer RP.
They're baiting out Satanic, always baiting out Satanic.
Do you want to jump him at this point in the game? Do you have the burst?
I mean, they've done it in the past and it's worked out for them. And they're going to try again. Got the Spear Arena, and he is dead. Oh, wait, RP goes out. Satanic, he gets a couple of shots, but it's just not enough. Now the Sunray is going to go out, trying to protect this Mars, but he's being dragged into hell. He's already gone. Oh, wait, Nisha went in. Nisha with the Echo Slam from hell. Takes down two, and one of them's a dieback.
Satanic, he's back in the fight though, and he will claim a support. He has a lot of HP to work with, but can Spirit rally behind him right now?
Mickey turning into the Morphling, does manage to dodge a little bit. Nisha needs his help.
Man,
Mickey commands going for Satanic. That's going to be a dieback potentially, but no, Mickey's the one to die instead. Now Boxy, drag back with the horn toss. Nisha trying to command. Nisha, can he get the kill on Satanic? He can't. It's a stomp that stops him. Nisha will now try and get away. Shadow Blade up in a second. Blink, Shadow Blade. Still has a dust on him, but Malik, wait, he's hit by the Fissure, another Enchant Totem away. 3 seconds for a Blink Dagger, but he's gone. Nisha gets out.
Nisha did so much work in that fight for Liquid, but the buybacks are enough for Spirit to maintain the evenness in this game, and you were looking at that DPS. Some of that was that ET Aura going to work. 1,000 damage shot straight into Mickey. He got hit by the Mindbreaker, silenced up, and then just 2 hits with that ET Aura near. He absolutely evaporated. Did not have BKB to bail him out.
Yeah,
that
is
always
the
the
part.
risk. That's the risk of going in deep versus lineup.
Yeah. We have not seen that interaction till now, right? This ET Morphling, so many of the times, the ET hasn't been able to survive in the team fight long enough.
Right.
Or you have the BKB from the Morphling, or there was the Butterfly that was a problem. But finally, we get a team fight where Team Spirit show they can burst down the Morphling.
It did take a heavy committal, though. And that was once more giving up Satanic on that first iteration of the jump, where he just goes down basically for free, right?
Yeah.
You can't protect the Medusa. It's a big problem Spirit need to solve in this game. You either need to get the jump first or find a way to displace that combo.
I can't believe Team Spirit is not doing Roshan yet. Going into the pit now, but
they want Laurel to respawn and get down here, but it's a long ways to go. Do note they got this Ags on the Batrider. Rue, he found a lot in this game. It's a nasty lasso initiation if you can find a target. That's a big if.
They're going to use these buybacks and won't be able to get Roshan. This is going to be rough for Team Spirit. If they lose this fight, might just be the last fight of Game 1. But Team Liquid, they have to find the right kind of initiation here. Insania pushing forward. Aeon Dash tried to get the side. Dodged. So that means Team Spirit will dodge that first bit of the initiation. Saberlight still kind of looking here. Wait, Nisha. He breaks his smoke. Oh, Rue! He almost got him there on the lasso, but Nisha, realizing that his smoke broke, blinks back.
It's a game of vision right now.
Nisha with his Shadow Blade, fishing for more information. Once again, seeing opportunities here. And hit the Echo Slam onto the puck with the Fissure behind. He's already dead with the Renowned Supernova Satanic. All he can do is Stone Gaze and head for the hills, head for the base. Get on out of here.
Have to try and
Nisha's
survive.
not going to let him go. Wait, the horn toss. And her RP immediately going to be used. That disruption save. Here comes the BKB. A lasso pull back onto the Mars.
Yo, that damage. The Stone Gaze locking heroes down. Mickey, he needs help right here. He needs support. Nisha just doesn't have enough to bail him out.
Getting low. The skewer. Oh, what a bowling ball hit from Malik. Right down the middle. It's a beautiful strike.
Can Mickey get out? Barely survives as there's no stuns left in the tank for Spirit. But a buyback from Aposhka, able to turn near Spirit's base, and Malik, with the skewer of a lifetime, finds everybody on that ramp. A beautiful team fight from Spirit as finally Satanic is able to stand his ground and deliver despite a sick disruption from Boxy. There's just so many important disables from both teams that need to land, need to hit their target here. And Mickey unable to sustain himself through the second half of this fight, especially with Maposhka on top of him for some of that.
That skewer.
It was beautiful.
So sick from Malik. What a play. I mean, he starts it all off. That last half of the team fight with that horn toss, quick reaction on Nisha that forced Liquid in. And then he hits a skewer after that. I mean, just amazing.
Absolutely delivered. He now has And Aeon disassembled that he can play around 2 on this Magnus. Very difficult to jump him. And Team Spirit are going to take that team fight win and go into a dire side Roche, which is a lot better for them. They're going to switch this timing interval back to their side of the map, where if its game goes another Roshan, should be favorable for them. Yep. Especially in a lot of these fights, it's come down to the buybacks, right? Getting the extra heroes in that exchange, and Liquid are just running out of ultimates, running out of control to throw in there. You're going to maybe need a refresher on this Shaker. Some more sustained damage here as the third Roshan will be Satanics to take Aegis and Aghanim Scepter to this Medusa. He is now well ahead of the pack, almost 8k difference out of nowhere. Another lockdown mechanism you're going to have to think about.
Yep. Gotta be careful with that. That is now an Aghanim Scepter snake that comes out, so it will get you.
That refresher for Satanic that he picked up right as he went into that fight was also big. Having 2 Stone Gazes to play around, double BKB if you want it. It got delivered just as that fight broke out. And you gotta remember, so much of that started with a solid initiation from Liquid. Nisha found Laurel. Liquid took the puck down without him getting a single spell off. And somehow Spirit pull it out and get a Roshan on this map. They now have 4 minutes to work with on this Aegis. Can you push high ground? Can you start to use this to force the game into your advantage in terms of base objectives? A task that neither team has been able to accomplish. Do pick up an amp damage rune in the bottle of Laurel. That's a big one here. He also hit his level 25 on the puck, so you now have this Dream Coil that goes through debuff immunity. That's a big tool to work with, especially when you have things that can snap this coil really easily in the fight.
Yeah.
This puck is starting to gear into that late game, and there's a lot of Aeon Disc on the menu here. Both teams just want to survive the big initiations. Can't blame them.
That's going to make a world of difference. The coil piercing that immunity.
And it's doing some damage.
Yeah.
That's the other thing. This puck is starting to do some serious right click. You got to remember, this puck is also going to be empowered. This is still a Magnus lineup where you're buffing up the damage of these 2 cores. You have Eteora going through. Damage is starting to get there for Spirit. Another aggressive smoke. The Magnus looking for an opening. Maybe you can find that lasso.
Team Spirit pushing over the river. Satanic boldly putting himself on the front lines with 3 minutes left on the Aegis. Team Liquid holding up on high ground.
I think we can safely say we're at the part of the game where Liquid do not want to jump this Medusa with 2 lives anymore.
No, not anymore.
It's not going to end as well for you as it did earlier on. You're going to have to find some backline targets. You're going to look for that puck like we saw earlier. Still no Aeon Disc on Laurel. He has the gold for it, but doesn't want to buy out. Still has that buyback available. Could see like an orb buyback situation, or just a buyback TP outpost if you can get control somewhere. Spirit are not afraid to use the gold to their advantage here. It's a Tentacle TP top. So this will be Spirit abandoning this radiant side of the map. Medusa shows. Some breathing room for Liquid.
Yeah, I guess at this point in time, it's breathing room for Liquid, but it also lets Team Spirit get to the reset on all their buybacks. They are all back up, except for Mopochkas. But, you know.
It's honestly an important one. This guy's a madman in the late game with the Titan. And his hero has some of the craziest late game spells of any support in Dota if you can land him. He's been landing some 6 stomps.
Yeah, and I guess his interaction with the Morphling, it's really crucial for him to be next to the Medusa whenever Mickey tries to go for that mana.
Yeah, if Moposh can get on top of Mickey, it's a game changer. Do have to consider that BKB, and it's not the easiest task, but this Elder Titan does have the Ags and the Shard, so he's in that territory where he can make it happen. With the jump onto the stomp, with the debuff immunity, all these little things adding up here. Spirit retake the net worth lead in this game as it was starting to spiral out of control. Now they have a lot to play with here. A lot of initiation tools. Another amp damage on the Medusa. Still have a minute on this Aegis. I mean, surely you would love to force the fight and get a team fight out of Liquid right now.
Yeah, with an amp damage, I feel like you probably just force it, right?
And are Liquid gonna fight here? They have a high ground ward.
I mean, last time they took the team fight with a minute left on the Aegis. Are they willing to do this again?
They want the backside of Spirit's formation. They want the supports, they want the mag.
Oh, Malik would have been a great pickup, but Nisha, he's gonna deal with that high ground ward. 30 seconds left on Aegis now.
Smoke up from Spirit. Looking for the jump.
A last-ditch effort to get some mileage out of this second life on the Dusa. And failing that, perhaps just a pick off.
Look at this ward mid. It saw Mickey, and Nisha, he kills it, so Liquid know they've been spotted.
They're trying to get away now. Liquid backing out, but Team Spirit, they might just get there. Maposhka.
High ground ward.
High ground ward. Rue, he managed to get it with the negative lasso on 2. Supernova does go off, but Nisha's already dead. Nisha does have buyback. They do not have outpost control, though. Insania, what a great stomp timing. Just
Maposhka.
great stuff from Maposhka.
This guy is way too good, and it all starts with that vision. The high ground ward, the extra smoke. Spirit save all these little utility items for the team fights. They don't waste them on the map for random plays. They want it for the 5-on-5, and it pays off every time. As a double lasso from Rue lands, it just seals Nisha's fate. And now you absolutely can start to poke that high ground. Your only counterplay is the wrap potential from the Morphling, which does do some serious damage. Might have to consider what the trade here is, but Zaytanic's going to man out. He's going to start hitting Liquid's base. Still has that refresher to work with, so double BKB available for the Medusa if it really comes down to it.
Mass illusion push in the bottom lane. Team Liquid, both offense and defense. Spear goes out. And they're trying to commit a little bit onto Satanic. Already hit him with the Abyssal Blade. There goes the RP, but only locked down the Mars, and there's the disruption. Now Mickey chasing after them with the Skewer 4, waveform out. Satanic, he's going to be blocked out a little bit. They need to be able to help out Satanic here, and they got the grab on Mickey. Just what they need with the Earth Splitter on top. The arena trying to protect him. Mickey, is he going to die here?
He is so low, but the Medusa will drop first.
He's already dead. Mickey's gonna fish for more now. He looks after Maposhka. Maposhka with his vulnerability and Laurel. He's out as well.
No, he cannot escape. Does not have that Aeon Disc to bail him out. Opted to save the gold for the buyback.
And Team Liquid, they use some buybacks for that, but they can force some buybacks out of Spirit as well.
Very expensive exchange. Nisha's buyback. Nothing to scoff at in this game. Spirit did not commit any of their own. And that means they can use all this gold they saved up. If Liquid don't get anything in this return...
Yeah, that's a big if. I feel like Liquid are gonna run it down.
You kind of have to here, right? You can't just let Spirit get away with... Okay, they got big buybacks, and now they get to spend all their gold, and then we go into the next Roshan cycle. That seems super favorable for them. We once more see the susceptibility of this Medusa once the mana's gone. You're so close to finishing Mickey off in that Lasso Earth Splitter burst. You also horn tossed him out of the coil.
Bocce's gonna have to come up clutch here. You know there's gonna be a horn toss skewer back. There's the potential for a lasso after that. They gotta protect Mickey here. Mickey's gonna try and force those buybacks.
Will Spirit go for the buybacks, or are they willing to just sacrifice some lanes of racks here? That is another option.
How many buildings is it going to be?
I think they're happy to give up one lane. 2 you might fight for, but by then the cooldowns are going to be almost completed.
1 lane down, 35 seconds left for the Dusa, 15 seconds on the puck. If the puck is up, I'm not sure if Liquid can keep this going.
Rue, he's
10
hunting.
seconds left, Rue. He's gonna fish for it soon. Waveform has already been used. That puts Mickey in an awkward spot. Swim blink in, horn toss missed.
Look for the lasso.
Now the lasso attempted, but a waveform goes out. The arena misses as well, but Mickey will get his second lane.
Could he not? What? What?
I don't know what the hell that was.
Could he not click it?
It might have been some sort of arena bug.
It was on the arena wall. He couldn't target it or something. I have no idea. Either way, they do not get that barracks. And it'll start to regen up here. And Spirit, they do not commit buybacks.
We're in for another Roshan and potentially another 60-minute Liquid game, Avery. Wow. Tier 5 items, it could be a game changer.
Why is it always us? Why is it always us here?
Why are you complaining?
I'm not complaining, but... There's some sort of magic happening with this team.
Bots to Dusa with buyback and refresher.
Absolutely terrifying. There's just so much available in the tank for Spirit.
Satanic is daring you to go for him.
Insania.
And they're going to respond, but they went for Maposhka instead. Maposhka, he's going to immediately use his buyback. The Supernova. Satanic is extremely separated from his team right now. And they throw out the Echo Slam. They're trying to finish him off. And they should, oh, the RP! A second one coming in as well, but it's not even needed. One RP is all it takes to wipe Liquid off the map.
And Satanic didn't even pop BKB. He didn't even pop Refresher. Stone cold blood in this young carry as he believes in the team to bail him out. It was a very aggressive move from Insania. He wanted that Elder Titan, wanted to open up the fight for his cores, and it just backfires. You're looking at the damage split coming out from Spirit. The late game cores have arrived, and of course I mean the puck, but I also mean the Elder Titan Maposhka with the second life gets in there and gets dirty. And you were talking about those RPs. Honestly, that lasso, it was just so nasty from Root. He found the Shaker, plus I think the Morphling, at least
that's
two
a
cores.
dream.
And that RP was just sitting there for Malik to take. The second one, he just pump fakes it 5 times, doesn't even need it. The
AOE. Restraint that he held onto that is impressive.
He's just watching the stun timer, watching the HP tick down. This game has completely turned for Liquid, and they are really struggling to find the damage in these fights now.
And now it's going to be Liquid who will have to give up buildings in order to hold on the buybacks.
I don't know, Spirit they're a little slow on these lanes right now. Not hitting the high ground, opting to just get everything in on the map. Shaker Courier almost dies to creeps near this Tormentor.
I mean, they know the Shaker can't be back, so maybe they feel like they're just playing off of that little window.
Okay, bots to mid, start hitting the base. Let's see what Spirit can get out of this right now. They are still sitting on 4 buybacks. That's the crazy part. It only cost the Elder Titan there. So absolutely be one lane. Just a question of how much more Satanic wants right now.
Oh, I think he wants the whole kit and caboodle.
Have to think about the Spearbacks here. Taking a deep fight into Liquid base with Supernova Disruption.
There's the Spearback. Satanic, wait, lasso. Okay, there's the Disruption save.
He's still very
He's still going to be in very deep. He throws out the arena with the BKB as well. Satanic is on the wrong side of this, but that's okay. Team Spirit are playing it slow for now, waiting on the BKB. The stop on the morph with the Earth Splitter. Nisha has to contest this one. Now the RP, and it's the 2 of them. Supernova in the back lines. Mars not long for this world, but it's Skewer back on through, controlling up Mickey. Heat wave forms through, looking for more. Chasing after some of the back line, finally decides to man up Satanic.
This is just an Aegis though, Mickey. You are in
Another
way
spear
too far.
comes in, a horn toss to break the coil, and he's dead. An immediate buyback. They have to play for this one. Nisha's in trouble. Another skewer. Malik, knock him up and set him down into their graves. There is nothing left for Liquid now. It is all over.
They stared into the eyes of the snake, and Satanic met them head on. He stands and delivers. This Aegis still intact. They did not bring him down once as Team Spirit put on a late game show and say welcome to the Coliseum. We have all the control in the world. What a game 1.
What a great game 1 to be able to showcase these 2 teams, and Team Spirit showcase in particular that they are not to be trifled with in the late game. Liquid cannot let them get to this point.
Absolutely not. You have to find a way to get more tempo in that mid game. Take away the map, take away the buildings. Because when this game goes ultra late, the Team Spirit magic comes out. And I don't care who's on this roster. As long as Maposhka's there, as long as you have the vision, as long as you have the direct calls, the decisiveness, the plays are going to come. But man, what a game from Malik on this Magnus. It started out rough. He had some early RPs that missed. But the late game skewers, absolutely on point.
Absolute cinema from Team Spirit and Liquid. The lower bracket continues to shine here in Bangkok.
How do they keep on making it happen every single time Liquid is on this stage? You know you're in for a hell of a show. Although, for this time, it does not go their way as a Spirit end up clutching it out. Hell of a game. 23, I don't know how much of it you got to watch because I know the Thai fans have been very excited to see you. What was your impression of this game, number one, from what you did catch?
I think it's really team fight based, this game. Like, it can turn out anywhere. So, turn out that Spirit play better. I think they have an easier way to play the game because they have like ET late game, Magnus late game, Refresher. So it's pretty easier for Liquid in the late game. So yeah, if the game goes late, I think it's easier for Spirit to play.
I know, Fear, you especially you had a vision of how this late game was going to play out. At like 30 minutes, you already told me, the next 20 minutes are going to be insane. How did you know that was going to be the case?
Well, we had Liquid and Spirit playing for one, and the second one is we see a Magnus, we see a Batrider. Liquid, they like to win games early if they can. It's not going to happen against Magnus Batrider. This has been the staple for Team Spirit every single time they play. And you look at the other side, you have Shaker, you have Mars, you have a Phoenix. There's so much team fight. So much of this game is going to come down to execution, and more importantly than anything, I just kind of looked at this game as a whole and it's like, neither of these carries can frontline. So it's going to be a game where you can't show any heroes. Smoke ganks, warding is going to be super important, and that's bound to make team fights very exciting.
Okay, but can we talk about Malik, because he channeled this like spirit of collapse. Like, we saw a collapsed Magnus here clutch the late game with those skewers, with those RPs. So many times it looked like Satanic was just done for. Then boom, Malik would just show up, turn the tides of the fight, and that is what you want to see out of him. Like, everybody was saying, oh, he's got big shoes to fill, it's gonna be way too hard, like he's no collapse. On this main stage here, he's proven us he can do it. He's just as clutch.
It's his most played hero at this tournament, with this now being his 5th game, and he's only lost 1 of them. And I'm telling you, if it was Collapse's name, people would be first face banning the Magnus. I think it's about time that they start putting respect on it, though, because he did a hell of a performance.
I think
he really did. He cooked really hard here.
Yeah, I mean, I think in general you can't give this team 2 heroes specifically, and it's going to be the Bat and the Magnus going forward. They've proven time and time again, if they get these heroes, the early game doesn't matter. They will find a way in the late game to get that reposition on you, and you will get caught out, and then Satanic will carry the game when they get that opening.
And you always want to see teams like have this resilience as it progresses later on in Team Spirit. Since this new roster's inception has always been able to do that. Sure, they've had to iron out some differences, maybe get some of their newer players a little bit more experienced, but they've gotten to the point where they have this strong win condition player, they can play around them, and they're just delivering with the big moments, because it wasn't just the RP. We saw so many clutch Earth Splitters come in the last second, coils, and then Magnus would come snap the coil with a horn toss. So many cool stuff was happening.
Medusa, every single time it's in Satanic's hands, it's been doing work. And I know whenever we were in the draft, we were asking you, like, okay, is there any other carry to pick? Now that Liquid has selected the Shadow Demon, maybe it discourages the Medusa. And you were scratching your head, you're like, I'll still go Medusa, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, as I said, I think Tusa is good against Morph, but I just want Liquid to win, so I just say Liquid.
It's just that easy. Although, for all the praise that we had for Malik, there was one moment in particular where I saw him jump in, and I was like, that's an uncharacteristic move. Mira, you mind explaining what happened in this fight?
All right, as you guys know, Mars has a facet called Bloodsport, in which you can't see what's going on inside of the arena. So Malik goes in, RPs nothing, which then allows the rest of Liquid to kill Medusa. But I think this is where we talk about the team being newer and maybe having miscommunication, because that's not Magnus's fault. He can't see. You know who can see inside the arena? Medusa. Medusa's the one who should make a call, I'm dying, or I'm good, nobody's touching me. Like, that was kind of what we were talking about, how Spirits still have some wrinkles that they need to iron out. Yeah. And as we can see here from this graphic, the average age of players Sphere is quite different.
Yeah, it quite is, and we see Satanic, the youngins, sometimes they don't like to talk. I have my experience with that in the past, playing with Samel when he was 17 years old, so I can confirm that. And 23, when you first came into the scene, did you talk a lot?
Nope, not at all.
Not at all, so.
I'm just chilling, play the game.
How much of that, were you excusing it by saying, oh, it's a language barrier thing, my English isn't quite as good, or you could tell that you just didn't feel confident enough to speak up in a team fight?
I think back then I did not confident enough. I'm just a kid, so I didn't say much.
Have you felt the confidence growing? Can you tell that you communicate more, or that even you like communicating more?
I think I just like to communicate more now because I want to win more, I guess. Back then I just chilling. Chill more. I'm just a chill guy, you know?
Just a chill guy. Let that be a lesson. Communication oftentimes nets results. And despite that, though, Malik's, I think he got a little bit more disciplined coming into the next few arenas. And maybe it's because he also had a better picture of what was going on by being able to see what was going on. Let's take a look at our Kadia award of this game for game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of like options in this game for good wards. We see right here, immediately they start rotating to this ward. They put on the high ground. Typically, you deward that right away, but unfortunately, it already gave the vision necessary, and we do see Rue go in blindly here, pick up 2 heroes immediately with Laurel, and this allows you to get a team fight that I think solidified its Spirit coming back into this game here. And so, yeah, that ward definitely helped them get this team fight.
We've shared a lot of praise for Satanic, but Mira, can we give Rue his flowers? Because he has also been slotting in to this lineup, playing on stage, playing in front of a crowd for the first time, and he's flawless.
Not flawless.
Not flawless.
I would say,
Close to flawless.
Because we did see a couple of moments there where he was like force-staffing in to lasso BKB and Morphling.
Yeah.
But we did see the age graphic. This is just growing pains. He is one of the most improved players on this new Team Spirit roster, and it already looks night and day difference from the first tournament we saw him a couple of months ago. He already looks like he's becoming tier 1. He's getting more experience playing on the stage, and I am confident in his progression as a player.
Overall, both these teams have shown exceptional growth throughout this entire tournament, and hopefully that trend continues, because no matter what, we're going to get one more game as we prepare for game number 2.
What's the status?
It's not good, boss. This one is far beyond my pay grade. I don't know if I can do it.
It's not what I want to hear. Tell me, what organization do we work for?
Casually helping others resolve issues.
And when we work to help Dota players resolve issues, I need you to think
Like our prime agent.
I should pull out a machete.
No, 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 no.
we don't solve issues with threats of violence anymore. We've changed. Our prime
Agent.
No, you don't mean him.
I do, Jenkins. Play more like Kuro.
Sleeper Agent Trent. I can't figure this man out. He's a savant. How did he do it? You were in Wallachia. Maybe you know.
I wasn't there. Synderen was actually casting.
Why the fuck am I talking to you then?
Here, you can't walk around and tell people to suck it. It's just not professional.
Okay, but it's my brand. I like to suck it. I like to tell people to suck it.
But it's just, it's not our thing on Team Liquid. You know, we're the professional team. Okay, you get it? You gotta stop this. It's not good.
Wow. You win TI once, get carried by Nisha. Let's have this conversation face to face when you're not standing on pillows.
Sleeper Agent Big L.
Son of a...
I know you don't like to be bothered on vacation. This one's important.
Not my problem.
Could tear the fabric of the Dota 2 scene apart.
I can't believe that you would come here.
We're talking TI winners, Big L.
No, No. No, no, no. Hey, Jenkins. Best of luck.
You know what, Saber? We're both tall. What? We don't need to argue about this. It's all good, dude.
You are right. We are. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
So how'd you do it?
What's the one line that no Dota player ever wants to cross?
Damn, that's dark. Well, we all did see the Reddit thread.
Take a look around you. What do you see? So many people trying to be me. Said it all along, yeah, but you never listen. Show you how it's done now. Just wait and see. I'll show you how it's done now. I'll show you how to win the fight. I'm never gonna quit this, so step aside. Gonna get so much faster. Gonna get so much stronger. Gotta find my eyes and blood inside. Gonna go so much bolder. Gonna go so much better. 'Cause nothing can stop me now. Said it all along, yeah, but you never listen. Show you how it's done now. Just wait and see. I'll show you how it's done now. I'll show you how to win the fight. I'm never gonna quit this, so step aside. Gonna get so much faster. Gonna get so much stronger. Gotta find my eyes and put it inside. Gonna go so much bolder. Gonna go so much better. 'Cause nothing can stop me now. You and me gonna take this world. You and me gonna fight it out. You and me gonna take this world together. Gonna get so much faster. Gonna get so much stronger. Gotta find my eyes.
Welcome back, everyone. Time for game number 2 of our lower bracket semifinal. Spirit gets the advantage right now as they are up 1-0 against Team Liquid. And both teams, I feel, got a lot of comfort in that game 1. And yet, somehow, I feel like not too much can be shaken up because these first phase bans just seem set in stone. You gotta get rid of DK, Alk, Invoker, Chen. Maybe Mag moves up the list, though, because Liquid are so far sticking to that, and Spirit get rid of the Templar Assassin, and they actually ban out the Mag and the Monkey King.
Yeah, you gotta take the Magnus out. I mean, that hero is just so high value for any team that plays it, but when you don't have first pick and your team spirit, you don't want to give it away either because you respect the hero so much.
Yeah, and I think Bat Rider really needs to be looked at for both these teams. They both can play it really well, but I think Spirit has been winning the same way for a long time now in this lower bracket, where Liquid has kind of proved that they can win in multiple different ways. So can you ban out Spirit? Maybe not, but you know what's coming, and you have to have like maybe preemptive strategies.
I have a question for you, 23. So you just lost with Morph in a long game like that. Do you feel comfortable enough in the game too when you could potentially get eliminated to run it back? Like, do you identify a problem with the carry pick, or do you think it's something that you could still look to build in this game too?
I think they picked the Morph too early, and I think Spirit pre-planned it. They want the ET and Bat to burst, I feel like. So I think if they pick it late, or like later, I think it can still work. Yeah, but not like so fast.
Do you think maybe Team Spirit could look at the hero for themselves too?
Yeah, I think Morphling on Satanic is really good as well. And to be honest, I don't think Morphling is that bad last game. It's just like a combination of random things happen in the late game because of like Spirit late game is too good. Yeah.
Regardless, it seems like both these teams are taking out these heroes that they relied on previously. Spirit banned out their Magnus, and Liquid are banning out their Morphling.
I think Spirit might be onto something with this Elder Titan that no other team is on right now. Because if you kind of look at every single banning stage right now, this DK is gone, this Alchemist is gone. Like, what heroes do you want to pick right now that are not incredibly hard to play versus this Elder Titan as a carry? Maybe you can help me with that one, 23.
Usually the heroes that's good against ET are like strength, not HE. So, but the thing is that DK alt can...
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
Most of it is getting banned.
How about Sven? Sven,
I think
good?
Sven is good. It gives armor and it can like kill ET fast, but it needs to be picked like 18 or 17. It's easily to get counter in the lane. As for Sven.
Yeah, so far throughout this tournament, DY on Gaozu was the only other player to pick up Elder Titan, but Miposhka is finding a lot of comfort on it.
I mean, it's also just a big team fight hero. Like, we saw the importance of team fight come into play in that game one. We're seeing two big team fight openers already for either team, with the Elder Titan splitter, with the Phoenix Supernova. And even though Liquid lost, Insania played a really good game on the Phoenix. He was super farmed, he went for first item Hex. He got lucky and got the shard from the Tormentor, so he got the Hex really early, and they were getting very key kills very early on.
Yep. I think Bat Rider should be looked on. I don't know why it's not picked yet. I think it should be picked later or like soon. Because I think, as for me, I'm a professional player. When I have a Bat in my team, I feel really relieved.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree. And Rue has also made the enemy cores very stressed playing against his Bat Rider. And I think going into this game, they've been running this ET Bat like multiple games in a row now. It's looked really good. I would be shocked if they don't pick it right here.
There it goes.
Why do you feel relieved? Is it because you feel like it just gives you such easy initiation later in the game?
It gives like good laning and initiation in the mid game, late game, and when it goes like high ground at the late game is really annoying for like ET and Bat. It just bursts anyone.
I have to imagine it also makes life easier for your offlaner. If your support is able to initiate that strong, and all of a sudden the stress gets lifted off of Malik's shoulders.
Yep.
I mean, they did lose with the support through a Phoenix Shadow Demon, but I still think Shadow Demon is a super high value pick versus both of the supports shown on Team Spirit.
Yeah, other than that, Boxy was showing Hoodwink proficiency yesterday. Hasn't got an opportunity to show it off yet.
I don't think you pick Hoodwink versus either of the supports on Spirit. Like, she just doesn't trade comfortably.
I think that last game isn't going to really be a big indicator is like not picking these heroes like Shadow Demon. I think a lot really just came down to how the team fights are being played, right? I think they had some good answers to what Spirit was going to bring. I'm sure Spirit is still looking at Medusa. It really does feel like Satanic wants to play this Morph, Medusa, TA every single game that he possibly can. And it's been working for them, so I don't think you should stop doing that as well. So I think going in here to Liquid, they're going to go back to Saberlight's Primal Beast, which has been an absolute treat to watch. And I think every single time, even if we go back to our series just yesterday that Liquid played, the one game that they completely stomped is when Saberlight did get his hands on this Primal Beast. So maybe looking to up the tempo a little bit. They also had Phoenix too.
And it gives them that very strong single target BKB piercing disable, which when you're playing against a team like Team Spirit that are very all in on Satanic, having the ability to just lock him down at later stages of the game is going to be very useful.
Wow, insane Oracle.
Yeah, which would mean that Boxy Phoenix then.
I don't see much Phoenix post 4 lately, because it doesn't usually post 4 now contributes like initiation. So we must, I don't know how it goes for Phoenix 4.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see, but I definitely think they're really trying to respect the Batrider here and have some type of save, because so far Rue, whenever he finds someone, it just leads into a kill, because you just drag him right into the ET, and then you get the minus armor, and you just die, and Oracle can disrupt this.
Yeah, I think Oracle is the really good pick so far, right? Because the Fortune's End is good against both supports, so whichever support goes on side lanes, you're going to have Oracle's Q to dispel the Spirit buff, you're going to have the Q to dispel the Sticky Napalm, and of course the ulti for the last one.
And you're going to need to try to stay alive as a Tiny is going to be hunting you down in Laurel's hands, as well as Satanic going back to his Medusa.
What do you think about this Medusa, 23? I mean, we saw Team Spirit win with it. Does it look as good as game 1?
I think Liquid could pick Anti-Mage if he's confident. If it was me, maybe I'd consider
You would call for it?
Yeah. There it goes. It's like a classic.
This is going to be a Mickey anti-mage?
I think it's a Mickey.
Okay.
It's the hero of the event. We had to have it here on the main stage.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to be a Debbie Downer or anything, but you are playing this ET. You do have to blink in to early initiation range, and I think the one thing that I'm not totally sold on is Mickey typically isn't going to be your anti-mage hard carry in this team. He typically likes to let Nisha have a bit of the show, but this is, if they win with it, going to be an incredible boost to Liquid's confidence and Mickey's.
What are the chances that you put Primal Beast mid and then you throw Anti-Mage on the offlane, making
Saberlight anti-mage, I am so down.
I think it's better that way, because Anti-Mage carry this patch is really not that good. And especially against Dusa, I've played this matchup for a lot, and if you're on a carry and a carry matchup, it's not that good. AM need to be an off lane and pressure Dusa in the lane.
So what kind of carry do you think supplements for an offlane anti-mage? Who, he's got a job to shut down Medusa, but how do you enable that through a carry pick?
You just need like a carry with a strong lane and stable early to mid game to help like snowball the game. And that's how you win against Dusa as anti-mage off lane. So he's gonna pick like some Mickey hero, maybe like, I don't know, Gyro or something. Gosh.
Nisha hasn't played any Primal Beast mid, but I really hope he does, because like you mentioned, all of the success that we've seen in the last couple of months of anti-mage versus Dusa has been offlane anti-mage.
Yeah, I mean, I like it. If we want to build off this, I think Mickey, if he's onto the Earthshaker carry train right now, I think that could be really good for them.
They're banning mid heroes though. On Team Spirit, they think that there's no way Liquid run this anti-mage offlane.
Yeah.
I mean, we've been very critical about the flex capabilities of Team Liquid, and it seems like Spirit also are not calling the bluff.
Let's hypothesize. Let's say they run this anti-mage safe lane instead of offlane in 23. How do you think you can enable that as Team Liquid? Because you said safe lane anti-mage has problems this patch.
I think it's not like in this patch, but in this game particularly, because Tiny is gonna keep coming to you and open the tower, which is really annoying. So I think to solve the game, mid lane need to be winning against the Tiny, so he cannot really move. Then the game would be easier. Yeah.
So then what, Huskar? You do have an Oracle on your team.
Yeah, maybe Huskar is good this game actually. But I don't know. Does Nisha play Huskar? I have never seen it.
I think there's been a famous quote that Nisha can play any
Anything?
hero.
I have heard that.
No, even if he's never played it, he'll play it and he'll play like the top player in the world. Some would argue he plays better if he's never played a hero before.
But like you mentioned, like Tiny is a problem, because if you are running this carry anti-mage, it's not just the pressure of ganking and taking your tower, but also like if Tiny has a good game, he's just gonna toss back the Oracle. Like if he can isolate Oracle from the rest of his team, that removes a lot of Liquid's game plan.
Oh, Ember mid.
Well, well, well. I guess it is going to be a little bit less exciting. Safe lane anti-mage, off lane primal, mid lane Ember.
Oh my god. I don't know, like it could be a hard anti-mage game, because if you have a last pick against anti-mage, there's like there's so many heroes that's good against anti-mage. Like the strengths, like even LC or some, yeah.
Oh yeah.
So, do you think Ember does enough for his anti-mage in this?
It depends on how the lane goes. If Nisha does well in the lane, I think it will help. But as far as I know, the matchup is like 50-50 Tiny and Ember.
We saw an Axe earlier today. I don't know if I'd want LC because you are playing this Oracle. You'll never win a duel in your life, but
Yeah, maybe Axe is good.
yeah, we saw it earlier today, so it is a pickable hero. Could be interesting,
Oh.
but
Yeah, like-
they're gonna go with more of like the summon base. They banned Enigma for this reason.
Dude, that is scary. You have an anti-mage carry, and you have an Oracle Phoenix support duo, and you're playing against Lycan. Like, this Lycan is just gonna run at everything that Liquid has early on, and there's not much stopping him.
Yeah, pretty good Lycan game. The 2 support doesn't really do much. And if he has a good lane, it's gonna open the tower and anti-mage gonna have a hard game.
Yeah. Would you rather be the Medusa or the anti-mage in this game?
Medusa, of course.
And it looks like Insania is going to be on the Phoenix. So despite Oracle being his signature, they give it to the 4 position of a Boxy. I guess synergy with Primal Beast is a little bit better. Now 23. See, there's a lot of people in this crowd. You think you could give me something in your native tongue to get them hyped up for this game number 2? Could we get like a Bangkok, are you ready for game 2 in Thai?
Okay.
All right, lay it on me.
พร้อมไหมครับกรุงเทพ
That's what I love to hear. Guys, it's getting close to the end of the night, but I'm sure you all want a 3-game series, right? They love the Dota, and I'm gonna give it to you with Cap and SVG.
I don't know, Neil. I don't think this stadium actually wants a game 3. Do you guys want a game 3 or what? Then let's get loud, Bangkok, because we are headed into a spicy game 2. Avery, what the hell is this draft from Liquid?
There's something to be said about cooking it up in the kitchen. There's another thing to be said about, did you burn the main dish here? Liquid were definitely cooking with this one. This is a very unconventional support duo. This is a very unconventional carry pick. It's an Ember Spirit mid that we haven't seen out of Nisha in a while.
They have an Oracle Phoenix support duo.
Yeah.
They have an anti-mage.
Yeah. Look, they're the TI champs, so I'm not going to say anything about it. You know, I have my own personal biases. I'll put them aside. When I see anti-mage in my games on my team, I instantly report that player. If it was Mickey on the anti-mage, I'm probably still reporting him, to be honest. Because anti-mage the hero doesn't win, man. This hero just does not win when you need him to. I hope I'm proved wrong, because I want to see a game 3. And if there's a team that can make this lineup work, well, it's the reigning TI champions and Team Liquid, so
Yeah.
I'm,
If there's
I'm
any
hoping for the
matchup-
best. I'm carefully optimistic here.
If there's any matchup, surely it's the Dusa, right? It's the only reason
For sure.
you would ever pick the anti-mage.
Yes.
But the question is the anti-mage good against anybody else on the side of Spirit? Is this just purely just, I'm just going to get this one guy out of here and that's it?
I mean, I guess it's good versus bad. You know, counterspell technology and Blink, and maybe you get an Abyssal or a Lincoln's at some point. You can be this kind of initiator on the backline supports. Elder Titan kind of wrecks this hero, though. He's another agi carry that gets his armor melted. The Stomp can just let your team set up. There's no way to really block the Stomp with any of your spells or your natural item build here. You don't want to buy BKB too early. I don't know, man. This looks like a tough game for Liquid. I also think this Lycan pick just puts so much pressure on this support duo.
Oh, yeah.
You're looking at a support duo from Liquid that effectively has no real stuns. Like, yeah, you have this mini leash purge from Boxy. That's nice on lane versus the Elder Titan, but it's a 4 Oracle. I've seen a lot of really good 4s in the past try and make this work. I go back to some of those games from Jerax, for example.
Sure.
And it is tough, man. It is really tough to make it work. So there's a tall task ahead of Liquid in an elimination game in a game 2 with a draft that is just pure wacky.
A lot of individual pieces that might have a good matchup here and there. Like you said, the Oracle against the Elder Titan will be an interesting laning phase matchup. Really good being able to, dispel out that hero with the bonus damage, but will it actually allow them to pressure the Medusa? Mickey taking so much damage from this Lycan Batrider duo already. And this Lycan was a nasty pickup too. I mean, Animage, this has been a counter to Animage for a really long time, right?
I just don't really see the answers in the team fight, honestly. The lane is one thing, but how are you going to control Spirit just running in, and how are you going to deal with the wolves on the map? You have to respect the wolves that come out from this hero. They can absolutely just solo kill supports in the middle of a team fight. Yeah. They give a lot of vision with the invisibility later on. The cripple is no joke. We're already seeing the strength of these on the lane. This is not a support deal that deals well with it, especially the Oracle. So Liquid really have to protect their backline here. And it's a backline that can do some work, right? You have those interactions of the Oracle going into the Medusa that are really nice. You have the hard save for the lasso initiations, which is why this Oracle is in this game in the first place, really, right? And you have some counter magic damage from the Oracle and attack speed slow plus Sun Ray going into this Tiny that could make Larl's life hard. That's just a lot of small interactions that you have to make work for you to make that teamfight work. And of course, you're still trying to get this game to a point where that anti-mage comes online and can get in there, burn the Medusa's mana, get the big mana void. Yeah. Should not underestimate that mana void, though. And we saw last game that Liquid were able to burn a lot of the mana out from the Medusa. Yeah. That ultimate hits hard. It could pop a couple heroes here instantly. And then you're going to feel real good about this lineup going into the later stages.
Boxy continuing to be a nuisance for this poor Elder Titan, but he also has a pretty interesting interaction with the Medusa. He's got a disarm, but then also Purifying Flames. It's a lot of damage, and the downside is supposed to be that if you use it on the enemy, they get healed up. But that doesn't matter to a Medusa.
Exactly.
Right? The heal that you're doing to her is just not going to matter. So it's just pure damage into the mana shield. So
I fully expect Liquid to get aggressive on this Primal Oracle lane, especially the level 3. Yeah. I think Satanic probably dies once at some point in this lane. It's going to be really hard to avoid. And then you're just jungling and surviving past that. He's getting a lot here in the early stages, though. He is kind of leading the board, free-farming this lane. They force Saberlight back a bit. On the flip side, Mickey, he had a rough start on this top lane, but he has come back to a decent degree, and his CS is not bad, going just for some early stats and trading items.
Already getting so low, Satanic. Not too happy with that pressure. They also got the Lotus into the Oracle's pocket, which is going to be great for Saberlight, and would have been really good for Satanic to have, but does not get that bit of burst regen, so it's going to be probably a crucial interaction, as you said. Very likely that this Medusa is under some serious pressure at some point in the time in this lane and possibly dies.
I also would want to see a big game from Nisha here. If there is a hero on the side of Liquid who can kind of pull all these weird parts together and make them work, it's probably the Ember.
Oh, Insania stuck around too long! Outplayed by Rue.
Man, Rue is having himself a series here. He came up huge in that game 1 on the Batrider. He gets it a second time around. Got to remember, this is the same support duo. Spirit are just going to run it back, and that support duo was very impactful as we went late in that game. You have some different solutions to it here on the side of Liquid, but these are just comfort picks.
Yeah.
They're just going to play them. They're going to force you to deal with them, and oftentimes that's the better approach in a lot of these high, tense situations.
It seems like Nisha is doing really well for himself in the mid lane.
Yep.
More denies than the Tiny. That's not what I expected in this one-on-one.
No, he's doing really well. And again, he can pull a lot of this draft
having
together.
his mana burn. He's going to be in some trouble here. He is 100% dead, hoping to be able to draw aggro from the neutrals. Does not work for him.
Anytime you get kills on Anti-Mage, you are super happy about that. Honestly, this laning phase, not looking too shabby for Liquid. They hold the top 2 spots. The Anti-Mage and the Ember are top of the CS chart and the net worth chart here. That's exactly where you want this draft to be. If the Anti-Mage gets off to a good start here, he can join some of the early fights.
They killed Rue, but now Rue, he TP's into the mid lane, and Nisha has to TP out, and he barely makes it.
Dude, he TP'd tier 1. He didn't even Fairy Fire.
Nice heads-up play for him to instantly recognize that opportunity, but bottom lane, Saberlight is going to run down Maposhka.
Same time top, Malik in trouble.
Even more, Liquid finding kills all around the map.
The gank fails mid, and Liquid find kills on both the side lanes. They're even going to get a little extra mana burned out on Rue. Man, Dude, Mickey is showing up big time. He's already level 5 on this AM. This lane has severely overperformed for Liquid so far in this early game. It is not often you win the lane this hard with the Anti-Mage versus a counter pick. Spirit had their choice here. Could have taken things that just completely debilitate them. I think the Lycan is a good matchup with the Wolves, but Liquid just getting the better of these exchanges, taking advantage of the Batrider being off the lane and finding a big early lead. Look for the 6-minute power rune.
Nisha hoping it's top. It's not. It goes bottom. Instead, Maposhka snags that away.
This man is always on the runes. He just mans up for him. He doesn't care if you kill him on the rune. He's going to take it away from you. That's a good rune to take away from this Ember.
Oh, yeah.
This Ember is strong versus the Spirit supports. Bad Elder Titan don't really deal well with the early mobility and the chain disables that can allow the supports to get in there and follow it up. I do like the pick in that sense. But Nisha has to get rolling.
He's going to be in some trouble here. Gorgon's Grasp. That'll stop Saberlight from moving. Really nice delay. A lot of damage. Mickey actually... Oh, that's not the right blink he wanted. Now pushed over to the side. He needs a Lotus. He's got Magic Wand charges. It's not going to be enough.
That is a huge failed move from Liquid. That Anti-Mage was free farming top. He is top of the chart and just gives away a kill to a Medusa who is under pressure from this lane. Big misplay from Liquid. Spirit will gladly gobble it up. Extra experience for this Elder Titan who was really suffering as well. That was a level 2 Elder Titan. Maposhka needed some extra kills in this game. Wisdom Rune will go to Malik on this Lycan.
Yeah, he needs it too. He needs that earlier level 6.
But again, the experience for the Spirit supports is going to be a little lacking here.
Well, it's a good thing they were just part of an Anti-Mage kill. It was level 5.
Absolutely. A gift.
Really was.
All it was missing was the bow. Should not forget the Oracle ET interactions either. Yeah, you have the Purge on the lane, but you can use the flames to wake people up. You can just throw out the Edict when that Earth Splitter's going in. This is a tough matchup for Elder Titan too. The one upside for ET is if you can ever somehow sleep the Oracle in the fight or throw the Spirit and find him on the backside, give the vision. That part of it's really nice. So it is a matchup that goes both ways. And based on what we saw in that game 1, I expect all these support players to show up.
And that's why the Lycan was picked up in the first place, right? One of the reasons, run down the Oracle. Make Maposhka's game easier by just taking him out of the fight.
I mean, just put the Wolves on Boxy every fight. You don't even have to commit on him with the hero. If the Wolves are on the Oracle, that's good enough. It's just going to be chipping you down. It's going to be slowing you. You're going to be dying. You're going to be thinking about the Wolves instead of the team fight.
The instant grab on Satanic with Nisha making the rotation this time around. Team Spirit. They're going to try and TP in. Save Satanic here. Laurel with the Avalanche. Catches Saberlight. Stops him. And the Mana Void is not enough. Mickey just did not do enough damage with that one.
Another failed game for the AM.
But maybe Nisha could finish him off with the last light, perhaps, and a dive on through. Team Spirit, they brought heroes, but it seems like they just didn't bring enough to the situation. Maposhka looks like he's going to get caught as well, trying to juke his way through the trees. No chance.
Early rotations from Liquid finally paying off. They get that big Medusa kill they're looking for, and this is the type of pace that's going to win them this game. They have to keep making plays, making moves, get all their heroes involved. Mickey joining the fights. This is not a game where Anti-Mage can AFK in jungle like the old days and come out at 40 minutes. This game will be over.
On him. Laurel, they had a scan at the same time, and he maybe didn't expect all of this. Does manage to catch him on the Avalanche.
Gets the bottle refill as well. Decent extra regen as Liquid try and use their aggressive wards here. A lot of wards placed in Spirit's side of the map. Shows you the game plan. Get aggressive with the Ember Spirit when this hero's really strong and Spirit just don't have an answer for him. Nisha should be immortal in most of this early game. He can play up really far. He can try and abuse the power runes if he gets them. Just keep sliding the supports, run them down. Nice little stack steal from Laurel. Happy about that one.
Yeah, he's getting a lot of stacks. Both on his side and Liquid's.
So if you're Liquid, you still want to get these skirmishes going. More rotations from the Ember and the Anti-Mage if you can find them, as amplified damage into Laurel's pocket. That's a big That's a big power rune win for Spirit here.
Outclick Nisha.
Yeah, that's a huge one. That is arguably the strongest rune in the early game for Ember.
Yeah, when you do the max Sleight of Fist build, that's gonna hit hard.
Yeah, it would have been a guaranteed kill somewhere. So the fact they take that away is huge. And now he's gonna make the rotation into top with that amp damage. Lycan form available here. Just trying to push this tower down. All the units on Insania. He is receiving the wolf treatment right now.
Have fun with that, Insania. You're going to be dancing with that all game long. Saberlight. TP out from Maposhka. Dodging death.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Wolves harassing Mickey now too. Things are so annoying. They are unbelievably obnoxious.
It's never going to stop.
Dude.
It's never going to
Go
stop,
away,
Mickey.
dude.
I mean, at least he didn't block the stack.
It's true.
Dire's top tower has
But Malik does take the tower.
Tier 1 bottom dropping at the same time. So Liquid do get the exchange, which I think is nice. You know, you have this Primal versus the Lycan. Lycan's probably a stronger tower pusher, even in the early game. You're happy to kind of make that trade. Issue is you're losing space for Mickey to find the farm. He's kind of stuck up here. The wolves are still on him. You can't fight him. You just can't fight these things. They're way too strong.
Yep, and they don't have mana, so the AM just doesn't do any damage to them.
You get attack speed slowed. I think gets 1, plus 41.
Rue sneaking in from behind with
Alpha
the shapeshift popped. They try and catch Mickey on a bad blink. Mickey, wise enough to it, holds on to his blink until he's closer to the base. Meanwhile, Nisha takes a hefty amount of damage from that amp damage from earlier, hoping now the rune's going to be bottom. Ooh. It is. Haste rune this time around for Nisha.
Makes up for the DD he lost earlier. This is probably the second strongest rune he could ask for here. See if he can make a play happen with. Still looking for the Mage Slayer on the Ember. That's when his damage and, you know, DOT is going to pick up considerably. We'll see if Spirit look for some sort of backstab on this mid tower with the next Lycan form. That's kind of the traditional play with this hero. You want to use every ult off cooldown. Nisha's just going to start running at Malik here.
Yeah, the shapeshift is on cooldown, so Malik might just be stuck here. A little bit of mana void damage. And the slide. Ooh, dodges the avalanche, immediately tossed up in the air, but he can run down Malik, no problem. Now he looks at Rue as well, with the help of Saberlight, because of course Saberlight's here. Liquid are always gonna bring the extra heroes, and that's the Helm of Dom. Oh, that is a rough loss for Malik.
Okay, he was nowhere close to that ulti orb though.
And even worse, Satanic is gonna lose part of his stacks.
Oh, this is the bigger prize right here, taking the XP and the gold away from the Medusa.
And if Satanic isn't careful, he's gonna lose his life. The chains went on to Maposhka instead. Wow. Satanic comes back in, Avalanche on Saberlight, toss him into the Medusa. Saberlight's not afraid though, he actually tries to fight a little bit. Doesn't have his team. Boxy gets caught, no fault promise for the Saberlight, but he does use it on himself. Boxy still taking enough damage though, he's gonna lose his life. Nisha's just gonna try and clean up the Ancients before he exits the stage.
Not the worst exchange for Liquid. I mean, it's an aggressive move. You're probably going to lose someone on the backside of the fight, but you did get some of that Ancient stack. You stole some of the XP. You got the rundown kill on the Lycan, plus his Courier with that recipe on it. And you got your Anti-Mage involved. That's the biggest thing here. Every time you can get some extra assist gold from Mickey, he shows up, contributes a mana void. You feel good about the pace of this game right now. And we're seeing some more utility from Saberlight this game. I think he was a bit greedy in that last one with the Abyssal that never really ended up paying off, right? This game, he's just going Crimson Guard. Really important item to protect your supports here from the damage of the Lycan and just keep everybody in the fight.
Yeah, it is a sick Crimson Guard game.
Yeah.
It's good against the Elder Titan, right? Because it gives you damage block when you're missing armor. It's good against the Dusa. It's good against the Lycan. This is a really nice pickup.
It's going to be strong here early. Question is, can you kind of align the timings? Like, if you get a really fast Crimson in this game, are you taking super early 5-on-5s for things like Roshan or tier 1s with the Anti-Mage joining, right? Does that line up? Could be a little weird.
And that may stall up your like BKB and Aghanim Scepter timings for the Primal Beast.
That said,
if you don't win those fights,
Mickey is having a really good pace here. That Battle Fury is done. He's 3-1-3, 14.5. This is, I mean, this is as much as you can ask for with this hero.
Saberlight gonna try and charge in from behind on Laurel. They get him chains done with the chains, and they both get stomped.
Missed the leash.
Laurel trying to make a way. Supernova goes out, and Satanic backs out with the Stone Gaze. Use the extra movement speed. He will manage to get away. Liquid, seeing a lot of those spells being used, seemingly want to commit to the tower here. Glyph's gonna go up, so.
Classic Ember Spirit, tier 1 tower taking. It almost feels inevitable. If that leash had landed from the Fortune's End, that's a dead Tiny. Bit unfortunate from Liquid, but again, a nice stomp from Maposhka that bails out that play.
And Laurel, perhaps a chance for a bit of revenge here, clears the wave. Siege Wagon's still up, though.
You just can't prevent this.
Yeah.
Don't have a way to all in the Ember, especially with the Oracle behind him, and Zero just has infinite resources, so bye to your tier 1 mid.
Middle tower has fallen.
This is such an even game.
Man, this is pretty nasty. They're going to have Crimson Guard and Mage Slayer.
So
the spell damage isn't a thing. Your physical damage isn't a thing.
The Wolves and the Black Dragon are a thing, though.
Yeah, that is true. Box is having some troubles with that one right now. Avalanche trying to cover the power rune. Laurel gets it.
Don't think you want to waste your resources on him here.
No.
I mean, Boxy's just run off the map. Like, this is going to be the issue for Liquid in these fights. The summons are just so strong here. I'm going to try and bring down the dragon. Worth a lot of gold. And he summoned something new in time.
He just got it off in time. The cooldown just came up, and he barely got vision in time, so he doesn't give that gold to them. But now he was forced to taking a Mind Stealer, which is not the greatest.
Yeah, not ideal here. He'll enjoy the mana aura, but that's about it. Big question for me is, what do Liquid do in the next 5 or so minutes here with the early item timings, right? Your Crimson's done, your Mage Slayer's done. You have the ults on the supports. Are you looking for an aggressive fight that the anti-mage can join? Are you happy just farming with the Battle Fury?
Malik, if he wants out of here, he's going to have to use the Shapeshift, but even then, it feels like his death is preordained as the Pulverize is available anytime from Saberlight. Doesn't have to use it, though.
It's a big pickup. Slows this Lycan's game down a lot, slows the pace down from Spirit a lot. And they're not really getting a lot out of these ults.
Laurel, that toss isn't going to do enough damage by itself. That's a Vanguard anti-mage.
Old school. A lot more survivability for Mickey, though. And this tells me he absolutely wants to join those early fights. You do not go this item to hit jungle. You hit it to get involved.
Yeah, but at the same time, it means you're counter timing with the Manta against the Dusa. You're not going to hit that as earlier, right? And that's such a big impact in those team fights. If you jump with the Dusa, mana void her to hell, and catch some of the allies in the AoE, that'll win you a team fight. This is, I feel like, a risky move. It might be the right one, but I do feel like delaying that timing of the Manta is dangerous.
I think it's okay here. I don't think you need the extra damage. Okay, that's an aggressive Blink, but...
Blink's right on Laurel. Toss stops the dive. Still have to contend with the Sun Ray, with Mickey slowing you down and soon to be out of mana, which means he's not going anywhere. He will be cut down underneath the tier 2, and Mickey immediately looking for more. You can see the Vanguard aggression is out for him. Meanwhile, Nisha contending with Malik right now. Gets a grab onto him. Pulverize, that's going to end, and Malik will be able to run away.
Can Spirit get anything out of this? 2 ults committed. It does not cost Liquid a lot of resources. They are getting a huge amount on the map right now. Spirit need to regroup and find an answer right now because Mickey is just running them off the lanes. This is not an AFK farming anti-mage. This is an anti-mage exerting pressure. This is an Ember Spirit forcing your supports off the map around the mid lane. You have to blink on the Brute Bat Rider. It's time to start finding some pickoffs and using these Lycan forms to regain some map control.
Yeah, but how do you make that initiation when you know the counter initiation is ready at any time? Whether it's a false promise, whether it's a, you get a drag back, but Insania dives in and pops a supernova.
Gotta find supports. That's the name of the game for Spirit. Use the Wolves for scouting, get the Bat and the Tiny on these back lines, and just pop them.
Look how mobile Liquid is around the map. I mean, it's just crazy. Their heat map is
Look at
never...
this move. Top. They scam Dusa on the Ancients. And it's a 2-man gank party.
They don't have the damage, it seems. Maybe if that Fortune's End landed, they could have done a little bit more. But yeah, Nisha, relentlessly aggressive.
This is all information, right? It's space for Mickey because he sees where all these heroes are. He's not afraid of getting picked off, or maybe he should be.
Oh, what a toss back straight to Rue, and Rue's going to be able to combo with the lasso, but the Vanguard makes Mickey so tanky. That's why he picked up that item. Moments like that right there.
Dude, that Gorgon's grasp was so close.
It was. Saberlight. Ooh! Got the deep dive in. Laurel. Is he going to try and save Malik here? The Pulverize goes out immediately. An Avalanche Supernova in response. Mickey goes in. All aggression. And a dive. Oh, nice chains on 2. That's going to be really nice. Rue's already dead. Stone Gaze out, and it hits the Primal Beast. But there are too many heroes from Liquid.
Dude, Liquid are in full form right now. This is one of those games, it doesn't matter what heroes they have, it doesn't matter what the timings are, they are just outplaying you around the map. They are playing so damn fast, and Spirit do not have an answer. This is a similar lineup to game one. You have to group up, you have to find the farm, you have to make this game go late. They missed everything early with this Lycan. He's been food for the anti-mage. You do not see that often. 5-1-5, level 16 for Mickey. He's absolutely making this hero shine right now. And they do not have the damage to burst him. There's just no way. The benefit of this Vanguard is it boosts your raw HP up, which means even if you try and go on this AM, you have more time to bail him out with the Oracle.
Yep.
An extra second counts for everything here. And, I mean, Nisha, he is smiling every which way right now because he knows he's truly invincible in this game. 4-0-4. They have not been close to touching this Ember Spirit at all. Malik feeling the pressure again.
They're just trying to get him to use the shapeshift. He refuses to do it, so instead he dies. Nice stomp, though.
There's just no follow-up.
No follow-up whatsoever.
Dude, Spirit are just getting outmaneuvered right now, and they are bleeding so much for it.
Now the Manta is done for the Anti-Mage. Satanic, if you thought those fights were hurt before, it's about to get a whole lot worse. It's Saberlight going in after Laurel, who already used the Avalanche and the toss away. But Saberlight, he didn't have the Pulverize, so couldn't stop him from retreating behind the tier 2. Immediately Team Spirit are going to smoke up.
I mean, when you need the extra stun from Medusa, you're in trouble right now. The lockdown has just not been there for Spirit, and part of it's the Mage Slayer. It keeps getting procced on Laurel. It reduces so much of your burst damage. Even though you have ETR going through, it's a lot to get through between the Flame Guard plus the Oracle.
Try and catch Nisha. Earth Splitter, everything out, and they do manage to blow him up. Saberlight in for some revenge. With the Sun Ray behind him, he feels bold. With the Pulverize, almost able to finish up Laurel. Not quite good enough. Meanwhile, Malik, he pops his shapeshift and runs down Boxy. Boxy tried to get off the False Promise. Couldn't get it off. Now he uses on himself, but he's still dead.
Can they get Insania too? That would be a 4-man wipe.
Spirit
exactly what they
turning
need.
the whole game around on one singular fight.
This team just always finds an opening. Maybe you can say Nisha was a little too bold on that mid lane with a lot of heroes off the map. He didn't have Flame Guard active. But finally, they're able to connect the stuns, find the opening with this Blink Bat Rider, get that Lycan on the Oracle, and that's a recipe for success. Everything you want in a team fight coming out from Spirit.
Also, shout out to Malik, right? He held on to the shapeshift. When he died earlier, the shapeshift was crucial in a winning team fight.
Yep.
Because then he just took Boxy out of the equation, couldn't get the False Promise off in time as a result.
Absolutely. Sometimes it's just better to just die and then make the better play afterwards. Instead of trying to survive and get what you can out of a bad situation. The only good thing that came out of that for Liquid was the Anti-Mage didn't get involved.
Yeah, that is true. Still something to worry about. He's going an Aghanim Scepter. That is going to be so nasty. 20% instant. Just 20% of the mana gone from one hit. That's dirty, man.
This debuff is also pretty important. If you land it on Medusa, you can't regain mana for 6 seconds.
Yeah, there's nothing you could do. There's no, like, a bunch of mangoes to gobble down or anything like that.
Yep, no wand, no sort of regen back up, come back in the fight a second time.
I mean, imagine he throws out a Mystic Snake, and in team fight, it comes back to him, and he doesn't get any mana from it.
Could be a huge item in this game. You're going to lack a little survivability. You might have off something else, but he does not have it right now. Spirit just running in.
They jump up, immediately an avalanche in the response. Maposka trying to get away, but he will be burned down. Now pushing for more, trying to chase after Laurel. Immediate tug, though, we had to deal with Satanic. Satanic's dealing with the egg. Satanic does manage to kill that. Now he gets off the Stone Gaze. Mickey, he's not going to be able to commit to it. Satanic can finish off Saberlight and get out. What a TP plan from him. Meanwhile, Malik, oh wait, Malik! He gets away off the shapeshift, barely able to get out.
The stomp on two.
A beautiful setup, and now the silence on the enemies. Liquid are getting wiped out of this one. A jump away from Nisha. Flame Break back in. Another jump out. A desperate TP away, and it will make it barely. But it is still Spirit taking the team fight and going straight to the pit.
Their macro understanding of fights is just way too good. Miposhka runs in, you think it's an easy Elder Titan pickoff. He's just baiting everything.
And you get Insanity on top of all of that in your face.
2K gold lead out of nowhere into Roshan. Butterfly doing work for Satanic, and maybe bigger. That Orchid for Malik. He was on the Oracle the entire fight, forces Boxy to ult himself, and then gets that later fight silence on the Anti-Mage off of, once again, just a nasty stomp coming out of Miposhka. You cannot sing this 5 players' praises enough on this hero.
No, you absolutely can't. We said the Spirit is so good in the late game. The reason why they're able to get there so often is because of the fact that they can play these team fights so well. It doesn't matter if you throw all this speed and aggression at them if it only takes 1 or 2 team fights to bring all that advantage back to them.
It's just an overextension from Liquid, chasing these big core targets on the back, not protecting the supports from behind, and their formation just crumbles, and that's what the Lycan's here to do. Maybe it wasn't the flashiest play, but it got the job done. And that 10K lead is evaporated in a few minutes here. That's why this team is just so dangerous to play against. And you were hitting such a nice timing on this AM. You're about to get that Ags. You're about to be a super powerful force versus the Medusa. Yeah, it's all gone right now. Satanic, he's ahead of you. He has the Butterfly you have to deal with. He's starting to build the damage just straight into Daedalus for this Medusa, and it is going to hit real hard because this AM, he might not have the armor to survive the hits if that ET is in the middle of the fight and you get stomped. That's why this matchup's so rough. You get stomped, Spirit can collapse on top of you. You might get Orchided. You might get hit once or twice just off a random lasso or a tiny stun. You're gone. You have 0 armor. Ag's done. Mickey's going to have to make it work.
Do you think Team Spirit are comfortable going like another 20 minutes, or do you feel like they should try and maybe not end the game, but, you know, go high ground with this Aegis? Because they have a Butterfly advantage against the AM. You've got this Daedalus you talked about that is a big damage advantage over the AM. It feels like this timing is perhaps insurmountable for Liquid.
I think you're very confident in the 5-on-5 right now. You're confident pushing, but there's always going to be some split push pressure, and that trade might not be that favorable. There's some decent building damage that can come out from this Anti-Mage. It's just hard to force the high ground. We also just don't see it out from Spirit that often. This is not a team that really wants to go high ground that early or try and end the game with the 2 or 3 slots, right? They're happy to go late. They're happy to continue to scale. They always think they can win late game, and as we saw in that game 1, it's hard to argue with them. I do expect the smoke up here, though, at some point. Look for some sort of Batrider pickoff with the lanes going into Liquid's base. Some sort of tiny jump. You got an Arcane on Laurel. He has Whisper of the Dread. He finished Conda. There's a lot more spell damage burst coming out from this Tiny than there was in those previous fights. You might not have a chance to get a Fate's Edict or a False Promise off on that first target that gets jumped. Base Ward planted from Rue. They are looking for the pickoff.
Mickey hitting this tier 3. Team Spirit look to force him back.
Yeah, they're getting some good rat action right now. This is faster than the push from Spirit, and it forces out a Glyph. This is going to be a tough call right now. Do you really want to trade racks from an advantageous Aegis position versus an Anti-Mage? Can make that obnoxious the whole game. They're going to TP the Tiny back. A little too slow. Does Laurel show here, though? This ward in their base is just out of range of seeing the Tiny right now. Liquid do not know where he is.
Tier 3 for tier 3.
All right, they see him now.
Yeah, but it looks like they've already backed away. They've said, okay,
oh, look at
did
this smoke.
what we wanted.
Look at this smoke, Austin.
Mickey. Is he going to be caught by this one? This moment could be so crucial.
The Wolves can scout it. He won't know.
They're going to be able to spot him. Mickey, if he got greedy and farmed up that hard camp, he surely would have died, but he backs away instead. Goes back to the Ancients. That is a critical decision. Still going to be spotted again.
Can you find the opening here?
If he goes into the triangle, he would surely die. Mickey is not going to be greedy enough for. They have to go somewhere else with this. And they're going to catch Insania. So at least they got something with the smoke, but it isn't something that allows them to just go into the high ground immediately.
I don't know if Liquid know how lucky they were right there.
Oh, yeah.
And that's 500 or 600 units, or losing your AM right outside your base. That would have just been a free lane. Sea of Spirit can make the most of this anyway. 30 seconds still on this Aegis, and they do have half a creep wave mid. Did not get fully cut. No glyph available for Liquid. This should just be a Rax here. Liquid are going to have to concede some buildings, play for a later timing.
Okay, they let him have it. 10 seconds left until the Phoenix is back up, but that is more than enough time for Team Spirit to back away.
You got to keep in mind this physical damage coming out from this lineup as well. Yeah, ET Aura is one thing, but you're going to have Hal going in with armor reduction. You're going to have this Alpha Wolf that Malik can actually keep. Yeah. Buff up the Medusa damage even more. And you have that Daedalus done, plus Enchanted Quiver on the Medusa. It's just so much for this anti-mage to contend with in a straight man fight.
Yeah, these are not heroes that are on 0 armor in the fight. They are on negative armor with the Hal.
You're just gonna disappear. So you have to take this fight in a way where you find the backline, you come from multiple angles, you play around the mobility on the anti-mage and the Ember, and they can build up enough survivability or dispels that you don't have to just run your Phoenix and your Oracle in with them, because you're just gonna get chowed down on by this Lycan Bat Tiny. So the strength of the AM and the Ember is super important to what Liquid are trying to do in this game. Every item matters for them, as we see Nisha finish up that Shivas. That's a big one. A lot of extra damage for the Ember, a lot of extra survivability. And it'll be Basher for Mickey into Butterfly before the Abyssal. See what he finishes up first here. I feel like that Butterfly is just way more important.
I think the Butterfly is too important.
Yeah. And smoke on smoke action. Both teams looking for the clash.
They're trying to bait out Mickey.
Spirit have the high ground here.
They're gonna run into Malik. Instantly pulverized grab, try and burst him down. Malik survives a little bit, but eventually does get caught. Laurel gets grabbed onto the Anti-Mage. They stomp him up as well. The Supernova's gonna buy him some space. They have to focus on the egg while Mickey uses his Mana Void on Rue. That gives a clean team fight for Satanic perhaps, but they're ignoring the Dusa.
They're just kiting him. The mobility cores are tearing Spirit apart right now.
Nisha got tossed into the Medusa, tries to slide dodge, but he doesn't have any remnants, so he is gone. Saberlight's gonna go for the kill onto Laurel, does manage to get that, but he has committed his life for it. He TP's away, but he won't make it out.
That fight was looking so good for Liquid. They conceptually played it so well. They got the false promise save on the Phoenix, who then gets egg off. That committal looks rough for Spirit, especially with the Lycan going down so early, and the 2 mobility cores were cleaning up the backside. But then Nisha, he just gets caught in the middle of it, out of remnants. Not enough left.
2 buybacks on that one. Liquid really want to stop them from being able to go high ground and take a second lane of barracks.
They especially don't want to have their buybacks forced here, which is what Spirit want to get. They want to even out that part of the game.
Mickey goes after him. Satanic is already going to be purged of a lot of his mana here. Mickey now has to blink back out, perhaps. No, wait, he's going to blink back in. Goes after Satanic.
Mana Void
and Satanic's out of mana. 2, 1. The ticking time bomb. It's going to go up. Boom! Satanic is gone. Carry out of the fight. And Liquid going to get whatever heroes they can from this point in time, and it's going to be Rue. That's the +1.
Dude, Nisha was scouting him with his courier from the grave. Add insult to injury, he'll find a way to make his presence felt. As Spirit get nothing off that push, except the Primal Beast buyback, which that is not the one they wanted. They wanted the Ember Spirits. Mickey's just so strong. When you don't have your full lineup
from him, blink for blink, what are you gonna do?
And the second you're out of mana, like you said, ticking time bomb. If you can't deal with this anti-mage, you have no hope of surviving. That's going to push Mickey very far towards this Butterfly.
You see his build. Mickey's not sure which item he wants to go for. He's picked up the Eagle Song, but he's completing the Abyssal Blade first, I think.
He's still debating. It's going to be Butterfly first, I'm almost for sure. Honestly, the way that fight went, it almost doesn't matter. It's just, can Liquid keep the formation, right? Can they protect the supports, have the Oracle behind him? The reason Mickey's playing so aggressively there is he's holding on to Manta for the Orchid, and then he knows Boxy can always bail him out if he really gets into trouble. That's why he just blinks in there.
Yeah, thinking about that, 8.5 seconds from the false promise.
It's a long time.
That is like guaranteed 2 blink hits from the Anti-Mage. If he just false promises the AM at any point in the team fight, it feels like it's guaranteed that the Dusa dies.
And these supports on Liquid are starting to get the utility items to help them dodge the Lycan and survive and reposition, right? You have Blink on the Oracle. You can play really far back, still find that ult. You have Glimmer Cape on Insania, help dodge out some of the Wolves. They have really played this lineup well. And they've gotten to a point where if you can manage to get a Roshan away from Spirit, put an Aegis on this AM, man, that fight is wide open. We also saw the anti-mage complete his level 25. He took the Mana Void cooldown. This is a really nice talent for this game because you have potential to get 2 Mana Voids off in a fight now.
Yeah, now he can use it on one of those supports like he did in that mid fight. And Satanic still has to keep in the back of his mind, okay, that's not the only Mana Void in this fight.
And you know, Austin, we were debating Butterfly or Abyssal first.
Why not both?
He is hitting a crazy power spike right now, and there's a reason Liquid are instantly smoking Mickey straight into the heart of this. Now, he does not have buyback, so if you do somehow bring this anti-mage down, you will also claim Roshan, which Satanic, he just wants to do it right now. Says, I'm strong enough with the BKB. It's one of your best items in this Medusa anti-mage matchup. Would love an Aegis on top of that.
They're inside of the pit. That is a great place for Liquid to head into. Satanic has already lost half of his mana.
Mickey. Looking around
they are
the side.
surrounded. They're backed into a corner. There's no way out. This is going to be Team Spirit.
It's way too
Fight
good.
or die, and it's both. They're fighting for their lives, and they won't be able to stand up against the strength of Liquid in the corner of the map. They put themselves in the wrong spot of the map and get ambushed.
They don't have the lockdown for Nisha on the front line. They can't focus a target down, and Liquid are just picking them apart. Spirit just missed their window in this game. This Lycan pick fell apart so fast in some of those early fights. Liquid bought themselves so much time, and now they are getting to where their lineup feels strong. A 6-slotted anti-mage. Mickey has absolutely dominated this game.
Nice gem steal. Kills a courier.
Okay, something.
That had a gem, takes it away.
And they did finish up the Ags on the Batrider. We saw the impact of this in that first game. It's just a lot more difficult here into the Anti-Mage, into the Oracle. It's not reliable.
Yeah.
These lassos are just not guaranteed.
I mean, if anything, he's got to be careful of the counter spell.
Yep.
With an Aghanim Scepter on the AM, he might just double lasso himself and an ally.
Spirit need more lockdown. They need more control. They're just not getting it in time. Liquid are going to push their advantage here. 4 minutes on this Aegis. No reason to back down. What more can you find?
Mickey, relentlessly aggressive. Malik has to pop the shapeshift if he wants to be able to get out of here. He will not be able to, though. Saberlight gets his hands on him, and as soon as one person is grabbed, they're done. Wait, Insania, that's going to be a really nice pickup. Both supports for the core. All right, Team Spirit finding openings when you think Liquid have the opening.
High ground ward, time and time again. Spirit used this vision to keep themselves in the game. And it was that gem steal.
It was the loss of the gem.
Yep. If Liquid have gem, they can deward this hill. They don't lose their supports there. Maybe you're just pushing high ground right now, but all these small plays adding up for Spirit. They find these little advantages. They make them work. And now they're on the hunt again. Another D-ward as well.
Yeah, there's a lane ward behind him. Mickey's got to be careful here.
Liquid just lost all their vision on the map.
And they're still willing to try and play in this area. It's just...
All right, tier 4s. Tier 4's dropping right now. Got to get some neutral items. Mindbreaker for the Medusa. There's an extra silence for this AM you might not expect.
We've seen so many times these random silences will catch out these mobility heroes in just the worst times.
You need every bit of disable you can get right now if you are Team Spirit. We see the Lycan eyeing a Hex. That's going to help. We see BKB for the Batrider. That'll help reliably get the lasso off. Outside of that, though, that's your kit for the game. That's what you have to kind of disable this Anti-Mage or this Ember and bring them down. It's going to need to be really clean, really fast, and really well executed here. But Poshka did finish up the Ags on the Elder Titan. Maybe he can give you some extra damage to burst these targets. That execution is going to absolutely have to be on point to deal with the mobility right now. And you still have this Aegis for 2 minutes here if you're Liquid. I mean, if I'm them, I want to try and get aggressive with this. I want to try and deward these obs that have caused me problems with Spirit. They're going to defend the high ground.
Mickey, whoa. Ogre Seal Totem up the cliff. and then ready to go with the blink. That's, I ain't seen that one before.
Dude, this Ember is so tanky. Look, what do you do to this? Octarine, Shiva's Mage Slayer, Havoc Hammer for extra strength, 3,400 HP plus the Flame Guard. You might get hit by that Mage Slayer. He has buffs and saves behind him, and he's gonna be in your face.
Yeah, it feels like any lasso or toss back is not a guaranteed kill.
If you find it in the first place.
Yeah.
I mean, that's step one. Maybe that's all you have to go on. Execute step one and then hope it works out. Sometimes luck is the best strategy.
The base. Liquid. They go for the kill on Satanic, and Opening presents himself, but he got off the BKB Stone Gaze, and Liquid have to be able to reset
fighting.
now. The Supernova is going to die. In trouble. There goes the Bat Rider. Mickey's going to lose his ages.
Backfired.
Going back in, what a hit from Saberlight, knocking around 2. Saberlight down to half HP. Satanic is gone. Mana Void finishes him off.
No buyback.
No buyback. Team Spirit get wiped inside of their own base.
Liquid take their chance, seize the opportunity. He bought out for that MKB. And it's all over. We are going to another Game 3 and another last series of the day for Liquid in an elimination game. Austin, I feel like I have seen this one before.
Remember, this is a team that went through the last chance qualifier all the way to top 3 at TI. This is a team that will not stay die.
An MVP in this game is absolutely Mickey. If you were wondering if this man can carry in high pressure situations on an unpicked hero in the patch that I doubted, everybody else probably doubted. He ends this game 13-2 and 13, played it nearly flawless from start to finish, got aggressive on the lane, aggressive in the early game, found the mana voids. He ends this game with 1,100 XPM. An absolute MVP performance from Mickey on this anti-mage, and you're going into this game 3 thinking, we can't ban heroes against this guy. We can't do anything to stop him. Satanic, please, carry us.
That's what they were hoping for, but instead, Mickey on the anti-mage delivered, and we are learning that there is a world of difference between a 16-17 pick Medusa versus an 18 pick Medusa, or specifically, there's a big difference about what a Medusa can do with an anti-mage and without an anti-mage, as we see the difference between Game 1 and Game 2.
Damn, that was brutal. I want to say that was brutal because, you know, Team Spirit, they really made a beautiful comeback in that early mid-game when it looked like Liquid were running them over. They found their opportunities, they found their good team fights, they got that early Aegis. But for as well as they played, they were playing against an obstacle, the hurdle of Anti-Mage versus Medusa. I mean, how tough was that matchup, 23?
It's truly hard for Anti-Mage in the first 25 minutes if Dusa can manage to like pull through and end the game fast, but after 25 minutes, I think it's really hard for Dusa. So it's like a matter of a time on who's gonna win. But Spirit is harder because they're on a timer. And Mickey in this game, he bought a really good item. He bought Vanguard, which make him unkillable from Tiny. So that's a really smart choice, and I think he's the reason they win the game.
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely agree. I wanted to see Mickey really step it up for the squad, learn some new heroes. I was a little critical on him earlier on in this tournament and his hero pool, but he has like shut the haters up on this one. He can show he can play a lot of different heroes, out carrying Satanic in a hard carry versus hard carry matchup, and he did it in his style as well. That's what I liked the most. It wasn't this AFK farming anti-mage. He was still incredibly active on the map.
Yeah, it required pretty a high awareness, especially for the itemization. 23, like you said, getting the Vanguard early on. Is Aghanim Scepter always guaranteed against a Medusa, or do you think that that was also some flavor that Mickey added?
I think it's guaranteed. You need Aghanim against Dusa because this patch, Aghanim just gonna burn all the mana in like 4 hits. It's really important, and he bought all the right items.
And he waited for his moments as well, because I know at some point in the mid-game, Mira, you saw the butterfly on this Medusa, and you were a bit skeptical whether the anti-mage would still have as much of an impact, because it was kind of going up and down between the two.
Of course, I mean, that's how it goes. Like Medusa, she has to build second item Butterfly and try to win before Anti-Mage is strong enough to fight through the Butterfly. And Team Spirit did get to a point, where, like I said, where they hit their timings, but I want to commend Liquid for how they played that early game too. Because if that early game for Liquid had gone badly and they had lost lanes, then Team Spirit would have hit that Medusa timing much earlier. But Liquid were playing very aggressively. They collapsed on the Medusa lane early. They brought the Ember down. They brought the Anti-Mage through the gate. And they didn't give Medusa's timings the way that they would have liked to on Team Spirit.
I think in both of these games, there has been a lot on Nisha's shoulders. Game 1 on the Shaker, and Game 2 on this Ember Spirit to make space for Mickey. And in this game, he had to play overtime to make it happen.
Yeah, I mean, Nisha has played really good throughout this whole LAN, but I think in general, this Ember, it made a lot of space. Like, he got all the runes, he made all the plays in the early game. Of course, it was a team collab. We also saw that Saberlight, whenever he does play this Primal, Liquid plays so fast in the early game. I don't know why they don't give him this Primal more, but it looks really good. So a lot of the spotlight is definitely on Mickey because he played in a matchup which we're not used to seeing him play. But Nisha, he played incredibly well. So did Saberlight. It was definitely a team effort.
Yeah, and Saberlight on that Primal Beast also goes for that very early Crimson Guard versus Lycan. We did talk about this overall last pick Lycan for Team Spirit. That was their big hero, but you just get the Crimson Guard and Primal Beast, you run in, and you make it so that Lycan can't overwhelm your buildings because of it, can't take these team fights, and it made Malik's game a lot harder.
Yeah, we didn't get to touch on it too much because it was the last pick, but we were thinking either Axe would be the more likely outcome. Malik ended up going for the Lycan. Based off of what you saw in this game 23, do you think an Axe would have changed things, or the problem wasn't the offlane?
I think if they pick a new offlane that can initiate, I think it'll be easier. Because as you can see, the Tiny is not enough to kill the anti-mage. They need more damage. That's why I think the Lycan doesn't pay off. Like, it's kind of like a hit or miss. So if they snowball in the top lane, they will end the game fast. But if they don't do that, I think they'll just lose.
And one of the last heroes that I wanted to touch on, because I know Mira kept referring to a Foracle in this game. Boxley was playing the Oracle because Insania's been doing work on the Phoenix, but we don't see Oracle as a 4 very often.
I never thought I would see the day where Insania gives Oracle to someone else on his team, but he's really feeling himself on that Phoenix. And, you know, a lot of people have criticisms, myself included, for position 4 Oracle because it doesn't really give you initiation, but for this game, it worked out perfectly. You throw Oracle versus the ET, he can dispel his spirit buff, makes it so that he doesn't trade well on the lane. You have the added sustain to give your Primal Beast, who then took over the game, initiated for your team. It ended up working out.
It ended up working out very well, not just for Team Liquid, but for all of us, because we needed this game to go the distance. After all, so far, every single one of these arena days have been fantastic, and it looks like today is going to be no exception. We'll be right back with our game number 3.
Waking up, playing some Dota, it's just been part of my life for 20 years, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
Where we are in the history of this game and where it's come from and how much has been accomplished, I think compared to basically any other esport, it's the best. So
I'm grateful for Dota 2 as a game because Dota as a culture supersedes where we come from. You are a Dota player first, and I love that.
Takes more than money to force a change. Takes more than time to heal the pain. Heartbreak will light the fire. Heartbreak will light the their money to boss a change. Takes all their time to heal pain. Heartbreak will light the fire. Heartbreak will light the
Final game of the night, friends. Team Liquid taking on Team Spirit in an elimination series. You may hear some rustling on the microphones. It's because 23, you're quite popular here in Paragon Hall, it seems, but I'm not surprised. You've been enjoying the energy from this crowd?
Yeah, I think the crowd is really great here. It's the first time that I'm in a big LAN in my country, so it's really a great experience for me.
So have you done like smaller local LANs before?
Yeah, I've done some. Like, I've went to like the southern part of Thailand.
Okay. Which cities?
Hat Yai, Songkhla, I think. It's just, it's near like where foreigners like to go. Like tourists.
Okay. But this is the first time in Bangkok for a LAN, you think?
Yeah, it's the first time.
Dude, it's been a long time coming. We've gone to many Southeast Asian countries to bring Dota LANs over the years. Philippines, Malaysia, Indonesia. But finally, we got a chance to come to Thailand, and it's been a real treat. Especially because all of you guys here, both at home and in the crowd, have been getting a real show. And I want to touch on one last thing from that game too, because Medusa has been the story of this series. But we see that when we are up to head-to-head against an anti-mage, things change in this Acer Predator head-to-head for our game number 2, Mira.
Yeah, I mean, Medusa, she is on the clock versus anti-mage, because at some point, it just gets way too hard to play versus this hero. You just get your mana down to half, you can't enter these fights. All anti-mage has to do is hit you a couple of times and press that mana void. So the story of the game happens before an anti-mage gets to the point where he can blink in comfortably. But Liquid did such a great job at enabling Mickery.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree. I think this matchup, though, became even harder, as we're going to see in some of these clips here. The laning stage did not go the way it should have went, I think, for the side of Spirit. You are picking this Lycan early on in the draft, and this Lycan should be picked for winning the lane against Anti-Mage, snowballing the game, but this Lycan got absolutely nothing, and to the point where Anti-Mage could not only just take everything from the laning stage and his lane, but he could also just move to the other lanes and gank on top of it while Lycan was recovering. So the team fights wasn't doing any favors either. It doesn't bring any lockdown whatsoever. The whole Lycan experience is just going to be chase down the Oracle, maybe kill him. But I really wanted to see like a harder lockdown. So if you do jump on top of this anti-mage, like with an axe, you can lock him down, give time for that BKB to wear off, Stone Gaze, ET, is stuff like that. So I think this Lycan pick just was a big miss. I don't think they're going to be too dissuaded from picking Medusa again.
Yeah, and I also wanted to show why Team Spirit were able to get a hold of that game again in spite of the atrocious laning stage that we saw them have. If we have the highlights ready, there were a couple of key moments in this game where you're taking these big team fights versus Medusa. You have one job as an anti-mage, right? It's press Mana Void on Medusa. As you see here, once Lycan gets Mana Voided in front of his team, all of a sudden, all of Team Spirit feels comfortable enough to re-engage. They win that fight. In this fight here, Anti-Mage Mana Voids the Batrider, again, giving Medusa free reign in a fight. Whenever this spell was clicked on anyone but Medusa, it ended up being a one fight for Team Spirit. Once that stopped happening, as we can see here, when Medusa gets Mana Voided, how quickly this hero was just shut down. It's like, what do you do in that situation?
Yep, agreed.
And I give credit to Spirit as well, because they knew that the Medusa would be a bomb, and they were expecting the Mana Voids. They were not trying to get too close to her, because she knew that she would be quite a liability if Anti-Mage got his hands on her. But even despite that, Mickey still found an opening no matter what. The last contingency I may give for the Lycan, do you think the Lycan would have been better if it was a 5 Oracle in the lane instead of a 5 Phoenix? Because it's possible they weren't expecting the 4 Oracle to show up.
Yeah, I think if it's Oracle, it's kind of easy lane for Lycan. It's really smart choice that Liquid swap the lane. It's because ET against Oracle and Phoenix against Lycan. So they did a great job on that.
That may have been what made that 24-pick Lycan look a little bit just like a puppy instead of a wolf. All right, friends, game number 3, Liquid versus Spirit. But I don't think too much is going to change for these first 3 bands, DK, Alk, and Monkey King again. Now we got to worry. Mag, Chen, Batrider. What are you chuckling at, 23?
I think Bat should be gone now.
You think Bat?
Maybe.
You think it's moving up the list? I know Fear has been always advocating for banning out Bat.
Yeah, it's just kind of hard right now because you missed a hero as well, the Templar Assassin. That is probably a must ban for both teams.
Yeah.
We saw Satanic, what he can do with it. We also see what Liquid can do with it. So you kind of have to like pick your poison here. Is it going to be the Batrider? Will it be the TA? It's really hard choice because there's just so many good heroes in Dota right now, and figuring out which one to use is not easy. And they go back for the Terrorblade ban.
So Mira, you brought it up. This has to be like scrim knowledge because we just don't see Liquid play this hero.
We don't see it, but it's got to be something you have in your pocket, and it's just an anti-satanic hero as well. You can't count out Saberlight, dude. This guy has so many pocket picks that he hasn't busted out yet because he's looked so good on the Primal Beast, but he can play pretty much anything.
I mean, I definitely agree with that one, and I'm just looking at the bans from Liquid. There is no room for a Batrider ban. It just doesn't exist. Like, you have to ban the DK, best hero in Dota for a carry role. You have to ban the Alchemist. You have to ban the TA, and I think it comes down to, do you ban Bat or do you ban Magnus? And I think Magnus probably is the smarter choice to ban out of those two. So it's just going to get through the pool.
Well, for what it's worth, they have not been first phasing the Batrider. It's usually reserved for second phase. In game 1, Spirit got their first pick, Magnus.
I think they're taking it.
Yeah.
And that's why they move it up the ranks, because it'll probably get banned out in phase 2 next time.
But also, like, Team Spirit have loved their Elder Titan in this series, and their Elder Titan just lost to an Oracle that Liquid have shown they can play on position 4 too. So this means that they want to run back their ET bat strategy. They think it still works. There's nothing wrong with it. Just gotta, fix the hero or two.
And maybe if you get rid of that Oracle, things will get a little bit easier. Change up though. Chen has slipped through the pool, though that's generally been a Liquid ban geared towards Spirit.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you still have the ET in your pocket, you're not scared of Chen. Like, ET is considered a very good hero versus Chen lineups.
And yet again, Liquid find confidence in Insania, first phase Phoenix.
Yeah, it's kind of like the same draft, but a little bit of shifting. I think the Oracle ban, I think what Spirit talk about is just, I think the Oracle is a problem, so I think they fix about it and they will go with another draft. Kind of similar.
But then if they were going to fully overlap, why not ban the Oracle and then pick your Elder Titan like you've been doing?
Because I think they will pick Bat on Liquid, and then Bat is good against Oracle, ET in the lane.
Yeah, I don't think Liquid will steal this Elder Titan. They're very fine getting it in the second phase.
They might want to respect it and potentially ban it though, because I think this Primal ban, I didn't really think about it too much, but when I looked at that Medusa and Elder Titan lane, Primal, there's no stun for you. You're just free to trample all over that lane, and I think that is a hero that Liquid identified to be very good versus Satanic's heroes that don't really have a stun, and if they want to run that Elder Titan, it's pretty free lane for the Primal.
And there's also the issue of the Morphling that we didn't see in the game too, who got banned out in that second phase. This time around, because more heroes have shifted in ban priority, Morphling could be let through, and we're going to look at another Morphling versus Medusa game potentially.
And this time, because Spirit are first pick, they will get the 18th pick, which means that they can protect that 18th pick with 2 bans right away. Hopefully an anti-mage won't slip through, but instead they are targeting Saberlight. 2 off-lane bans between the Dawnbreaker and the Primal Beast.
I mean, it makes sense. Like, Dawnbreaker is a very good hero to respond to Lasso. It could also indicate they want to ranged carry. Dawnbreaker is an excellent offlaner versus ranged carries.
Yeah, I think the Morphling cannot be picked on Liquid. It's only available on Spirit, because if you pick Morph 16-17, you're going to get Doom, and yeah, so I think Morphling should be picked on Spirit this game. That's what I feel.
So, do you think Liquid need to ban it here then?
Yeah, if I were them. Because Phoenix is kind of do nothing against Morph.
What if you don't ban it but just pick Doom right away?
I mean, you could do that too, yeah. And Doom is like the nightmare of all young carries.
It is. Granted though, Saberlight has not played it at all yet, but I don't think you need much skill to press R on Satanic.
I mean, if you pick Doom, he's just gonna 18 Medusa, right? So it's still the conundrum here. Like, Deuce is really good versus Doom. So they're really gonna think a lot about this. You kind of know what Spirit's gonna do. They're probably expecting this Elder Titan to come out as well, because Team Spirit has shown their playbook. It's kind of like, give me reminiscent vibes of like Gaming Gladiators when they're in their prime. Like, you know what's coming, but they're still gonna beat you with it.
There's 2 problems right now. Is Liquid are thinking about the Medusa and they're thinking about the Morphling. So they have to ban out one of the 2 here, because Spirit can close out this phase here with either of those carries, and you don't want to pick it on Liquid because of the reasons you mentioned, 23. Oh, they banned the Chen.
Wow, of all the support options, I would have thought maybe ban out the Elder Titan.
Yeah, when we push Gashen is really good too, so I would consider that as well.
Yeah, it was consistently a first phase ban in this entire series. Save it for phase 2. But that leaves the carry pool wide open for Satanic now.
Last time they were in this situation, Liquid went for the Morphling. It was a close game, so I think they could make some adjustments overall if they want to. They're going to take a line. This is a hero that has a lot of stun. It's pretty decent against both Medusa, I guess, and the Morphling.
Yeah.
So you do have some mana drain. I don't think it's going to dissuade Satanic from playing either of those heroes, but they might want to just chill a little bit here too, because they are the overall first pick. Whatever that 18 pick is going to go, it's definitely going to Satanic. So now you could just pick just the support here, I think, would be pretty good.
Yeah, this Lion pick is very strong in this phase, because when you're playing against a team that has the 18 pick overall, it block picks potential Morphlings and Medusas, but also Pucks. Puck is a hero that comes out very often to close out the phase when you have first pick. It's protected in that second phase, but Lion, with that instant stun, with that means to catch him, dissuades from it.
Yeah, surprisingly, Laurel actually has not played Puck yet this tournament, which is strange because I oftentimes associate it with him. But it is a preemptive way to deal with that, and instead of their Elder Titan, they go for an Ogre Magi.
Yeah, I think Ogre is a good pick against Lion. In the lane, he's just like, after level 2, Lion cannot sustain the lane, and it's just good in the lane. Yep.
Didn't Laurel play Puck game 1?
Yeah, I think he just played, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you're right. I haven't refreshed my page yet.
Yeah, no, he literally just played it game 1, so I was a little confused, but
you were right.
Yeah, he's played Puck already, but it will dissuade it if you do want to play Lion against it. It's a little bit more difficult. They're going to take the Sniper right away. This is a hero that is pretty good versus Phoenix. However, this has not been fitting the archetype of Laurel kind of picking these space makers, these tinies, these Pucks, and just having Satanic be the hard carry. So they're going astray a little bit with this one.
I think what the Sniper does, though, is that like bait picks Liquid into picking some gap close offlaner. Like if you like pick some Centaur so you can get on top of the Sniper, then on 18 you could just counter pick the Centaur. Like you could go for your Morphling, you could go for Medusa.
Yeah.
Like this is going to bring out the offlane pick really early from Liquid.
Or maybe the mid lane pick? Is this a mid Earth Spirit?
Yeah, the Earth Spirit mid.
not wasting an opportunity to get what they wanted up against a sniper. It's rare that Nisha pulls the trigger this early.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, 23. Is Sniper carry viable or no? Or is it mid only?
It's playable, but you need to see the offlane matchup.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, go ahead.
Why would you run it on carry here?
Oh, I don't know. Just in case you want to like punish the Earth Spirit mid, or just Satanic wants to play the hero. I'm not entirely a believer in it, but I'm just wondering, like, with Laro's gonna play, will they have enough playmakers on the map?
I think Lao's gonna play Sniper. I don't think Satanic plays Sniper, and I think Sniper has a slightly advantage in the mid matchup against ES.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think Sniper beats up Earth Spirit mid. Like what Earth Spirit does do is it gives you gap close and it gives you kickback, but in terms of like CS on lane, that's very easy for Sniper.
Ursa. I think it's Ursa.
As soon as you see this Tidehunter, you just want to tear him up?
It's either Slug or Ursa from this Satanic guy for sure. But as far as I know, I think it's Slug. I know him. He's gonna pick Slug.
He's happy.
Oh,
you know him, 23.
All right.
It's like a young carry, you know. You want to play, like, if I have to choose Slug and Ursa, I'm going to choose Slug.
You share that brain cell.
Yeah. And he's played in C before.
True. I remember. His roots are in Vietnam.
Yeah,
so.
it's Vietnam.
So the only concern that I have right now for Spirit's draft is like, it's a lot different from what we're used to seeing from them. They have not drafted any team fight whatsoever in this draft, and that is not something they do, generally speaking. So they're going to play more on the laning stage with the Sniper mid, with the Slark against the Tidehunter. And I think when you're playing versus Liquid, that's a risky business because they're very strong in the laning stage. You know their team fighting is really good too, and they did not slack at all this game and bringing the team fight heroes to the table.
That's very true. They do need to correct for that with a Malik hero. I mean, today we've seen a lot of new offlaners come out though, like the Axe for example, so there should be enough left in the pool to pick from. I'm looking at the Slark though, and he looks kind of unthreatened. Like the only fear is Lion getting an early blink and then blink hexing him, but like he dispels Magnetize, he dispels Fire Spirits, he has absolutely no fear whatsoever versus Tidehunter. There's not really a good way to pressure Slark early on.
Yeah, I think Team Liquid should be thinking about Faceless Void. It's really good this game. And they ban Enigma, I think it's for Void, and they're going to ban Beastmaster or some summons, and they'll pick Void. What do you think?
Even more team fight, yeah. I mean, Void very good versus Sniper, good versus Slark, yeah.
Bat Rider,
It's
Ogre.
good versus all of them. I mean, it's a very good pick if they can make the laning stage work.
Yeah, and Phoenix can secure the lane.
I mean, they have last pick
they'll
too,
ban Beast.
so yeah. I mean, they will see the lane matchup too, so I guess Mickey gets choice there.
What's the viability of Faceless Void these days? Does it have to be this perfect of a game?
Yeah, it has to be last pick only as a professional Void. I'm always thinking to pick it, but it's really hard. A really rare case.
Is there any other offlaners remaining that would scare you?
Just something like summons, let me think. Maybe
Visage? But I don't know if Malik has that
Visage
in his pocket.
doesn't care about, Void doesn't care about Visage. Mostly it's like Beast, Enigma, Doom. Doom could be good this game actually. But it's going to be so greedy on Spirit. They don't have any team fights.
Do you think Axe is okay, or is that also greedy?
I'm not sure about like, they do. Yeah, I'm not sure about blind picking Axe because usually Axe needs to see the matchup, so I think they go with Doom.
So now what happens with Faceless Void? Still okay?
If it was me, I would still pick it.
Ooh.
I mean, it's so simple. Just chrono the Doom before he dooms.
It's just that simple.
Just that simple.
And then egg, and then kill it. Yeah. Void. What? Okay, it's still good. It's still good.
Okay.
Who's going where? Mickey, safe lane, Nature's Prophet.
Bringing it back to TI. He was playing this a lot. It's very fast. He has a lot of team fight behind it as well. Can get on the Sniper. I don't like it versus Bat very much. I feel like that's an easy pickoff, but it's a very quick lineup. Lots of team fight. It's going to be an interesting game.
Yeah, but Slug is going to be a problem this game, I feel, because he's kind of free.
Yeah.
And it's only the Slug that it needs to solve.
I think that the threat that Nature's Prophet poses early on is going to be quite scary for Sniper too, because if you get the Earth Spirit rolling into the kickback into a Nature's Prophet TP, you can punish the Sniper a lot and make it so there's no heroes to make space for Slark. Maybe it gets hard, but for the late game, it looks really rough for Liquid. So they have to close this out in Liquid fashion, like minute 25 to 30, where they just try to end the game, or it's Team Spirit's game to win.
Yep.
Trade-off is that it's a rare instance where Team Spirit don't get to flex their team fight and spellcasting superiority. It's a different type of game than we've seen throughout this series.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be an interesting game. It's going to come down to speed for Liquid. Can they make the NP work?
Well, let's see if it can work for our final game of the night. As we pass it to our casters, it's Cap and SVG.
Another late night here in Thailand, and I wouldn't want to be anywhere else. How about you guys? Are you ready for a game 3? The name of the game, Speed versus Greed, Liquid versus Spirit. Avery, break this one down for us.
I mean, it's pretty simple. Liquid win TI. They won that tournament picking Midgate Furion 3 times in a row.
Yup.
They bring it back here in the clutch when they need a win to stave off elimination. This is a team that just does not go away, and every time they're on the brink, they bust out something new. Is this a pick Spirit were ready for, or did they feel this was going to be a slower game with something like the Tidehunter coming out? Liquid throw a curve.